The male protagonist inadvertently embarks on a journey of cultivation, encountering a series of extraordinary events along the way. He masters a unique technique that merges celestial and demonic powers, simultaneously studying both righteous and demonic paths, ultimately choosing the latter as his legitimate path of cultivation. During this process, he is fortunate to receive the formidable assistance of two powerful beings, the Black Emperor and the White Emperor, culminating in the legendary rise of a demonic sovereign whose tale will endure through the ages. In the Yunzhou continent, in the summer kingdom of Bansheng, lies a small town amidst the deserta, crucial transit point for those departing from the borders. Recently, strange occurrences have plagued the area. It had not rained a single drop for 3 years, yet now, an ominous sky has persisted for a full 40 days, shrouding the land in darkness, as if a monstrous creature lurked nearby. Terrifying thunder shakes the very foundations of the houses, accompanied by monstrous flashes of lightning that strike the ground, plunging everything into momentary obscurity. The howling winds, laden with sand, strike against faces with painful ferocity. Oddly enough, no rain has fallen. It has been 40 days without even a single drop. Truly a case of thunder without rain. On the 40th day, calamity struck. From within the dark clouds emerged two peculiar fireballs, one red and one purple, exuding an aura of terror as if they were monstrous entities from the heavens. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of combustion, they descended like meteors at an astonishing speed. Blindingly bright, they dazzled the eyes and left no room for sight. With long trails of smoke, they collided and spiraled around each other, yet they did not part, landing squarely on the rooftop of a wooden house where a pregnant woman was giving birth. In a flash, the raging flames consumed several neighboring homes. As the townsfolk scrambled to extinguish the inferno, within the burning wooden house, a child was born. This child was named Su Jiao. Coincidentally, with Su Jiao's first wail, a torrential downpour commenced, as if heaven itself had heard his call and arrived to quell the flames. The fire was swiftly extinguished, however. The relentless rain continued unabated for 9 consecutive days. The drought was alleviated, yet it was swiftly followed by a devastating flood. It is worth noting that this desert town rarely received any rainfall throughout the year, and thus had no drainage system, making the occurrence of a flood utterly improbable. The torrential rain, like a ravenous beast, inundated countless homes, while the sands of the desert became wild, carried away by the waters in chaotic disarray. After the deluge, Su Jiao's mother cradled him in one arm while using the other to clear away the sand as several neighbors approached her. "Sister Su, we are neighbors, but your house caught fire. Affecting ours, you must compensate us for the damages." Su Jiao's father had vanished after transporting goods through the desert before the new year, leaving the family reliant solely on his mother. Gazing at her newborn child, Su Jiao's mother, despite the natural disaster, a woman of integrity, gritted her teeth and agreed to bear the costs of repairing the neighbors' homes. However, with her own family in dire poverty, the necessity to repair their own house, and with a newborn to care for, where would the funds come from? Truly, misfortune had compounded upon misfortune. In the end, she reluctantly sold their fields and wooden house at a meager price to a kind-hearted benefactor, borrowing heavily to repay the neighbors. They then had no choice but to relocate to a stone-built house, entering the impoverished quarters of the town. This child was destined for greatness. Su Jiao's mother, having just given birth, fell ill from the rain and her labor. The neighbors regarded Su Jiao as an ill-omened child. By the age of 4, villagers noticed that Su Jiao towered over his peers. The children of the neighborhood dared not play with him. Only 4 years old, Su Jiao ran with astonishing speed, outpacing even the adults. His intellect was frighteningly mature for his age. His mother, a woman of virtue, would rather go hungry than resort to improper actions. Their meals were often scant and irregular. To nourish himself and his ailing mother, Su Jiao exerted considerable effort gathering wild vegetables and climbing trees for eggs. Yet soon after, chickens, ducks, and even small dogs began to mysteriously vanish. The town's birds seemed to disappear as well. The cured meats and dried fruits belonging to the neighbors frequently went missing or appeared diminished in quantity. However, Su Jiao, with his exceptional intellect, adhered to his own principles. Principle 1. A rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Principle 2. One should not feast upon a single patch of grass, for it may become bare and be discovered. As Sujio grew, his strength became remarkable. By the age of 8, he possessed strength comparable to that of an adult. Make way! Make way! A boy darted forward like a startled rabbit, nimbly dodging pedestrians while occasionally glancing back. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn, slipping into a narrow alley like an eel. Panting heavily, a triumphant smile graced his face as he muttered to himself. To catch me, you have a long way to go, ha! This was Sujio, born in the wooden house, now 8 years old. Though his diet of excessive meat and scant vegetables left him malnourished, he was alarmingly tall, towering over his peers. He entered a stone structure where a figure lay upon a bed. Mother, today is your birthday. I brought you some delicious food. He carefully retrieved a roasted rabbit from his clothing, treating it as his most treasured possession. However, it was covered in sand, having fallen when he had been chased moments before. Jure, we cannot steal. Mother, I did not steal. This is what I earned working for the kind benefactor. Sujio wiped the sand from the meat with his sleeve, tearing off a small piece from the rabbit's leg and presenting it to his mother. Jure, you must eat too. Sujio did not tell the whole truth. He had indeed worked for the kind benefactor for a meager wage of 100 copper coins. Yet the benefactor had withheld it, as their family owed him a considerable sum for his mother's medical treatment. Today was his mother's birthday, yet he had not a single copper coin to his name. To celebrate his ailing mother's birthday, he had stealthily waited by the restaurant's entrance all day. Finally, as a table of wealthy patrons finished their meal and left behind a roasted rabbit, Sujio saw his chance. He stealthily approached, snatched the rabbit, and hurriedly tucked it into his clothing, nonchalantly walking towards the exit. However, he was spotted by the waiter. Sujio took off running, with the waiter hot on his heels, refusing to let him escape. In this place, the poor are forever looked down upon. They can be discarded, but not allowed to benefit a beggar like Sujio. Fortunately, Sujio was born with extraordinary speed. He eventually eluded the waiter. It was evident that he had frequently engaged in such petty thefts, always on the run. Sujio was an exceedingly filial child. Watching his mother enjoy the meal, a radiant smile illuminated his youthful face. Both of them finished the rabbit, and satisfied, Sujio sat beside his mother, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Mother, I have good news. The kind benefactor has agreed to let me deliver goods for him, earning 500 copper coins each month. I can start tomorrow. By the new year, I will have enough to pay for your medical care. But you are only 8 years old. What work can you do? Sujio replied, Mother, the kind benefactor has asked me to look after his camels. His caravan's camels respond best to me, and he even lets me ride them. The kind benefactor says I have a talent for handling camels. My dear child, you bear much hardship on my account, Sujio's mother said, her eyes filled with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks. Mother, do not be sad. I believe I can earn a lot caring for the camels, and we will surely improve our situation. His mother nodded solemnly. Tomorrow, I will set out to deliver goods and may be gone for a while. I need to say goodbye to Sister Shang. Sujio approached a stone house at the edge of the alley and tapped on the door with a stone, creating a sound that served as a signal. Before long, a large head peeked through the crack in the door, cheerfully asking, Little Gio, what brings you here? I have something to tell you. Wait for me at our usual spot. With that, he turned and left. The little girl was named Shang Lying, one of the few who did not regard Sujio as an Iliman child. Behind a cluster of stone houses in the desert stood a raised platform made of stones, where Sujio sat waiting for Shang Lying. Shortly after, she bounced up to the platform and sat down. Little Gio, I have something to tell you as well. I am leaving for a faraway place, Shang Lying said softly, lowering her head. Sujio, puzzled, asked, Where are you going? To Lianxing, to the Xingha sect. I want to learn martial arts. My father says that only by mastering martial arts can I protect myself. Sujio kept his own plans to deliver goods to himself, merely saying, Then you must be careful and train hard in martial arts. Come back soon. Thus, the two parted ways. Early the next morning, Sujio set out with the merchant caravan led by the benevolent Jida. Unbeknownst to him, this marked his inaugural journey delivering goods with the caravan, heralding the commencement of his extraordinary and legendary adventure. Chapter 2. A close call. The caravan's mission this time was to venture beyond the northern pass to the kingdom of Liangnan. delivering goods and returning with local specialties. As they traversed the desert, they employed over 20 camels for the journey. Alongside 3 escort guards, the team included a leader, a cousin of the benevolent Jida, and a child named Aliji, who was 4 years older than Sujio. The two were tasked with caring for the camels, providing them with water and feed. The remaining members of the party were ordinary servants. The initial days of travel went smoothly, but on the 5th day, disaster struck. As the caravan reached the heart of the desert, burdened with a substantial load, their pace slowed considerably. After another hour of travel, they spotted a stone forest ahead, where they could rest for the night. The leader called out to the group, "We can finally take a break after a long day's trek." Everyone, parched and famished, instinctively quickened their pace upon hearing this. However, the camels began to exhibit signs of agitation. Sujio hurried to the front, sensing their fear. The camels seemed frightened for some unknown reason. He remarked to the leader. The leader, an experienced traveler with over a decade of cargo transport on this route, quickly scanned the surroundings. Indeed, not far ahead on a sand dune, he spotted numerous small dark shapes. "Desert wolves," he exclaimed. They gathered the camels together and armed themselves, knowing that desert wolves, which typically traveled in packs of 10 to dozens, posed a significant threat. The best strategy when encountering a pack was to unite for mutual defense. The group hurriedly corralled the camels, but the wolves seemed aware of their preparations. With a single howl, the pack appeared to retreat, eliciting a collective sigh of relief as they hurried towards the stone forest. As dusk fell, they traveled several miles and reached a flat area. Suddenly, a few wolves leapt from behind a small sand mound, charging toward the camel train, startling the animals into a frenzy. The wolves, displaying cunning intelligence, scattered the herd, driving the camels in different directions, leaving the caravan members overwhelmed and unable to respond effectively. Sujio gripped a wooden stick taller than himself and pursued 2 frightened camels toward the west. The night had fully enveloped the desert, and he lost track of how far he had run without finding the camels. The cold of the desert night pierced through him. Ahead loomed 2 towering sand hills. Summoning all his strength, Sujio climbed to the top of one, peering down to catch a glimpse of 2 camels on the slope below. In a moment of excitement, he rushed down the hill, calling out, "You mischievous creatures! Running off like this makes it hard for me to find you." Just as the words left his mouth, he sensed movement behind him, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. Turning slowly, he beheld a dozen green glimmers flickering in the darkness, accompanied by a low, sinister sound akin to the whispers of demons. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was 7 desert wolves, lurking like phantoms, poised to strike. For an 8-year-old child, Sujio was anything but calm. A chill ran from his head to his toes. "This is it. What should I do? Engage the wolves with my stick? I surely can't handle this alone." Just then, a soft voice whispered from the shadows, "We can't possibly face them alone." Startled, Sujio jumped, but his heart soared with joy as Aliji emerged from the darkness, wielding a trembling machete, his gaze fixed on the pack of wolves. Aliji had chased the camels and crossed over from the other side of the sand hill, only now noticing Sujio and the wolves. Facing 7 wolves, Aliji, also just 12, felt a surge of panic. The 2 boys instinctively positioned themselves back to back, regarding one another as their most trusted allies, grips tightening around their weapons. The wolves eyed the glint of the machete and the towering stick in the boys' hands. Hesitating to attack, a tense standoff ensued. The frigid desert wind swept through, carrying grains of sand that stung their faces. Sujio, feeling the pressure, shouted defiantly, "Come on, you wolves! We aren't afraid of you." Aliji joined in. "Come here. I'll cut you in half," as he brandished his knife, its blade gleaming ominously. Seconds turned into minutes, and the wolves seemed to lose patience. The lead wolf let out a low growl, prompting the others to stir restlessly. That moment, Sujio noticed a massive rock not far away. An idea struck him, and he whispered to Aliji, "Let us slowly retreat," luring them towards the rock. Aliji nodded, and the 2 cautiously moved backward, disregarding the camels behind them. The wolves, sensing their retreat, advanced. When they were but a step away from the rock, Sujio and Aliji suddenly surged forward, racing towards it. The rock towered over them, and with a push and a pull, they swiftly scaled its height. The wolves encircled the rock, gazing up at the 2 boys. The lead wolf let out a fearsome howl, and one particularly large wolf attempted to leap onto the rock, but it misjudged the height, its front paws barely grazing the edge. In a flash, Aligi struck, delivering a decisive blow to its neck, severely wounding it. The remaining wolves, enraged, leapt in attempts to scale the rock, but Sujio and Aligi held their ground, one defending the south, the other the north. Armed with their makeshift weapons, they stood resolute, repelling wave after wave of attacks. The wolves charged repeatedly but were met with failure each time. Two had already sustained injuries, their blood staining the rock, filling the air with a metallic scent. Observing the two boys, the wolves reconsidered their strategy, noticing the gleaming weapons in their hands. They glanced back at the camels, deeming them easier prey, and turned their focus toward them. The camels, upon sighting the wolves, bolted in panic, and the wolves pursued, disappearing into the distance. Finally, Sujio and Aligi breathed a sigh of relief, yet they dared not descend, exhausted and weary, and fell asleep atop the rock. Unbeknownst to the two children, their fates were about to change forever. Chapter 3. You can speak. As the two boys watched the wolves retreat, they exhaled deeply, curling up against one another on the rock, succumbing to fatigue. Little did they know, the stone beneath them emitted faint blue glimmers after they fell asleep. Twinkling gently, Sujio found himself in a peculiar dream, wandering into a cavern filled with gold, where a large, dark cat was tethered to a stone table by a rope. The cat's fur was as black as ink, and its eyes sparkled like green gemstones, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. As Sujio approached the cat, he noticed strange patterns etched into its fur. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, the cat raised its head, and he was startled to see its green eyes shift to white for a fleeting moment, only to revert to green seconds later. Puzzled, Sujio wondered if he was merely imagining things when a faint voice drifted to his ears. "Hello there, young one." Who is speaking?" "It is I, conversing with you." "You? A cat can talk." "I am no ordinary cat. I am a mystical feline, known among common folk as the divine cat. Your mother is ill. Would you like to heal her?" Sujio's brows furrowed in astonishment. "How do you know my mother is sick?" "Ha ha, I told you. I am no ordinary cat. I also know how to cure her ailment." Upon hearing this, Sujio's heart soared with joy, but he quickly deflated. "But I have no money. I do not require your money." Living in a pragmatic world, Sujio understood that no one would offer help without a price. "What do you need me to do?" he inquired. "You are a clever child. I require your assistance in delivering a package to the kingdom of Liangnan." Sujio's eyes lit up. The caravan was indeed headed there. As a dutiful son, he was willing to undertake the task if it meant healing his mother. "What must I deliver? Where is it?" "It lies within the cavern beneath you, 2 meters below the sand at the southern entrance. I can heal your mother." "Seek me out." That moment, Sujio awoke, the lingering echoes of the voice still resonating in his ears. "I can heal your mother. Seek me out." Glancing at Aligi beside him, Sujio felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing it had all been a dream. Yet it felt so real. Noticing the first light of dawn, he nudged Aligi awake. Just as he was about to speak, Aligi eagerly exclaimed, "Sujio, I had a strange dream about a talking cat that said it could heal your mother." Sujio's eyes widened in surprise. "Did it tell you to deliver something to the kingdom of Liangnan?" Aligi stared at him in astonishment. "You dreamt the same thing?" Sujio nodded, and they exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should dig beneath the sand to investigate. "Shall we dig and see?" Sujio suggested. "Absolutely," Aligi affirmed. As they prepared to descend, they spotted a wolf not far away, lying motionless on the ground, a trail of blood extending toward the rock. It was the very wolf that Aligi had injured. The other wolves had already fled, and this one, too injured to escape, lay helpless. After observing for a moment and confirming that the wolf had succumbed, they cautiously made their way down from the rock. They bound its 4 legs with rope and stowed it in a burlap sack. Returning to the base of the rock, they began to dig down with their knives. The sand was loose and easy to excavate. Yet it continually flowed back into the hole they had created. They had no choice but to toss the dug-out sand further away. After digging approximately 2 meters, they truly uncovered an entrance to a cave. The entrance was not large, barely sufficient for one person to squeeze through. 2 individuals cautiously made their way inside, where darkness enveloped them. Aliki ignited a firecracker he carried, the feeble light illuminating only a short distance ahead. It became apparent that this was a natural cave, sloping downward with numerous protruding rocks. After descending a short distance, The space suddenly widened significantly. Ahead lay a fork in the path. Aliki glanced back at the entrance they had come from and bent down to gather several large stones, arranging them into an arrow shape. Noticing Sujia's confusion, he explained directly, "There are stones everywhere to prevent us from losing our way." Suju nodded thoughtfully. The two opted for the cave on the right and soon discovered a small pool of water. Realizing they had reached a dead end, they quickly filled their water bags and retraced their steps into another cave. Thus, they advanced while marking their path. Suddenly, they spotted a glimmering light ahead and approached it, revealing a luminous stone placed atop a stone table, beside which was tethered a talking cat, identical to the one from Aliki's dream. The two stared at the cat, unsure of how to speak. The black cat regarded the two children and spoke first. "I can cure your mother's illness." Fuju nodded and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The cat pointed behind him. Fuju looked back to see a stone bed upon which lay a figure, more accurately, a skeleton, presumably female, clad in peculiar attire. "Dio, you want me to bring this person back?" he inquired, or rather, her belongings. Suju noticed a knife and an embroidered bag beside the skeleton. "But how can we carry such a large person?" "She is your master?" "No, she is an enemy," the black cat replied. "First, use the knife beside her to cut this rope." The rope was made of an unknown material, and it took considerable effort to slice a small opening. The two took turns hacking at it until finally, the rope was severed. As they examined the rope, the black cat emitted a beam of light, causing half of the rope around its neck to vanish, shrinking its size to half and leaping onto Suju's shoulder. This is a binding talisman. Due to its age, much of its spiritual energy has dissipated. Otherwise, mere mortals would not be able to sever it. "My name is Xiaobu. You may call me Sister Abu." "Hold that bag towards the woman," commanded the black cat. Suju picked up the bag, and with a flick of its paw, the skeleton vanished from sight. Aliki, clutching the knife as if it were a rare treasure, could not let it go. The black cat, Abu, coldly stated, "This is no ordinary knife. Should you wield it, you will invite calamity upon yourself." With that, it waved its paw lightly, and the knife vanished from Aliki's grasp as if by magic. Observing the astonished expressions of the two children, the black cat spoke softly, "What Suju holds is a storage bag. I am gravely injured, and having called upon you, I have expended a great deal of spiritual energy. We must leave this place quickly, and I will instruct you on how to cure your mother's illness." Thus, the trio departed the cave, guided by the black cat towards the direction of the merchant convoy. At this moment, Suju remained unaware that his extraordinary journey was about to unfold, all thanks to this enigmatic black cat. Chapter 4. What kind of physique is this? The black cat Abu, perched on Suju's shoulder, said, "I shall accompany you to Liangnan Kingdom, but you must not let others know that I can speak. I am a cultivator from the Shanhai sect, which is located in Liangnan Kingdom. Within our sect, there exists a medicine known as the purification pill, used by cultivators to eliminate impurities from their bodies and enhance their cultivation. Mortals who consume it can rid themselves of ailments and strengthen their bodies. Upon reaching the sect, my master will grant you one. It will surely cure your mother's illness." At merely 8 years of age, Suju was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing this, jumping with glee. Under the guidance of the celestial black cat Abu, the two quickly reunited with the merchant convoy. The leader and the guards were delighted to see the two children return safely, yet they displayed peculiar expressions upon noticing the black cat on Suju's shoulder. "I in this desolate desert. Where did you find such a black cat?" Suju casually replied that he had rescued it from a wolf pack. He recounted how he and Aliki had encountered the wolves and narrowly escaped, omitting any mention of the cave or the dream, suggesting instead that the black cat, like himself, had been besieged by the wolves and might have been brought by another merchant convoy. The leader, hearing this, chose not to probe further. Despite losing 5 camels, they managed to recover 2, though the wolves had devoured their innards. Fortunately, the cargo remained intact, mitigating some losses. With everyone safe, they set off for Liangnan Kingdom together. The journey proceeded smoothly until they reached Liangnan Kingdom, a small yet prosperous nation due to its favorable geographic position in the presence of numerous cultivation sects, with its capital known as Jiang City. This place was far larger than Banqing.as. The merchant convoy traversed the bustling streets. They soon arrived at a shop called Bailey Merchants, where the leader entered to discuss the cargo transfer with the shopkeeper while the others waited outside. Suju marveled at the shops and buildings lining the streets, captivated by the lively cries of the vendors, overflowing with a sense of novelty. "Country bumpkin. Never seen the world before, huh?" scoffed a beggar clad in coarse cloth and tethered with a hemp rope. His hair a tangled mess that resembled a bird's nest. No, it was even messier than that. His face was obscured by a layer of grime, making it impossible to discern his true complexion. Aliki was about to confront the foul-mouthed beggar when Sujio grasped his arm and shook his head, signaling him to ignore the man. Soon, the leader emerged, instructing everyone to herd the camels to the backyard for unloading. He then arranged for accommodations, informing them that the convoy would remain in Jiang City for 7 days to procure local goods, allowing everyone free time, with the return journey planned after a week. The leader, ever attentive, specifically advised Sujio and Aliki not to wander far or associate with strangers, to which they assured him they would remain close. After leaving the Bailey merchants, Abu directed them to continue eastward. They turned several corners until they reached a grand archway, behind which was a high platform, likely for performances. Further ahead, a long queue of people extended into a building. Just as Sujio and Aliki were about to advance, a robust man maintaining order blocked their path. He was tall, donned a ceremonial cap, and bore a sword on his back. Children participating in the selection must queue behind. "Brother-un, I'm back," exclaimed the black cat Abu as it leapt onto the sturdy man's shoulder. "Xiaobu? What is going on?" the man asked, a look of concern crossing his face. "It's a long story. Is my master here?" "No, someone from the sect headquarters has come today, and my master must entertain them." Abu replied, "I have urgent matters to discuss with my master. Please take me to her." "And who are these two?" Brother-in inquired. "They are my friends. They saved me and brought me back. Take them with me to the sect." "There are other matters as well," Brother-in hesitated, stating, "The sect prohibits the entry of non-members. Perhaps they should participate in the newcomer selection to assess their potential." Abu considered Sujio and Aliki for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Let us give it a try." The two followed Brother-in towards the testing table, where an elderly man with white hair was about to speak when a mocking voice interrupted from behind. "The Shanghai sect's new disciple selection is open to all. Why are some allowed to skip the line?" Sujio turned to see it was the beggar with the hemp rope, a grass stick hanging from his mouth, smirking at Sujio and Aliki. The crowd erupted in discontent. Yes, everyone should queue." Although Brother-in was anxious, he reluctantly allowed Sujio and Aliki to take their place at the end of the line. The testing procedure was straightforward. Each participant placed their hand on a white stone on the testing table. After 5 seconds, the stone would emit a color corresponding to the participant's physique, with different colors indicating different outcomes. Those with potential would be retained, while those without would be dismissed. In no time, it was the beggar's turn, and the stone glowed red. "Fire spiritual root, you may stay," announced the testing elder. The beggar smirked at Sujio and Aliki. Sujio stepped forward, placing his hand on the white stone. It emitted a purple hue, and just as he was about to withdraw his hand, it shifted to blue. "What kind of spiritual root is this?" "Retain him," the elder declared. Sujio and Aliki exchanged glances. Aliki placed his hand on the stone, which then emitted a faint yellow light. "Earth spiritual root. Though somewhat weak, it is still acceptable," the testing elder remarked. Abu turned to Sujio and Aliki, saying, "Come with me to at this moment." Sujio was still solely focused on obtaining the medicine to cure his mother, unaware of how his fate was intertwined with cultivation. The testing elder spoke briefly with Brother-in, indicating Sujio, to which Brother-in nodded. He led Abu, Sujio, Aliki, and a few other qualified children outside. With 2 fingers positioned like a sword, Brother-in effortlessly drew his sword from its sheath, which soared before him, transforming into an enormous, hovering blade. Brother-in instructed everyone to stand on the flying sword, performing a hand gesture to stabilize it as it ascended steadily and surged forward. Sujio tested the stability of the flying sword, finding it steady and unwavering beneath his feet. As they soared above the city, the people below dwindled to the size of ants, filling him with a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and envy for the celestial beings. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be to fly. Where are we headed? What adventures await us? Chapter 5. Do not aspire to become a deity upon the soaring sword that raced through the skies. Sujio found himself positioned right next to a beggar ensnared in ropes. Casting a sideways glance at this individual, he noted the man's thieving brows and rat-like eyes, a smug expression plastered across his face that evoked a sense of loathing. It was evident he was the sort of person that inspired disdain, truly a despicable character. What are you staring at, you lowly sycophant? I, Li Yuanxiu, refuse to associate with the likes of you. You are unworthy to accompany me. With a stoic expression, Su Jiu turned away, choosing to disregard the man entirely. After what felt like an eternity of flight, the sword finally descended upon the grounds of the sect. As the crowd disembarked, they were met with a breathtaking sight. The sect's architecture was magnificent, with the main gate towering 100 feet high, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Pavilions and towers were elegantly scattered throughout, shrouded in mist, resembling an otherworldly paradise. Truly a sight to behold. This is the Shanhai sect. How imposing! While the crowd marveled at the splendor, a voice laced with disdain interrupted. What is there to be astonished about? A bunch of country bumpkins. This is merely a branch of the Shanhai sect. Have you seen the headquarters? That is what true grandeur looks like. The speaker's mouth twisted as he spoke, his eyes nearly atop his head. The crowd felt no affection for him in the square. Several venerable elders of the sect awaited the newcomers at the entrance of the grand hall. Senior brother introduced the young arrivals to the elders, placing particular emphasis on Su Jiu and the beggar. Li Yuanxiu, one elder clad in white, took note of Su Jiu amidst the throng. This elder possessed an astute eye for talent. He immediately recognized Su Jiu as a person of potential. Taller than the other children, with clear eyes and a spirited demeanor, he radiated an indomitable resolve. At that moment, the elder felt a surge of admiration and resolved to take Su Jiu as his apprentice. I am Yu Qinghai, the head of the Dan Pavilion. Today, I wish to recruit talented disciples to inherit my alchemical knowledge. The art of alchemy is vast and profound, steeped in ancient wisdom and brimming with mysterious powers. I have immersed myself in this path for a century. If you pass my test, I shall impart all I know, aiding you in becoming a master alchemist. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast envious glances towards Su Jiu. However, to everyone's astonishment, faced with such a rare opportunity, Su Jiu courteously replied, I am Su Jiu, and I am grateful for the elder's favor, but I have come seeking an avoidance pill for my ailing mother. If I remain here to cultivate, who will care for her? She may not survive. In expressing his singular desire to return home swiftly, to tend to his gravely ill mother, the elder was not angered. Rather, he was deeply moved by Su Jiu's filial piety. He nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting approval. Your devotion touches me in this world of cultivation. How many can maintain their original hearts? Most are driven by self-interest, even to the point of forsaking their humanity, turning against their kin. Come with me. Without waiting for Su Jiu's response, the elder waved his hand, whisking Su Jiu toward the back mountain. Upon arriving at the entrance of a towering structure, Su Jiu gazed up at the 10-story edifice. On the 9th floor hung a grand plaque, inscribed with the words Dan Pavilion in a swirling script, prompting him to marvel at the high status of the pavilion within the sect. The elder led Su Jiu directly to the first floor of the grand hall, pushing open the door to a windowless chamber. Strangely, the room contained no furniture, save for a solitary stone pillar at its center, atop which rested a massive stone fan. Place your hands upon the imprints atop the pillar and close your eyes, instructed the elder. At that moment, Su Jiu noticed 2 palm-shaped imprints at the top of the stone pillar, and he placed his hands upon them. A gentle warmth surged through his hands, traveling up his arms and throughout his body, culminating in a comforting sensation that vanished at his lower abdomen. When Su Jiu opened his eyes, he beheld the stone fan, its blades emanating a soft white light that gradually shifted in color, some turning golden, others violet, red, and black. The violet was the longest, while the gold, red, and black followed, with the remaining colors being brief. The elder's eyes widened with excitement as he observed the stone fan and then turned to Su Jiu, his heart racing. 3 Spiritual roots, 1 at level 10, 2 at level 9. A genius, a rare talent. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Very well, I shall grant you an avoidance pill to return home and heal your mother. However, it is the sect's rule that only disciples may receive medicinal pills. Noticing Su Jiu's hesitation, the elder continued, If you become my disciple, you will be an inner sect disciple, and I can arrange for accommodations for your mother with the outer sect disciples. You may cultivate with peace of mind. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Su Jiu fell to his knees, bowing 3 times. Disciple Sujio wishes to become your apprentice. Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. Ha! What a jest, struggling to eat each day. And now you receive such a monumental opportunity. How could one refuse? Ha ha! Excellent! 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 Rise, the elder replied, nodding with delight. You shall reside here for now. Tomorrow, during the ancestral rites, you will officially become the 38th disciple of the Dan Pavilion and my 9th direct disciple. At that moment, a tall, slender man entered, clasping his hands in greeting. Master, your disciple is here. This is your senior brother, Mi Donglai. You may consult him with any questions from now on. From today forth, Sujio is your 9th junior brother. Inform the other senior brothers and sisters that I shall commence the ancestral rites tomorrow morning to formally accept Sujio as my 9th disciple. After bidding farewell to their master, the two made their way to the back of the Dan Pavilion. Noticing Sujio's curious gaze, Mi Donglai smiled and said, Junior brother, our master values the recruitment of disciples greatly. He prefers quality over quantity. Other elders often take 3, 5, or even 10 at a time, whereas our master typically accepts only 1 or 2, or sometimes none at all. His decision to take you as a direct disciple speaks volumes about your exceptional abilities. You flatter me, senior brother. I sincerely hope for your guidance in the days to come. As I am new here and quite lost, Sujio replied earnestly, recognizing he would need the support of his senior brothers and sisters. Do not be modest, junior brother. Feel free to voice any concerns. Our primary task in the Dan Pavilion is to produce pills for the sect. You must diligently learn the art of alchemy and strive to become a true alchemist. What constitutes a true alchemist? Sujio inquired. An alchemist must first familiarize themselves with various spiritual herbs, spiritual fire, medicinal formulas, and the prohibitions of alchemy. Only then can one master the methods of pill refinement to produce qualified pills. Only those who can create pills of first grade or higher can truly be called an alchemist. Our master is the most formidable alchemist in the Dan Pavilion, a 5th-grade alchemist after a century of refinement. Sujio nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on this information. That night passed without incident, and the next day, a servant disciple knocked on Sujio's door, inviting him to the apprenticeship ceremony. Chapter 6. The formal apprenticeship. Sujio spent the night in a state of exhilaration. Tossing and turning in anticipation, he understood that his fate had irrevocably changed. He would become a cultivator, soaring through the skies like the legendary immortals. Who would dare to bully him or his mother? Just the thought filled him with joy. The following morning, an outer sect servant came to escort Sujio to the apprenticeship ceremony. Following the servant, Sujio arrived at the back hall of the Dan Pavilion, where many had already gathered. At the center stood a grand altar made of green stone, adorned with an enormous incense burner. Behind it lay a vast table, illuminated by hundreds of lotus lamps. With spiritual tablets arranged behind, Sujio gazed around with curiosity, while the other youths displayed faces full of excitement and anticipation. Soon, an elder clad in a purple robe ascended the altar. His ethereal demeanor and penetrating gaze exuded depth and wisdom. Indeed, it was Yu Qinghai, the head of the Dan Pavilion. Today, you shall enter the Master's Gate and embark upon the path of cultivation. However, the journey of cultivation is long and fraught with hardships and dangers. The elder's voice resonated throughout the hall. He then began to elucidate the rules and traditions of the sect, and Sujio listened intently. It is forbidden for disciples to harm one another. Fighting within the sect is prohibited. Only the martial arena may serve as a venue for sparring. Sujio silently vowed to abide by these rules. Finally, it was time for the apprenticeship ritual. The pavilion master approached the altar, respectfully bowing his head. Holding incense, he declared, I, Yu Qinghai, the 37th head of the Dan Pavilion, today conduct the ancestral rites and inform the esteemed ancestors that I accept Sujio as the 38th direct disciple of the Dan Pavilion. With that, he placed the incense into the burner. Sujio also offered incense to the ancestors, bowing deeply. Taking a deep breath, filled with reverence, he addressed the master seated at the head. Master, I am Sujio. Grateful for your benevolence in accepting me as your disciple, I humbly bow to you. He received a teacup from someone nearby and presented it to the pavilion master as a gesture of respect. Yu Qinghai beamed with joy, accepting the cup and taking a sip. From this day forth, you are my 9th direct disciple. He gestured toward a group of men and women to his left, saying, These are your senior brothers and sisters. Your eldest brother, Mu Chun. Second sister, Ling Yin. Third brother, Lei Tian. Fourth sister, by Yijan. Fifth sister, by Yimo. Sixth brother, Yang Jingxiu. Seventh brother, Tu Tan. And eighth brother, Mi Donglai. Sujiu greeted each of them in turn, saying, "Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I am Sujiu. Honored by your master's attention, I look forward to your guidance." The crowd regarded Sujiu with evident satisfaction. After the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, Sujiu followed the crowd out of the rear hall. At that moment, the senior brother approached him, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Junior brother, welcome to our ranks. You must strive diligently from now on." Sujiu nodded resolutely, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey of cultivation that lay ahead. "Senior brother, there were a few others who entered the sect with me that day. Do you know where they are now?" "Are you referring to that Aliji and Li Yuancho?" the senior brother replied. "To my knowledge, Aliji possesses an earth attribute spiritual root and has been taken under the wing of Elder Situ Guan as his disciple. As for Li Yuancho, he has become a direct disciple of Elder Xing Kaishan." Suddenly, Sujiu remembered the black cat, Abu, and hurriedly inquired, "What has become of the black cat, Abu?" Senior brother Muchan shook his head, stating, "Abu's situation is somewhat special. You will understand in due time." Just then, the fifth senior sister, by Yimo, approached and said, "Ninth junior brother, the master has summoned you to his quarters." Sugio, eager to attend to his mother's illness without delay, clasped his hands together and replied, "Senior brother, fifth senior sister, I must go to see the master now." He hurried toward the master's room. Upon reaching the door, he announced, "Master, disciple Sujiu seeks an audience." "Come in," came the reply. As Sujiu entered, he found Yu Qinghai meditating peacefully. "Master, you called for me," he said softly. "Sujiu, today you have become my disciple, and I am delighted," the master replied. "Here is the purification pill I promised you. I have also learned that you and your mother have borrowed quite a sum for the construction of your home. Here are 150 taels of silver to repay your debts, so as to avoid any karmic repercussions. Once your mother's health is restored, return to the sect to continue your cultivation." He then handed Sujiu a small wooden box. "Master, the caravan I traveled with will not return to the Great Xia Kingdom for another 5 days, so it will take about 12 days for me to return. I will hurry back to the sect as soon as my mother's illness is treated. If it takes 12 more days to return, won't it be over a month before you can come back to the sect?" The master mused. "How about this? I will have your sixth senior brother, Yang Zhengxiu, take you back on his flying sword. 5 days will suffice." Sujiu was taken aback, gazing at the wooden box in his hands, and thought, "The master is truly kind to me." He felt a wave of emotion swell in his heart. "Thank you, master. I will make haste to return to the sect and devote myself to my training." "Never to disappoint your expectations." The master nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, the path of cultivation is not solely reliant on talent. It is primarily about one's effort. Throughout my journey, I have encountered many individuals with extraordinary gifts who ultimately achieved nothing. It is truly a pity. When you return to the sect, you may bring your mother with you. I have arranged a residence for her in the outer sect." Suju joyfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master. My mother is gravely ill at home, and I wish to return as soon as possible to care for her. Please grant me your permission." The master, satisfied, replied, "Very well. Tomorrow morning, I will have your sixth senior brother come to find you." The master then produced a jade medallion from his sleeve, saying, "This is your identity medallion. With it, you may move freely within the inner sect of the Shanhai sect." Upon returning to his quarters, Sujiu frequently took out the jade medallion to admire it. The front bore the inscription Shanhai sect, while the back read Disciple Sujiu of the Dan Pavilion. A sense of unreality washed over him. Just yesterday, he had struggled for survival, and today he had become a direct disciple of the Pavilion Master. The next morning, early at dawn, sixth senior brother Yang Zhengxiu arrived to find Sujiu. Yang Zhengxiu guided the flying sword, and the two, dressed in the robes of the Shanhai sect, soared over villages and towns, swiftly making their way to Sujiu's home. Sujiu could hardly contain his eagerness to see his mother. After flying for most of the day, they finally reached Banqing, where the familiar sight of the small stone house awaited. Sujiu was overwhelmed with excitement, his fingers instinctively gripping the hem of his clothing. As soon as they landed, Sujiu rushed home. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the scent of medicinal herbs. His mother lay on a dilapidated bed, her complexion pale. "Mother, your child has returned?" Sujiu exclaimed, rushing to her side. His mother slowly opened her eyes, filled with surprise and affection. Sujio hurriedly took out the medicinal pills he had brought for her. Before long, her complexion improved significantly. Seeing his mother's noticeable recovery filled Sujio with immense joy. As he recounted his experiences, he also revealed the silver his master had given him, informing her that he could now repay their debts. Yang Zhengxiu entered the room and slightly clasped his hands, saying, "Auntie, I hope you are well. The master has arranged a residence for you, and once your health improves, we can return to the sect." His mother was deeply moved to tears. A few days later, her health had improved considerably, and the three set off on their journey back. The elderly woman, having just recovered from a serious illness, could only rest briefly during the trip before continuing on. However, they were ambushed by a gang of bandits. Yang Zhengxiu snorted coldly, unsheathing his spirit sword, and unleashed a flurry of sword energy, causing the bandits to fall one by one. Sujio was astonished, yearning even more for such formidable power. Before long, they returned to the Shanhai sect without incident. Sujio assisted his mother in settling into the outer sect residence. Then, gripping his identity medallion tightly, he made his way to the inner sect, filled with anticipation for the journey of cultivation that awaited him. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Garden. Now, Sujio harbored an insatiable desire to grow stronger. So upon returning to the sect, he promptly sought an audience with his master, stating that he had arranged for his mother's care and wished to begin his cultivation as soon as possible. The pavilion master regarded Sujio with satisfaction, nodding as he spoke. Cultivation involves drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body to strengthen oneself, and it can be broadly divided into several major realms: chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul, among others, each further subdivided into 9 stages. However, seeing your eagerness, I will impart to you today 2 sets of foundational techniques suitable for beginners: the Chi Refinement Technique and the Herbal Compendium Technique. As for the Chi Refinement Technique, practitioners must find a tranquil place. Sit cross-legged on the ground and gently close their eyes, focusing their awareness on the dantian. With slow and deep breaths, they should feel the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converge, flowing into their body like a gentle stream. Subsequently, using unique mental techniques, they will refine and purify this energy, transforming it into pure and potent true energy to be stored within the dantian. Upon hearing this, Sujio's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to his master. The pavilion master then produced 2 scrolls emanating a faint glow and handed them to Sujio, saying, "Although the Chi Refinement Technique is merely an introductory method, should you master it, you may even ride the winds and transform your form. Its power should not be underestimated. You must practice daily in the areas of the back mountain where the spiritual energy is abundant. And do not become complacent." This other scroll, the Herbal Compendium Technique, is also essential for disciples of the Dan Pavilion, containing information on the properties, contraindications, and preparation methods of various spiritual herbs and medicines. Once you have memorized this technique and reached the 3rd stage of Chi Refinement, I will teach you the art of alchemy. Sujio respectfully accepted the scrolls, saying, "Thank you, Master, I will diligently practice and not fail your kindness." With great anticipation, Sujio made his way to the back mountain. Indeed, as the master had described, the spiritual energy there was dense, resembling a tangible mist. He found a secluded spot and, following the instructions of the Chi Refinement Technique, sat down, lightly closing his eyes and gradually sinking his awareness into his dantian. At first, the surrounding spiritual energy felt like mischievous sprites, elusive and difficult to grasp. However, Sujio remained undeterred, repeatedly attempting to guide it. After an indeterminate period, a faint strand of spiritual energy finally pierced into his meridians like a delicate thread. Sujio's heart soared with joy as he focused intently on refining it. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged towards him, forming small streams that circled his body and entered his meridians. He felt an unprecedented surge of power burgeoning within him, further solidifying his resolve to advance along the path of cultivation. Just as he was becoming engrossed in his practice, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Instantly alert, Sujio opened his eyes to see a snow-white fox with eyes glowing in ethereal blue, curiously observing him. The fox emanated a peculiar aura, seemingly resonating with the spiritual energy of the mountain. Sujio felt puzzled. He had never seen such a fox before. Did its appearance signify something extraordinary? The white fox observed him for a moment before turning and leaving. Sugio resumed his cultivation until he could effortlessly draw spiritual energy into his body and refine it. Realizing the hour was late, he knew that cultivation could not be rushed, so he decided to first visit the herbal garden to familiarize himself with the spiritual herbs, as alchemy was the primary focus of the Dan Pavilion. He hastily made his way back along the small path of the back mountain, reflecting on the events of his first day of cultivation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a guqin, the melody flowing gracefully, at times lingering like an echo, at others resembling the sound of flowing water. Utterly enchanting, Sugio instinctively followed the sound and arrived at a bamboo grove, dense as a wall, obscuring the view within. There was only a narrow, winding path leading in. Being a child with a strong sense of curiosity, he slipped into the path, eager to uncover the source. After turning a few corners, he came upon a black courtyard, from which the music emanated. The entrance bore the words, "Forbidden Garden." Sugio's curiosity was piqued. The name of this garden was peculiar, and he had no idea who resided within. Captivated by the music, he could not help but pause to observe. Just then, he felt a tap on his back. "Ninth junior brother, what are you doing here?" It was his 8th senior brother. "Me dong, do not approach. This place is dangerous." Sugio respectfully bowed and replied, "Senior brother, I was merely curious. Who is the person within this garden? The music is so beautiful." The senior brother looked at him, lowering his voice, and said, "This person has acquired a strange technique that allows them to absorb unique spiritual energies from the heavens and earth for their own use. However, this technique is deemed sinister. Although it allows for rapid cultivation, it often leads to loss of control, endangering lives. Thus, the sect leader has imprisoned them here. This area is off-limits to disciples. You must not come here again. Nor should you enter. Do you understand?" Upon hearing the words of the 8th elder brother, Sugio's eyes sparkled with realization. He thought to himself that if he could acquire this technique and refine it, perhaps he could swiftly enhance his strength and become a formidable protector for his mother. However, he was also acutely aware that trespassing into the Forbidden Garden was a grave offense. After much hesitation, Sugio resolved to focus on his cultivation in the herb garden for the time being. Nevertheless, the secrets of the Forbidden Garden had been planted in his heart like a seed. Each day during his training, he found himself unconsciously glancing towards the Forbidden Garden, quietly yearning for the day when he could unravel its mysteries. Chapter 8. 1 month to the second layer. Sugio had become utterly enamored with his training, dedicating himself to it with fervor. Aside from the necessities of eating and sleeping, he immersed himself in the study of spiritual herbs and medicinal elixirs, memorizing their formulas. One day, upon returning from his practice in the back mountain, he passed through a bamboo grove and was once again captivated by the sound of a guqin. Arriving at a green stone at the entrance of the Forbidden Garden, he closed his eyes in meditation, attentively listening to the music. Unlike the melodious tunes of previous days, today's notes were tinged with impatience and even a hint of frenzy. Though merely 8 years old, Sugio possessed an innate sensitivity to music, which had grown even more pronounced since he began his cultivation. As the melody concluded, he found himself unwittingly asking why the music was so frantic today, as if bearing a troubled heart. A deep voice responded, "Who are you, that you can discern my troubles?" Sugio was taken aback by the reply and hastily explained, "I hear the sweet and melodious strains of your guqin every day. But today it sounds like a startled horse fleeing its stall, aimless and chaotic, as if it were in turmoil." After a brief silence, the voice inquired again, "Who are you? Do you not know this is the Forbidden Garden?" "Senior, my name is Sugio, a disciple of the Dan Pavilion." "Sugio, very well. Ha ha, I shall remember you. This is not a place for you. Begone at once." "Senior, who are you? Why are you confined here?" Sugio asked, "I know not who I am. I am but a madman." "Ha ha, you may call me the eccentric. Do not let others know you have spoken with me. Depart now." "Senior, senior, what a peculiar person." As Sugio left the Forbidden Garden, a myriad of questions swirled in his mind. A month had passed, and Sugio had begun to develop a sense for his cultivation. Each day, he would rise before dawn to train in the back mountain, where the spiritual energy was most abundant and pure. One morning, as he made his way to his familiar training spot, the sight that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. His tranquil corner was now occupied by an unfamiliar figure. The back mountain had always been a sanctuary for many senior brothers and sisters, each with their own cherished spot, diligently focused on their practice without interference. Yet today, why had someone encroached upon his territory? Puzzled, Sujio furrowed his brow and approached the brother who was meditating, softly saying, "Excuse me, senior, but this is where I usually practice." The brother slowly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Sujio, his face revealing a hint of annoyance. Coldly, he replied, "There is no name inscribed here. Whoever arrives first claims it. Now leave me be with that." He closed his eyes again, disregarding Sujio, though irritation simmered within him at such unreasonable behavior. Sujio restrained his anger, reasoning that it was better to avoid conflict. He turned and walked away, seeking another suitable place for cultivation. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, he observed numerous senior brothers and sisters engrossed in their practices, none paying him any heed. After a while, Sujio stumbled upon a more secluded stone platform on a hillside. While it appeared somewhat modest compared to his previous spot, the spiritual energy was still quite rich. He gracefully leapt onto the stone platform, settled into a cross-legged position, adjusted his breathing, and immersed himself in his training. Just as Sujio neared the conclusion of his practice, a peculiar issue arose. He suddenly heard a voice calling to his spirit, "Child, what is your name?" Opening his eyes and glancing around, he saw no one. He closed his eyes again to resume his meditation, only to hear the voice once more. "Child, what is your name?" It was a woman's voice, imbued with profound sorrow and helplessness. "Are you speaking to me?" "Yes, child." Sujio, feeling a surge of anxiety, scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the voice, but saw no one. "I am Sujio." "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am in Daoxian, within the stone wall behind you." Sujio abruptly turned around, but aside from a few large stones, there was nothing. Convinced he was experiencing an illusion, he shook his head and prepared to leave. Having cultivated for a month, Sujio sought out his master. "Master, I, Sujio, have some questions I wish to ask." With patience, Yu Qinghai addressed all of Sujio's inquiries and presented him with a bottle of spiritual energy elixirs to replenish his energy and enhance his cultivation. That evening, after prolonged training, Sujio felt invigorated. He retrieved the elixir his master had given him, contemplating its potential to elevate his cultivation, and decided to consume it immediately. As the elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, a surge of spiritual energy rapidly coursed through his body. "Ha ha! This elixir is indeed pure. Its spiritual essence is exponentially more refined than what I draw in through meditation." After circulating the qi technique for a complete cycle, directing the energy throughout his meridians and into his dantian, Sujio felt a release of tension as he unexpectedly broke through to the second layer of qi refining. Astonished, he marveled at the rapid advancement he had achieved in just 1 month. Spiritual energy naturally gravitated towards him, continuously flowing into his body until it eventually subsided. Upon introspecting, he noticed that his meridians had thickened and his dantian had expanded slightly. Yet, as Sujio reveled in his newfound abilities, he was taken aback to find 2 small fireballs hovering within his dantian, one golden and the other purple, slowly circling around each other, illuminating the dantian with a blend of golden and purple light. "What is happening? Have I been possessed? When did these enter my dantian?" Sujio examined his hands, moving them cautiously. Everything appeared normal. Overwhelmed with shock, he felt a whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, curiosity, and concern about the situation unfolding before him. After observing for a considerable time without any change in the fireballs, his heart gradually calmed. That night, Sujio experienced a most peculiar dream, one that felt startlingly real. Chapter 9. The White Fox and His Strange Dream. Sujio found himself standing before a grand stone door, ancient in appearance, adorned with a circular bagua, yin-yang, symbol, with runes occasionally swirling upon its surface. As he reached out to touch the patterns, the stone door trembled, sending a chill coursing through his hand. "I am in Daoxian. You have arrived. Do you remember me? Do you remember me?" the voice echoed. Awakening from the dream, Sujio felt as though the chill still lingered on his skin. Glancing at the time, he realized dawn was approaching. He gathered his belongings and set out for the back mountain to train. Seated upon the stone platform, preparing to begin his practice, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning to investigate, he spotted a white fox with blue eyes gazing at him from a short distance. The fox took a few steps away, then turned back, and upon seeing that Sujio was unresponsive, it returned, hopping in place while fixing its blue eyes upon him, its little paws scratching the ground. "Do you wish for me to follow you? Do you recognize me?" The white fox appeared to understand his words, nodding in affirmation. This was the back mountain of the Shanhai sect, a place teeming with cultivators, where danger was unlikely. Sujio decided to follow the white fox, cautiously observing his surroundings, while the fox glanced back occasionally, seemingly concerned that he might fall behind. The duo traversed the winding paths of the back mountain until they finally arrived before a colossal tree. This tree, standing around 70 to 80 feet tall, was not particularly high, but its trunk was extraordinarily thick, requiring several people to encircle it. What a peculiar tree, so stout and short, with hardly any branches. It resembles an overturned water vat. "You brought me here to see this tree on such an early morning?" The white fox paused at Sujio's words, then placed its small paw over its mouth, stifling a giggle before rolling on the ground in laughter. Sujio stared wide-eyed at the white fox, thinking to himself that this creature seemed quite unusual. He would have to keep his distance in the future. Yet, to his astonishment, the white fox, noticing Sujio's bewilderment, quickly straightened up with a flick of its bushy tail. It transformed from one into three, each one swaying playfully behind it. "Do you remember me?" Sujio was so shocked that his mouth hung agape, whether it was a stroke of fate or merely his youth. At that moment, he felt no fear, only an overwhelming curiosity. "You can actually speak?" After some reflection, he recalled having previously encountered a talking cat named Abu, wondering how she was faring now. "Do you know me?" "I am 8 years old. I don't believe we have met before," Sujio replied. The white fox circled around him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. With a sigh, it appeared somewhat disappointed, stating, "You resemble my former young master in both appearance and temperament." Pausing for a moment, the fox lifted its gaze towards the brightening sky, its eyes filled with boundless nostalgia. "The reason I laugh is that he once said the very same words you just uttered." Then he turned to gaze at the water tank tree. "Let us speak of serious matters," said the white fox, his demeanor graved. "I am of the white fox clan. It takes a century to cultivate one tail. My 3 tails signify 300 years of cultivation, so speaking is but a triviality." With that, he proudly flicked his 3 magnificent tails. "I can sense that you are the reincarnation of my little master. Through the cycles of karma, you have returned to this Shanhai sect, and I have waited 100 years for your arrival. I have always awaited your return." As he spoke, 2 tears streamed down his cheeks of white fur. Sujio scratched his head, utterly bewildered. The white fox shook his head and remarked, "I cannot be mistaken. It seems you must achieve a rapid ascension in your cultivation to reach the nascent soul stage before you can awaken the memories of your past life." "Nonsense, that's absurd. I am currently at the 2nd level of chi refinement, and the nascent soul stage seems not just distant but utterly unattainable." The white fox cast a sidelong glance at Sujio and, staring at the sky, slowly said, "Your past self often uttered that phrase, 'Nonsense, that's absurd.'" Sujio mused, "I never said that before. Rest assured, with me and those 2 ancient beings in your dantian assisting you, you'll be just fine," he began, only to immediately cover his mouth with his small paw. It seemed he had misspoken, glancing nervously at Sujio's dantian. Sujio genuinely worried about those 2 fiery orbs within him. Hearing the white fox's words, he attentively asked, "You know I have 2 fireballs in my dantian? What are they?" The white fox quickly gestured for silence with his paw, saying, "Those 2 fireballs are 2 ancient masters, each possessing nearly 5,000 years of cultivation. Assisting you in reaching the nascent soul stage will be as effortless as eating noodles, as long as you are willing to work hard and endure hardships. Not only the nascent soul stage, but even the transformation stage will be within your grasp. However, though they are currently in slumber, they can sense when you speak ill of them, so it's best to tread carefully." "Hey, wasn't it you who referred to them as 2 ancient beings? I never called them old monsters." Before Sujio could finish, the white fox swiftly covered his mouth. The white fox looked anxious and exclaimed, I misspoke. All right, they hold grudges. Their cultivation is such that even a mere fart could obliterate us both." Sujio regarded this as mere banter and did not take it to heart, unaware that in the near future, he would indeed succeed in the transformation stage with the help of those two ancient beings. With a playful expression, Suju nodded and asked, "By the way, what does it mean for you to bring me here?" At that moment, the white fox leapt off Sujio and approached the water tank tree, producing a black dagger from seemingly nowhere. He effortlessly spun it in the air, slicing a gash into the tree trunk, and swiftly plucked a large leaf from a branch to catch the green sap that flowed from the wound. After collecting 20 drops, the white fox scooped up some dirt and applied it to the gash. Looking up at Sujio, the white fox explained, "I call this tree the awkward tree. It contains the earth's spiritual energy, which can rapidly enhance cultivation, but it also harbors deadly poison. Cultivators cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy here. Otherwise, their cultivation would be harmed. However, removing the poison is quite a challenge. Awkward, isn't it? Ha ha, what are you dawdling for? Collect it, but it's toxic," Sujio protested. "With this leaf wrapping it, you won't be poisoned. I will take you to find the antidote." Sujio tucked the leaf into his robe and followed the white fox around the tree. By this time, daylight had fully arrived, and the pair reached the entrance of a cave. The cave was as thick as an adult's waist. A foul, pungent odor wafted from within, making Sujio gag incessantly. The white fox ignored Sujio's reaction and scanned the area around the cave entrance, eventually spotting a pile of oval-shaped objects in the grass just a few steps away. He beckoned to Sujio, urging him to collect them. Sujio pulled out a cloth bag, gathered the objects, and even took one out to sniff, only to be met with a repugnant stench. "What kind of spiritual medicine is this?" he inquired. The white fox's gaze drifted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he remained silent. "This antidote is quite disgusting," Sujio realized, observing the white fox's expression and sensing something was amiss. "What on earth is this?" "This is the antidote. Soak one in young boy's urine, add a drop of tree sap, a 9-leaf grass, and a few other herbs, then simmer it until it turns green. Once the foul odor dissipates, it will be ready." The white fox swiftly changed the subject, adding, "Take one every 2 days. Otherwise, your cultivation will struggle to bear it. Your sect provides a bottle of spiritual energy pills each month. And within 3 months, I assure you will break through to the 3rd level of chi refinement. At that point, you can also refine pills." Before Sujio could respond, the white fox darted away. "Why does this feel so strange?" Sujio thought, repeatedly examining the antidote. After a morning of cultivation, he returned to his residence and decided to consult the spiritual herb garden regarding the antidote, which would also allow him to gather the necessary herbs. Upon arriving at the herb garden, Elder Su Fu greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, young one, back to examine the spiritual herbs again?" "Elder Su, I have acquired a spiritual medicine, but I am uncertain of its nature. I seek your guidance." "Oh? What spiritual medicine? Let me see." Sujio presented the oval antidote to Elder Xu.As, the overseer of the herb garden. Elder Su held a keen interest in various herbs. He examined it closely, sniffing and tasting it, before finally spitting out the remnants with a grunt. "Young one, are you jesting with me? This is not a spiritual medicine at all. It is the excrement of a 5-step golden silk snake. It is toxic and inedible." Sujio was at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. He had brought snake excrement, and Elder Su had even tasted it. However, Elder Su was not angry. He chuckled and told Sujio, "You seem to have become addicted to studying spiritual herbs. Haha, to bring snake dung for research. My apologies, Elder Su. I had no idea it was snake dung. Though this dung is inedible, it implies that the snake must be quite large. Based on its size, it should be at least 3 zhang long and possess some spiritual essence if you can catch it. Its gall and blood would be valuable, and the meat is also a great tonic. However, with your current cultivation, you would surely be unable to subdue such a massive snake." The words spoken without intent resonated deeply with Sujio. As he recalled his mother, who was in need of nourishment, he silently committed this to memory. After returning to his residence with the herbs, Sujio prepared to test the pill-making method the white fox had given him. Unsure if the fox was merely playing tricks on him with all this talk of excrement and urine, Sujio took out a stone pot and placed the prepared herbs, the snake dung, and tree sap inside. "I truly wonder if I have lost my mind, believing the words of that fox spirit." Despite his thoughts, he removed his pants and began to relieve himself into the stone pot. Instantly, a strange odor filled the room, an overwhelming stench. He lit a fire to begin brewing the medicine, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the house, intoxicating him. Sujio quickly fled the room, exclaiming, "You rogue white fox! If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you pay." After a stick of incense passed, Sujio covered his nose with a towel and took a deep breath before re-entering the room. To his embarrassment, the concoction in the stone pot had not turned green, indicating that he needed to add more water and continue brewing. Without hesitation, he added more water and fled. This process repeated 6 times. Until finally, upon returning to his room, the overpowering stench had dissipated. Only half a pot of thick green liquid remained. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Sujio opened it to find a disciple from the outer sect. The disciple was about to speak, but was instantly repelled by the odor emanating from the room, bending over to gag for a moment. After straightening up, he looked at Sujio with an expression that seemed to say, "While others study spiritual medicine, why are you researching dung and urine? Have you lost your mind?" Yet, due to his status as a servant disciple, he could not voice his thoughts as Sujio. "The sect leader has summoned you. You are to go immediately." "All right, thank you," Sujio replied. The disciple clasped his hands in farewell and hurriedly departed. Sujio took the remaining half pot of medicine and poured it into a porcelain bottle. He then jumped into a bath barrel, as he did not wish to offend his master with the stench. Arriving at his master's room, Sujio greeted him with a bow. "Master, what is your command?" "Sujio, you have unexpectedly advanced to the 2nd level of chi refinement in just a month, and I am truly pleased. Here is this month's bottle of spiritual energy pills. In 3 months, there will be a major competition in the sect. Only those at the 3rd to 9th levels of chi refinement may participate. You remain at the 2nd level, so you must cheer on your senior brothers and sisters. You must also strive to cultivate diligently and aim to break through to the 3rd level by next year." "Understood, Master," Sujio replied. "Ha, Master. I have already mastered the chi refinement technique. Further practice will suffice. I wish to cultivate a more offensive technique to prepare for the competition next year." The sect leader pondered for a moment before saying, "You are still too young and lack strength, but your agility is commendable. I shall impart to you a sword technique and a palm technique." With that, he handed Sujio a storage bag. Sujio's eyes lit up. With a probe of his consciousness, he could explore its contents. By channeling spiritual energy, he could store items within, hurry and break through to the 3rd level. Disciples of the Pill Pavilion must prioritize alchemy? "Yes, Master." Sujio accepted the storage bag and took his leave. Watching Sujio depart, the sect leader nodded in satisfaction. This boy is indeed extraordinary. To advance to the 2nd level in just a month is quite impressive. Upon returning to his residence, Sujio eagerly opened the storage bag, probing with his consciousness to discover 2 scrolls inside. The nature of a child is such that one moment they may place a water bucket inside and the next a pillow. Once they have had their fill of play, they ultimately retrieve 2 scrolls, Wooing Sword Technique and Binlei Palm. The Wooing Sword Technique, created by Dongfang Wuya, is a sword technique devoid of shadows. The initial focus is on footwork, where the gentle breeze leaves no trace, and the sword moves like mist, born of the tangible yet transforming into the intangible, with a nimble breath that precedes the sword. Moving at lightning speed without leaving a trace, Sujio diligently practices both the sword technique and the martial arts until late into the night. Finally returning to his dwelling, he begins to meditate on his bed. And a spirit energy pill enters his body, filling his meridians with vital energy, restoring his weary form. From his storage bag, he retrieves a bottle of thick green liquid. The memory of its scent makes him hesitate to uncork it, as he is somewhat psychologically scarred. However, the desire to grow stronger ultimately triumphs over his fears. He removes the cork, releasing a faint herbal aroma, devoid of the overwhelming scent he had feared. He tilts his head and pours the entire contents into his mouth. With eyes closed, he savors the flavor reminiscent of trees, slightly bitter. The spirit energy fluctuates intensely. Before it even reaches his stomach, it begins to disperse within his mouth. Sujio hastily channels his energy to absorb and refine the spirit force, circulating his technique through numerous cycles, yet the energy continues to spread. Ceaselessly, he feels as though every meridian in his body is filled with this energy. His dantian swells like an inflated balloon, continuing to expand, while his meridians feel as if they might burst. Cold sweat drips from Sujio's brow, and he anxiously wonders if he might meet his demise from overindulgence. he rapidly continues to circulate his technique. Chapter 11. A trip for more snake droppings. Sujio fervently operates his technique, absorbing and refining without pause. The overwhelming spirit energy fills him with dread, fearing his meridians and dantian might rupture. His back is already drenched. After more than an hour, gradually, he finally adjusts to this state of fullness. Sujio thinks to himself how fortunate it is that the spirit energy did not explode all at once, granting him time to absorb and refine it. Otherwise, he dares not imagine the consequences. After 3 hours of relentless and rapid refining, he finally absorbs and refines the entire bottle of liquid. Sujio breathes a sigh of relief. That white fox could have at least given him a heads up. This spirit energy is simply excessive. Sujio reflects on his reckless decision to consume an entire bottle in one go. It seems he must exercise greater caution in the future. This is no trivial matter. Sujio experiences a twinge of regret, his mindset continually maturing and evolving. He continues to circulate the spirit energy through his meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, relentlessly striking at various acupoints. Over the next 2 months, Sujio immerses himself entirely in cultivation, rising before dawn to practice in the back mountains, returning to train in sword techniques and martial arts. And at night, concocting the green tree sap, he no longer dares to consume an entire bottle in one go. Instead, he refines and absorbs half a bottle at a time. It takes nearly 2 or sometimes 3 days for a single bottle. Afterward, he meditates in his room to consolidate the achievements of his daytime practice. This rigorous training regimen causes Sujio's strength to grow at an astonishing rate, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting in spring. Sujio senses his cultivation progressing rapidly, with signs of a potential breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. This revelation astonishes him, as his 6th senior brother once mentioned that it took him nearly a year to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd level, which was already considered swift. Am I truly a prodigy of cultivation, destined to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just 3 months? Ha ha! Sujio's face lights up with childlike glee. Swelling with pride, gazing at the last 2 drops of tree sap in his storage bag, Sujio formulates a plan. The following day, Sujio persists in his journey to the back mountains, but not for the purpose of cultivation. Rather, he seeks the white fox. He wishes to obtain more snake droppings. He has clearly felt the benefits of the tree sap over the past 2 months. Consuming a bottle every 2 to 3 days, not only has his dantian expanded, but his meridians have also thickened and gained resilience. Compared to practitioners of the same level, he possesses a significantly greater amount of spirit energy. Thus, today, he intends to find the white fox to acquire more snake droppings and tree sap. Yet, he soon realizes he has no idea how to locate the white fox, only knowing its name, and Dao Xian. Arriving at the stone platform, he sits cross-legged, patiently awaiting the white fox's arrival. Sujio cultivates until the sky brightens, and at last, the white fox appears. Upon seeing the white fox's blue eyes, Sujio has never longed for its presence more. Little white fox, you have finally come. Look at how rapidly my cultivation has advanced. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Sujio exclaims, brimming with pride. The white fox splashes a bucket of cold water over him, saying, and yet you are not even at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. There are still the foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divine transformation stages, each with 9 levels. Sujio scratches his head, chuckling. I just wanted to show off that I am about to break through in 3 months. That cold water splash has left me somewhat speechless. How embarrassing! Little white fox, at least I am advancing faster than many practitioners. Can you not offer me a compliment, as a form of encouragement? The white fox, with a serious expression, replies, I must admit, you indeed surpass many practitioners in talent. However, do not forget that it is precisely because I provided you with this invaluable tree sap and shared the antidote that your cultivation has progressed so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Sujio feels a bit embarrassed, mumbling, well, that seems to be the case. However, your prowess is so impressive that I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. The white fox grins mischievously and adds, since you have realized you have yet to thank me, now think of a way to repay this fox spirit. Sujio's expression turns troubled as he hesitantly asks, what must I do to satisfy you? Suddenly, he appears to recall something dreadful, his eyes widening as he stares at the white fox. In terror, he exclaims, wait, you do not intend to take over my body, do you? The white fox scoffs, curling its lip disdainfully. Humph! You overestimate yourself. I am a member of the noble white fox clan, with a lifespan extending for millennia. You humans, with a mere century of life, how could I possibly covet your frail body? After saying this, it turns its head away, disregarding Sujiu. What? Little white fox, do you mean? Sujiu feels tense, uncertain of the white fox's intentions. I do have something I need you to do, but not right now. We will discuss it when your cultivation is higher. Rest assured, this task will greatly benefit you. The white fox states. Hearing this, Sujiu feels elated and says, then for now, little white fox, can we go gather some tree sap and snake droppings? I wish to break through to the 3rd level as soon as possible. The white fox looks at Sujiu with a sidelong glance. This spirit tree is a rather awkward existence. Do you know why I call it an awkward tree? Your sect has long been aware of its existence. Why not allow others to utilize the tree sap? One reason is that they know it is highly toxic, yet they do not know how to neutralize it. Moreover, it is only effective for practitioners of lower levels. Because the spirit energy from this tree can only be used in 20 drops. Any more and it becomes ineffective. Furthermore, the droppings of the golden silk 5-step snake neutralize most of the poison. But residual toxins will accumulate within the body, causing harm. For the time being, you must strive to break through to the 3rd level. I will assist you with other methods to enhance your cultivation. Alright, since the white fox has said that I cannot consume the droppings, I must focus on my cultivation. It is indeed time to break through to the 3rd level. Sujiu muses, his mind racing, and then smiles at the white fox. Little white fox, the tree sap is nearly depleted. To break through to the 3rd level, I still require spirit energy support. You, wise one, must have a plan to help me. Right? The white fox shakes its head in resignation. You little rascal, always scheming against me. Very well, I do know of a method, though it carries some risk. Sujiu's eyes light up. What method? The monster beast forest. Have you heard of it? The white fox inquires. My 5th senior sister mentioned that she killed a 3rd level ice soul wolf there last month. Sujiu exclaims. Little white fox, are you suggesting I venture into the monster beast forest to slay a beast and obtain its core? The white fox's expression contorts comically as it replies, with your pitiful cultivation, you expect to kill a monster? Chapter 12. Collecting monster cores. After being ridiculed by the white fox, Sujiu understands that if he were to enter the monster beast forest, he would merely serve as lunch for the beasts. He lowers his head, sitting on the ground, feeling disheartened. You are right, white fox. My current cultivation level is insufficient for the monster beast forest. Sensing that its remarks may have been too harsh, the white fox clarifies, I meant to say that you should go to the outskirts of the monster beast forest and collect monster cores. Instantly, Sujiu lifts his head, his eyes sparkling. What? Really? Collect monster cores? Is there such a good fortune? Collecting discarded monster cores is nothing to be overly excited about. The white fox retorts. How do you collect them? Do tell. Meet me at the edge of the monster beast forest in 7 days. I will instruct you on how to collect them. The white fox commands. In the meantime, focus on your cultivation. Although you are merely collecting cores, there are still many dangers involved. For the next few days, Sujiu continues in full cultivation mode, exhausting the remaining tree sap. At last, the 7th day arrives. Outside the monster beast forest, the duo finally reunites. Upon seeing Sujiu's eager eyes, the white fox explains. Every day, disciples from the sect enter the monster beast forest for training or tasks. Some disciples with higher cultivation levels disdain the lower-level monsters and leave their cores behind. But remember, you must exercise patience. You can only collect at the edge of the forest. Do not venture inside. The white fox continues, monster cores resemble stones, hard, glossy, and pulsating with spirit energy. The lesser demon cores can be ingested directly for absorption. But the larger cores possess overwhelming spiritual power, making them impossible to consume. This is a truth you are well aware of. Sujiu nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled his first experience of swallowing tree sap, which nearly resulted in his demise, and he still felt a lingering fear. With a low-grade celestial sword in hand, Sujiu ventured toward the edge of the demon beast forest. At this moment, the white fox spoke again, advising him to head north along the forest's periphery, where a multitude of low-level demon beasts resided. Turning back, Sujiu noticed the white fox had not followed and inquired curiously, "Why aren't you coming along?" The fox replied, "I, too, am a demon beast. How could I accompany you in slaying my kin? I shall follow you from a distance, for I cannot allow others to see us together. Suju nodded and continued his cautious trek along the forest's edge, his eyes meticulously scanning the ground for any suspicious signs. As he walked, he heard a faint sound of combat and stealthily concealed himself behind a large tree to observe. He saw a young disciple from a sect engaged in a standoff with a first-tier demon beast, his swordplay fierce and decisive, swiftly vanquishing the creature. A surge of joy filled Sujio's heart, thinking he would surely acquire a demon core now. However, when the disciple picked up the core and examined it, he muttered about its poor quality and carelessly tossed it aside. Elated, Sujio rushed forward. But just as he was about to grasp the core, a small hand snatched it away even quicker. He looked up to see a little girl in tattered clothing. "That's mine," Sujio exclaimed. The girl stuck out her tongue, saying, "Whoever grabs it first gets to keep it." Just as Sujio was about to protest, he noticed a faint aura of demon beasts emanating from her. "Why do you possess demonic energy?" he asked in surprise. A flicker of panic crossed the girl's eyes as she turned and fled. Sujio, unwilling to delay his quest for demon cores, chose to ignore her and continued northward along the forest's edge. Soon after, the sounds of battle erupted again. Not far ahead, he spotted 5 cultivators locked in a fierce struggle against over a dozen low-tier demon beasts, one of whom was already injured. The demon beasts were a pack of second-tier ice spirit wolves, with one being third-tier, confronting a cultivator clad in black. The remaining wolves besieged the other 4 cultivators, each surrounded by 3 or 4 demon beasts, and the injured cultivator faced 5 second-tier ice spirit wolves, a clear case of preying on the weak. The other cultivators attempted to provide support but found themselves overwhelmed. The 5 ice spirit wolves, displaying a degree of intelligence, gradually lured the injured cultivator away, distancing him from the others and heading directly towards Sujio. Witnessing the cultivator's imminent peril, Sujio hesitated. Should he intervene? Assessing his own capabilities, he thought better of it. Yet he couldn't bear the thought of the cultivator falling prey to the wolves in that moment. The injured cultivator was knocked to the ground by a wolf, finding himself in grave danger. Sujio recalled that he had a vial of fragrance in his storage bag, capable of temporarily confusing the minds of demon beasts. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a risk. He quickly retrieved the fragrance, ignited it, and hurled it toward the pack of ice spirit wolves. A cloud of mist enveloped them, causing the wolves to become disoriented and their assault to falter. The injured cultivator seized the opportunity to rise and retreat toward his companions, who quickly rallied to confront the remaining unaffected wolves. Before long, they succeeded in vanquishing the remaining ice spirit wolves. Sujio sighed in relief, intending to slip away quietly, wishing to avoid entanglement and further troubles. However, the black-clad cultivator called out loudly, "Brother, your timely assistance is commendable. Please reveal your name." Embarrassed, Sujio scratched his head and replied, "It was a trivial matter, nothing to mention." Yet, the group of cultivators insisted on sharing the spoils of their battle with him. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly accompanied them. During the distribution of the loot, Sujio received 2 ice spirit wolves and 2 of their cores as a token of gratitude for his aid. No longer modest, he accepted the spoils into his storage bag and hurriedly bid farewell to the group. Resuming his treasure-seeking journey in the demon beast forest, silently hoping for a chance to find a higher-quality demon core next time. Just as he felt a surge of happiness, the little girl reappeared before him. "Big brother, I'm sorry for earlier," she said timidly, offering him a demon core. Sujio was taken aback, not expecting such a gesture from her. "What is your name? Why do you have demonic energy?" he inquired again. The girl bit her lip and revealed the truth. She had been abandoned in the demon beast forest at birth and was raised by a benevolent demon beast, which explained her aura. Unfortunately, that demon beast had been slain by cultivators days prior, leaving her all alone and unaware of her own name. Feeling a surge of compassion, Sujio accepted the demon core and decided to take the girl away from this perilous place. "You have no name? Since you live in the demon beast forest, let us share a surname. You shall be Su Lin." "Yes, Su Lin. Haha, I truly am clever." No, that sounds too much like a boy's name," she protested. "Then how about Su Lele? Does that sound good?" After a moment of thought, the girl nodded happily. "That sounds nice." Just then, a group of demon hunters appeared, mistaking the little girl for a demon cub. Intent on capturing her, Sujio stepped forward, brandishing his celestial sword to assert that the girl was merely an ordinary human. The hunters were skeptical, and tensions escalated, in a bid to protect the girl. Sujio retrieved a corpse of an ice spirit wolf from his storage bag and handed it to her, hoping to mask her demonic aura. He then produced his sex identity jade token and tossed it to the hunters. Upon realizing Sujio was a disciple of the Shanhai sect, the hunters dared not offend him, returning the jade token and retreating in displeasure. Suju then continued his quest for demon cores with the little girl in tow. Chapter 13. Breaking through the third layer. Sujio, accompanied by Su Lele, wandered along the edge of the demon beast forest. Su Lele, unaware of her age, affectionately referred to Sujio as Big Brother. Rather than Sujio guiding her, it was more accurate to say that Su Lele was leading the way, for she had spent her entire life in the woods and was far more adept at navigating this environment than he was. Let us explore that rocky hill, Sujio suggested. No, we cannot go there. That rocky hill is teeming with venomous snakes. Su Lele replied, we cannot go there either. That area is inhabited by poisonous bees. And we certainly cannot approach that direction. There are wolf packs. Not there. That's a swamp. Their quest for fruits, demon beasts, and caves for shelter was entirely led by Su Lele, as this was her home. Moreover, Su Lele possessed one skill that Sujio greatly admired: her knack for escape. Countless times, when pursued by demon beasts, it was Su Lele who led him to safety, whether hiding in tree hollows or darting through streams. On one occasion, they found themselves chased by a horde of explosive monkeys, nearly torn to shreds. They fled into a valley, only to be cornered by the monkeys, leaving them with no escape. There's no path here. We in trouble. The monkeys are closing in, Sujio exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, Su Lele dashed into a patch of red flowers. Big Brother, quickly apply the pollen to yourself. Having learned of Su Lele's many escape tactics over the past few days, Sujio followed her instructions without hesitation, dusting himself with the flower pollen. The explosive monkeys were surprisingly strong and quite irritable. They immediately charged in a frenzy, disregarding any semblance of combat etiquette. With their combined fighting abilities, they were woefully outmatched. However, at that moment, Su Lele, seemingly unfazed, swaggered boldly towards the horde of explosive monkeys. Sujio widened his eyes, wanting to call out to her, yet fearing it might alert the monkeys. Clenching his jaw, he followed closely behind. To their astonishment, the monkeys appeared oblivious to their presence. The two of them cautiously escaped right under the noses of the monkeys. Finally safe, Lele inquired, I have a question for you. Having been raised by demon beasts, how did you learn to speak? Su Lele giggled shyly. I've hunted and gathered berries in the woods since I was little, and I often stole from cultivators. Sometimes I even ventured outside the forest to pilfer food from villagers' homes. That's how I learned to talk. Even my clothes were stolen. Oh, that explains why your clothes are so oversized. That day, the pair arrived at a dark green bamboo grove. As they munched on fruits and chatted, they suddenly heard the clashing of swords and knives ahead. There was a fight. They stealthily approached and discovered two cultivators attacking a woman with lethal precision. Ha ha, little girl, hand over your storage bag, and if you serve us well, we might spare your life. Came their lewd laughter. Sujio's heart sank as he recognized the woman under attack, his fifth senior sister. By Yimo, Big Brother, do you know that sister? Yes, she is our Dan Pavilion's fifth senior sister, by Yimo. Sujio's hand tightened around his sword, though he knew that if he joined the fray, he would likely be killed within 10 moves. What to do? Su Lele noticed the expression on Sujio's face and asked, Big Brother, do you want to save that sister? Yes, I must rescue her. But you can't defeat those two villains, Su Lele cautioned. She tugged at Sujio's sleeve, saying, follow me. The two made their way to the other side of the bamboo grove. After a short while, Su Lele began digging into the ground with her hands. What are you doing? Sujio asked. I'm looking for something to help save her. It's underground. I'll help, Sujio said, drawing his sword to dig. Su Lele immediately stopped him. No, do not use the sword. Just then, she unearthed a yellow, round object, resembling a potato, and soon after, several more. Sujio held one in his hand, feeling its lightness, but unsure of what it was. Su Lele then scurried over to the bamboo roots. Unearthing some black, dry mushroom-like items, Sujio watched her with curiosity. Let us go, Su Lele beckoned. The two returned to the site of the altercation, where the three were still locked in a fierce battle. Bai Yimo was evidently struggling to maintain her footing, retreating under the relentless assault. Su Lei, with a gentle rub of her hand, transformed a dried mushroom into a fine powder, and with a light tap against the ground, split a potato open, releasing a plume of smoke and yellow juice, which she mixed into the mushroom powder to create a paste. "What are you doing playing with mud at a time like this?" Sujio murmured. "Brother, just watch," she replied, wrapping the paste around the wound. Then she urged Sujio, "Hurry up and finish." Confused but obedient, Sujio imitated Su Lei's actions and prepared the remaining fruits. Holding the concoction, Sujio inquired, "What is this for?" Su Lei smiled and turned her attention to Bai Yimo, who was clutching a potato. Just as Bai Yimo attempted to evade, Su Lei vigorously shook the potato and hurled it at the two villains. Both foes, skilled in combat, sensed an object flying towards them and retaliated with their swords. Meanwhile, Su Lei swiftly shook all the potatoes in her grasp and threw them at the adversaries, shouting, "Sister, be careful." The air soon filled with the sounds of explosions, and amidst the yellow smoke, the two villains collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, while the surrounding bamboo was devastated by the blasts. Sujio stood in astonishment, realizing why Su Lei had warned against using swords. Su Lei dashed towards Bai Yimo, followed closely by Sujio, who, despite his bewilderment, kept pace. Bai Yimo was still trying to comprehend the situation, only aware that someone had come to her aid. "Sister Bai, run," Su Lei urged. "Senior sister, let's go." Bai Yimo finally grasped the urgency of the moment. "No, we cannot let these two villains escape with that." She swiftly moved to the side of the fallen foes, delivering fatal strikes with her sword. The two men gazed at her in despair, unable to fathom their fate. Bai Yimo quickly confiscated their storage bags, then took the two children and fled at great speed. As night fell, the trio sought refuge in a cave, igniting a campfire. Bai Yimo consumed 2 healing elixirs and began conversing with the children. It turned out she had set out to slay a level 5 demon beast, the Black Barbarian Bear. Initially, they had planned to hunt the bear together, but while Bai Yimo engaged the beast, her 2 companions had ulterior motives, merely observing without intervening. Lacking the strength to defeat the formidable creature alone, Bai Yimo resorted to a life-saving pill given to her by her master, sacrificing her cultivation level to temporarily enhance her strength, just enough to vanquish the Black Barbarian Bear, though she was gravely injured in the process. As she unearthed the demon core from the bear, the 2 men attacked her, intent on seizing it and committing vile acts against her. Forced to defend herself while escaping, Bai Yimo had nearly succumbed in the bamboo grove when Sujio and Su Lei arrived to rescue her. "Sujio, what brings you to the demon beast forest? It's perilous here," Bai Yimo inquired. Sujio recounted his quest to collect demon cores, and Bai Yimo nodded, then turned to Su Lei, asking, "Who are you?" "She is someone I saved in the forest. She is now my sister," Sujio replied. Bai Yimo smiled, acknowledging Su Lei's presence. "Sujio, how is your cultivation progressing, senior sister? I feel on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level, which is why I sought out demon cores. Look, I have managed to acquire many." Bai Yimo examined the low-tier demon cores Sujio had gathered. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "These low-tier cores are perfect for you to refine at a steady pace. This location is relatively secluded. Let us rest here for a few days to recover our strength." Bai Yimo continued, "Sujio, I will teach you how to refine the demon cores for a swift breakthrough, and I will protect you." Following her instructions, Sujio began to absorb the cores, channeling his energy. His meridians and dantian were notably larger than those of other cultivators. On the 3rd day, after consuming several demon cores, Sujio was meditating when a massive vortex of spiritual energy materialized beside him. He successfully broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Chapter 14. Conspiracy and Deceit. Sujio felt his entire body invigorated. His meridian significantly enlarged, and his dantian nearly doubled in size. He was filled with newfound strength, feeling as though he were no longer merely an 8-year-old child. His desire for power intensified. Bai Yimo, witnessing Sujio's effortless breakthrough to the 3rd level, was equally astonished. This little junior brother was indeed exceptional, progressing from the 1st to the 2nd level in a month, and reaching the 3rd level in just 4 months. Meanwhile, she had spent over 3 years reaching the 5th level. It seemed she needed to expedite her own training as well. Su Lei, watching Sujio, wore a radiant smile, treating him as an elder brother and genuinely sharing in his joy. Upon opening his eyes, Su Jiao was greeted by Su Leilei's beaming face, and both children felt a surge of happiness. Bai Yimo produced 2 storage bags belonging to the 2 villains, revealing a considerable haul, including 30 demon cores and the corpse of the black barbarian bear, which the 2 rogues had stashed away. There were also 2 large swords, several enchanted blades, and numerous white stones. Curious, Su Jiao asked Bai Yimo, "Senior sister, what are these?" "These are spirit stones, the currency among cultivators, which can also be absorbed to replenish spiritual energy, much like the silver and gold you previously used. As you're just beginning your cultivation and have spent so much time in the alchemy pavilion, know that transactions among cultivators are conducted using spirit stones." Bai Yimo divided the demon cores and spirit stones into 3 portions, giving 1 each to Su Jiao and Su Leilei, while retaining 1 for herself. She also handed Su Jiao the enchanted blades, stating, "Your sword is of too low a grade. Keep these, as they will serve you well in the future." "Thank you, senior sister," Su Jiao replied, nodding gratefully. The trio rested in the cave for several more days. Fully recuperating, Su Jiao decided it was time to depart the demon beast forest, intending to return to the alchemy pavilion with Su Leilei. Upon meeting their master, Su Jiao recounted his experiences, but when it came to the defeat of the 2 villains, he heeded Bai Yimo's warning to remain silent. Upon seeing Su Leilei, Yu Qinghai was quite taken with her and tested her spiritual root, discovering she possessed a wood spiritual root, perfectly suited for cultivation. "Su Leilei," he exclaimed joyfully, "would you like to join my alchemy pavilion and become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Su Leilei immediately knelt and bowed her head, declaring, "Master, please accept your disciple's reverence." "Very well, rise quickly. Tomorrow, we will pay respects to the ancestors and conduct the formal apprenticeship ceremony." Yu Qinghai then turned to Su Jiao, saying, "You little rascal, you truly are remarkable, achieving another breakthrough so swiftly. How is your progress with the shadowless sword and the martial arts?" "I have been diligently training," Su Jiao replied. Yu Qinghai glanced at Bai Yimo and suggested, "Why not have you and Su Jiao spar to assess your junior brother's training?" Bai Yimo, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, faced Su Jiao, who had just broken through to the 3rd level and was eager to gauge his own progress. "Junior brother, you may strike first," she said. Su Jiao nodded, channeling his energy as he stepped forward and swept his sword towards Bai Yimo's lower body. Bai Yimo parried with her sword and countered with a kick aimed at Su Jiao. He evaded and leapt high, delivering a powerful downward slash, and the 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, gradually increasing in speed. They fought for a total of 40 exchanges, with Bai Yimo initially holding back, but soon realizing that Su Jiao's swordplay was accelerating to the point where she had to exert herself fully. Despite being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, she found it challenging to overpower Su Jiao, who was at the 3rd level. As their duel intensified, they exchanged a total of 100 strikes. Su Jiao's sword techniques were swift but lacked sufficient power. Bai Yimo seized an opening, delivering a blow that sent Su Jiao staggering. Before kicking him away, Yu Qinghai called for a halt to the sparring match. Praising Bai Yimo, "Your sword techniques are nimble and powerful with swift variations, yet why do you hesitate at critical moments?" You allowed Su Jiao to seize the initiative several times. "Master, I did not anticipate my junior brother's swordplay to be so proficient. I hesitated out of fear of injuring him," Bai Yimo explained. Yu Qinghai nodded, "Indeed. How do you feel now? Your junior brother has just broken through to the 3rd level, and his swordplay has only been practiced for a few months. Yet he is nearly on par with you." While Su Jiao's progress had indeed been remarkable, Yu Qinghai sensed that Bai Yimo had been holding back. "Do you believe Su Jiao is ready to participate in the grand competition?" Both Su Jiao and Bai Yimo were astonished that their master intended for Su Jiao to join the sect's major tournament. Yu Qinghai elaborated, "There are 100 spots available for the sect's grand competition, and our alchemy pavilion has 6 slots this year, which is the least among the sections just now. The sect leader announced that we will receive 2 extra slots, perfect for dividing into 6 groups of 17 participants each. I was fortunate enough to draw one of the extra spots. With your 3rd senior brother and the 8th brother absent from the sect, this 7th spot will go to Su Jiao. Let us see who dares to mock our alchemy pavilion's numbers now." Yu Qinghai beamed with pride. However, within the refining pavilion, a conspiracy was brewing. The pavilion head, Han Qingxian, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Is it true that Bai Yimo killed Li Hai and Ma Yuan? both of whom are only at the 5th level? A nearby lecherous old man replied, Master, my investigations reveal that the 2 disciples conspired with by Yimo to hunt the black barbarian bear in the demon beast forest. But it seems that the new disciple from the alchemy pavilion, Sujio, poisoned them, leading to Bai Yimo's deadly intervention. Why would Sujio poison them? Well, it is said that Li Hai and Ma Yuan coveted Bai Yimo's beauty and planned to take advantage of her injuries. Enough! This matter must not be allowed to escalate. The sect forbids infighting among its members. If the discipline hall discovers that Li Hai and Ma Yuan attempted to harm Bai Yimo while she was injured, it could implicate the refining pavilion. However, that Sujio actually resorted to poison, which is truly despicable. The lecherous old man, with a glint in his eyes, remarked, Master, I have heard that Sujio is a prodigy. In just 4 months, he has already reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement. What? Is that true? Han Qingxian frowned in disbelief. The lecherous old man, having accompanied Han Qingxian for decades, was well aware of his narrow-mindedness and propensity for vengeance. However, since Li Hai and Ma Yuan were both his subordinates, Sujio must not be allowed to escape unscathed this time. Thus, he said to Han Qingxian, although my 2 junior brothers were at fault, it was not to the point of death. Yet, Sujio has dared to poison and harm his fellow disciples. According to the sect rules, that is a death sentence. It would be best to report this to the sect leader and have him apprehended and dealt with. After hearing this, Han Qingxian glanced at the old man and shook his head, saying, although it may not be a death sentence, the sect leader would still blame me for my lax discipline. We must handle Sujio with utmost caution. The lecherous old man understood that the master did not explicitly prohibit dealing with Sujio. The implication was simply that they could not act overtly. Chapter 15. Sujio falls into a trap unbeknownst to Sujio. A conspiracy was being orchestrated against him. The following day, Yu Qinghai officially accepted Su Lei as his disciple, making her the 10th direct disciple of the Dam Pavilion. Suju reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement, and his master fulfilled his promise by beginning to teach him alchemy. Now that you have broken through to the 3rd stage, your body can withstand the spiritual energy and mental consumption required for refining some simple elixirs. However, to refine higher-tier elixirs, you will need to elevate your cultivation further. Suju nodded, determined to strive earnestly and break through to higher levels as soon as possible. Excellent, his master responded. Today, I will teach you how to control the fire during alchemy. The process of refining elixirs involves extracting the essence of spiritual herbs, removing impurities, and finally amalgamating the essences of various spiritual herbs to create elixirs. The most crucial aspect of this process is controlling the heat, knowing when to use a fierce flame and when to temper it, as well as how to regulate the temperature, is of utmost importance. Suju diligently memorized everything his master taught him. After Yu Qinghai finished explaining, he instructed Suju to practice alchemy with several ordinary herbs. Suju practiced meticulously. Since he began refining elixirs, he became even more industrious, heading to the back mountain to cultivate before dawn, followed by sword practice and fist training, and now he was also engaged in alchemy. Before long, 20 days had passed since he began learning alchemy. Sujio, rising before dawn, made his way to the back mountain. However, he did not notice 2 shadowy figures trailing him not far behind. Upon reaching the stone platform at the back mountain, where Sujio began to absorb spiritual energy, a faint voice suddenly broke the silence. It was the little white fox. Sujio, since your breakthrough, you haven't appeared, he teased. Have you forgotten me? The white fox replied, of course not. I have been seeking ways to enhance your cultivation. With that, it produced a box from behind, saying, this is for you. Keep it hidden and do not let others know. Take it out when no one is around to absorb its power, but do not consume it. How mysterious. What is it? Sujio inquired. This is a treasure, half of a 6th grade Peiyuan pill. Your entire sect does not possess a single 6th grade elixir. Sujio opened the box to find half of a pill inside, with waves of spiritual energy radiating vigorously, spreading in all directions. He quickly closed the box. The white fox warned, although this is only half a pill, the spiritual power contained within is sufficient to cause the death of a foundational stage cultivator if they were to explode from its energy. If anyone discovers you possess a 6th grade elixir, it will bring you grave danger. Upon hearing this, Suju nodded solemnly. The white fox then departed, confident that Sujio would be cautious. As dawn had yet to break, and being in a secluded area of the back mountain, Sujio did not expect anyone else to come. He stored the wooden box in his storage bag and continued meditating. Meanwhile, from a distance, the two shadowy figures gazed upon him with greedy eyes. One of the figures pulled out a yellow cloth bag from within his robe, muttering incantations as a slender snake slithered down from the tree. It crept towards Sujio, stopping less than a meter away, lifting its head to release a puff of black smoke toward him. After reaching the third stage of cultivation, Sujio's senses had heightened significantly. However, upon detecting danger from behind, it was already too late. The black smoke enveloped him entirely, seeping directly into his body. Sujio immediately felt his body weaken and was assaulted by a foul stench. As his body succumbed, everything faded to black. When he regained consciousness, he found himself suspended from a massive tree. Why can't I circulate my spiritual energy? It must be that black smoke's doing. Nearby, two figures in black robes held the box containing the 6th grade elixir. One of the black-clad figures looked at Sujio and turned to the other, saying, "Brother, this half is a 6th grade Peiyuan pill. Now that it is in our hands, we are set for life. It will surely help you break through to the Golden Core realm, and we will no longer have to linger in this insignificant sect. Let us deal with this brat first, fool. If this brat dies, how will you find that three-tailed fox? How will you acquire the other half of the pill? Then what do we do? For now, we can use this kid to lure out that white fox." The black-clad figure chuckled wickedly. That three-tailed fox is closely tied to this kid. It will never stand idly by as he meets his end. If it doesn't come out willingly, we will force it out. Upon overhearing the conversation of the two black-robed figures, Sujio realized their sinister plot. Their lack of discretion indicated their intent to eliminate him. You two in the later stage of foundation building? The little white fox cannot possibly be oblivious to your presence. Why? The black-clad figures looked at Sujio as if he were a fool. Ha! Since you are about to die, we might as well enlighten you. We are disciples of the ghost sect, lurking within the Shanghai sect to gather intelligence. Of course, we possess methods to conceal our presence. With that, one of them produced a yellow paper covered in intricate designs. You insignificant chi refinement ant, it matters not to inform you. This is an invisibility talisman. Originally, we had heard that you knew a three-tailed fox and sought to capture it for its demon core. Never did we expect to also acquire half of a 6th grade Peiyuan pill. What a delightful surprise. At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from afar. "Big brother, where are you?" "It's me, Su Lele." Without hesitation, Sujio shouted, "Lele, run. Don't come here." But it was already too late. One of the black-clad figures vanished without a trace. In less than 10 breaths, he returned, dragging an unconscious girl, none other than Su Lele. Sujio realized that this time, both he and Su Lele were in grave peril. These two spies from the ghost sect would not let them escape. The black-clad figure said, "Daylight is approaching. We cannot linger here. That three-tailed fox has retreated deeper into the back mountain. Let us pursue it." The two figures, dragging Sujio and Su Lele, made their way deeper into the back mountain. After walking for an hour, they finally stopped at a cave. "Let us rest here for a while. That fox won't stray too far and should be nearby. Child, we harbor no enmity towards you. But you have offended someone. He informed us of your connection with a three-tailed fox. That demon core is worth 300 years, and my brother and I cannot miss this opportunity. We have no choice but to put you in a difficult position." Sujio retorted, "That's impossible. I am wholly devoted to my training and have never interacted with anyone. Who could I have offended? Have you forgotten your heroic rescue of a damsel in distress? You killed 2 people, thinking no one knew? They dared not confront you directly and sought us to do the deed. But we are motivated by profit and do not mind handling you for them." "Ha ha! Heroic rescue." Sujio began to understand, but Sister Bai Yimo had only instructed him not to inform his master about the 2 villains, without revealing their true identities. "I have disclosed everything you wish to know. Now you tell me how to find that three-tailed fox." Sujio shook his head, saying, "It is always the little white fox that seeks me out. I do not know how to find it. Brother, that three-tailed fox has 300 years of cultivation. It cannot be far from its lair, and it will surely sense this kid's presence." Indeed. Then we shall have to make this kid suffer a bit." With that, one of them produced a black elixir. Chapter 16. A narrow escape from death. This is an antidote pill. If you consume it, your spiritual energy will be restored, and that little white fox will sense your presence and surely come to find you. Sujio considered that restoring his cultivation was preferable to being devoid of spiritual energy, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Indeed, upon entering, the restrained spiritual energy began to flow through his meridians. However, Sujio soon realized something was amiss. Although the spiritual energy was circulating, an overwhelming and violent aura surged within him. It was incredibly potent, clashing with his spiritual energy as if they were enemies. Neither yielding to the other, Sujio's meridians and limbs swelled and shrank uncontrollably, his complexion alternating between ashen and pale. The chaotic energy surged through his meridians, aiming for his dantian, yet for some unknown reason. That violent aura never penetrated his dantian. Sujio felt as if his heart were being torn apart. Sweat streamed down his brow. The black-clad figures laughed loudly, taunting him. Sujio, we know their intention is to lure the white fox with your cries for help. Sujio did not wish to endanger the white fox, gritting his teeth to endure without uttering a sound. The black-clad figures observed and moved closer, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Sujio. The pain caused him to lose consciousness. This pill is a Devil's Essence pill. The clash between the Devil's Essence and spiritual energy is excruciating. A mere chi refinement third layer, like you will meet a tragic end unless you find a way to resolve this quickly. In less than 3 hours, your meridians will burst, and you will die. Soon, the torment of his reversed meridians awakened Sujio once more. It was uncontrollable, utterly beyond his control. The Devil's Essence refused to enter his dantian and instead began to wreak havoc on his meridians and all his acupoints. The last time Sujio consumed an entire bottle of tree sap, his meridians swelled as if they were balloons, yet it was not as severe as this instance. Fortunately, Sujio's meridians were thicker and more resilient than those of an ordinary person. The demonic energy surged violently within him, relentlessly crashing against his meridians and acupoints, causing several to rupture, while others burst open. The demonic energy and spiritual force overflowed from his body. However, the residual demonic energy and spiritual force continued to clash within him, rapidly directing towards his head. Soon, Sujio's face and scalp became grotesquely swollen, a truly alarming sight. His eyes turned crimson, and as the demonic energy and spiritual force radiated outward from his body, Sujio completely lost consciousness. Yet, he did not collapse. Instead, he withdrew a celestial sword from his storage bag and swung it at the two cloaked figures. Caught off guard, the two figures were struck by his blade. However, the more powerful of the two swiftly pulled his companion in front of him, becoming a human shield, and was bisected by the sword at the waist. Brother, you? He could have evaded that strike, but was ensnared by his own brother, unable to escape. He had become a meat shield. Why treat me this way? As he was cleaved in two, his elder brother suffered only minor injuries, leaving him seething with resentment and anger. Yet it was futile. This sixth-grade elixir was a treasure that many sects could only dream of possessing. The fewer who knew of its existence, the better. Without hesitation, he kicked his brother away with great force. Blood splattered as the two halves of his body flew apart in opposite directions. At this moment, Sujio's demonic energy still overflowed, slowly advancing towards him, resembling a zombie or a puppet, devoid of any emotion. The cloaked figure drew his long sword and struck at Sujio, who made no attempt to evade and turn. Sujio lunged towards him with his own blade. Such a mutually destructive tactic was not one the cloaked figure would accept. He quickly sidestepped to avoid the blow. It soon became evident that Sujio was not only reckless but also possessed astonishing strength. Their swords clashed, and while Sujio remained unfazed, his opponent felt the impact, causing blood to seep from his hands. Has he succumbed to madness? In that moment, uncertain of how to proceed, the cloaked figure could only retreat continuously. The two fought from the cavern to the outside and then through the forest towards the mountainside. The cloaked man grew increasingly alarmed. Could this really be a mere third-level chi refinement cultivator? He, at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, found himself utterly outmatched. Ultimately, he concluded that Sujio had indeed gone mad. Eventually, the cloaked figure was pushed back to the edge of a cliff. At this juncture, Sujio's strength seemed to intensify, his entire being radiating a faint golden light. The cloaked figure, now preoccupied with escaping rather than pursuing the three-tailed fox, hastily retrieved a small black orb from his storage bag and hurled it to the ground, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that obscured all visibility. When the smoke cleared, the cloaked figure had vanished. Only Su Lele emerged from behind a tree, rushing forward. "Brother, how are you?" Upon seeing Su Lele, Sujio felt a flicker of safety. The redness in his eyes faded, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained, unable to utter a word. Su Lele supported him and retrieved several crimson fruits from her storage bag. "Brother, these fruits can replenish your spiritual energy." Sujio, with his meridians ruptured, felt the remaining demonic energy and spiritual force continuously leaking away, already dwindling. He shook his head, stating, "It's useless. My meridians are shattered. I can no longer cultivate. So you have no spiritual energy left. Then you might as well die." Came the chilling voice of the cloaked figure from behind. Sujio turned to see the figure emerging from behind a tree, sword in hand. It turned out he had not left, merely hiding. Sujio attempted to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Su Lele seized Sujio's sword and struck at the figure, but the outcome was predictable. She was sent flying with a single blow. Collapsing to the ground, the cloaked figure approached Sujio with a sinister grin and kicked him. Before Sujio could utter a word, he was sent plummeting over the cliff, witnessing her brother's fall. Su Lele understood that this cloaked figure would not spare her either. Sujio was her only remaining family. As she watched him being killed, she performed an unexpected act that caught the cloaked figure off guard. She glanced at him, then leapt over the cliff. The cloaked figure let out a breath devoid of emotion and departed. Below the cliff, a river flowed gently. The water was deep, and a body floated in the center. Surrounded by crimson-stained water, Sujio had not perished. He had regained consciousness, yet his heart was devoid of any fighting spirit. He realized he had lost all cultivation, reduced to a mere mortal. The river carried him downstream, and he closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his life. As the current turned at a mountain peak and entered an underground cavern, it suddenly grew turbulent. "Ah!" Sujio cried out as he was swept into a whirlpool. Time and again, he was violently thrown against the rocks, breaking his leg bones, only to be swept away again. The roar of the rushing water filled his ears, accompanied by Sujio's anguished cries. It was unclear how long it had been, but darkness enveloped him. Sujio was washed onto a shallow bank of an underground river, surrounded by water. "What kind of place is this?" A chilling wind howled like a ferocious beast, howling and mingling with sand and pebbles, raining down upon Sujio. Why is the wind so strong? He took out a fire starter, but just as he ignited it, the wind extinguished the flame. Damn it! The fire starter won't light. After several attempts, he caught a glimpse of a stone cave in the distance, illuminated briefly by the flickering light. With broken leg bones, unable to stand, he endured the excruciating pain and crawled towards the cave. Upon entering, the wind finally ceased. Lighting the fire starter, he saw his body was bruised all over, particularly his legs where the bones were shattered. He retrieved some bamboo from his storage bag to bind his legs and tend to his wounds. Looking around the cave, it appeared to be a natural formation, yet bore signs of human excavation. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter. This cave seemed to stretch deep into the earth. What kind of person would carve out a cave in such a desolate place? Without wind, there should be no other exits. The raging wind outside made escape impossible. It was better to rest here for a while, Sujio thought. Unable to sleep due to the pain in his legs, he leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. Sujio was still very young, not yet 9 years old. Yet his experiences were rich. He had never attended school, and all the characters he recognized were taught to him by his mother. He had worked as a laborer, led camels, and even stolen. Later, he cultivated in the ways of immortality. His goal was to ensure his mother lived a good life. Thinking of his mother still waiting outside, he resolved to regain his strength. He was determined to survive, even as a mortal, to be by his mother's side. Unsure if he had fallen asleep, he seemed to hear a sound. Sujio lifted his head, straining to discern the noise. Was it a wooden fish? The sound of stones being struck? Clang, clang, clang. The noise felt as though it resonated not in his ears but within his heart. With each echo, he felt his heartbeat quicken. Clang, Clang, clang. Sujio's heart raced with anxiety. Even covering his ears, he could still hear it. What was happening? Why did it feel as though not only his heart was beating, but his entire meridian system was pulsating? His blood and bones throbbed as well. What? Why is my dantian pulsing? With his meridians ruptured, why was his dantian reacting? As the sounds persisted, blood began to seep from his eyes, ears, and nose, spilling forth from his original wounds. Suju writhed on the ground, clutching his head, moaning in agony. His body trembled. In that moment, it felt as though he could see the ox head and horse face approaching him. Struggling in pain, he let out a tortured howl. As he rolled, his foot inadvertently knocked over several large stones, producing a thunderous sound. At that moment, Sujio became acutely sensitive to each strike. Just as he howled, the echoes of the strikes became less pronounced. The sound of rolling stones diminished the impact of the strikes. Sujio was reduced to a bloody mess, yet it felt like he had grasped a lifeline. He began to seize nearby stones, frantically striking them. Indeed, as long as his strikes coincided with the rhythm of that ominous sound, he was spared from harm. Sujio, naturally gifted with musical talent, found himself fully focused in this moment of desperation. Aligning perfectly with the resonating sound, thud, clang, thud, clang, thud, clang, thud, clang. It was a concert unlike any other. The synchronized sounds granted Sujio a moment of respite. Soon, he found his own rhythm, producing sounds that not only matched the malevolent strikes but also expressed his own tempo. He even managed to take out some buns from his storage bag to eat. Eventually, he boldly began to sing along with the echoes. The sound was beyond description. Even a hungry wolf could be outperformed. A camel, 2 humps. 2 camels, 3 humps. I lead the camel to deliver goods air. Ha ha, air. Ha ha. All the way to outside the small town. Air. Ha ha. I saw a little sister tending sheep. Air. Ha ha. Sujio's singing was not merely vocal. It was a roaring proclamation. His head thrown back, mouth agape. The vibration sent stones tumbling and fish in the water flipping belly up. It was enough to overshadow the clouds and bend the backs of the unlovely. It could even make bones grow flesh and scare off the grim reaper. For a full hour, he sang with fervor, lost in the ecstasy of his performance, when suddenly the striking sounds ceased. Only Sujio remained, continuing to strike and sing. He was utterly enraptured. Stop singing, stop singing. I concede. Please, just stop. A hurried voice echoed from the cave. Sujio, still caught up in the moment, responded, wait a moment. I'm not finished yet. I, and that little sister, went to see the sea. Here I come. Ha-ya. At that moment, a series of banging noises erupted from the cave entrance, sounding as though someone was ramming their head against the wall. It was a meaty thud that pierced with pain. Spare me, I concede. I willingly acknowledge you as my master, as long as you refrain from singing. The heavy, labored breaths reverberated within the cavern. Suju limped deeper into the stone cave, still clutching that large boulder in his hands. At the end of the cave, there was no one present, only a colossal stone door. It bore a circular grating, resembling a tortoise shell, adorned with 10 stone orbs. Above the door, a stone lantern emitted a soft, golden glow. Sujio's eyes darted, and he sang once more, I and that little sister shall go to sea. Stop singing, truly, stop singing. Spare me, I implore you. The voice emanated from behind the door. Who are you? Where are you? I am in the secret chamber. I am the deity of the cave. No, I am the spirit of the artifact left by the great demon emperor. Sujio retorted, you wish to harm me yet ask for mercy? Such an easy bargain does not exist. On the sea, there is a red sun. It resembles the little sister's lovely face. A thudding sound came from behind the door. Stop singing, it's unbearable. Far worse than my former masteress singing. Upon hearing this, Sujio opened his mouth and began to sing again. Look at me. My heart rejoices. No more. It's delightful, truly delightful. So delightful. The spirit of the artifact wept. Sujio urged, come forth and meet me. The spirit hurriedly replied, no, no. My master has proclaimed that only upon finding a worthy successor may I open this grand door. Is your master of the demon tribe? Are you also of the demon tribe? Exterminating demons is the duty of those who cultivate the path. The spirit countered, such statements are misleading. My master is the great demon emperor, the common ancestor of both demon cultivators and true cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, practitioners did not distinguish between demons and deities. In that era, chaos began to unfold, separating clarity from murkiness. It transformed into yin and yang, dividing heaven and earth. A remarkable tome emerged. The Chaotic Sutra. The Chaotic Sutra invoked the energies of heaven and earth, yin and yang. It coalesced into living beings. Later generations interpreted the Chaotic Sutra but diverged in their cultivation due to differing physiques and environments, leading to the emergence of true cultivators, demon cultivators, insect cultivators, body cultivators, ghost cultivators, and so forth. In pursuit of rapid advancement, many strayed from their original intentions. Remember, cultivation knows no right or wrong. Only humans possess righteousness or wickedness. Once you reach the realm of celestial beings and comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, you shall grasp the truth of my words. Remember, do not simply categorize righteousness and wickedness. Righteous individuals may employ wicked methods, and wicked individuals may wield righteous methods. Observe the stone orbs on that door. Each embodies a unique technique. All are heavenly grade techniques. There are a total of 10 techniques. By merely touching them, you shall discern their nature. You may cultivate any one of them. As long as you master a single technique to the first level, you shall unlock the stone door. You may claim the treasures left by the emperor. I shall then follow him eternally, aiding him in reaching the realm of emperors. Suju listened to the spirit's words and inquired, "Is it truly that simple? How long have you been in this secret chamber?" The spirit replied, "For 100,000 years." Suju exclaimed, "Are you deceiving me? 100,000 years? And no one has come here. Just a touch allows one to cultivate, yet no one has reached the first level? Do you perceive me as a mere child, easily fooled?" The spirit sighed, "If you merely feel it, you shall understand why." Chapter 18. Heavenly Grade Techniques, Part 1. Suju thought to himself, "I would be a fool to believe you." Driven by curiosity, Suju scrutinized the 10 stone orbs upon the door. A faint golden radiance shimmered within them. Heavenly Grade. Only the sect leader secretly cultivates heavenly grade techniques. That is an unshared secret. Are all 10 of these stone orbs heavenly grade techniques? What a treasure that would be. How many would come to seize them? For 100,000 years, no one has managed to cultivate to the first level. It cannot be. Am I the destined one? What if I am the first? Hee. Suju incessantly murmured to himself. The heart of a child is pure, devoid of malice. His sole ambition is to grow stronger and protect his mother. To lead a good life. Suju gazed at the stone door, not hastily reaching out. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Alas, my cultivation has been rendered futile. My meridians are shattered. If only I could cultivate the heavenly extreme techniques like the sect leader. Who would dare to bully me? How happy my mother would be." At that moment, the voice of the spirit resonated from behind the door, "Do not worry. Although your meridians are shattered, your dantian remains intact. I possess a method to restore your meridians to their original state and even elevate your cultivation. Have you made your decision? Imagine what kind of heavenly grade technique you wish to cultivate." Suju's eyes brightened. These words detonated like a bomb in his heart. "I can still cultivate. Ha, splendid." He came to a halt before the stone door, inhaling deeply before slowly extending his hand to touch one of the stone orbs. The moment his finger made contact with the orb, a faint current coursed through his body, yet he gritted his teeth and bore it. Suddenly, the golden light emanating from the orb surged, enveloping Suju entirely. He felt as if the scenery before him was transforming, placing him amidst a vast starry expanse, where countless mysterious runes flickered and danced around him. Following this, rows of ancient text appeared before his eyes, revealing the foundational secrets of this heavenly grade technique. Suju's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly focused on committing them to memory. However, at that moment, 9 large yellow flags, adorned with golden characters, floated in from all directions. Then, a figure appeared before Suju, mirroring his own appearance. The figure informed him, "What you have chosen is the lowest grade, the weakest among the 10 heavenly grade techniques." The figure continued, "I offer you a chance. If you relinquish your original choice, you may select any of the other 9. Suju realized, The other 9 flags represent the 9 heavenly grade techniques. I have chosen the weakest one. Deep within, Sujiu sensed the immense power of the other 9 techniques, towering above him, while his own choice felt like mere refuse, lacking significance. Regret washed over him. Why had he selected the weakest? The figure continued to persuade him, hurry and switch. This is your last opportunity. Choose the strongest. How could this be? Sujiu hesitated between switching and not switching. Suddenly, he recalled a question he had pondered earlier. Why had no one else succeeded in reaching the first level? Was it because they chose to forfeit? Such a rare opportunity. Even the weakest technique is a tremendous chance for me, Sujiu declared loudly. I have made my decision. I shall not switch. This is the one. You have decided so quickly? The spirit inquired. Sujiu nodded resolutely. I have made my decision. As Sujiu affirmed his choice, a wave of black mist swept through, transforming the environment into a mountainside of dark peaks. Before him, a fog-laden bridge extended into the depths of darkness. Cold winds swayed the bridge, causing it to oscillate. A sinister voice intoned, "This bridge spans 20 miles. Reach the other side, and you may begin cultivating the heavenly grade technique. Remember, this is not a demonic art. Do not be deceived. Once you are ready, you may commence your trial." Without hesitation, Sujiu stepped onto the bridge. His hand brushing against the iron chains, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Such cold chains. As he traversed the bridge, it began to sway violently from side to side, as if attempting to cast him into the abyss. The winds grew stronger, icy gusts penetrating his clothing, causing Sujiu to shiver uncontrollably. His movements became sluggish. Without spiritual energy to shield him, he relied solely on willpower to withstand the frigid winds. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. As he entered the dark mist, Sujiu lost track of how far he had traveled. The fog thickened around him. Within the haze, a bitter taste mingled with a pungent spiciness. Igniting a heat within his body, the earlier bone-chilling sensation vanished, replaced by this strange aroma that seemed to seep through his skin, pores, and acupoints, coursing through his body. As he felt no discomfort, he continued forward. He could see the chains extending 5 steps ahead, but beyond that, all was obscured by darkness. Not far ahead, 2 faint green lights flickered. He advanced across the swaying bridge, gripping the chains tightly, unwilling to relax his hold. From within the black mist came terrifying roars, ghostly wails, and the sounds of unknown creatures gnashing their teeth, causing his ears to ache from the cacophony. The roars seemed to claw at his heart, inducing a deep discomfort and profound agony. Accompanying the terrifying cries, the bridge trembled, as if responding to the dreadful sounds. I felt as though a colossal monster was approaching from the depths of the mist. Sujiu, being merely a child of not yet 9 years, closed his eyes and pressed on, afraid to look. Gasping for breath, he clung to the bridge's chains. Panic surged within him, yet he understood he must move forward. To restore his cultivation, gritting his teeth, he persevered. Suddenly, the bridge fell silent. Sujiu opened his eyes. Ahead appeared a peculiar pavilion, and upon entering, the swaying ceased. The wailing vanished, revealing a massive brass mirror stretching from the pavilion's apex to the ground. It was astonishingly large and bright. In the mirror, he caught a glimpse of a handsome young boy. A familiar sensation swiftly enveloped me. As I pondered, I realized that I had no recollection of this individual. How could I feel such familiarity with someone I clearly did not recognize? This is truly perplexing. At that moment, the figure in the mirror spoke, its voice warm and magnetic. Sujiu, do you recognize me? I am your future self. Remember, do not practice this technique. You will regret it in the future. This is a method of demonic cultivation, and it will lead you astray. Sujiu retorted, that is impossible. My friend has said, when a righteous person practices an evil method, the evil method can also be righteous. When an evil person practices a righteous method, the righteous method can also be evil. The issue lies not with the technique, but with the individual. The person in the mirror sighed softly. You are still too young to comprehend the intricacies involved. Although this technique may appear to rapidly enhance your cultivation, it harbors immense hidden dangers. Once you begin to practice, demonic energy will infiltrate your body and erode your mind, leaving you with no path of return. Sujiu furrowed his brows and stubbornly declared, I am not afraid. As long as my heart remains steadfast, I will not be influenced by demonic energy. The figure shook its head. Countless powerful individuals have fallen before this technique, not due to the method itself, but because of the success it brings, which leads them astray. Sujio felt a sense of confusion. He could not understand how one could falter because of the success brought forth by a technique. A flicker of complex emotion passed through the mirror figure's eyes as it slowly spoke. Since your mind is set, then go ahead. But you must remember your thoughts today. Remember why you chose to practice this technique. Do not lose yourself with that. The image in the mirror gradually faded, leaving Sujio standing alone in the pavilion, consumed by uncertainty. Just as Sujio was engulfed in doubt, the blurred figure in the mirror once again became clear, transforming into his mother. Jior, my dear child. Mother misses you so much. I absolutely forbid you from practicing this demonic technique. Otherwise, I will cease to acknowledge you. Sujio recognized that this figure was not truly his mother. His real mother would not utter such words. She would say, think carefully, and whatever you decide, I will support you. Yet, Sujio still addressed the figure in the mirror. Mother, I know what I am doing. Please do not worry. The mirrored figure sighed softly before becoming indistinct once more. Chapter 19. Heavenly Level Techniques, Part 2. Sujio's mental fortitude far surpassed that of the average person. For him, becoming stronger was the only way to protect his mother. The bronze mirror vanished, revealing the now precarious iron chain suspension bridge. The air was thick with a strange, oppressive black mist. Sujio pressed onward, crossing the pavilion, only to encounter a different scene on the bridge, for chains swung erratically, while the wooden planks beneath his feet had vanished. This is too excessive. It must be deliberate. Sujio inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. He cautiously stepped onto the suspension bridge. More accurately, he stepped onto the chains. Each step was taken with utmost care, fearful that a slip could cause him to disappear from this world. The acrid black mist surged toward him, as if intent on consuming him. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from below the bridge, as though a colossal beast lay in wait. Sujio's heart raced. He understood that to cross the bridge, he must confront the unknown danger. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a short knife from his storage bag, biting down on the hilt and holding it in his mouth. As the growl drew nearer, a large, spiked maw emerged from the black mist, stretching forth with a long neck. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and its massive jaws were lined with countless sharp teeth, dripping with crimson fluid. Sujio seized the opportunity, dodging an attack with a narrow escape and then thrusting the knife into the beast's eye. The creature roared in pain, thrashing wildly as Sujio clung tightly to the knife. Time and again, the monster charged, and Sujio struck several more blows until it finally retreated, no longer daring to approach. With a sigh of relief, Sujio continued toward the far end of the bridge. Just as he relaxed, he discovered that the path ahead had become even more sinister. At the end of the iron chain bridge, eerie green flames ignited. Though the flames were small, they emitted a chilling aura. Sujio furrowed his brow, silently contemplating whether this was yet another trial. He cautiously approached the flames, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Unwilling to concede, he tried again. Upon touching the edge of the flames, a sharp pain coursed through his fingers, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Suddenly, a face formed within the flames, sneering at Sujio. Young one, this is heart fire. Only those with pure hearts can pass. Your heart is cluttered with too many distractions. Do not attempt again. Upon hearing this, Sujio was taken aback. He recalled that his sole desire to grow stronger was for the sake of his mother, devoid of any distractions. Thus, he calmed his mind, dismissing all external disturbances, focusing solely on that flame. Miraculously, as his mental state shifted, the flames gradually diminished until they extinguished completely. Sujio finally reached the end of the suspension bridge, successfully crossing. At that moment, golden light surged once more. Sujio found himself once again before the stone door, which still bore 10 stone spheres emitting a faint yellow glow. He still held the short knife. What is happening? Did I fail the trial? Countless questions swirled in Sujio's mind. Had he endured all that suffering for naught? Hey, spirit, are you there? Sujio shouted in frustration. At that moment, a chorus of sobbing emerged from behind the stone door. For 100,000 years. I have been trapped in this cave for 100,000 years. Ha ha. Finally, I can go out and play. The spirit lamented. Sujio, exasperated, retorted, Hey, do tell, by your appearance, does that mean I have passed the trial? The spirit did not answer Sujio's question. A flash of white light materialized before him. The entity sported a tall, conical hat adorned with numerous short strings, each tied to colorful stones. As it moved, the stones clinked together, creating a melodic sound. The spirit produced a peculiar staff, one end resembling a long eggplant, the other shaped like an octagonal prism, with a golden lattice design interspersed with colorful squares. The spirit twirled the eggplant staff in its hand, tossing it into the air, where it rolled gracefully. Chanting incantations, the spirit formed hand seals. The eggplant staff glimmered with golden light, soaring toward the stone door. With the octagonal prism inserted into a black hole at the top, the 10 stone spheres below began to glow brighter, shifting and ultimately forming a Taiji pattern, 2 spheres in the center. Surrounded by 8, the entire Taiji diagram slowly rotated until the 2 central spheres aligned horizontally, finally coming to a halt. The stone door opened down the middle, releasing a billow of white mist. A loud creaking echoed as a gleaming black stone emerged from the ground. Just a stone. Nothing more. Sujio scratched his head, pulling at the oddly dressed spirit. The spirit gestured for him to approach the stone. Sujio stepped forward, standing before the black stone, reaching out to touch it, feeling a slight chill, yet nothing extraordinary. The eggplant staff had somehow returned to the spirit's hand. Unexpectedly, the spirit, standing behind Sujio, lunged forward, thrusting the octagonal prism end of the eggplant staff towards Sujio's back. Sujio, entirely focused on the stone, never anticipated the spirit would launch a surprise attack. Moreover, at that moment, Sujio was utterly depleted of spiritual energy. Incapable of evading, the octagonal prism pierced through Sujio's body, emerging from his front. Gritting his teeth, Sujio turned to face the spirit, realizing he had fallen for its trick. The spirit gazed at Sujio impassively, as if nothing had occurred, continuing to chant incantations. The eggplant staff shimmered with golden light before slowly melting into a golden liquid. At that moment, the 10 stone spheres transformed into 10 luminous orbs. Soaring toward the molten golden liquid, swiftly merging within, they entered Sujio's body. That instant, 5 large words appeared in Sujio's mind. Chaotic immortal demon tomb. Following that, a flurry of smaller words glimmered with golden light. Detailing the chaotic immortal demon tomb, created by the ancient demon god emperor, using his own flesh as a tomb, reabsorbing demonic essence and immortal essence for his own use. The body transforms into a tomb. The tomb transforms dual essences intertwine, chaotic immortal demon. This technique can be practiced by any body, but one must first endure the pain of myriad piercings to the bone, cleansing the marrow through pain, then solidifying the spirit through pain, and finally refining the skin through pain. Completion allows one to absorb immortal essence and control demonic essence. Volume 1. Myriad piercings to refine the body. Volume 2. Summoning immortal and demon. Dan C. Space. Volume 3. Refining meridians. Volume 4. Expanding demonic meridians. Volume 5. Refining the Sea of Spirits. Volume 6. Controlling fire. Seed fire. Volume 7. Controlling swords. Constructing the furnace. Volume 8. Demonic spells. Chaotic heart spell. Volume 9. Spiritual spells. Chaotic immortal essence spell. Volume 10. Talismans. Controlling demon spell. Suju looked down at the melting eggplant staff, which was now burrowing into his body. Why does it no longer hurt? Have I already perished? Sujio's hand instinctively moved to his heart, feeling warmth but no wound. He turned to the spirit. Confused, could you not explain? What is happening? The spirit, having completed its incantation, let out a long sigh of relief, eyes filled with excitement. Close your eyes and feel. Probe your dantian and sea of consciousness to see what has changed. The spirit did not answer Sujio's questions, instead instructing him directly. After probing, Sujio discovered an outcome he could never have anticipated. In his sea of consciousness lay a thick, golden ancient tome, its runes swirling as the pages turned on their own. The title page bore the words Chaotic Immortal Demon Tomb in bold black letters. Within his dantian, 2 orbs of fire spun and interacted with one another. The eggplant staff lying horizontally beneath them, casting a warm glow upon the spiritual energy within his dantian. creating a comforting sensation. At this moment, the spirit knelt before Sujio, saying, "Master, I bow to you. The blood sacrifice of the immortal technique is complete. From now on, you shall be the master of the chaotic immortal demon tomb." Enraged, Sujio exclaimed, "You deceitful trickster! How dare you ambush me?" The instrument spirit waved its hand and said to its master. Little Ling did not intend to launch a surprise attack. Rather, this blood sacrifice must be conducted when the master is calm and composed. Moreover, this blood sacrifice does not inflict physical harm, but is merely a pairing of spiritual energies. From now on, Little Ling will wholeheartedly follow the master. If the match is suitable, I shall recognize the master. If not, I will not cause the master any harm. Sujio recalled that he indeed felt little pain earlier and nodded. Inquiring about the object resembling an eggplant stick. Eggplant stick? The instrument spirit was momentarily bewildered. What eggplant stick? It displayed a confused expression before swiftly realizing what Sujio was referring to. Master, that is called the immortal demon staff. It has already merged with your body. It recognizes you as its master. In time, you will come to understand its purpose. Upon saying this, it exhibited a peculiar expression. Chapter 20. Meridian Restoration. The instrument spirit rubbed its hands together, a strange smile spreading across its face. Master, the cultivation method has now been imparted to you. Little Ling has fulfilled its duty of finding a reincarnated master. Master, I have honored my promise to the previous master. I kindly request that you complete the master-servant contract with me. This way, Little Ling can accompany you out of here. We can explore together and assist you in your cultivation. Sujio observed the instrument spirit's somewhat lewd gaze and felt that something was amiss. Its eagerness to establish the master-servant contract, coupled with that expression, surely indicated something strange. Sujio was aware that those who signed such contracts would remain under the master's control for life, even to the point of sacrificing themselves without hesitation. Why was this instrument spirit so eager? Thus, he replied, before we rush into this, could you first explain how to cultivate in the chaotic immortal demon tomb? Having existed for 100,000 years, the instrument spirit immediately grasped Sujio's expression. Master, fret not. Little Ling has been here for 100,000 years. Before the previous master perished, he instructed Little Ling to find someone capable of passing the trials to be his successor. He also mandated that a master-servant contract must be signed in order to leave this place and to follow this master for eternity. The previous master was Little Ling's savior. Little Ling was not originally an instrument spirit. It was a sprite belonging to the spirit race. As it spoke, it turned, and a radiant light erupted, revealing 3 pairs of wings sprouting from its back. It flitted around Sujio, who sensed that the instrument spirit was not lying. He nodded and said, I currently lack cultivation. How can I restore it? The instrument spirit replied, if you sign the master-servant contract with me, I will assist you in cultivating within the chaotic immortal demon tomb. By practicing this method, you will be able to mend your shattered meridians. Sujio immediately resolved to begin his cultivation. The instrument spirit added, once the master-servant contract is signed, Little Ling can enter your dantian and control the immortal demon staff to help restore your meridians. Our spirit race is highly sensitive to spiritual energy. I can sense that although your meridians are ruptured, there is still an abundance of spiritual energy within your dantian. It appears that the 2 predecessors within are restraining it. You can channel a trace of spiritual energy, use your blood as a medium, and draw out the contract. Sujio understood that signing the master-servant contract would not put him at a disadvantage. Moreover, in order to restore his meridians and regain his cultivation, he had no choice but to agree. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy. Indeed, as the instrument spirit had indicated, there was still a significant amount of spiritual energy within his dantian. However, once the energy escaped the dantian, it dissipated and vanished through the ruptured meridians. Only a tiny amount reached his fingertips. Sujio pricked the tip of his finger and drew a contract in the air. Directing it toward the instrument spirit then extracted 2 drops of essence blood from its body and infused them into the contract, solidifying their bond. Both Sujio and the instrument spirit felt a subtle connection arise. Master, from now on, you shall call me Na Dong. The instrument spirit twirled and dove into Sujio's dantian, preparing to activate the immortal demon staff to assist in restoring his meridians. However, as soon as it entered the dantian, It was forcibly expelled by the overwhelming pressure of two fireballs within. The instrument's spirit hastily fled. Master, those two predecessors are too formidable. Only by attempting to channel the immortal demon staff can Little Ling help restore your ruptured meridians. Sujio, feeling curious about the two fireballs in his dantian, wondered who they were and how they had come to reside within him. Inadong, can you discern the nature of those two predecessors? Sujio inquired. Inadong shook its head, responding, I can only ascertain that those two predecessors possess an astonishingly high level of cultivation. Master, restoring the ruptured meridians requires the immortal demon staff. Please try to use your consciousness to see if you can channel the staff out of your dantian. Upon hearing Nadong's words, Sujio settled his mind and gradually extended his consciousness into his dantian. As he approached the immortal demon staff, he could feel a powerful wave of energy emanating from it. Cautiously, Sujio endeavored to manipulate his feeble consciousness to touch the staff, yet it felt as if he was an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Just as despair began to settle in, a flash of golden light suddenly burst forth within the dantian, shooting straight toward the immortal demon staff, which trembled slightly. Sujio's heart soared with joy, seizing the opportunity to amplify his consciousness. The immortal demon staff gradually radiated light, slowly detaching from the dantian. Inadong, witnessing this, immediately cast a restoration spell, causing waves of green spiritual energy to flow from the immortal demon staff, traversing Sujio's meridians and gradually healing the damaged sections. Meanwhile, the two fireballs within the dantian seemed to sense the commotion outside and grew restless. As the meridians continued to mend, Sujio felt his strength gradually returning. Once Nadong had fully restored his meridians, Sujio clenched his fists, feeling the revitalized spiritual energy coursing within him, and resolved to uncover the true origins of those two mysterious fireballs within his dantian. Sujio began to meditate and cultivate. With the restoration of his meridians, it felt akin to a breakthrough, and his spiritual energy surged with impatience. As a stick of incense burned down, Sujio sensed that the fluctuations of his spiritual energy had stabilized significantly. This restoration of cultivation made Sujio feel as if he had endured numerous experiences of life and death, maturing in spirit. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he silently reaffirmed his determination. Just then, his stomach rumbled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten for 2 days. He quickly retrieved some jerky and rice balls from his storage pouch. After taking a few bites, he felt someone watching him. Turning to the side, he discovered that the sprite Nadong was practically glued to the jerky, a puddle of drool pooling on the ground as it gaped in hunger. Sujio looked at Nadong and remarked, "You're quite disgusting. A single piece of jerky could nourish a fish with all that drool." However, it seemed that the little sprite still had some principles. After all, they were the master's belongings and it dared not snatch them directly. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly lunged forward to seize them. With a wry smile, Sujio offered a piece of jerky to Nadong. Nadong's eyes lit up, but it hesitated, glancing at Sujio. Sujio encouraged, "Go ahead. Consider it a token of gratitude for just now restoring my meridians." Inadong happily accepted the jerky and devoured it with delight. After finishing, it wiped its mouth and patted its chest, saying, "Master, I know a bit about the fireballs in your dantian." Sujio's eyes brightened, and he urged, "What is it?" "Speak quickly." Nadong replied, "Those two fireballs should be the remnants of two exceptionally high-level experts. They're soul flames. Typically, such soul flames possess their own consciousness. They appear to be in a dormant state for now, however." Sujio, puzzled, asked, "However, what?" Nadong pondered for a moment before saying, "However, the two soul flames likely do not see each other as friends. Instead, they may be enemies." "Why?" Sujio inquired, intrigued. Nadong explained, "When I first entered the dantian, although I was expelled by the pressure, Little Ling sensed that both predecessors instinctively protected your dantian. Yet it was evident that both fireballs were exerting pressure on each other, with only a minimal amount directed toward Little Ling. What should we do about that?" Nadong replied, "Based on Little Ling's understanding, the two predecessors should not harm your body. Rather, they are protecting you. Right now, your cultivation is too low to withstand the pressure of their awakening. You will need to reach a certain level of cultivation before they awaken." Sujio nodded in agreement. "That's for the best. The most crucial matter now is to enhance my cultivation." "Nadong, how does one cultivate in the chaotic immortal demon tomb?" "In the Sea of the Gods, I couldn't evoke any response, no matter what I tried. Upon mentioning the immortal demon tomb, Nadong immediately grew excited. Master, cultivating in the immortal demon tomb is simply tailor-made for you. Noticing Sujia's puzzled expression, Nadong continued, to cultivate this method, you need 1 fire and 1 stone. Sujio, growing impatient, tapped Nadong's head with the jerky and said, get to the point. Nadong grinned and said, you will need a type of crystal stone called the Shirua crystal. To divide the space in your dantian, the fire is the red lotus flame. This red lotus flame is exceedingly rare. My previous master spent 160 years searching for it. Sujia's face fell. How am I supposed to cultivate with that? But Nadong's next words made Sujio's eyes widen in shock. However, the red fireball within your body is the red lotus flame. Sujio's jaw dropped as if he had just swallowed an egg. He had heard from his master that when refining pills, one required flames, which were roughly categorized into earth fire and heavenly fire. The red lotus flame was the apex among the heavenly fires, capable of incinerating all impurities in the world and especially effective at dispelling karmic obstacles. It was truly miraculous that such extraordinary fire resided within him. Chapter 21. Cultivating in the immortal demon tomb, Suju looked at Nadong and asked, and where do we find the crystal? Nadong, brimming with pride, pointed to the black stone behind the stone door they had just passed. The former master discovered numerous crystals, yet many remain unused. My master, you may first cultivate the initial volumes of the immortal demon tomb. The first 5 volumes focus on body refinement, while the latter 5 pertain to skills. The sequence of cultivation must not be disrupted. However, embarking on the path of the immortal demon tomb requires enduring pains beyond what an ordinary person can bear. My master must be psychologically prepared. Yet, once the cultivation is complete, my master will undoubtedly transform into an extraordinary powerhouse. Nadong, driven by an intense yearning for strength, cared not for the pain he would endure. His sole desire was to grow stronger. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Sujio inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, let us begin. Nadong nodded slightly, forming hand seals. A ghostly glow seeped into the black stone, and in an instant, a tremendous force enveloped Sujio. He felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his body simultaneously, a searing pain radiating throughout him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, his mind fixed solely on the notion of becoming stronger. Just when he thought the pain was unbearable, Nadong pointed to the area between Sujio's shoulder blades and said, Master, endure this. In that moment, Sujio felt the immortal demon staff repeatedly thrust into his spine. The sound of bones fracturing echoed in his ears. Sujio finally understood what it meant for pain to pierce to the marrow. The agony was akin to death itself. His entire body trembled, on the verge of fainting. Blood began to seep from the skin on his back, yet he stood resolutely like a statue, enveloped in golden light. It was as if the fireball in his dantian was lending him strength to alleviate the pain. Soon after, the sound of bones reforming filled the air. After an hour, Sujio's spine was entirely reforged. At this moment, Suju lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Nadong retrieved a stone box from behind the black stone. Inside were 10 small porcelain vials. Nadong opened the first one and poured out a red pill. The pill radiated a strange aura, its spiritual energy fluctuating intensely. He handed it to Sujio, indicating he should consume it without delay. Lying on the ground in utter fatigue, Sujio inquired, what is this pill? Nadong reassured him, do not worry, master. In order to continue the legacy of the former master, he preserved an ample supply of pills. These are sufficient for you to cultivate the immortal demon tomb to the 2nd tier. Sujio felt a degree of trust in this little spirit. After all, there was no reason for him to deceive himself. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his system, waves of spiritual energy surged throughout his body, akin to downing an entire bottle of tree sap, causing his meridians to feel as if they might burst. This sensation was intensified, resembling multiple bottles of sap exploding. At that moment, upon witnessing Sujio's anguish, Nadong said, rest assured, master, the immortal demon staff will assist you in alleviating excessive spiritual energy during times of danger. Now, we must expand your meridians. Only when they reach a certain capacity can the techniques be perfected. Sujio felt the spiritual energy racing through him, but he could barely keep pace with the speed of absorption. As his body flushed red and his meridians swelled, the immortal demon's staff emitted a beam of white light, enveloping Su Jiao entirely. Observing this, Nadong poured a green pill from the second porcelain vial. Su Jiao swallowed it. A miraculous transformation unfolded. Su Jiao's spine emitted sizzling sounds as the staff shattered and then repaired his spine, creating concentric waves of light. Simultaneously, green threads sprouted from his spine, extending towards his head, chest, abdomen, and limbs. Eventually, these threads enveloped his dantian, forming a coconut-shaped mass. As the threads grew, the overwhelming sensation of expansion began to dissipate. Su Jiao was unaware of what these threads were, anxiously gazing at Nadong. Yet, Nadong remained unperturbed, stating, "Do not worry, master. After the technique reshapes your spine, it will redistribute the effects of the Shi Ruan crystal throughout your body, reconstructing it. It will not harm you." Then, as if struck by inspiration, Nadong dove into Su Jiao's dantian, trembling as he bowed before the two fireballs, saying, "Esteemed predecessors, I am but a servant of Su Jiao, assisting him in cultivating the chaotic immortal demon tomb's divine arts. I seek permission to create another dantian for my master. I hope the two esteemed predecessors will grant their consent." After a brief pause, the red fireball flickered once, followed by a similar reaction from the other fireball, before returning to their original state. It seemed there were no objections. Nadong once again bowed deeply and swiftly exited the dantian. At that moment, Su Jiao had returned to his original complexion, and above his dantian, a spherical shape formed anew, linking the two spheres together, resembling a gourd shape. Subsequently, all the green threads converged in the middle of the gourd, forming an expansive circular disc. Finally, the green disc transformed into a vibrant red. This moment, Su Jiao felt a profound transformation within himself, his entire being brimming with strength. The flow of spiritual energy surged rapidly, indeed, exceedingly fast. Su Jiao realized he had suddenly broken through from the third layer to the pinnacle of the fifth layer of the qi refining stage. Nadong, showing no surprise, remarked, "Master, having just completed your cultivation, your next session will involve the complete reconstruction of your skeletal structure. Then, we will refine your meridians, tendons, and blood, propelling your cultivation directly to the 8th layer." Su Jiao felt a sense of disbelief. To leap to the 8th layer was to surpass even his senior brothers. His eldest brother seemed to only have reached the 8th layer. He chuckled, envisioning his senior brother's reaction upon witnessing his own 8th layer prowess. Su Jiao reveled in this beautiful vision, his expression one of sheer bliss. Nadong, observing this, covered his eyes with his right hand and cautioned, "Master, do not celebrate too soon. The reconstruction of your meridians, tendons, and blood will require several sessions, and the suffering will be prolonged. Ha! I shall undoubtedly become a marvel within the sect. I might even secure a top position in the grand sect competition." Su Jiao was lost in his own euphoria when Nadong's words suddenly plunged him into despair. The pain he had just endured, that all-encompassing agony, made him tremble involuntarily at the mere thought. At this moment, Nadong added, "Furthermore, this time, it will require you to cultivate independently, while I shall act as your guardian spirit." Su Jiao fell silent, not uttering a single word. Nadong announced, "The cultivation of your spine is complete, and the channels of your Ren and Du meridians, along with all your body's meridians, have been harmonized with the techniques. You may now attempt to activate the immortal demon tomb with your spiritual consciousness and commence your cultivation." Su Jiao replied, "I have tried activating the immortal demon tomb's techniques with my spiritual consciousness before, but there was no response." With that, he once again attempted to channel his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, this time, the techniques emitted a radiance, beginning to expand until they transformed into countless characters that vanished from sight. Su Jiao was astounded and slightly anxious, fearing that the techniques had been lost. They were his only opportunity to grow stronger. Yet, he quickly comprehended the situation. The book had truly melded into his spiritual consciousness. He understood how to cultivate now, including how to utilize the Shi Ruan crystal, what the pills in the porcelain vials were, and how to refine his muscles and marrow, as well as his blood and flesh. It dawned on him that no step was singular, but rather a multitude of repetitions. The more one practiced, the stronger one became. A madman, undoubtedly a madman. The creator of this technique must have been a lunatic. Moreover, the skills he would cultivate in the future left him in awe. even instilling fear. The techniques could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, far surpassing his own absorption speed. They could even absorb the blood, vitality, cultivation, and soul power of animals, monsters, and even humans. Sujio inquired of Nadong, "Can this technique absorb human blood and cultivation? Is this not an evil technique?" Nadong replied, "Master, a technique is merely a technique. It ultimately depends on how one chooses to use it. You may absorb the cultivation of humans or that of beasts. The outcome is determined by the wielder's intent. Did you not previously state that a righteous person practicing an evil technique can yield righteous results? While an evil person practicing a righteous technique can result in evil." Sujio bit his lip, contemplating and reflecting on this statement. Finally, it seemed he reached a resolution. He closed his eyes and formed hand seals. Thus, he began to cultivate the chaotic immortal demon tomb. Chapter 22. Return to the Pill Pavilion. Sujio's doubts about cultivating the chaotic immortal demon tomb were thoroughly dispelled as he commenced his own practice of the techniques. With hands forming seals, he circulated the spiritual energy within him, silently reciting the incantations, directing a surge of spiritual power towards the Shi Ruan crystal. The crystal radiated a beam of light that enveloped Sujio entirely. He recited the incantations once more, guiding the immortal demon staff to commence the bone-piercing and subsequent repair. The pain intensified with each iteration. Sujio hesitated not, gritting his teeth and persevering through the ordeal. His gaze resolute, the golden light reappeared. This time, Sujio confirmed that it was indeed the fireball that had emitted this light during his unbearable pain. Repeatedly, he engaged in the cycle of piercing, repairing, consuming pills, then piercing, repairing, and consuming again. Gradually, Sujio seemed to acclimate to this bone-piercing torment, no longer suffering to the brink of death. His will was unyielding, and apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted himself almost entirely to cultivation. 2 months later, he successfully completed the first volume. His entire skeletal structure, as well as his tendons and blood, had been thoroughly refined. Only when Sujio sensed the effects of the reforging were diminishing did he temporarily cease his efforts. Sujio could now be said to have undergone a transformation. Internally examining himself, he found his meridians had grown thicker, and his spiritual energy was more abundant. His dantian had evolved into 2 larger reservoirs, nay, they should be referred to as 2 dantian seas. His cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the chi refining stage. Sujio brimmed with joy, fully aware that his 2 months of labor had not been in vain. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, for he knew that greater challenges awaited him ahead. Sujio resolved to leave the cave and return to the Pill Pavilion. He stored the Shi Ruan crystal and the stone box in his storage pouch. Nadong, being inherently playful, had long wished to venture outside. Upon exiting the cave, he perched on Sujio's shoulder, inhaling deeply the fragrant air infused with the scents of trees and rivers. Gazing at the majestic mountains, flowing rivers, and lush forests outside, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After 100,000 years, Nadong exclaimed, "I, Nadong, have finally emerged." Sujio queried, "Did you truly remain in that cave for 100,000 years without stepping outside? Can your spirit race truly live for 100,000 years?" Nadong chuckled and replied, "Master, the spirit race can live for 10,000 years. Those with superior cultivation may reach 20,000 years. Little Ling has been in the cave, serving as a spirit of a treasured artifact. She entered the cave 100,000 years ago, and now it has indeed been 100,000 years. Treasure? What treasure? I haven't seen anything of the sort. It's still in the cave." Nadong laughed and said, "Master, that treasure is located in the center of that stone. Once your cultivation reaches the core formation stage, you will be able to open it and retrieve it." A wave of apprehension washed over Sujio. A treasure? How magnificent! Upon stepping out of the cave, he made his way upstream along the river, encountering numerous low-level demon beasts along the way, which he could easily deal with now. Sujio was currently at the 8th layer of chi refining, and he should have been able to fly with a sword. But having just broken through, he was unsure how to perform sword flight, so he had to rely on his 2 legs instead. After walking for a day, he arrived at a fork in the river. Sensing that he had likely been here before, at that moment, he felt something lurking in the water. Focusing his consciousness, it seemed there was a massive hole beneath the surface, emanating a faint chill. Sujio did not wish to waste time. He simply wanted to return to the pill pavilion as soon as possible. He was concerned about Su Lele and wondered how she was faring. Silently marking the location in his mind, he turned and left. After another day's journey, he finally arrived at the place where he usually practiced as dawn broke. From a distance, he spotted a white fox perched on a stone platform. It was the little white fox. Suju hurried over. The little white fox sensed Suju's presence and quickly turned around, joyfully exclaiming, "Sujio, where have you been for the past 2 months? You didn't even inform me. Wait, what's up with your cultivation?" Sujo smiled, his teeth concealed, as he gazed at the little white fox. The white fox circled around him, visibly astonished. At that moment, a tiny figure emerged from Suju's collar, poking its head out, proclaiming, "It turns out to be a 3-tailed fox, a green-eyed white fox, indeed remarkable." The little white fox looked at Na Dong in amazement and said, "You are an elf? My goodness, the spirit race has long since vanished." With a mischievous grin, the little white fox added, "You better not venture outside, or many powerful beings will come to capture you as a pet." Hearing this, Na Dong nestled closer into Suju's embrace. Sujo inquired, "Little white fox, how is Su Lele?" "That day, I was injured by a man in black and fell off the cliff. I have no idea how she is doing." The little white fox shook her head and laughed. "The man in black you mentioned? I've seen him. He came into the mountains searching for me, a mere Peak Foundation establishment waste. He had the audacity to demand my inner core. Ha ha! I rescued that girl from the water beneath the cliff. She broke her leg and should now be recovering at the sect." Sujo's face darkened as he remarked, "Little white fox, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator is still considered a waste? What kind of cultivation do you deem average?" The white fox calmly replied, "The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey. The chi refining stage is merely the preparatory phase. Only upon reaching the core formation stage can one truly be said to have begun cultivating. Foundation establishment is merely an entry-level stage. You still haven't answered my question. What is the matter with your cultivation?" Na Dong interjected, "I assisted my master in reaching this level." "Master?" The white fox turned her gaze toward Sujiu. Not wishing to conceal anything from the white fox, Sujiu truthfully recounted the events of the past 2 months. The little white fox, observing Sujiu and then glancing at Na Dong, placed one paw on her chin, pondering deeply. "Sujiu, your last departure was due to someone else's scheme, which implies that someone is targeting you. Your cultivation has remarkably increased from the 3rd to the 8th layer in just 2 months, which is indeed astonishing. You will definitely attract attention, and those who harmed you last time will likely intensify their efforts against you. There may even be those with ulterior motives who wish to see you dead. In the world of cultivation, there are far too many incidents of murder and treasure theft. Listen to me. Do not return." The little white fox warned anxiously. Suju had not anticipated the situation to be so perilous. His brow furrowed, and a hint of indecision crept into his heart. Na Dong, however, lifted his small head and declared, "Master need not worry. With me here, I will surely protect you." His eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. The little white fox glanced at Na Dong and snorted softly. "Though you possess some abilities, do not become complacent." Na Dong replied with a smile, "Master's cultivation has reached the 8th layer. Time has indeed flown, and it will attract attention. It would be wise to lower your cultivation to the 4th layer." Sujo stared wide-eyed at Na Dong. "What is going on? Speak quickly." The little white fox also wore a puzzled expression. "I have a method to conceal one's cultivation, which cannot be detected by anyone below the nascent soul stage." Saying this, he produced an item from his pocket, a talisman. "This is a concealment talisman. Affix it to your body to hide your cultivation. Applying 2 of them can lower it to approximately the 4th layer." Sujiu took the talisman in hand and examined it before directly channeling his spiritual energy to affix it to himself. The talisman glimmered and transformed, and Na Dong quickly applied another to Sujiu, making the second talisman vanish. Suju looked at the white fox, who turned her gaze toward him, inspecting him before nodding. "Not bad. It will suffice now." Sujiu was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Lele and worried about how his master would react to his absence from the sect for 2 months. With Na Dong by his side, he hastily made his way back to the Pill Pavilion. Upon arriving, the disciples of the Pill Pavilion greeted him warmly. A servant disciple rushed over and said, "Su Shixiang, you have returned. The pavilion master has inquired about you multiple times these past 2 months. He wishes for you to see him immediately." "Very well, I shall go meet my master now. Sujio replied. He approached his master's chamber and knocked on the door, saying, Master, this disciple Sujio has matters to report. A deep voice resonated from within. Come in. Sujio pushed the door open and found his master standing by the window. His back turned to him. Master, I have returned, Sujio said respectfully. His master slowly turned around, his gaze filled with complex emotions, concern mixed with reproach. You have been gone for 2 months. Do you know how worried I was? Sujio hurriedly recounted the events that transpired, including the dangers he faced and how he resolved them, while omitting certain peculiar details about Na Dong. His master frowned slightly after listening. Do you know which sect that man in black belongs to? Sujio shook his head, saying, This disciple does not know. That man merely stated that this disciple had offended someone and intended to eliminate me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive the fall from the cliff and gained an opportunity to break through to the 4th layer of qi refining. At that moment, Yu Qinghai had been so pleased that Sujio had returned that he failed to notice his disciple's cultivation level. Now realizing that his prized disciple had reached the 4th layer, he nodded approvingly, genuinely happy for Sujio. Seeing his master's delighted expression, Sujio asked, Master, after the incident, my junior sister was also present. I later heard that she returned to the pill pavilion ahead of me. I wonder how she is now. Yu Qinghai replied, She is fine and currently recuperating. He then waved his hand dismissively. Since you have returned safely, that is enough. You should rest well for now, however, do not act so recklessly in the future. Sujio nodded in agreement, feeling relieved that he had managed to navigate this situation. Just as he exited his master's chamber, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Looking up, he saw his junior sister rushing toward him. When she reached Sujio, her eyes were red-rimmed. Big brother, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you. Seeing his junior sister in such distress brought genuine joy to Sujio. Haha, junior sister. I heard from the little white fox that after I was knocked off the cliff, you jumped down after me. There is a saying that goes, we do not seek to be born on the same day, month and year, but you seem to wish for the same death on the same day, month and year. Thankfully, you are fine. Otherwise, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Come, let me check if you are hurt. Su Lele felt warmth in her heart and said, Big brother, your recent peril must have been orchestrated by someone in the shadows. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. She clenched her fists tightly. Sujio nodded. I will certainly get to the bottom of this. Upon returning to his residence, Sujio began to study the art of alchemy. On one hand, the sect required him to submit pills on time. On the other, he needed to cultivate the techniques of the immortal demon tomb. The remaining pills were only sufficient for him to reach the 2nd layer, and he would have to refine the pills needed for the 3rd layer himself. It was only upon starting the 2nd volume of the immortal demon tomb that Sujio realized the 1st volume was about body transformation, honing the body through rigorous training, and then expanding the original Dantian into a Dantian C, miraculously reconstructing a new Dantian. In other words, a Dantian C. The 2nd volume, Immortal Demon Induction, aimed to establish a connection between the 2 Dantian Cs and replicate and reshape the meridians. It resembled the developmental process of a new embryo. However, this process required a considerable amount of pills for restoration. The 2nd volume, Immortal Demon Induction, was the most critical part of the entire technique. Sujio opened the stone box and muttered, The pills within here are only enough for me to cultivate the 2nd layer of the immortal demon tomb. Fortunately, he had just begun to practice the 2nd volume, and for the time being, the pills were sufficient. The pills required for this technique were all at least of 4th grade quality, and the higher he progressed, the higher the grade of pills needed. Shaking his head, Sujio lamented, A bottleneck? This is undoubtedly a bottleneck. I have yet to refine even a 2nd grade pill. To cultivate this technique, I will soon run out of pills in the late stages of the 2nd layer. Sujio pouted and thought, It seems the next step is either to refine pills myself or to venture out and purchase pills of 4th grade or higher. Given the spirit race's vastly superior perception, Sujio instructed Na Dong to remain vigilant by his side, keeping an eye out for any disturbances nearby. After retrieving the Shirong crystal and the elixir, I sat cross-legged and began my cultivation of the 2nd volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb. I directed my spiritual energy towards the Shirong crystal and soon, a radiant light enveloped Sujio's entire being. Simultaneously, I consumed a pill, channeling my spiritual energy to absorb its medicinal potency. I guided the Shirong crystal and the elixir's energy to the disc situated between the two dances, gradually cultivating that disc under the influence of the spiritual and medicinal forces, along with the Shirong crystal's properties. In a modest room of the artifact refining pavilion, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed as a lecherous old man violently struck the table and chairs. "These two useless fools can't even handle a child," he muttered, his frustration palpable. "I need to send someone else." The old man ceased his outburst, his face shadowed with discontent. At that moment, Su Jiao, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, nearly disrupting his focus. "Nadong, what's going on? Is someone plotting against us?" Su Jiao steadied his mind and replied, "I fear trouble is approaching. We must hasten our efforts." With that, he intensified his concentration on his practice. After considerable effort, the disc exhibited significant changes. Upon completing his cultivation, Su Jiao exhaled a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on Nadong's face, clearly pleased with Su Jiao's progress. After practicing the immortal demon tomb, Su Jiao's cultivation advanced remarkably, his meridians becoming broader, the danci expanding, and the internal flow of spiritual energy accelerating with greater vigor. For the subsequent days, Su Jiao remained in the Pill Pavilion refining elixirs. He made a staggering discovery. Controlling the spiritual fire during alchemy became effortless, no longer a laborious task. To his astonishment, he easily concocted a second-grade elixir, albeit just one, though it was a low-tier second-grade elixir. Su Jiao was overjoyed proudly. He grinned at Nadong. "Did you see that? A second-grade elixir? Ha. Indeed, master. I always knew you were a prodigy," Nadong replied with an exasperated expression. "We've been refining elixirs for quite some time. Isn't it time for a meal?" "What a lack of sentiment, you glutton," Su Jiao retorted, tossing Nadong a skewer of roasted meat. He held the low-tier second-grade elixir, admiring it repeatedly. It was a healing elixir meant for Su Lei. However, Su Jiao refrained from giving it to Su Lei just yet, storing it in a jade vial as he began to concoct a third-grade elixir. With only 7 days remaining until the sect's grand competition, Su Jiao secretly resolved to be eliminated early. He wished to avoid attracting calamity upon himself and aimed to cultivate discreetly, striving for a breakthrough. Chapter 24. Heading to the sect's grand competition. At this moment, Su Jiao felt no interest in the grand competition. His focus was solely on cultivating the chaotic immortal demon tomb and refining elixirs. He perceived the competition as a waste of time. However, he could not defy his master's arrangements, so he decided to maintain a low profile during the competition, seeking early elimination. On the following morning, the disciples participating in the competition gathered to depart for the sect's headquarters. In the square, disciples from various peaks congregated, all waiting for Su Jiao. A pair of eyes, though seemingly casual, were fixated on him, a smirk playing at the corners of their lips. "I hope you managed to reach the headquarters alive," they whispered. Su Jiao sensed he was being watched and turned to look, finding nothing amiss, yet a foreboding feeling arose within him. Soon, an enormous spirit vessel descended upon the square, hovering in the air. The pavilion master of the Pill Pavilion, Yu Qinghai, was unable to attend due to other matters, and the disciples were led by their senior brother, Mu Chan. The senior brothers and sisters appeared elated, seeming to eagerly anticipate their performance in the competition. The head of the artifact refining pavilion also did not attend. Leading the group was none other than the lecherous old man, who was scanning the area for something. In the square, Su Jiao spotted a familiar face, the beggar with a hemp rope, Li Yuanxiu. He was no longer the disheveled figure of old, but now resembled a more refined practitioner, donned in clean, fitting sect robes and carrying a sword on his back. Su Jiao searched the vicinity for his good friend, Allergy, but found no trace of him. Had he not broken through to the third level? That seemed unlikely. At that moment, a frail voice declared, "Time's up, let us depart." Over 100 disciples from various peaks lined up orderly to board the spirit vessel. Su Jiao's sect was Shanhai sect, a branch located in Liangnan Kingdom, quite distant from the headquarters. The spirit vessel was set to fly for 4 days. Yuchen assigned accommodations to the Pill Pavilion disciples, cautioning everyone to refrain from wandering about the vessel and to remain in their rooms for reasons unknown. The spirit vessel, crafted through arrays and powered by spirit stones, flew smoothly and swiftly. Life aboard the vessel was rather dull. Su Jiao kept to himself, eating and meditating in his room. One evening, a knock echoed at Su Jiao's door. To his surprise, It was his senior sister, by Yimo, junior brother. I heard from Master that you've been absent from the Pill Pavilion for 2 months due to being attacked and thrown off a cliff. Do you know who was behind it? Sujo shot a glance at Bai Yimo, feeling irritable, and turned back into his room. Then you should ask yourself, he retorted. Bai Yimo sensed his displeasure and followed him inside. Inquiring, is this related to me? Senior sister, you should know why, right? Bai Yimo appeared contemplative but offered no response. Senior sister, who were those 2 villains we encountered while hunting bears? After returning, you forbade me from reporting to Master. I know you have your reasons, but those 2 intended to eliminate me, Sujo stated. I have a premonition this matter is far from over. Bai Yimo shuddered at his words and hesitated. Let me think they belong to an organization called the Hunting Association. They usually have their own sects, but when on missions, they band together for hunting and charge fees. It's usually harmless, but those 2 were. They were from our Shanghai sect. Thus, I was caught off guard. I never anticipated they would harbor such vile intentions towards me, implicating you as well. The sect forbids disciples from joining such organizations. Which is why I didn't want you to inform Master. Senior sister, why did you feel the need to kill those 2? Suju pressed, sensing she was hiding something. Bai Yimo, torn, lowered her voice. Little junior brother, those 2 wanted to take me and hand me over to the Sanfan organization. Sanfan organization? What kind of organization is that? Suju inquired. Bai Yimo shook her head in resignation. It's a dark organization that engages in murder and pillaging, buying lives with money. Those who join have no sense of humanity, only tasks to complete. Failure means death. 3 years ago, I narrowly escaped from that organization, reinvented myself, and sought refuge with my sister. By Ijan, I never expected that during the last incident, those 2 would recognize my past identity. They threatened me to follow their orders. I had planned to self-destruct my Dantian. But you 2 saved me. Thus, I had no choice but to silence them. If I'm not mistaken, the ones who wish to kill you should be from the Artifact Refining Pavilion. Why is that? Sujo asked. Because those 2 villains are outwardly members of the Artifact Refining Pavilion. Now, no one knows of my past, Bai Yimo said, her face lighting up with relief. Why tell me then? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Bai Yimo smiled. I trust your character, junior brother. If you cannot be relied upon, then who can? Sujo was taken aback by his 5th senior sister's faith in him. He queried, are you implying that I should be cautious of the people from the Artifact Refining Pavilion? Bai Yimo nodded before taking her leave. Sujo pondered her words, sensing that this journey might bring unforeseen events. At that moment, Nadong spoke. Master, I believe what this 5th senior sister said is true. Why do you say that? Sujo asked. Today, on the Sect S Square, I sensed 2 individuals harboring ill intentions towards you. One was among the Artifact Refining Pavilion's group, and the other was a figure clad in a white robe. Sujo was taken aback. A white robe? Only elders are permitted to wear white robes in the sect. Which elder would wish me harm? Sujo took note of Nadong's words and began his cultivation for the day. The 2nd volume of the Chaotic Immortal Demon Tomb progressed smoothly, and he completed the Immortal Demon Induction, which brought him great joy. Sujo planned to delve into the 3rd volume upon returning to the sect after the competition. As he had run out of elixirs and needed to stabilize his cultivation while preparing more elixirs, Sujo sat in meditation. Nadong alerted him, Master, there's someone lurking outside. Sujo squinted slightly and peered towards the door and window, refraining from using his spiritual perception. Soon, a bamboo tube poked through the window, followed by a waft of fragrant smoke. Sujo, seated on the bed, recognized it as a type of intoxicating incense. Nadong conveyed telepathically, this is a soul-binding incense. Just a whiff can leave one uncontrollable, compelled to heed others' commands. Hold your breath and conceal your presence. Sujo complied, awaiting the individual outside. After a few moments, a small blade slipped through the door's crack. Nudging it open, a figure in black stealthily approached, observing the seemingly drooping Sujo. Sujo, lift your head. The figure whispered. Sujo closed his eyes and lifted his head. The man in black grinned wickedly and said, Sujo, the person next door is your enemy. Go and kill him swiftly, or he may escape. Sujo thought to himself that this scoundrel was exceptionally ruthless, manipulating his mind to commit murder. Wasn't this a predicament that left him unable to defend himself? Sujo sensed that the man before him was at the early stage of foundation building, while he had made remarkable progress to the 8th level of chi refinement. Yet, he wasn't entirely certain he could defeat this individual. Thus, Su Jio's eyes darted, and he picked up the low-tier immortal sword from his bed, rising to stride toward the door. The man in black smirked, urging, "Be quick. This is your best chance for revenge." Upon exiting the room, Su Jio drew the immortal sword, producing a distinct sound of clang, and shouted, "Where is my enemy? Is it in the left room or the right?" The man in black inside the room felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, before promptly dashing out. Chapter 25. Su Jio's ambush. The man in black had not anticipated such a turn of events. His legs nearly gave way. As he reached the doorway, Su Jio lunged forward, striking at him with the sword. Hearing Su Jio's earlier shout, others in the nearby rooms emerged, swords in hand. Even the senior brother Mu Chan arrived. The man in black, realizing he had misdirected his orders without a clear target, awkwardly exclaimed, "Su Jio, stop." However, with the sword already in motion, Su Jio saw no reason to halt. The man in black was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet Su Jio's blade was too swift, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder despite his efforts to escape. Everyone present glanced between the man in black and Su Jiu. Mu Chun, brandishing his sword, lunged for the man's heart. It was clear to all that this individual was no good, prompting them to reveal their treasures and join the assault. The unfortunate man in black was swiftly pierced from behind. Collapsing to the ground in the chaotic scuffle, nobody could discern who had delivered the fatal blow. Yu Qian approached to check, only to find that the man had already breathed his last. Su Jio feigned injury. Collapsing to the ground, as an experienced individual, Mu Chun quickly discerned Su Jio's predicament and remarked, "Junior brother Su Jio, you have fallen victim to the soul-capturing incense of the man in black. Your body is no longer under your control." He retrieved a small black vial from his storage bag, uncorked it, and waved it under Su Jio's nose. Suddenly, Su Jio felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was foul, exceedingly foul. He immediately retched and opened his eyes, feigning confusion as he looked at everyone, asking, "What has happened? Why is everyone gathered at my door?" At that moment, the fifth senior sister, Bai Yimo, approached and said, "Little junior brother, you've been affected by that man's soul-capturing incense." Su Jio exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the soul-capturing incense? What has happened to me? Have I lost my soul?" He even touched his face in concern. At under 9 years old, Su Jio was still just a child, evoking fond expressions from many of the female cultivators. Bai Yimo smiled, squatting in front of Su Jio, pinching his small cheeks and saying, "Let me see if your soul is still intact." She pinched left and right, even giving his ear a gentle squeeze before assuring him, "Do not worry, little junior brother. Your soul is still here." As Su Jio watched Bai Yimo's playful actions, he couldn't help but notice her two ample charms swaying before him, causing his gaze to momentarily fixate. The other sisters nearby stifled their laughter. Teasing, "His soul may be intact, but it seems like it might soon be stolen by Sister Bai." Laughter erupted around them. Bai Yimo glanced down at her own charms and then at Su Jio's mesmerized expression. Feeling a bit embarrassed, with a playful flick, she tapped Su Jio's forehead and laughed, "You little rascal, at such a young age, you should not be learning from your sixth senior brother about women." Meanwhile, Yang Zhengxiu, standing on the periphery, widened his eyes and said, "Sister, why do I feel like you're scolding me?" More laughter ensued. At that moment, Mu Chen approached and pulled down the veil of the man in black. However, none of them recognized the figure beneath. "What is going on? Making such a ruckus at this hour is utterly disgraceful." The elder, Xing Kaishan, arrived, the leader of this expedition. The crowd parted to make way. Mu Chen clasped his hands and said, "Elder, a short while ago, someone used soul-capturing incense to ensnare junior brother Su Jio and compelled him to commit murder. It was only due to the thief's ineptitude in directing him that Su Jio did not err. And we were able to rescue him." He gestured towards the fallen man in black and Su Jio. Upon hearing this, the soul of the man in black nearly erupted with fury. Yu Qin's implication was clear. He had perished due to his own foolishness. Those who had been neighbors to Su Jio felt a collective sense of relief, for although they did not consider Su Jio particularly formidable, evading a surprise attack in one sleep was no small feat. Elder Xing Kaishan turned his gaze to the man in black and asked, "Which peak does this person belong to? Does anyone recognize him?" Mu Chen replied, "Elder, we have all examined him, but none recognize him." At that moment, a lecherous old man at the back gritted his teeth, casting a sinister glare at Sujio. He had painstakingly brought this man in black aboard the spirit vessel, only to have things go awry. Nearly getting caught, thankfully, he had acted swiftly to resolve the situation. Seeing that no one recognized the man, Elder Xing Kaishan addressed a nearby elderly figure in tattered robes. "You handle the body of this man in black." He then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and informed everyone, "I will report tonight's events to the sect leader and conduct a thorough investigation. For now, everyone return to your quarters and rest." With that, he turned to leave. The old man in tattered robes waved his hand, collecting the body of the man in black into a storage bag before departing. Once everyone had dispersed, Mu Chan helped Sujio to his feet and asked, "Little junior brother, did you offend someone?" Sujio shook his head, replying, "Senior brother, I truly do not know. I have been focused on my cultivation and have had little interaction with others." Mu Chan nodded and suggested, "For the next few days, you should share a room with me." Sujio expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. Now that this person has been exposed, there should be no further attempts on my life." "Be cautious nonetheless," Mu Chun advised. Indeed, the following days passed smoothly. One evening, as dusk fell, the spirit vessel landed atop a grand mountain peak. This was the martial arts mountain, the headquarters of the Shanhai sect. Rather than a mountain, it resembled a vast plateau where the summit had been leveled. Over 100 individuals from the Liangnan division disembarked from the spirit vessel, noticing that many teams from other divisions had already arrived. Elder Xing Kaishan led everyone toward the grand hall behind the square. At the entrance of the hall, a long table was laden with black boxes. After exchanging a few pleasantries with several elders, Xing Kaishan approached the first table, registering the division's details, names, number of participants, and so forth. Each person was to pick a ball from the adjacent boxes. They then formed a line in the square. Awaiting their turn, Sugio counted the number of individuals waiting, estimating around 2,000. The Jiangnan division was relatively distant, arriving last. Once they were all lined up, a figure clad in a purple robe slowly rose from a chair at the front. "Now that the Liangnan division has also arrived, all participants for the grand competition are present," he announced. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shang Guanyang, the vice sect leader of the Shanhai sect and the person in charge of this competition. The sect has many affairs to attend to, so I will come to observe the competition tomorrow morning." Shang Guanyang briefly outlined the rules of the grand competition, emphasizing the prohibition against mutual violence among disciples and the exchange of numbered balls. Finally, he declared, "This concludes today's proceedings. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence the drawing of lots and the matches." Chapter 26. The competition unravels. Xing Kaishan guided the group to their accommodations, urging everyone to rest early and maintain their condition in preparation for the competition the following morning. Sujio found the lodging quite satisfactory, with everyone having their own private rooms. At this point, Sujio ceased his cultivation, intending to solidify his progress. Having advanced too rapidly, he felt the need to stabilize his foundation. Moreover, he sensed that he could break through to the 9th level of qi refinement at any moment, yet he refrained from doing so to avoid attracting undue attention. Indeed, this immortal demon tomb is quite a remarkable treasure. He mused. "What do you mean, master? Why do you say that?" Nadong inquired. "Because I can clearly feel that even without actively cultivating, the spiritual energy continuously draws into my body. When I do cultivate, the absorption is even more pronounced." Nadong replied with pride, "Of course. The ancient demon god relied on this technique to cultivate all the way to the realm of the emperors. Not only is the absorption swift, but the refinement process is even faster." Furthermore, Nadong leaned in close to Sujio's ear and whispered, "Once you master the 4th volume, I will assist you in absorbing demonic energy. The immortal demon tomb is an extraordinarily powerful technique that can transform demonic energy into spiritual power." Sujio gazed out at the stars twinkling beyond the window, his mood somewhat tumultuous, and Adong, possessing exceptional perceptive abilities and a bond through their master-servant contract, sensed his subtle changes immediately. "Master, allow me to show you something," he said, transforming into a speck of light and diving into the depths of Sujio's consciousness. Currently, Sujio, cultivating the immortal demon tomb, possessed a formidable consciousness, preventing Na Dong from entering directly. However, Na Dong could still manifest actions outside the consciousness. Allowing Sujio to sense his movements, Na Dong formed seals with his hands, drawing a luminous screen at the edge of the consciousness. Within the projection, A powerful figure exuding an enigmatic purple aura hovered amidst the starry sky. While not far off, two equally formidable beings clashed with their magical artifacts. Countless individuals hovered in the starry sky, holding pen and paper, their gaze unwavering. Occasionally, someone would jot down notes. Inadong explained, "Master, this event took place 100,000 years ago in the realm of stars, where the great emperor delivered teachings. There were explanations of the Tao, discourses on magical treasures, and discussions about time and space." Sugo, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is the situation with those practitioners who resemble students?" Nadong chuckled. "Those who are listening to the teachings are all emperor-level practitioners from various realms of time and space." Sugo was nearly overwhelmed. To him, emperor-level practitioners were colossal, unattainable beings. Yet, in the images, they appeared like elementary school students, diligently recording every insight, fearful of missing even the slightest revelation. Inadong continued, "This is a personal experience from Little Ling, 100,000 years ago. The figure radiating a powerful purple aura is none other than the ancient demon god emperor. Invited to serve as a judge, the two engaged in a contest of magical treasures are the Holy Monarch Emperor and the Seekong Emperor, both formidable individuals. Their match's outcome will be adjudicated by the demon god emperor." "Master, this illustrates the elevated status of the demon god emperor." Sugo wholeheartedly agreed, resolutely deciding to cultivate in the immortal demon tomb, aspiring to become a formidable practitioner in the future. After a night devoid of conversation, the team set off for the grand hall at dawn, with each group arranged in an orderly manner. On either side of the square stood 10 arenas. Shang Guanyang stepped forward, addressing everyone, "Esteemed disciples of the Shanhai sect. Today marks a momentous occasion as the annual sect competition commences. The sect leader has taken time from his busy schedule to cheer for all the outstanding disciples." He then turned to the individual seated at the highest position. Clad in a ceremonial robe and wearing a golden crown, that person exuded authority. He nodded at Shang Guanyang, who promptly declared, "Let the competition begin." An elder beside him shouted, "All distinguished disciples, activate your signal balls with your spiritual energy." The disciples in the square stirred, each producing their signal balls and infusing them with spiritual energy. The signal balls emitted beams of light. The elder approached a luminous screen at the front of the square. The screen seemed to sense the spiritual energy from the signal balls, lighting up countless dots of light. The elder raised his hand, and under the influence of the spiritual energy, the dots began to rotate, ultimately aligning into 10 neat columns, each corresponding to a pair, totaling 100 pairs. The elder announced, "These are the participants for this morning's competition, comprising 100 matches. The first column corresponds to Arena 1. The second to Arena 2, and so forth. Disciples with assigned numbers, proceed to your respective arenas." The disciples who drew numbers left their ranks and headed for their arenas. Soon, the second batch of numbers appeared, revealing the list of participants for the afternoon. The drawing was completed swiftly, spanning 5 days. After 5 days, half of the participants would be eliminated, entering the next round of competition. Sujia's match was scheduled for the first day. In Arena 5, approaching the arena, he found an elder in white robes seated before it, inspecting the signal balls. The disciples for the first match had already entered the arena. The elder raised his hand, casting a surge of spiritual energy to activate the barrier. He explained the rules, stating, "Today, in the grand competition, you may use magical treasures, hidden weapons, avatars, and poisons. The use of talismans and spirit pets is strictly prohibited. Most importantly, inflicting lethal harm upon opponents is forbidden. Violators will be disqualified. Are you ready?" the elder inquired. With a respectful gesture, they replied, "We are ready. Begin," the elder announced. The two combatants exchanged respectful gestures before drawing their respective magical treasures. Engaging in battle, after over 30 exchanges, one plump practitioner unleashed a thunder palm, only to find his attack thwarted by an opponent wielding a black shield, which absorbed the blow effortlessly. The individual behind the shield did not draw a sword but infused spiritual energy into it. Bellowing, "Push the mountain!" the shield surged forward at astonishing speed, while the plump practitioner, confident in his own size, crouched and launched forward with a powerful punch. The collision of fist and shield yielded an unexpected outcome. The plump practitioner was sent flying several yards, his right arm severed. Just as he staggered to his feet, a glimmering celestial sword was poised at his throat. The elder declared the result. The shield-wielding man gentlemanly assisted the plump practitioner off the stage. The subsequent 2 matches concluded without incident, each finished within 10 exchanges, however. In the 4th match, a female practitioner faced off against a man in white. The female practitioner's prowess was exceptional, and the man held his ground as well. Their duel extended nearly 100 exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Sujio discerned that the woman had yet to reveal her full strength. As the battle approached 200 exchanges, the female practitioner retreated 2 steps, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy skyward, summoning a colossal sword of 10 zhang in length. Concurrently, she formed a sword technique, causing the giant sword to split into 10 massive blades, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a peacock spreading its feathers. But that was not the end. The female practitioner extended one hand forward, her fingers forming a sword gesture, while another figure, devoid of features, materialized on either side of her, launching an assault on the male opponent. The female practitioner commanded the 2 shadowy figures to attack, and with a 2-on-1 advantage, the male practitioner found himself unable to raise his head. At that moment, the female practitioner activated her sword technique, and the 10 colossal swords surged forward, piercing through the shadows directly at the male practitioner. Astonishingly, the shadows continued their assault even after being impaled by the swords. One shadow struck the male practitioner, causing him to spew blood. His movements slowed significantly, and as one of the giant swords cleaved towards him, the male practitioner could only leap upward to evade. At that moment, 7 swords, seemingly possessing sentience, formed a half-spherical shape, soaring upwards at great speed. The male practitioner, alarmed, hastily channeled his spiritual energy to advance forward, while 3 swords converged to form a triangular formation, striking from 3 lower angles. With no escape, the male practitioner could only retreat further. Meanwhile, the female practitioner's true form, brandishing a celestial sword, leapt upward, delivering a decisive strike towards the male practitioner. The outcome was unequivocal. The male practitioner was defeated. As they landed, the elder announced the victory of the female practitioner. No sooner had the words left his lips than the female practitioner collapsed to the ground. The elder checked her condition and remarked, "The celestial technique just now consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. She has overexerted herself and requires rest." In the 5th match, Sujio faced a female practitioner who towered over him. Sujio respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "Esteemed senior sister, I am Sujio, a disciple of the Dan Pavilion from the Liangnan Kingdom Division." Upon seeing Sujio, the female practitioner scoffed disdainfully, "Is there no one else from the Liangnan Kingdom Division? Have you sent a mere child to compete?" Sujio sensed that she was at the 9th level of chi refinement, while he was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level himself, making their cultivation levels comparable. Without responding, Sujio gestured for her to proceed. The female practitioner huffed, launching herself forward, wielding twin swords to carve a cross in the AI art. Sujio dodged to the side. With a swift movement, he seized her left arm, pulling her upwards, leaving her left side exposed, and thrusting his sword towards her left rib. The female practitioner was taken aback, never expecting Sujio to be so swift. She could not raise her sword in time to defend, forcing her to turn her back to him. Suddenly, Sujio felt a prickling sensation on his back. He released his grip. It turned out that the female practitioner's long braid contained 2 spiky spheres, which had just jabbed into his back when they were back-to-back. It appeared to be poisoned. Sujio immediately felt his movements restricted. Just as he was about to channel his energy to expel the toxin, the female practitioner combined her swords and pivoted, striking Sujio's back. Though she lacked the time to gather strength, the blow was still enough to shatter the concealed talisman on his body. Sujio's cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement was now revealed. Chapter 27. You win, I will marry you. The female practitioner, proud and aloof, found herself grasped by Sujio at the onset of their duel. Enraged and humiliated, she used the poisonous spikes in her braid to wound him, inadvertently shattering the hidden talisman that concealed his cultivation. Sujio could only smile wryly. In the initial rounds, both parties exchanged victories. However, revealing his cultivation was not his intention. The female practitioner, witnessing Sujio suddenly ascend to the 8th level, was momentarily perplexed. Yet, this doubt was fleeting. She was confident that this child must have employed some strange technique to temporarily boost his cultivation. There was no reason for her to be concerned. Fortunately, the talisman was reduced to ashes and went unnoticed. However, his cultivation could not be concealed. Observing Sujio's sudden leap to the 8th level, several senior brothers and sisters below the stage exchanged glances, turning towards Bai Yimo and Mu Qian. 5th junior sister, you are familiar with Sujio. How did his cultivation become the 8th level? Bai Yimo shook her head, saying, little junior brother has only been in the sect for a little over 6 months. His cultivation cannot possibly be at the 8th level. Mu Qian speculated. Perhaps he employed a technique to temporarily enhance his cultivation. After all, they all practiced the same technique. Mu Qian had reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refinement after 3 years of cultivation, while Bai Yimo, after 3 years, had only attained the 5th level. On stage, Sujio, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, esteemed senior sister, your skills are exceptional. I admire your prowess. Since the arena is a place where blades and swords have no eyes, how about we make a wager? If within 15 exchanges you can compel me to draw my celestial sword, then I shall willingly concede. The female practitioner, hearing Sujio's words, believed he was mocking her. With her cultivation 1 level higher, and advantages in both height and strength, there was no reason she would lose. She replied, you little brat, you make a valid point. Very well, I accept your challenge. Sujio smiled then, esteemed senior sister, what if by a stroke of luck, I am able to withstand your onslaught without drawing my celestial sword within those 15 exchanges? The female cultivator chuckled lightly, saying, impossible. If within 10 moves, I cannot compel you to draw your celestial sword, I shall concede defeat willingly. Ha ha, and should it take 15 moves without drawing your sword, I shall marry you. Ha ha. Sujio's face twitched slightly, inwardly thinking how absurd this was. Was this woman a bit unhinged? To think she would marry me upon losing? The female cultivator then asked, shall we begin? Sujio replied, sister, you jest. I in a duel, one should not rashly offer oneself as a prize. As a junior, I am still quite young and not considering marriage. The female cultivator, now irritated, retorted with sharp words, just wait until I defeat you, and you will be begging for mercy. With that, she stepped forward, her dual swords thrusting forth. Unfazed, Sujio sidestepped and counterblocked. The female cultivator's swords split apart, crossing to sweep both high and low at Sujio. Falling sand, flying goose, 2 beams of sword light surged towards Sujio. Sensing the hostility, Sujio activated his spiritual energy, leaping to evade. Seeing Sujio deftly evade, the female cultivator, momentarily incensed, channeled her energy into a massive palm strike that hurtled towards him. In midair, with no means to dodge, Sujio had to channel his energy and counter with a thunder palm, conjuring a spiritual palm strike of his own. The 2 strikes collided midair, sending both combatants staggering back several paces from the shockwave. Soon, they reached the 7th move, and Sujio continued to handle the situation with ease. The female cultivator, secretly astonished and somewhat worried, decided to accelerate her swordplay. Sujio sensed the increasing ferocity of her attacks, yet fear did not dwell within him. His steps remained agile, akin to a serpent gliding through the grass. The female cultivator gritted her teeth, determined not to lose to this young upstart. As they approached the 11th move, Sujio smiled and said, sister, the 10th move has passed. You should concede. The female cultivator huffed lightly, responding with another strike as they clashed once more. Seizing the moment, Sujio flickered forward, closing the distance to her side. Startled, the female cultivator quickly raised her sword in defense. However, Sujio did not attack. Instead, he softly advised, sister, do not rush. A disordered sword technique can lead to dire consequences. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face as she coldly snorted and launched another fierce assault, in the blink of an eye. They reached the 14th move. The female cultivator, beads of sweat forming on her brow, still had not drawn Sujio's celestial sword. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the stage. As the final move approached, the female cultivator unleashed her full power, soaring into the air with her dual swords like lightning. Aimed at Sujio, he lightly leaped back, simultaneously waving his right hand to conjure a spiritual barrier before him. As the sword strikes dissipated, Sujio remained unscathed, his celestial sword still sheathed. The female cultivator stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. Sujio clasped his hands together and said, sister, I graciously accept your concession. Blushing, she was at a loss for words, and the crowd erupted in laughter and murmurs. It was clear she had lost. You have won. I concede I am Yu Huaying from the Lianqing branch of the Summer Kingdom. What is your name? The female cultivator gazed at Sujio. Awaiting his response, Sujio replied, I am Sujio from the Liangnan branch. The female cultivator nodded, repeating, Liangnan branch, Sujio, very well, I shall remember you. I hope to see you again. With that, she descended from the stage. Sujio had emerged victorious, yet there was little joy in it. He had inadvertently exposed his cultivation. Once off the stage, he quietly asked Na Dong, who was in his embrace, if there were any talismans left. Just a few, Na Dong replied, applying 2 more to him. The rune shimmered, and Sujio's cultivation ascended to the 4th level. Mu Qian and several senior brothers and sisters gathered around to congratulate him on his victory. Upon seeing Sujio's cultivation return to the 4th level of qi refining, no one probed further into the matter. Sujio wore a nonchalant expression, inciting several senior sisters to playfully twist his ear. He pretended to yelp in pain, and laughter filled the air. In the next match, there were no disciples from the Dan Pavilion. Everyone had gone to cheer for the disciples from other peaks. Sujio approached a stage where a beauty in purple was coming towards him. Upon seeing Sujio, she remarked, Sujio, you performed admirably today. Sujio did not recognize her, though her voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yet he could not place it. He could only clasp his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for your kind words, friend. The beauty in purple seemed to anticipate his reaction, smiling as she said, Do you remember Abu? Abu? Sujio nodded. A sudden realization struck him. What was the connection between this beauty and the black cat? I am Zyke. Abu is my spirit pet, she explained as Sujio interjected, but I heard Abu speak. And it sounded like 2 voices. They walked side by side, chatting. Thank you for your assistance last time. It allowed me to return safely to the sect, Zyke said with a smile as Sujio looked at her. Noting the sweetness of her smile and the charming dimples on her cheeks, it was nothing. I was merely trying to help my mother heal, he replied. Sujio then inquired, What exactly happened? How did you end up in the black cat's body? Zyke began, It's no trouble to tell you. Not long ago, I went out to train with a dear friend. You know, the one whose corpse you brought back. We ventured to hunt desert spider spirits near the border of the Summer Kingdom. But we accidentally fell into their lair, surrounded by thousands of spider spirits. We thought we were doomed, but unexpectedly, a group of desert dwellers rescued us. Little did we know, those so-called rescuers were actually bandits. Although they saved us, they demanded our wealth in return. We surrendered all our valuables, thinking that would suffice for our release. Yet, to our horror, they intended to silence us, in a desperate bid to survive. My friend betrayed me, revealing that I am the daughter of the Mountain Sea Sect's Lord, claiming I was of great value. Chapter 28. Heartfelt words. Zyke exclaimed angrily, that friend of mine, to save herself, betrayed me, saying I am the daughter of the Mountain Sea Sect's Lord, asserting my worth. The bandits sealed our spiritual powers and imprisoned us in that underground cavern before leaving. Taking a deep breath, Zyke continued, upon learning of my identity, the bandit leader's greed intensified. He plotted to use me to extort more treasures from my father. My so-called friend was there, fawning and urging me to comply. I felt both furious and helpless. Unable to contain his anger, Sujio clenched his fists and demanded, And what happened next? A flicker of hatred crossed Zyke's gaze as she recounted. I had a few escape talismans given to me by my father. With all my strength, I broke the seals and forcibly used a secret technique to escape into Abu's body. When the bandits returned and found my lifeless form, they assumed I was dead and concealed my body. Feeling my friend was of no further use, they killed her. Abu could have fled directly, but the bandits sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Abu and bound her at the cave entrance. Luckily, you two arrived at the cave that day, used my secret technique to send a message for your help. You both know the rest. Sujio was filled with emotion, realizing how treacherous humanity could be. What happened to you afterward? Zyke gazed resolutely into the distance, declaring, I returned to the Mountain Sea Sect and informed my father of the situation. He then dispatched disciples to eliminate those vile bandits and rescued my body. I owe my life to your intervention, Zyke affirmed. But why did you bring back that person's corpse? Sujio inquired. Even though she once betrayed me, there were still remnants of our past connection. I did not wish for her to be left to rot in the wilderness, she replied. Sujio felt a surge of respect for Zyke. Are you truly the Lord's daughter? He asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Zyke smiled gently, nodding. Indeed, absolutely true. Without a doubt. Her words conveyed confidence and pride. Hearing this, Suju scrutinized Zyke more closely, and the more he looked, the more extraordinary she appeared. He sincerely remarked, "You are truly exceptional." No sooner had he spoken than Zyke's face blossomed with a charming blush, akin to a ripe apple, exuding a captivating allure. This sudden shyness made her even more enchanting. Noticing this, Sujio felt a stirring in his heart and continued. To be honest, I have encountered many second-generation cultivators, yet most are arrogant and impudent. But you resemble a lotus that emerges untainted from the mud, devoid of those irritating faults. Zyke regarded Sujio with a playful smile, asking, "How old are you to be so adept at charming girls?" Sujio chuckled innocently. "I am merely speaking my heart." Delighted to see Sujio, Zyke was joyful in their conversation, saying, "My father wishes to meet you and personally express his gratitude to you both. His life savers." Ah? Sujio had not anticipated that the sect lord would wish to meet him. After a moment of thought, he said to Zyke, "Sister, I have come to participate in the grand competition. If it becomes known that the sect lord wishes to meet us, it might stir gossip. Besides, you have already given me what I needed. While a single pill may be trivial for you, it was a matter of life and death for me at that time. Thus, there is no need for you to bear any psychological burden." Zika nodded, his fondness for Sujio intensifying. After parting ways with Ziku, Sujio continued to join the others in watching the competitions on other peaks. The grand competition persisted for 5 days, culminating in the conclusion of all first-round matches. Half of the participants were eliminated, leaving just over 1,000 individuals remaining. Only 15 disciples from the Liangnan Kingdom branch were eliminated, while the rest advanced to the second round. All disciples of the Dan Pavilion successfully progressed to the second round. On the 6th day, in the square, the draw for the second round commenced, with moving points of light aligning into neat tin columns on the luminous screen. By chance, the very first match of the second round featured senior brother Mu Chan. Everyone rallied to cheer for their esteemed senior. Mu Chen's opponent was a disciple from the Isha Kingdom branch named Hao Da. Towering over Mu Chen, he was robust and formidable, resembling a veritable wall. As they clashed, Mu Chen seized a fleeting opening, striking Hao Da on the shoulder, yet Hao Da remained unmoved. Hao Da's hand was as large as a fan, reaching out towards Mu Chen, who had no choice but to dodge back. On the stage, Mu Chen circled around Hao Da, searching for weaknesses, his celestial sword already drawn. Hao Da wielded an unusual artifact that resembled a heavy iron pot, or perhaps a shield, with edges that were alarmingly sharp. When the celestial sword struck, sparks flew and a wave of unease washed over the crowd. How could this match possibly unfold? However, with his wealth of combat experience, Mu Chen understood the importance of leveraging his agility to counter Hao Da's brute strength. Observing this scene, the spectators felt a flicker of hope rekindle. Mu Chen moved like lightning, swiftly darting around Hao Da, who, despite his immense strength, struggled to catch Mu Chen's elusive figure. Seizing the opportune moment, Mu Chen channeled his spiritual energy, his celestial sword weaving intricate patterns in the air, the blade's brilliance blinding Hao Da in a state of panic. Hao Da raised his peculiar artifact to shield his vital points. However, Mu Chen feigned an attack, shifting his position instantaneously to Hao Da's left side, the very spot where his defenses were weakest. The celestial sword transformed into a streak of light, aimed precisely at Hao Da's throat. Hao Da froze, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, the disciples of the Dan Pavilion overflowing with excitement, rushing to the stage to surround Mu Chen. With a smile, Mu Chen clasped his fists in gratitude, fully aware that the challenges ahead would only grow more formidable. Yet, at this moment, his heart brimmed with fighting spirit, ready to embrace the next battle. Everyone rejoiced, for Liangnan Kingdom branch had its first disciple make it into the top 500. The next match arrived swiftly, featuring by EMO from the 5th level of Qi Refinement, facing Zhao Shuang, an 8th level practitioner from the Northern Ghost Kingdom. Clad in white, Zhao Shuang exuded an otherworldly aura. Yet his eyes harbored a chilling intensity. As the contest commenced, Zhao Shuang summoned several ice spikes that hurtled towards By EMO. By EMO deftly leaped back, simultaneously wielding her celestial sword to deflect the icy projectiles. Following this, she formed hand seals, unleashing a radiant sword of light. Zhao Shuang countered with his own sword, retreating a considerable distance. Realizing that he was outmatched, he summoned an ice and snow artifact, transforming countless snowflakes into razor-sharp blades aimed at by Emo. The two engaged in battle for more than 60 exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. Bai Emo fought valiantly, but the ferocity of Zhao Shuang's ice and snow artifact proved overwhelming. Ultimately, a beam of icy light struck Bai Emo's chest, sending her crashing to the ground. A murmur of concern rippled through the audience, the disciples of the Dan Pavilion displaying anxious expressions. Bai Emo struggled to rise and continue the fight, but ultimately succumbed, falling back down. Zhao Shuang, facing the fallen Bai Emo, coldly remarked, "I heard your sword is swift. Had I known you were so weak, I wouldn't have needed that ice and snow artifact." With that, he turned and departed. Bai Emo gritted her teeth to stand, only to cough up blood from her severe injuries, losing consciousness. Sujia's expression turned icy as he silently vowed, "Zhao Shuang of the Northern Ghost Kingdom, I shall remember you." Chapter 29. Tu Tan is a ruthless individual. After Bai Emo was wounded and insulted by Zhao Shuang. She attempted to rise but, overwhelmed by her injuries, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Sujia's countenance darkened as he silently vowed to remember Zhao Shuang from the Northern Ghost Kingdom. The crowd rushed to the stage to carry Bai Emo down, taking her back to her quarters for treatment. The Dan Pavilion had another match scheduled for the afternoon, featuring the seventh disciple. Tu Tan, against Tava from the Uni Kingdom. It was said that Tava, though not tall, was an exceptionally swift expert at the 9th level of Qi refinement. In the previous match, he had triumphed in just 3 moves. Tu Tan, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was not one for words, yet his swordplay was astute, characterized by remarkable speed. Under the radiant afternoon sun, the arena was already bustling with spectators. Tu Tan ascended the stage, holding his long sword in silence, while Tava displayed a confident demeanor. The battle erupted in an instant. Tava charged at Tu Tan like a gust of wind, his palms imbued with spiritual energy slicing through the air. Tu Tan's gaze sharpened. With a light step, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating while elegantly wielding his long sword to parry Tava's assault. When Tava's strike missed, he intensified his onslaught, his movements becoming a blur as he circled around Tu Tan, attacking with relentless ferocity. Though Tu Tan found himself at a disadvantage, his swordplay remained composed, narrowly avoiding critical strikes each time. After 60 exchanges, Tu Tan gradually discerned Tava's techniques. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Tu Tan's spiritual energy surged, changing his defensive stance to an aggressive one. His figure became ethereal, his speed multiplying several times. While his long sword danced in a flurry of light, it became evident that Tu Tan had been feigning weakness all along. Seeking to understand his opponent's moves and identify vulnerabilities, Tava, momentarily flustered, exposed an opening in his defense as he attempted to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Tu Tan lunged, his sword piercing towards Tava's shoulder. Tava was unable to evade in time, the blade grazing his clothing. With the initial strike successful, Tu Tan did not relent, delivering a flurry of 15 consecutive strikes upon Tava. However, he refrained from delivering fatal blows, skillfully avoiding vital points and leaving Tava with only superficial wounds. Ultimately, the referee declared Tu Tan the victor. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, while Tu Tan quietly sheathed his sword and exited the stage. Tava, addressing Tu Tan's back, graciously conceded, "I admit defeat. Tu Tan, your swordsmanship is impressive. Next time, I shall surely win." Tu Tan did not turn around, coolly responding, "Anytime you wish, I am at your service." Su Jiu observed his 7th senior brother, who typically spoke little, merely smiling and nodding in greeting. He had not anticipated such swift and decisive action. The earlier feigned weakness, the continuous probing, and the opportunistic counterattack, Su Jiu felt a sense of enlightenment. Among the disciples from the Liangnan Kingdom branch, 15 or 16 had been eliminated today, while 3 from the Dan Pavilion participated, one of whom was ousted. Su Jiu's match was scheduled for the morning of the 3rd day. He did not watch the other competitions. His 5th senior sister, Bai Emo, had always treated him well, and with her recent setback, she seemed greatly affected. Su Jiu intended to return and offer her some comfort. Not realizing when it had begun, but he felt an unavoidable concern for by Emo. Arriving at the door of his fifth senior sister's quarters, he found his fourth senior sister waiting outside. Sujio approached, inquiring, "Fourth senior sister, how is fifth senior sister faring?" Bai-chan glanced at Sujio, aware of his close relationship with her younger sister, and smiled. "Junior brother Gio, do not worry. The senior brother has checked on her and confirmed that her internal organs are fine. She has merely sustained some bruising. She will need time to recuperate. Your arrival is timely. I was uncertain how to console her. Please go and chat with her for a while, offer her some comfort. Emo is inherently strong-willed, and she has been rather quiet. I am somewhat concerned for her." Sujio understood the intention of his fourth senior sister and nodded. "Rest assured, fourth senior sister, I will have a word with fifth senior sister." As he spoke, he retrieved a plump, candied hawthorn from his storage bag, waving it in his hand with a mischievous grin. "This is fifth senior sister's favorite." Bai-chan looked at Sujio, suddenly feeling an inexplicable joy. Perhaps this child was the remedy for Bai-emo. Sujio knocked on the door, receiving no response, so he pushed it open and entered. Inside, Bai-emo was not lying down to rest but sitting on the bed, hugging her knees and lost in thought. It seemed her injuries were not too severe. Sujio tiptoed over, waving the candied hawthorn in front of her. "Senior sister, I brought you a delicious treat. Extra sweetened just for you." He even made a silly face. Bai-emo, feeling dejected, stared at Sujio without speaking, though her peripheral vision was drawn to the enticing candied hawthorn. Her lips moved slightly as she pouted. "Don T, comfort me. It's useless." Senior sister was the first to be eliminated. Sujio remained silent, pulling out another candied hawthorn from his storage bag, one in each hand. With a smile, he said, "Senior sister, in my heart, participating in the competition is akin to enjoying sunflower seeds. There are many seeds, and occasionally one may be rotten, but you simply spit it out and enjoy another good one. Winning or losing in a match is not a big deal. It merely indicates that we need to work harder in our cultivation upon returning." Looking into Bai-emo's eyes, he continued, "Senior brother Mu-chun also mentioned that he often loses to others in sparring. When I first began cultivating, my master told me that our primary task as disciples of the Dan Pavilion is to refine pills, to create better and higher quality elixirs, not merely to practice martial techniques. Here, take a candied hawthorn. There is nothing quite as delightful as savoring a candied hawthorn." As he said this, he extended his tongue to lick the candied hawthorn, closing his eyes in satisfaction. After a long sigh of sweet relief, he gazed at the other candied hawthorn in his hand, stretching out his tongue to lick it as well. Bai-emo fixed her gaze on the candied hawthorn in Sujio's hand. Watching as he prepared to lick it, suddenly, she sprang up, snatching it away, exclaiming, "You little glutton! This one is mine." From that point on, she paid no mind to Sujio, solely focused on the alluring candied hawthorn, disregarding her image as she licked it with abandon, dispelling the gloom that had previously clouded her spirit. The two conversed for quite some time. From discussing cultivation techniques, the conversation shifted to sex, then to life, and ultimately to delectable food. They even reminisced about the large carp that the master kept in the pond. Both of them wore mischievous grins, sensing that the unfortunate fish was in for a rough time. Seeing that her mood had improved, Sujio felt a surge of joy as well. After leaving his senior sister's room, Sujio promptly returned to his own quarters. He called out to Nadong, asking, "Nadong, tell me how to channel spiritual energy into an ice spear?" Nadong replied with a smile, "Today, Zhao Shuang unleashed an ice-type technique, a form of external spiritual energy manipulation. It is a rather simple technique. It can also be achieved through ice-type artifacts. There are also fire, wind, water, lightning, and others. Once you reach the 5th volume of the chaotic immortal demon tomb, you will be able to effortlessly wield even more powerful techniques." Sujio's heart raced with anticipation. He was eager to begin his cultivation. Elixirs. Elixirs. "I am currently stuck on the issue of elixirs," Sujio lamented. "Nadong. I can now refine 2nd-grade elixirs, but I always struggle with controlling the fire when attempting 3rd-grade elixirs." "Master," Nadong explained, "refining elixirs is akin to practicing techniques. While abundant spiritual energy is important, a strong soul is even more crucial. The 5th volume is specifically designed for refining the soul, once mastered. You could even refine 8th-grade elixirs." Sujio understood the significance of 8th-grade elixirs. His master, Yu Qinghai, could currently refine 5th-grade elixirs, earning him the respect of everyone in the sect. An 8th-grade alchemist. Suji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Sujio could now practice the 3rd volume, he needed to resolve the elixir issue. Nadong, why can't I directly cultivate the 5th volume? Master, patience is essential. The chaotic immortal demon tomb is a formidable technique for body transformation and requires a solid physical foundation. Otherwise, the unparalleled powerful celestial and demonic essences that will flood your body later on will be difficult to sustain. Cultivating the first 5 volumes well will yield unexpected benefits for the subsequent 5 volumes. Chapter 30. Black Eating Black. As Suju listened to Nadong's description of the immortal demon tomb, his gaze grew resolute, silently vowing to diligently cultivate and become a formidable practitioner. However, before that, he needed to address the elixir issue. The next day, without any matches to attend, Suju chose to remain at his residence to study alchemy. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, a small alchemical furnace hovered in midair. With a flame under his control, constantly changing, sometimes glowing brilliantly, and at other times flickering weakly. The furnace, under Suju's command, alternated between a fiery red and a dim glow. He extracted a stalk of 7 hemp grass, tossing it into the flames, which quickly melted it into liquid, separating out many impurities, leaving only a drop of pale green juice. Just as he was busy refining, Nadong called out, "Master." Nadong would never interrupt Sujio during his alchemy sessions. So this must be something urgent. Sujio, momentarily distracted, asked what was the matter, and Nadong replied, "There is someone outside the door eavesdropping, but I am unsure of their intentions." Sujio extinguished the flame in the furnace, carefully stored the drop of juice into a porcelain vial, then quietly drew his immortal sword. Approaching the door, he flung the door open and bellowed, "Who goes there?" A shadow darted away swiftly, and Sujio snorted coldly, pursuing with his sword drawn. The figure moved with incredible speed, but Sujio was undeterred, closing the distance in a few leaps. Suddenly, the shadow turned into a dead-end alley, and Sujio blocked the exit. Sneering, "Where do you think you're going now?" The shadow slowly turned around, revealing a small, scrawny boy, his face filled with terror as he pleaded, "Hero, spare my life. I was just starving and wanted to see if there was any food." Sujio frowned, "Nonsense. There is no food here. You must be after my elixirs." Upon hearing the word elixir, the boy's eyes lit up, but he quickly shook his head. Gritting his teeth, the boy lunged forward. Sujio easily sidestepped and held his sword to the boy's throat. Confirming he was indeed a thief, the boy cried out, "My sister is injured and desperately needs elixirs to survive. I had no choice but to steal." Sujio hesitated, lowering his sword. "If that is the case, why not seek help from the sect?" The boy bowed his head. "We are just outer disciples with no one willing to help us." Sujio sighed. "Where is she? Take me to see her." The boy appeared surprised, then overwhelmed with joy. He knelt and thanked Sujio profusely. The boy led Sujio to a small, dilapidated house, where there was a rickety table and an oil lamp. Devoid of even a bed, on the floor lay 2 tattered quilts, and a girl was lying there, a towel pressed against her forehead. Her lips were cracked and dry, and Sujio could see that she was indeed ill. Though he was not skilled in healing, he believed his senior brothers and sisters would have a solution. Just as he was about to instruct the boy to find someone, Nadong rushed out, examined the girl and said, "Master, this girl seems to have a fever. With 7-leaf lotus and falling leaf flower, she can be cured." Sujio was taken aback. Nadong could also heal. "Impressive, Nadong, you truly possess some skills." Sujio retrieved 2 spiritual herbs from his storage bag, handed them to the boy, explained the method, and then departed. The boy was deeply moved. No one had ever shown such sincerity towards them. Silently, he bowed his head in gratitude to his benefactor. Exiting the small house, Sujio felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, empathizing with the plight of those 4 cultivators. Such matters were trivial. But for these ordinary people, they were matters of life and death. Sujio ambled back, lost in thought. Passing by a shop, he noticed a crowd of about 10 people gathered at the entrance. Clamoring loudly, initially intending to leave, he heard a boisterous voice declare, "Since you broke my belongings, you must compensate me accordingly. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned." Sujio squeezed through the crowd to find a small girl, around 5 or 6 years old, kneeling on the ground, with an elderly woman sprawled beside her. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in fine garments, wearing a golden crown, clearly a wealthy individual. On the ground lay a shattered jade plate. The child pleaded, "Sir, please spare us. We didn't break that plate. It has nothing to do with us." "Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Are you going to deny it?" The middle-aged man retorted angrily. His voice was domineering and unreasonable. "This jade plate is worth 20 taels of silver. You must compensate me. We have no silver, then you shall repay with your lives." He gestured to several henchmen, who stepped out from the crowd to seize the little girl. Just then, someone shouted, "Wait!" The newcomer was a cultivator. Sugio observed as the cultivator deftly lifted a money pouch from the middle-aged man. His movements light and precise. Sugio expected him to flee with the money, but to his surprise, the cultivator stepped forward and said, "Little girl, since ancient times, one must repay life with life and debts with debts. If you broke the jade plate, you should compensate." As he spoke, he reached into the bag beside the girl, producing the stolen money pouch as if performing a magic trick. He pulled out 20 taels of silver and boldly placed the pouch into his own robe, turning to hand the silver to the middle-aged man, stating, "There, now we are even." The middle-aged man stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Once he realized it was his own money pouch, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. The cultivator then helped the elderly woman and the girl to their feet, saying, "One must be kind in this world. Hurry and leave." The two expressed their deep gratitude, and the cultivator signaled for them to depart quickly. Understanding his cue, the two vanished in a flash. The cultivator slipped away down a side street, leaving the middle-aged man and his associates in a daze, unsure of what had just transpired. Sugio watched all this unfold, feeling a newfound admiration for the cultivator. Silently, he followed the cultivator for a while until the cultivator turned and said, "Friend, why are you following me?" Sugio, with a glint in his eye, replied, "Earlier, you mentioned the importance of kindness. You took that money pouch, so splitting it in half seems rather unkind, don't you think?" Sugio was careful with his wording, choosing to say that the cultivator took the pouch rather than using the harsher term steal. The cultivator, realizing they were alone, understood Sugio might be looking for trouble, so he brandished his immortal sword and said, "Are you attempting to rob me? Black eating black is my specialty." Sugio countered, "Why did you give the money to that scoundrel?" It was clear that he had ulterior motives. The plate was shattered by him. The cultivator replied, "The sect forbids harming ordinary mortals. Besides, what evidence do you have that he broke it himself?" "Who can say for sure?" he added. "The goal of saving people is the result, not the method." Sugio regarded this individual and remarked, "That does seem somewhat reasonable, but I believe the sect also prohibits theft." "What are the penalties for theft in the sect?" The cultivator angrily retorted. "You. What are you going to do?" Sugio, feeling triumphant, declared, "As I mentioned, we should split it in half." The cultivator, not one to linger, produced the money pouch and remarked, "If you can withstand 20 of my strikes without falling, you can keep it all. How about that?" Sugio observed that the man was at the 8th level of chi refinement, likely possessing some fighting ability, so he replied, "How about 30 strikes?" The man unsheathed his immortal sword, twirling it in a flourish before thrusting it directly at Sugio's chest. Sugio sidestepped, evading the attack and countering with a slash aimed at the man's arm. The individual felt that Sugio's speed was astonishingly swift, prompting him to hastily cross his sword to block. The two engaged in combat. By the 20th strike, Sugio executed a reverse sword thrust, disarming his opponent and aimed directly for his throat. The man narrowly evaded the blow, only to be met with a swift kick to his shoulder from Sugio, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The man wore an expression of disbelief, while Sugio sheathed his celestial sword. As Sugio inquired, "What is your name?" The man, resigned, replied, "It matters not to tell you. I am Zhuge Xian, a disciple of the Western Luo Kingdom branch of the Shanhai sect." As he spoke, he tossed a pouch of coins to Sugio. Upon inspecting it, Sugio found 30 taels of silver within. He smiled and introduced himself. "I am Sugio, a disciple of the Dan Pavilion from the Liangnan Kingdom branch." Sugio held Zhuge Xian in high regard, stating, "You are indeed a gracious loser. In light of your chivalrous spirit, allow me to treat you today." At this moment, Zhuge Xian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Sugio's intentions. He mused, "He takes my money to invite me to dinner? Yet, upon reflection, why not enjoy a free meal? Unbeknownst to Sujio, Zhuge Xian would later become his closest friend and indispensable ally. Chapter 31. The soul-shattering swords Sujio and Zhuge Xian stepped into a grand tavern, ordering a sumptuous feast that included chicken and fish. The two engaged in lively conversation, quickly becoming as close as brothers, sharing tales of bravado and adventure, recounting instances of having raided mountain bandits, with hundreds kneeling in supplication, and of capturing a towering white-haired zombie in a graveyard. They spoke of their respective brotherhoods and the bonds of life and death they had formed. Eventually, their discussion turned to the sect's grand competition, revealing that they were both participants in the forthcoming event scheduled for the following morning. They agreed to explore the local customs together that afternoon. As they parted ways, Suju generously split the remaining 20 taels of silver with Zhuge Xian, leaving him profoundly touched. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Xian, Sujio wandered through the streets until he stumbled upon a weapons shop. Although he lacked for celestial swords, having received 2 from his 5th senior sister by Emo, curiosity compelled him to enter. Inside, an array of weapons adorned the shelves: swords, spears, halberds, and staffs. As Sujio marveled at the assortment, his gaze fell upon a sword case draped in red cloth at the back of the shop. Intrigued, he observed a faint purple mist swirling around the case. He communicated with Nadong, who informed him that this was an enchanted weapon, one that could be wielded once its master had cultivated to the 4th volume. The shopkeeper, noticing Sujio's fixation on the sword case, approached and remarked, "Esteemed friend, are you interested in this sword case?" Sujio nodded, questioning why this particular weapon was kept in a case while others were displayed openly. The shopkeeper sighed, explaining, "This item was entrusted to my shop by a great hero 15 years ago. Over the years, many have desired this sword, yet none have been able to master it." He shook his head, murmuring, 15 years have passed, and the promise remains unfulfilled. Sensing Sujio's keen interest, he carefully unwrapped the red cloth, revealing a black wooden box, dark and mysterious, adorned with golden veins. The shopkeeper handed the sword case to Sujio, who found it surprisingly heavy. As he opened the clasps, a black sword lay within, without a sheath, its blade wider than usual, nearly twice the breadth of a common sword. One side bore a sharp edge, while the other featured a downward hook, razor-sharp, accompanied by a row of serrated teeth behind it. The blade was enveloped in dark purple demonic cloud patterns, with a singular white edge, exuding an air of lethality. The hilt lacked the typical guards and pommel, instead featuring 2 protrusions that extended towards the blade, while the other curved backward towards the hilt, culminating in the form of a large, spiral cone. The shopkeeper introduced the sword as Soul Shatter, noting its discerning nature regarding its master's cultivation level. "It has yet to find a suitable wielder," he lamented. Sugio, intrigued, inquired about its requirements. The shopkeeper, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The only condition is that one must wield this sword for the duration of an incense stick without suffering backlash to become its new master." He sighed, adding, "In 15 years, no one has managed to hold it for that long." Sujio remained puzzled and looked at the shopkeeper, who continued, "Many who attempt to wield the Soul Shatter are overwhelmed by its immense spiritual power, losing their sense of self and spiraling into madness. Hence, no one has been able to master it for the past 15 years. Increasingly captivated by the Soul Shatter, Sujio asked about its price. The shopkeeper chuckled. "The great hero made it clear long ago. It is not for sale for mere coin, but rather to find a worthy master. Therefore, I have kept it displayed, awaiting the one destined for it." "Why not give it a try? You might just be that destined individual," urged the shopkeeper. Sujio shook his head, chuckling. "What if I lose control and become a madman? That would be a grave mistake." The shopkeeper laughed heartily, assuring him, "Fear not, young friend. The Soul Shatter merely affects the wielder's consciousness. If you relinquish it, the influence will dissipate. Otherwise, it would be classified as a cursed artifact." Sujio considered this reasoning, gazing at the Soul Shatter, lost in thought. The shopkeeper, observing his contemplation, remained silent, not wanting to disturb him. Sujio's reverie was due to his mental dialogue with Nadong. He asked, "Nadong, why does the shopkeeper deny that this sword is a cursed artifact? Is the Soul Shatter truly such an object? Also, what are the consequences of backlash?" Nadong, exuding an air of scholarly superiority, replied, The soul shatter is undoubtedly a cursed artifact. I can sense its immense demonic energy. However, its malevolence is not outwardly apparent. The backlash likely stems from the overwhelming magical aura within the blade, which disrupts the minds of ordinary cultivators who come into contact with it, leading them to madness. As for why the shopkeeper denies its cursed nature, it may be because the sword is still seeking a suitable master, thus remaining concealed and hidden from general perception. Within the Shanghai sect, cursed artifacts are often shunned. Sugio emerged from his thoughts, addressing the shopkeeper. Might I attempt to wield it? The shopkeeper eagerly nodded. Feel free, young friend. His expression suggested great anticipation. Placing the sword case on the counter, Sugio grasped the hilt, noting the surprising warmth of the blade. Devoid of any coldness, he twirled the soul shatter in his hand, discovering that despite its width, it was not overly burdensome. As if sensing Sugio's spiritual energy, a faint purple glow began to emanate from the blade, enveloping his hand, arm, and ultimately his entire being. Sugio felt a surge of power coursing through him, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Fortunately, the energy flowed through him and returned to the soul shatter without causing any discomfort. He contemplated. Is that all? What does this mean? Gazing at the shopkeeper, he noticed the man observing him with a complex expression. Sugio tightened his grip on the soul shatter, cautiously channeling a modicum of spiritual energy into the blade while simultaneously probing with his consciousness. Initially, there was no reaction, but soon the soul shatter began to quiver, exuding an aura that instilled both awe and trepidation, reminiscent of a sovereign presence. Sugio hastily withdrew his consciousness, yet his grip on the sword remained firm. Despite beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the shopkeeper remarked, "Time's up. The incense stick has burned out." His eyes conveyed a mix of excitement and gratitude. Sugio, puzzled by the shopkeeper's expression, inquired, "Why do you seem both relieved and disappointed?" Without addressing Sugio's question, the shopkeeper beckoned, "Come, young friend, let us converse in the back room." Without granting Sugio a chance to decline, he swiftly guided him toward the rear of the establishment. Typically, backrooms and shops are off-limits to outsiders, indicating that the shopkeeper had something significant to share. Upon reaching a locked room, the shopkeeper retrieved a key from his waist and opened the door, ushering Sugio inside. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a long table at its center, upon which rested a rectangular box. The shopkeeper opened the box, revealing a sword sheath, a book, and a letter. Standing aside, the shopkeeper informed Sugio, "These are the remnants left by the seller." Sugio inquired, "What is the price for the sword?" The shopkeeper replied, "This sword is on consignment. The seller made it clear that it would be gifted to one who could recognize its worth." Sugio, curious, asked, "Who was that great hero?" Chapter 32. Kindred spirits. Sugio, intrigued, queried, "Who was that great hero?" The shopkeeper replied, "He was a good man, yet also a man of questionable character." Sugio felt increasingly perplexed and inquired, "Shopkeeper, why can I not comprehend what you're saying?" The shopkeeper continued, "That man is a person of profound cultivation, yet he is deeply loyal, willing to risk everything for his brother's. 15 years ago, his brother was slain by a malevolent cultivator, and in his quest for vengeance, he wiped out all of that villain's accomplices in one night, totaling 32 lives. Alas, it was later revealed that not all of those individuals were his foe's allies. 10 of them were innocent family members, including the elderly and his wife and children. For his reckless actions, the man was consumed by guilt, unable to find peace, and ultimately chose to forsake his own cultivation. He vanished from sight thereafter, leaving me with the task of finding a worthy successor. The fact that you can wield the sword for the duration of an incense stick indicates that this shattered soul acknowledges you. Simply drop your blood to establish a bond." Sugio asked, "Shopkeeper, generally speaking, cultivators who mistakenly harm the innocent may feel remorse, but they would never abandon their cultivation. Why would this person act so?" The shopkeeper sighed. This individual devoted his life to cultivation with a steadfast heart on the path of righteousness. However, this incident birthed a demon within him, leading to turmoil in his heart's resolve. The detailed circumstances will be elucidated in the letter once you establish the bond with the sword by shedding blood. Following the instructions, Sugio dripped his blood onto the shattered soul. It emitted a resonant hum, radiating brilliant violet light, and astonishingly, It began to levitate before him. Sujio immediately sensed a faint connection with the shattered soul. He grasped the hilt and attempted to sheath the shattered soul, but it was ill-fitting. The sword sheath was narrow and thick, while the shattered soul was broad and flat. What could be the reason for this? Sujio turned to the shopkeeper, who replied, "Indeed, this sheath is not meant for the shattered soul," but he never disclosed the reason back then. He added, "Today, I have finally fulfilled my promise to him." Reluctantly, Sujio stored the shattered soul and the sheath into his storage pouch, along with the book and the letter. He clasped his hands in gratitude and departed. After traveling a distance, he communicated to Dong, "Master, this sword sheath is rather peculiar. Let Shaoling study it carefully when we return." In the afternoon, Sujio arrived at the designated location to meet Zhuge Xian, waiting for him. The two discussed their next course of action, and they quickly reached a consensus: to seek fortune, to amass great wealth. As for how to achieve this fortune, it was a technical endeavor. Zhuge Xian mentioned he had an idea and proceeded toward a place known as Misty Valley. Sujio cautiously inquired, "Zhuge Xian, what exactly are we going to do?" The young man glanced at Sujio and said, "Little Jio, at your tender age, how do you not know to respect your elders? From now on, call me Brother Xian or Brother Zhuge." Sujio shrugged. "Hey, I say, Little Xian, you're not very old yourself, yet you speak with such audacity. Calling you Brother Xian feels rather presumptuous." "Very well, Little Xian." The two bantered playfully as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Shortly after entering Misty Valley, Sujio felt a sudden chill wash over him. The surrounding mist thickened, drastically reducing visibility. Zhuge Xian became alert, gripping his magical artifact tightly. Suddenly, a beast resembling a gigantic python, but with 4 legs, lunged out from the fog, charging directly at them. Sujio swiftly drew the shattered soul sword. Despite the sheath being ill-fitting, the blade still shimmered brilliantly. He swung the sword at the beast, which deftly dodged and redirected its attack toward Zhuge Xian. "Be careful, Little Xian." Zhuge Xian cast a defensive spell, momentarily halting the creature's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Sujio channeled his energy and surged forward, striking the beast in the abdomen. The creature howled in agony, spewing forth black flames. Sujio hastily evaded but accidentally collided against a large rock. At that moment, the book he carried emitted a faint glow, as if it intended to provide him with a hint. Without hesitation, Sujio followed the patterns that appeared in the book to form a seal, unleashing a beam of golden light from his palm that struck the beast's head, causing it to collapse. Zhuge Xian breathed a sigh of relief as they exchanged a triumphant smile. Their first collaboration had proven quite harmonious. They collected their spoils and continued deeper into Misty Valley. After wandering for an hour, they arrived beside a waterfall, where a deep pool lay beneath. The white waterfall cascaded down with a thunderous roar, while the pool's waters shimmered a deep green. Zhuge Xian cast a not-so-sneaky glance at Sujio and said, "This is the place. A treasure lies at the bottom of this pool. If we obtain it, we shall become wealthy." Sujio scrutinized Zhuge Xian's expression, feeling a wave of skepticism wash over him. "I say, Little Xian, why do I feel as though you are leading me into a trap?" Sujio continued, "With that dubious expression of yours, I can hardly find any sense of security." Zhuge Xian feigned an extremely aggrieved demeanor, exclaiming, "I can't go on living. It truly saddens me. I have poured my heart into this endeavor, only for you to doubt me." He dramatically covered his face with his hands and shook his head. Sujio couldn't help but chuckle at Zhuge Xian's antics. Zhuge Xian added, "Though this pool may seem small, it plunges over 100 feet deep. At the bottom lies a giant conch." Sujio, hearing this, turned to leave. "What a jest, 100 feet deep! A giant conch. How does that differ from courting death?" "At the bottom lies a century-old sea bodhi," Zhuge Xian insisted. Sujio turned back, asking, "How do you know so much?" He recognized the sea bodhi, rumored to be a carnivorous aquatic plant that absorbs the essence of the earth, possessing formidable properties essential for crafting spiritual elixirs. The key point was, it was exceedingly valuable. Sujio said, "Little Xian, 100 feet deep, and it's a man-eating flower. How on earth do we handle that?" Zhuge Xian patted his chest, confidently stating, "Fear not. I've devised a plan. You will draw its attention from the outside while I go for the sea bodhi." Sujio replied, "Very well, you attract the attention, and I shall harvest the sea bodhi." Sujio understood that there must be something special about this situation. Zhuge Xian clarified, "It's not that I'm preventing you from harvesting. It's just that there is a restriction surrounding the sea Bodhi, which ordinary cultivators cannot break. Xu was at a loss for words. How could there be a restriction? Zhuge Xian responded, of course. This sea Bodhi is nurtured by a senior of the Shanhai sect, so it naturally has restrictions. Upon hearing this, Suzhou kicked Zhuge Xian, who had already anticipated the move and dodged to the side. Suzhou exclaimed, are you attempting to make a thief out of me? I, Suzhou, am a champion of righteousness. How could I engage in such underhanded deeds? Zhuge Xian pouted. Come on, you're making it sound like it's a serious crime. Suzhou declared, we should conduct ourselves with integrity. How could we partake in actions that tarnish our moral character? Zhuge Xian added. This sea Bodhi is worth about 1,000 taels in the black market. Suzhou stood there, dumbfounded, drooling at the prospect. He thought to himself, who is so generous as to bestow us such an opportunity for financial freedom? Chapter 33. Sea Bodhi. Suzhou scoffed at the notion of engaging in morally dubious theft. He was a pure-hearted soul, unwilling to sacrifice his principles for mere coin, unless it was a substantial sum. Upon learning that this magical herb was worth 1,000 taels of silver, he was astounded. Instantly, he felt that the sea Bodhi belonged to him. The disparity was shocking. Previously, in order to repay debts, he had sold everything in his home and still fell short. He had even borrowed 150 taels from his master to settle his dues. Now, this magical herb was valued at 1,000 taels of silver. How could one measure principles against such wealth? Suzhou and Zhuge Xian conspired on their action plan. First, they determined that the 100-foot-deep pool would pose no problem for 2 8th-layer qi refining cultivators. The main concern was the century-old giant conch and the barrier. Though the 100-year-old conch posed no issue, the water was its domain. The two plunged into the water, quickly reaching the bottom to that depth. They could only faintly discern light. Fortunately, the bottom was not vast, and soon they located the giant conch. It stood as tall as a person, its shell emitting an eerie glow. Suzhou was taken aback, thinking, goodness, has it grown so large after a century of cultivation? What is it consuming? Hormones. Suzhou signaled to Zhuge Xian, and they stealthily approached. Just as they were about to touch the giant conch, it suddenly opened its massive mouth, releasing numerous tentacles and generating an overwhelming suction force. Suzhou felt his body being uncontrollably drawn towards the conch's maw. He hurriedly channeled his energy to resist. Zhuge Xian, in the meantime, threw a talisman that transformed into a sharp blade, piercing the soft tissue of the conch. The creature recoiled in pain, its suction lessening momentarily, allowing Suzhou to break free. Enraged, Suzhou unsheathed the shattered soul sword. He had not intended to kill, but having nearly been consumed, his killing intent surged at that moment. They spotted the barrier enveloping the sea Bodhi. This barrier shimmered with a blue light. Appearing fragile yet brimming with energy, Suzhou channeled his spirit energy, unleashing a sword qi that left a mark on the conch's shell. However, it merely grazed it, causing the giant conch to shift back half a foot. The conch turned to face Suzhou and suddenly unleashed a powerful jet of water. Suzhou swung his sword downward, easily dispersing the water jet. The conch, displaying its intelligence, realizing the water attack was ineffective, spewed forth a sticky substance that rapidly approached Suzhou. As he prepared to retreat, the sticky substance exploded outward, releasing countless fine threads in all directions, leaving him no escape in that critical moment. Zhuge Xian formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, and a wall of earth materialized before Suzhou, ensnaring the threads. Observing this, Suzhou swiftly swung the shattered soul sword, and the sword's wind shattered the wall of earth along with the sticky threads. The colossal snail seemed to be enraged, its entire body spinning rapidly, causing the surrounding water to swirl into a massive vortex. Suzhou and Zhuge Xian hurriedly steadied themselves, exchanging a glance before simultaneously springing into action. Suzhou unleashed his swordsmanship, sending forth numerous sword shadows towards the giant snail, while Zhuge Xian employed his unique technique, summoning several wooden pillars to charge at the creature. Preoccupied with defense, the giant snail was momentarily unable to attend to other matters. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuge Xian approached the barrier and, after careful observation, discovered a spot where the energy fluctuations were relatively weak. He attempted to strike it with his spiritual power, causing the barrier to tremble slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a treasure from his storage bag, an artifact known as the Breaking Barrier Pearl. which he had acquired by chance. Upon contact with the barrier, the pearl created ripples that ultimately shattered it. The sea Bodhi resembled a grand flower in full bloom, its petals radiating an enchanting luster, while the elongated stamens protruded outward, each adorned with numerous suction cups arranged in a spherical formation. Zhuge Xin's heart leaped with joy as he reached out to pluck the sea Bodhi. However, at that moment, the giant snail realized Zhuge Xin was attempting to steal the treasure while being ensnared by Su Jiao, and thus directed its wrath once more at Su Jiao, releasing a jet of ink-like liquid. Caught off guard, Su Jiao was splashed, and his arm tingled painfully. The giant snail swiftly turned to confront Zhuge Xin, but Su Jiao darted in front of it, swinging his sword in a decisive strike. Realizing the imminent danger, the giant snail attempted to defend itself, but it was already too late. Zhuge Xin swiftly seized the sea Bodhi and retreated from the barrier, joining Su Jiao to collectively repel the giant snail, successfully escaping the water pool. Once ashore, Su Jiao and Zhuge Xin exchanged hearty laughter, celebrating their collaboration with a triumphant clap. After returning to their lodgings, Zhuge Xin examined Su Jiao's arm, relieved to find no poison, merely a numbing effect akin to anesthesia, which would dissipate shortly. They then began to deliberate over the spoils. The inner core of the python was given to Su Jiao, while Zhuge Xin retained only the flesh. Su Jiao smirked mischievously, saying, "Xuanzi, knowing your frail physique, this snake meat will be perfect for you." Zhuge Xin responded without a word, kicking out a leg in retribution to the rogue. Aware of Zhuge Xin's character, Su Jiao deftly sidestepped. According to their previous agreement, Zhuge Xin, for his role in breaking the barrier, would receive 60% of the sea Bodhi. Although Su Jiao felt a twinge of discontent, he recognized that without the breaking barrier pearl, the treasure would have remained unattainable, thus accepting the arrangement. After dividing the spoils, both were in high spirits, their stomachs growling in unison, prompting them to indulge in a hearty meal. Only after satisfying their appetites did they part ways. The following morning, at the tournament venue, Su Jiao was set to face off against Guan Yitua, a disciple from the Yuanan kingdom. Standing atop the arena, he regarded Guan Yitua with keen vigilance. Clad in combat attire and wielding a long spear that glimmered ominously, Guan Yitua launched the first attack, the spear darting towards Su Jiao like a swimming dragon. Su Jiao nimbly evaded, his footwork fluid, while simultaneously countering with a flurry of swordplay from his soul sunder sword. Guan Yitua let out a cold snort, deftly redirecting Su Jiao's strikes with a twist of his spear, then sweeping it forcefully, sending a gale towards Su Jiao. Infusing his sword with spiritual energy, Su Jiao swung mightily, creating a clash of energies that reverberated through the arena, igniting the spectators' excitement. Aware of Guan Yitua's formidable prowess, Su Jiao understood the necessity of exerting his full strength. Guan Yitua's agile movements and the sweeping reach of his spear posed a significant challenge to Su Jiao's speed. Fully channeling the spiritual energy within his dantian, Su Jiao felt his power surge dramatically. With a mighty roar, he launched himself towards Guan Yitua like an arrow loosed from a bow. Startled, Guan Yitua hastily raised his spear in defense. The impact of Su Jiao's sword against the spear's shaft left Guan Yitua reeling. His arms numbed as he staggered back several steps. Seizing the moment, Su Jiao pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows that left Guan Yitua struggling to defend. Just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, he was inadvertently struck by Su Jiao's sword upon his right arm, forcing him to rely solely on his left hand to wield the spear. Ultimately, he was driven to the edge of the arena, where Su Jiao, capitalizing on Guan Yitua's moment of vulnerability, delivered a decisive kick that sent him tumbling off the platform. The crowd erupted in cheers as Su Jiao emerged victorious. Chapter 34. Confronting Zhao Shuang with his victory secured. Su Jiao had ascended into the ranks of the top 500. Initially, he had contemplated intentionally feigning weakness to lose the match, considering the presence of a hidden adversary. Yet, against Guan Yitua, an inexplicable urge to challenge him surged within, compelling him to fight. Having successfully advanced, the other disciples from the Dan Pavilion were not so fortunate. Yang Zhengxiu faced off against a female cultivator from the Rosen Kingdom, in what should have been a guaranteed win for him. For reasons unknown, he suddenly appeared dazed, drooling as if possessed, and was promptly kicked off the stage. Bai Yizhan engaged in a fierce clash with a particularly strong opponent, the two exchanging blows for over 120 rounds. The arena was alive with the flashing of blades and the rush of fists, both combatants employing every ounce of their skill. Despite Bai Yijan's valiant efforts, he ultimately fell short. With a sudden and powerful strike from his adversary, akin to a thunderous force, Bai Yijan was sent reeling, unable to maintain his balance, and fell from the platform. As the morning matches concluded, the second round came to an end, paving the way for the third round in the afternoon. When the draw was announced, Sujio found himself matched against Zhao Shuang from the Beiyu Kingdom, having just fought in the morning. However, his opponent was familiar. Zhao Shuang was the one responsible for injuring his senior sister. Bai Yimo.Sujio had resolved to settle the score. While dueling was a normal aspect of competition, Zhao Shuang's brazen remarks after his victory had deeply wounded Bai Yimo, inciting Sujio's anger and fueling his desire for retribution. Standing in the arena, Sujio's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Zhao Shuang, who remained unfazed, smirking provocatively. A mere fourth-layer child making it to the third round should be a source of pride for you. I, however, am the direct disciple of the Grand Elder from the Beiyu Kingdom's branch. You should take pride in being defeated by me. Sujio harbored no fondness for Zhao Shuang and had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He launched an immediate assault. Zhao Shuang retaliated with all her might, unleashing a torrent of spells that rained down upon Sujio. Sujio skillfully dodged while searching for an opening. Like a bolt of lightning, he evaded her attacks, but Zhao Shuang, growing increasingly frustrated, altered her spell, summoning icy spikes that shot towards him. With a cold snort, Sujio drew his sword and countered with a wave, shattering the icy projectiles. Taken aback by Sujio's prowess, Zhao Shuang found herself on the defensive as he closed in, his sword strikes relentless and tempestuous. Zhao Shuang, in a state of panic, retreated repeatedly, suffering several cuts from Sujio's sword. Gritting her teeth, she summoned an icy shield to temporarily fend off his attacks while chanting an incantation that significantly boosted her power. With a flourish of her hands, she gathered the surrounding spiritual energy into a massive vortex that surged towards Sujio. Unfazed, Sujio stomped the ground and leaped high into the air, directing all his spiritual energy into his sword and transforming it into a streak of light as he plunged towards the vortex's center. With a brilliant explosion of light, he broke through the vortex and thrust his sword at Zhao Shuang. Caught off guard, she was struck in the left shoulder. The audience gasped in astonishment. Zhao Shuang, possessing a stubborn spirit, refused to concede despite her injury, retaliating with renewed fervor. Suddenly, Sujio noticed a pattern. Before Zhao Shuang executed her spell, her right shoulder would dip slightly. Seizing this opportunity, he feigned a weakness to lure her into attacking. As her shoulders sank once more, Sujio swiftly formed a barrier with his spiritual energy, blocking her strike and countering with a powerful sword strike directed at her face. Zhao Shuang scrambled to evade, but the blade grazed her cheek, igniting her fury. Disregarding her injuries, she attacked with reckless abandon. Sujio maintained his composure, gradually maneuvering Zhao Shuang into the energy trap he had set. With rapid hand movements, he solidified the air around them, rendering Zhao Shuang immobile. With a wicked grin, he delivered a forceful kick that sent her flying off the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers as Sujio successfully avenged his senior sister and advanced towards higher ranks. His caution towards his hidden enemy intensifying. Chapter 35. Ling Yan achieves breakthrough descending from the arena. Despite his victory, Sujio felt a growing weight upon his heart. Advancing to the fourth round and securing a place among the top 200 would undoubtedly intensify the hostility from his concealed adversary. Lingering sense of being watched by malicious eyes plagued him. Scanning the crowd, he found no tangible threat. Instead, familiar and unfamiliar faces alike congratulated him on his triumph. He clasped his hands in gratitude, responding with a playful victory sign before mischievously wiggling his hips in delight, momentarily forgetting his earlier concerns. Bai Yimo approached, playfully delivering a light punch to Sujio's chest. "All right, enough of your smugness. Look at you, reveling in your small triumph." Despite her teasing words, she enveloped Sujio in a warm embrace. Caught off guard by the gesture, Sujio's expression shifted to one of surprise. Just then, Bai Yijan interjected, admonishing them to cease their antics. "Sujio, you have truly astonished us. Zhao Shuang, at the 8th level of qi refinement, and yet you managed to remain unscathed beneath her icy techniques." Even overcoming her at this moment, senior brother Mu Chen approached, saying, "Junior brother Daojio, We were initially hesitant to come close and watch your match, fearing it would be overwhelming for you. Haha, it seems our concerns were unfounded. Sujio laughed heartily in response. Senior brother, I was genuinely worried about embarrassing myself in front of you all. Fortunately, I triumphed. Yang Zhengxiu also came over, scrutinizing Sujio as if observing a peculiar creature. Sujio curiously asked, Senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? When did you become so formidable? Bai Yichan chimed in, arms crossed and chin resting on his hand, as if studying an unfamiliar monster. Indeed, junior brother Jiu, have you stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity? To defeat Zhao Shuang at the 8th level of Qi refinement within less than a year of joining, it was ultimately senior brother Mu Chan who intervened, saying, all right, everyone has witnessed Su Jio's relentless dedication to his practice since joining. If you two had exerted half as much effort as he did, you would have long reached the foundation establishment stage. The two simply grinned in response. At this time, the group was filled with laughter and conversation, oblivious to the pair of malevolent eyes watching them from a distance, brimming with unending hatred. Zhao Shuang, that arrogant individual, was left battered and bruised, particularly the scar on her face, which was nearly disfiguring. Thankfully, it was merely a shallow wound, and with the sex healing elixirs, it should not leave a scar. Nonetheless, her pride was undoubtedly shattered. After all, she had been so disrespectful to senior sister Bai Yimo. That said, it was not Su Jio's intention to mar her beauty. He simply hadn't anticipated that she would fail to dodge. Senior brother Mu Chen addressed Su Jio and the others. The next match is for second senior sister Ling Yin. Let us go cheer her on. The group made their way to the 10th arena, where senior sister Ling Yin faced off against a female cultivator clad in black. The latter wielded not a celestial sword, but rather two peculiar discs, resembling shields. One with a handle akin to a dagger, and the other flat. As she channeled her spiritual energy, a ring of power formed 2 feet around the discs, making them appear larger. Such a weapon was unprecedented in Sujio's experience. He remarked to senior brother Mu Chan, Senior brother, this person's weapon is truly strange. I've never seen anything like it. Bai Yimo echoed, Indeed, senior brother, what type of weapon is this? Mu Chen replied, I am uncertain, but these discs seem to be manipulable through spiritual energy and can also be controlled with divine sense. At that moment, senior sister Ling Yin realized that the discs were excessively defensive, making it impossible to approach. She formed a seal with her fingers and chanted a spell, causing her celestial sword to emit a crimson glow. Releasing her grip on the sword, she pointed with 2 fingers from her left hand towards her opponent, and the sword shot forward at incredible speed, aiming for the female cultivator. The latter reacted swiftly, positioning the discs before her, producing a jarring clash as the sword was deflected. Ling Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reached out and summoned her sword back. The female cultivator then clashed the discs together, creating a deafening buzz. Ling Yin felt her blood surging and hastily circulated her spiritual energy to suppress it. Seizing the opportunity, the female cultivator leapt into the air, prompting Ling Yin to grip her sword tightly. Forcing herself to remain calm, she understood that panic would lead to certain defeat. With her eyes closed, she swiftly adjusted her breathing, then suddenly opened them, determination shining within. Abandoning the sword, she began to dance her hands through the air, forming intricate seals. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards her, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Startled, the female cultivator hastily intensified her attacks with the discs. Yet, Ling Yin remained unfazed as the seals completed. She shouted, Break! A powerful force surged forth like a tidal wave towards the female cultivator. The ring of spiritual energy surrounding her discs shattered instantly, sending her flying off the stage and crashing heavily to the ground. The discs losing their luster and falling beside her. Ling Yin emerged victorious, and the resolute energy she exuded seemed to break through a barrier, hinting at her potential to advance beyond the 9th level of Qi refinement. The crowd erupted in cheers, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. However, at that moment, Su Jiu sensed a chilling presence behind him. He turned cautiously, only to see a shadow flit past. Ling Yin was the most introverted and low-profile disciple of the Dan Hall, seemingly possessing no hobbies beyond cultivation and alchemy. She had stagnated at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement for over a year. Yet today she had encountered an opportunity for a breakthrough. After stepping down from the arena, Ling Yin approached the group with a slight smile, saying nothing. But Bai Chan sensed something amiss and asked, "What's wrong? Your energy seems unstable. Are you injured? Or feeling unwell?" Ling Yin, somewhat embarrassed, leaned closer to Bai Chan and whispered, "I think I might be on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Bai Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially thought she was injured, but to discover she was poised for a breakthrough was unprecedented. He immediately rallied everyone to head back to their quarters, leaving them perplexed yet following him nonetheless. Upon learning the true reason, everyone felt astonished yet genuinely delighted. Senior brother Mu Chun and several other seniors produced various pills, talismans, and other items to safeguard Ling Yin. Senior brother Mu Chun reassured her, "Junior sister, you have been stagnant at the 9th level for over a year. A breakthrough is entirely normal. Do not be anxious. Strengthen your resolve. Everything will be fine." Looking at everyone, Ling Yin felt a wave of warmth wash over her and began to meditate in preparation for her breakthrough. After a stick of incense's time, her energy gradually stabilized, reaching an optimal state. She consumed a foundation establishment pill and began to cultivate, readying herself for the breakthrough. In an instant, the medicinal power spread. An abundant spiritual energy coursed through her limbs and meridians. As Ling Yin cultivated, everyone watched with bated breath, anxiously awaiting her success. Time passed. 1 stick of incense, 1 hour, 2 hours. The group remained vigilant. It felt as though they were the ones on the verge of breakthrough. Just then, a violent wave of spiritual energy surged forth, followed by an overwhelming pressure of the foundation establishment stage. Ling Yin had successfully advanced. Chapter 36. Su Jiu feints. Ling Yan's successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage sent the crowd into a frenzy. The head of the Dan Hall, Yu Qinghai, obsessed with alchemy, primarily focused on teaching his disciples the art of pill-making, neglecting the importance of cultivation. This led to the disciples of the Dan Hall spending most of their time on alchemy, leaving little for cultivation, resulting in their low levels of mastery. Ling Yan's successful advancement to the foundation establishment stage served as a tremendous boost for everyone. In the subsequent matches, senior brother Mu Chen advanced successfully, while Tu Tan unfortunately lost his match. With the conclusion of the 3rd round, 3 members from the Dan Hall remained: Mu Chun, Ling Yin, and Su Jiu, all advancing to the 4th round, the top 250. However, due to her breakthrough, senior sister Ling Yin lost her qualification to compete, leaving only senior brother Mu Chun and Su Jiu to proceed. The 4th round was about to commence, with a palpable tension enveloping the arena. Standing at the sidelines with closed eyes, Mu Chun focused on adjusting his state. His opponent was a rather effeminate man, a rather ambiguous character. Mu Chun understood that such individuals often harbored a cunning nature. As the match began, Mu Chun launched the first attack, executing a fierce sword technique that dazzled in its intensity. However, his opponent's moves were exceedingly peculiar, causing Mu Chun's attacks to feel as though they were striking against cotton, completely ineffective. The arena was devoid of the sounds of clashing blades, only the sound of sword energy slicing through the air. The effeminate man was entirely focused on evasion, displaying remarkable agility. With delicate hand gestures and flirtatious glances, he continuously tossed, teasing remarks toward Mu Chun, causing him considerable discomfort. The man's strategy was to evade at all costs, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Occasionally, he would unleash a technique from his fingertips, sending forth petals resembling peach blossoms toward Mu Chun. The petals danced gracefully in the air, but upon striking Mu Chun's sword, they produced a series of metallic clangs. Whenever Mu Chun's sword slowed, the effeminate man would seize the chance to launch a surprise attack, interspersing his taunts with remarks like, "Oh, one must be gentle in life," or "Why so rough?" Such comments stirred impatience within the usually composed Mu Chun. Fortunately, with his extensive battle experience, he took several deep breaths to calm himself, reminding himself, impatience is the greatest enemy in a match. Stay composed. The effeminate man's speed was astonishingly swift. At times, he would unleash a flurry of petals while maintaining an agile stance. Revealing no openings, Mu Chun deliberately slowed his offensive pace, maintaining a vigilant grip on his celestial sword, pondering the effeminate man's various techniques. After careful observation, Mu Chun discerned that the effeminate man would momentarily pause after launching his petal attacks. An idea sparked in his mind. He decided to take a risk. Feigning a lapse in defense, he allowed a semblance of chaos to creep into his swordplay. The effeminate man, noticing this, felt a rush of triumph and immediately unleashed a barrage of petals aimed at Mu Chun. Just as the petals struck the sword, Mu Chun surged forward, countering the impact with determination. The effeminate man faltered, unable to evade in time. With a fierce cry, Mu Chun lunged forward, aiming his sword directly at the effeminate man's face. The latter was overtaken by fear, desperately raising his sword to block. With a sharp clang, the sword struck the wrist guard of the effeminate opponent. Mu Chun seized the moment to pursue relentlessly, his swordplay unfurling in an unbroken flow, forcing the opponent to retreat step by step. The effeminate figure, now shedding his previous seductive demeanor, wore a fierce expression. Fighting back desperately, Mu Chun feigned impatience, launching erratic attacks, and shouted provocatively, "You coward! Afraid to face me openly!" The effeminate opponent, seemingly irritated by the taunt, engaged Mu Chun in a flurry of exchanges. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chun closed the distance, engaging in a fierce melee. The opponent attempted to create space, but Mu Chun denied him that chance, pressing in and blocking several of his escape routes. Indeed, the effeminate figure began to show signs of mounting frustration, his brows furrowing in agitation, completely losing the calm demeanor he had exhibited at the outset. Ultimately, with a swift stroke, Mu Chun sent the opponent's weapon flying, following up with a well-placed kick that landed squarely on the opponent's chin. With a grunt, 3 teeth flew from his mouth as he was sent sprawling through the air. Yet before he could hit the ground, Mu Chun, channeling his spiritual energy, dashed forward. He had no desire to seriously harm the opponent and refrained from using his sword, delivering another kick to the opponent's abdomen mid-air, sending him arching like a shrimp, bending over as he flew off the stage. Crashing against the barrier, Mu Chun had once again successfully advanced to the 5th round. Watching from the sidelines, Su Jiu observed the effeminate opponent's fighting style and appeared to have gained some insight, particularly appreciating the agile footwork that left his senior brother Mu Chun at a loss. As the competition progressed, the prowess of the other contestants became increasingly formidable. Su Jiu gradually felt the strain. Although his height surpassed that of his peers, he was still a child under 9. In terms of raw strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, he could leverage his speed and endurance. The vastness of his Danhai space and the abundance of spiritual energy afforded him considerable resources. With Mu Chun descending from the stage, the morning trials concluded. Everyone rushed forward to congratulate him, engaging in lively conversation as they made their way to the tavern. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of malevolent eyes lingered not far behind. Upon entering the tavern, they found a table, settled down, and ordered their meals. As they sipped tea, opinions about the day's matches flowed freely. Bai Yimo remarked, "Senior brother, that effeminate opponent was indeed quite troublesome. If it were me, I doubt I could have triumphed." Suzhou echoed, "Indeed, senior brother, what kind of fighting style was that?" He kept circling, making it impossible to strike him. Mu Chun explained, "His technique relies on a principle of soft overcoming hard. It employs agile movements paired with decisive actions. Despite his seemingly gentle approach, once he strikes, he shows no mercy. His blows can be lethal." The group nodded in agreement, deep in thought. At that moment, a waiter brought in a platter of vibrant fruits. Bai Yimo, ever the glutton, was the first to grab a large red fruit and devour it. Just as Suju reached for a piece, he suddenly felt a sharp pain surge through his body. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Noticing the unusual behavior, Mu Chun anxiously inquired, "Junior brother Jiu, what is wrong?" Suju struggled to respond, "I think I have been poisoned." Mu Chun quickly checked Suju's pulse, his brow furrowing. The poison was exceedingly rare. He retrieved a pill from his possession, a detoxifying elixir he had fortuitously concocted in Qinghai years ago, hoping it would help. After Suju ingested the pill, the pain subsided slightly. He then remarked, "Though the poison is temporarily suppressed, we must still find the source of the antidote." Rising to his feet, Mu Chun scanned the group, asking if everyone was unharmed. It seemed that only junior brother Jiu had fallen victim to the poison. He then picked up Suju's teacup and tested it with a silver needle, confirming the presence of toxins. At that moment, although the poison was subdued, Suju had already fallen into unconsciousness. Chapter 37. Unmasking the true culprit, Bai Yimo rushed into the inner hall, soon returning with the waiter, who appeared terrified. "Esteemed heroes, I do not know how I have offended you," he stammered. Bai Yimo, furious, retorted, "Do not play innocent. Our junior brother was poisoned in your establishment. Who are you, and why have you harmed us?" The waiter, panicking, shook his head vigorously. "I assure you, it was not my doing. I have worked here for 5 years, and everyone knows me." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he added, "When I was serving tea, a man approached me, claiming to be from your sect. He asked me to provide him with a smaller teacup. He even held up the cup he had prepared for that man to examine." Mu Qin urgently inquired, "What did this man look like?" The waiter, now in a state of distress, replied, "He was a man wearing a large black hat with a low brim, obscuring his face. All I could see was a goat's beard. He wore the robes of your sect and carried a dark green long sword. There was a black birthmark on his wrist." Yu Qian sensed sincerity in the waiter's words. Reflecting on the members of their sect, he realized he did not recognize anyone matching that description. The group transported Su Jiao to the sect's headquarters to seek the elder's assistance in treating him. Although the poison was suppressed, Su Jiao remained unconscious, and the others anxiously awaited the elder's verdict. The elder spoke, "This young man is indeed fortunate. The poison he has been afflicted with is exceedingly rare and extraordinarily potent. However, there exists a vital energy within him that shields his heart, or else he would have perished long ago. Clearly, the one who poisoned him sought to take his life and obliterate his cultivation." He continued, "To counteract this poison, we possess most of the necessary antidotes, but we are lacking one crucial herb, the Qiyang Xuanjing grass." Meanwhile, within Sujia's consciousness, he conversed with Na Dong. "What kind of poison is this? Its potency is overwhelming. I can no longer feel my spiritual energy, and I am utterly unable to control my body." Na Dong reassured him, "Do not worry, young master. The poison has been contained, and your heart is safe for now. You are not in immediate danger," he explained. "This poison is concocted from mandala flowers, pufferfish venom, and several other toxic ingredients. Those afflicted will experience excruciating pain as their flesh ruptures, rendering them immobile and suppressing their consciousness. For cultivators, the most perilous aspect of this poison is not merely its toxicity, but its potential to destroy their meridians and even their dantian, resulting in the loss of their cultivation." Listening to the elder's words, Na Dong affirmed, "The elder speaks the truth. The Qiyang Xuanjing grass can indeed cure the poison afflicting the young master." Bai Yimo stepped forward, declaring, "Then let us set out immediately to find the Qiyang Xuanjing grass to save Su Jiao." The others eagerly agreed. The elder cautioned them, "The Qiyang Xuanjing grass grows deep within the misty forest of the back mountain, a place fraught with danger. Once harvested, it must be processed within an hour, or its efficacy will be lost." Nevertheless, the group set off without hesitation. Upon entering the misty forest, they found themselves enveloped in thick fog, obscuring their vision. Mu Chun, ever vigilant, utilized his spiritual energy to scout ahead. Suddenly, a massive shadowy leopard lunged at them, prompting the group to band together in defense. Ling Yin, wielding her sword, darted towards the leopard's eyes with lightning speed. After a fierce struggle, they managed to drive the creature away and press deeper into the forest. They soon stumbled upon a glimmering area where the Qiyang Xuanjing grass grew. Just as they rejoiced, they discovered that the precious herb was guarded by a venomous fire serpent. As despair began to settle in, a white fox charged towards the serpent, exhaling a cloud of black mist. The fire serpent, agitated, lunged at the fox, engaging in a fierce struggle. The group hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. Bai Yimo whispered, "That white fox does not appear to be malevolent. Perhaps it too seeks the Qiyang Xuanjing grass." Yu Qian and senior sister Ling Yin nodded in agreement. In the ensuing battle, the white fox nimbly dodged the serpent's fiery breath, then leapt into the air. Claws aimed at the serpent's vulnerable spot. The serpent, in pain, coiled around the fox tightly. Despite the white fox's cries of distress, its eyes shone with determination. Just as the group felt compelled to assist, a brilliant white light erupted from the fox, seemingly countering the serpent's venom. The serpent, weakened by the burst of energy, released its grip. The white fox took the opportunity to break free, launching itself at the serpent and biting off a scale. The serpent, furious, retaliated, and the two engaged in several more rounds of combat. The white fox turned its gaze toward the group, its eyes reflecting exhaustion yet a friendly demeanor. Ultimately, it became apparent that the white fox was diverting the venomous serpent's attention. With astonishment, The group swiftly approached to collect the Qiyang Shuanjing grass before hastily returning to the sect to save Su Jiao. Upon their return, the elder promptly prepared the antidote for Su Jiao. Before long, Su Jiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing weakly at the others, filled with gratitude. Upon learning that a white fox had aided them, he instantly knew who it was. The group gathered together, resolved to uncover the shadowy figure behind Su Jiao's poisoning. And a new investigation was set to unfold. Although Su Jiao's poison had been alleviated, the potency of the toxin had distorted his meridians, causing blockages that hindered the flow of his spiritual energy. Unable to restore his condition, he had no choice but to forfeit the remaining matches. The group began to investigate the events of that day, following the lead provided by the waiter. Su Jiao recalled a particular individual who had cast a resentful gaze in his direction during the competition. Noting that this person was also a member of their sect, he shared this information with the group. Tu Tan revealed a piece of information that excited everyone. On the day of the competition, after junior brother Su Jiao secured his victory, there was a man radiating murderous intent, glaring at him from the stands. When that man noticed me watching him, he swiftly turned and left. This man was affiliated with the sect's artifact refining pavilion. Tu Tan had been secretly tailing him and witnessed him engaged in a hushed conversation with a figure cloaked in black, a faint whisper. I overheard them mention the 7 poisons transformation powder. Consequently, the crowd set out in search of this individual. Upon finding him, he wore a face of sheer panic. Initially, he vehemently denied the accusations, attempting to flee, but how could the others allow him to escape? After a thorough interrogation, he finally divulged the truth. It turned out he was a lowly disciple from the artifact refining pavilion, manipulated by someone to procure poison through an evil cultivator. He had disguised himself as a member of the sect to administer the toxin. Indeed, a dark birthmark was present on his wrist. The group reported the incident to the Grand Elder of the sect, who would pursue the instigator and enact punishment. Upon discovering the villain, everyone felt a surge of joy. Yet concerns lingered regarding Su Jiao's cultivation. Senior brother Mu Chen remarked, junior brother Jiao was injured by the poison, but fortunately, he took the detoxification pill in a timely manner and safeguarded his heart meridian. Although his meridians are somewhat obstructed now, with the aid of spiritual herbs, he should recover swiftly. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Bai Yimo commented, that is indeed fortunate, but it is regrettable that this scoundrel caused junior brother to miss the competition. Su Jia replied, sister, even if I had participated, I would likely have been eliminated. I am already very pleased to have made it this far. With that, he broke into a joyful smile. Su Jia's health gradually improved. He resolved to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation to swiftly regain his strength. During his retreat, he often thought of the white fox, pondering, I wonder how it came to be here. How is it now? Su Jiao began to cultivate the first volume of the chaotic immortal demon tomb, titled 10,000 Needles to refine the body. The incantation was recited and spiritual energy circulated. An excruciating pain surged through him. Within 3 breaths, Su Jiao was drenched in sweat, the sound of cracking bones echoing within him. Truly, a technique devised by a madman. Chapter 38. Recultivating the Immortal Demon Tomb. Su Jia's poisoning had caused all his meridians to deform and obstruct. Thus he began seclusion to mend them. As the spiritual energy flowed with the incantation, the sounds of cracking bones resounded once more. Su Jiao, in agony, was drenched in sweat, his forehead beaded with perspiration. This 9-year-old child possessed an extraordinary willpower. While ordinary children would cry at the prick of a thorn, this child persevered through the shattering of bones. Damaged tendons and ruptured meridians, blood oozed from his skin, rendering him a bloodied figure. Were it not for the support of spiritual energy, he would likely have collapsed onto the bed. Gritting his teeth, Su Jiao pressed on with his cultivation. He thought to himself, from shattered bones comes rebirth. From destruction comes renewal. Though my meridians are ruptured, they shall be reborn anew. Purging the old body, I shall be reborn in a new form. Spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly within the Danxi space, flowing towards his meridians and limbs, healing all his injuries. Su Jiao began to feel warmth throughout his body. The intense pain gradually subsided, and his injuries began to mend. A layer of black sludge formed on his skin, emitting a foul odor as impurities were expelled from his body. Su Jiao sensed a remarkable change. The flow of spiritual energy was even smoother than before his poisoning, and his bones felt sturdier. Upon completing the first volume, Sujio retrieved 2 pills to replenish his spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy began to rapidly converge towards him. Once he regained peak condition, Sujio examined himself and found that his bones, muscles, and meridians were all stronger than before, and, moreover, the 2 dances had seemingly sprouted additional meridians. What was happening? Not only that, but the dancy space had expanded. The upper dancy had turned black, while the lower one was golden, with the central dish remaining unchanged. The 2 fireballs now guarded each dancy. Sujio was puzzled as to why he had cultivated 2 dances and inquired of Nadong. Does cultivating this chaotic immortal demon tomb always result in 2 dances? What is their purpose? Why do I not feel any different? Nadong looked at Sujio, blinking twice, and feigned profundity as he said, Master, this chaotic immortal demon tomb is no ordinary technique. As for its specific functions, you shall discover them once you complete the 5th volume. For now, it's a secret, haha. With that, he transformed into a beam of white light and nestled into Sujio's embrace. Although Sujio and Nadong shared a master-servant relationship, Sujio had never regarded Nadong as a mere servant. Rather, they were akin to friends. Watching Nadong retreat, Sujio shook his head in resignation, trusting in him and solidifying his determination to swiftly cultivate to the 5th volume. Taking a deep breath, Sujio resumed his cultivation of the 2nd volume, summoning the immortal demon. As the incantation was silently recited, spiritual energy surged violently into his body, causing him to tremble slightly under the immense pressure. However, Sujio knew he could not waver. This was his 2nd time cultivating summoning the immortal demon. Yet this experience felt entirely different. During his cultivation, Sujio discovered that he could perceive vague images, scenes of an epic battle between immortals and demons, intertwined with mysterious powers. He was filled with curiosity, yet had no time to ponder, focusing solely on his cultivation. 3 hours later, Sujio finally completed summoning the immortal demon and let out a long breath. At this moment, he had unexpectedly broken through to the 9th layer. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly flowed into Sujio's body. He was not at all surprised by this breakthrough. On his way to the grand competition, he had sensed a loosening of the 8th layer's boundary. Yet, at this moment, Sujio felt no joy in his breakthrough. His head throbbed with the thought. To cultivate the next volume, he needed pills, yet he could not concoct 4th-grade pills himself, and purchasing them required a considerable sum of silver. It truly gave him a headache. He ultimately decided to step outside for a stroll as Sujio arrived at Bai Yimo's room, where Bai Yi-chan was also present. Upon seeing Sujio had fully recovered, both were utterly astonished. In just half a day, all your injuries are healed. Bai Yimo circled around Sujio, exclaiming, You truly are a freak. Bai Yi-chan remarked, What about your cultivation? 9th layer of chi refining. Hearing this, several senior brothers from next door rushed over and away. Are we even allowed to live? Woe is us. Yang Zheng lamented, Sister Lingyan has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and junior brother has also reached the 9th layer. The 2 young ladies pinched Sujio's face and arms, confirming it's all real. Sujio wore an innocent expression. Little Jio, are you there? Are you alive? At that moment, the snarky voice of Zhuge Xian echoed from outside the door. Little Jio, Xian Gu has come to see you. Where are you? Sujio stepped outside and saw Zhuge Xian peering through the crack of his door. Sujio gave him a firm slap, exclaiming, Why are you shouting so loudly? You might scare the living daylights out of me. Zhuge Xian jumped in fright, and upon seeing Sujio standing before him, he turned, covering his face with one hand and bracing against the wall. Sobbing, Jioer, how could you have died? My good brother. Woe is me. Sujio kicked Zhuge Xian in the behind, sending him tumbling 2 zhang away, retorting, I'm alive and well. Are you cursing me? Zhuge Xian, returning, looked at Sujio, his signature smirk reappearing on his face. Come on, the sect is spreading rumors that you were poisoned, your meridians wrecked, and your cultivation lost. If it weren't for the supernatural, how could you still be running around? Let me pinch you to check, he said, as he playfully twisted Sujio's waist. Ouch, Sujio cried out, preparing to kick back. Zhuge Xian stepped back to evade. You can still kick me? Are you really all right? The poison hasn't taken effect yet. Senior brother gave me the antidote in time. I've already recovered. Sujio replied, In that case, I have good news for you. Zhuge Xian whispered. Would you like to get rich? I found a great place. Intrigued, Sujio asked, What place? Zhuge Xian spoke mysteriously. I heard there are many precious herbs and treasures within the misty abyss cave. We can go there to seek our fortune. After pondering, Su Jiao deemed it a splendid idea and agreed to accompany Zhuge Xian. The two ventured to the depths of the back mountain, discovering the misty abyss cave. Inside, thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring their view of the path ahead. Be cautious. There may be dangers within, Su Jiao warned. What is there to fear? I'm here, Zhuge Xian declared boldly, striding confidently into the cave. Su Jiao, shaking his head in resignation, followed him inside. The cave was damp, with moss covering the walls. As they tread carefully, a strange rustling sound suddenly echoed. The two realized that beasts lurked nearby. Chapter 39. Sensing the summons along the way, they collected some spiritual herbs, though none were particularly valuable. This misty abyss cave is said to house the 9 in life-extending herb, Zhuge Xian remarked. As they stepped into the cave, which was indeed damp, with moss covering the stone walls, they proceeded cautiously. Su Jiao whispered, Little Xian, this cave has likely been visited by many before us. If the 9 in life-extending herb truly exists, it would have been taken long ago. Zhuge Xian replied, Little Jiao, I must admonish you. Your mindset is lacking. Young people should embrace a spirit of adventure, daring to challenge and explore. As the saying goes, enough. Spare me your grandiloquence, Su Jiao interrupted. Zhuge Xian chuckled, treasure belongs to the virtuous. Ignoring him, Su Jiao quickened his pace, disappearing from view. Zhuge Xian hurriedly followed, only to find Su Jiao standing at the edge of a large downward cavern, resembling a vast well, filled with dense white fog that continually spilled outward, obscuring the interior. Su Jiao stood there in a daze. Zhuge Xian waved his hand in front of Su Jiao, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Little Jiao, which enchanting beauty has captivated you? Su Jiao regarded Zhuge Xian with a serious expression before responding. I sense something below calling out to me. Zhuge Xian paused, deep in thought, and remarked, could it be a seductive fox spirit or a bewitching beast? I've heard that such entities can evoke a sense of summoning before consuming their prey. Su Jiao shook his head and replied, I am quite lucid. That voice feels familiar. Moreover, I have probed with my spiritual sense and found no beast within. Zhuge Xian questioned, you don't intend to descend, do you? Su Jiao nodded in silence. Have you lost your mind? What if a gaping maw awaits you below? With that, Zhuge Xian also employed his spiritual sense to investigate. It's deep down there. I can't discern anything. Observing Su Jiao's determination, Zhuge Xian said, wait a moment, let me scout ahead. He produced a black dragonfly from his hand. Su Jiao was puzzled. Zhuge Xian, relishing the moment, boasted, you don't recognize it, do you? Call me Brother Xian, and I shall enlighten you. Ha ha. His expression was one of such smugness that it could only be described as exceptionally petty. Su Jiao kicked the insufferable brat in the rear, prompting Zhuge Xian to drop his smug demeanor. This treasure cost me 100 spirit stones. It can help us scout the way, so watch closely. Zhuge Xian settled cross-legged on the ground, formed a seal with his fingers, and directed a stream of spiritual light onto the dragonfly. With his eyes closed, the dragonfly began to ascend silently, gradually flying downward into the well until it vanished from sight. Su Jiao glanced between the well and Zhuge Xian. After a long pause, Zhuge Xian's expression shifted, yet he remained with his eyes shut, as if witnessing something unfathomable, his brows knitting together. After what felt like an eternity, the dragonfly re-emerged from the well's mouth, and Zhuge Xian opened his eyes to catch it. What did you see? Su Jiao inquired eagerly. Zhuge Xian replied, it's quite deep down. The dragonfly flew for a long time without reaching the bottom. But there must be something down there. Su Jiao inhaled deeply and declared, you wait here for me. I will go take a look. If I am not back in 3 hours, you should leave on your own. With that, he prepared to leap down. Though Su Jiao was typically averse to danger, he was not one to act impulsively. His decision to take this risk stemmed from Dong's revelation that there was something he needed below. Zhuge Xian seized Su Jiao's arm, displeased. What do you mean by waiting here? Who do you look down upon? We are brothers. No matter the peril, I shall accompany you. With that, Zhuge Xian grasped Su Jiao and leaped into the well together. They descended for an extended period before Zhuge Xian exclaimed, we're nearing the bottom. Both circulated their spiritual energy to protect themselves, and soon they landed, not gently, but rather with a thud. Thankfully, their spiritual barriers shielded them from harm. Neither had reached the foundation establishment stage yet and could not fly on swords. They had to rely on their spiritual energy to cushion their fall. The mist below thickened, limiting visibility to about 10 feet. Expanding their spiritual senses, they discovered they were in a passageway, the ground smooth and devoid of dust, indicating frequent passage. The cave walls were uneven, appearing naturally formed. Suju sensed the call emanating from within the cave and cautiously advanced inside. With Zhuge Xian closely following, ever vigilant. Armed with their swords, they traversed for an hour, when the mist ahead began to churn ominously. Zhuge Xian's spiritual sense detected a precipice that split the cave in two. There's a chasm beneath us, spanning several feet to the other side, Suju noted. Zhuge Xian inquired, "How do we cross?" Suju contemplated his sword and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "We can use the sword to send a rope across." Zhuge Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. An excellent plan. Suju retrieved a sturdy rope from his storage bag, tied one end to the sword's hilt, and summoned his spiritual energy to hurl the sword across. It flew like a streak of light, embedding itself firmly into the edge of the cliff on the opposite side. After confirming the rope's security, Suju was the first to climb across, followed closely by Zhuge Xian. Just as they reached the other side, a howling echoed through the air, and from the mist emerged several fiery beasts resembling monkeys. "Fire spirit monkeys," Zhuge Xian exclaimed. These creatures were incredibly swift. Lunging at them in an instant, Suju and Zhuge Xian swung their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the fire spirit monkeys. Suju's swordplay was fierce, each thrust imbued with cutting energy, while Zhuge Xian displayed agility, deftly evading attacks and seizing opportunities to counter. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the monkeys and continued toward the source of the summoning, the pull growing ever stronger. Suddenly, they heard a peculiar rustling sound. Suju realized they were encountering another beast. A chilling aura washed over them, accompanied by the low growls of lurking creatures that sent shivers down their spines. Clutching their weapons tightly, they cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow lunged from the darkness, bearing its fangs and claws. They swiftly dodged aside, retaliating with their weapons. As the mist cleared, they beheld a colossal spider demon, towering 7 to 8 feet tall, its 8 legs clattering against the rocks with a metallic resonance. The spider's legs moved like scythes, slicing through the air, while its numerous fangs clicked ominously. Zhuge Xian darted to the side of the spider, striking at one of its long legs with his sword. To his astonishment, the blade merely clanged against the leg, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. "What on earth?" Zhuge Xian gasped in disbelief. Chapter 40. Trapped in the barrier, Zhuge Xian's sword struck the spider's leg, producing a sound of metal clashing. Why is it so hard? His sword, capable of cleaving stone, could not even pierce the spider's leg. Just then, the spider's other leg came crashing down, and Zhuge Xian narrowly evaded. The leg carved a deep gash into the ground where he had just stood. Zhuge Xian quickly joined Suju, exchanging concerned glances. Suddenly, Suju recalled the delicate technique of overcoming brute strength with finesse. An epiphany struck him. The cave was narrow, and while the spider possessed formidable defense, its agility was likely compromised. Suju darted to the left side of the spider. Zhuge Xian, perplexed, wondered what Suju was planning. The spider's blade-like legs slashed towards Suju, who narrowly dodged, causing the leg to pierce the stone wall. Seizing the opportunity, Suju maneuvered to the spider's rear, leaping onto its back. Zhuge Xian stood in awe, speechless. With his legs clamped around the spider's slender waist, Suju held on tight as the spider thrashed about. Trying in vain to dislodge him, frustrated, the spider jumped wildly, attempting to shake Suju off, but he clung on resolutely. Zhuge Xian, witnessing Suju's audacity, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With both hands gripping the fractured soul sword, its tip directed downward, Suju circulated his spiritual energy into the blade and thrust it toward the spider's neck. With his energy propelling the sword, it pierced through the spider's neck, and Suju twisted it violently. The spider emitted a long, anguished wail that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. A torrent of greenish liquid erupted from its neck and mouth. At that moment, Suju felt an odd sensation emanating from the fractured soul sword, though he could not comprehend it and paid it no mind. Eventually, the spider collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After a considerable pause, Zhuge Xian regained his composure, approached the fallen creature, and prodded it with his sword to confirm its demise. He then turned to Su Jiao, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Jiao, you're incredible. You pulled that off." Only then did Su Jiao release his grip on the spider's waist and dismount. Gasping for breath, he remarked, "You called me that. I have claimed this little brother of yours." Zhuge Xian finally caught on, chuckling. "Ah, so you're taking advantage, are you?" Su Jiao laughed and approached the spider's remains, rummaging through its body until he uncovered a palm-sized black crystal. Zhuge Xian remarked, "This inner core is likely hundreds of years old." Su Jiao stored the core away and pressed onward. At last, they glimpsed a faint light ahead, a small pool with several luminous 9-in-life continuing herbs growing within. Just as they prepared to harvest them, the space around them warped, and a translucent barrier appeared, separating them from the herbs. Su Jiao reached out to touch the barrier, but a potent force repelled him. Zhuge Xian attempted to breach it as well, but met the same resistance. It seemed this treasure would not be easily acquired. Frowning, Su Jiao noted. Zhuge Xian scrutinized the barrier and discovered flickering runes upon its surface, ancient sealing spells that suggested they would need to decipher the runes to gain entry. Zhuge Xian produced a bead, the array-breaking bead, and placed it against the barrier. The surface rippled like water before returning to its original state. Clearly, the bead was of no use. As Su Jiao circled the barrier, his eyes lit up. "Look over there. Those runes seem different. They might be the key." The two focused their efforts on studying the peculiar runes. Su Jiao attempted to channel his spiritual energy along the runes' pathways and infuse it into the barrier. As he did so, the barrier began to shimmer. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhuge Xian hastily employed his celestial arts to assist. After considerable effort, a breach finally manifested within the barrier. "Hurry inside," Su Jiao shouted, and the two swiftly darted through the opening, racing towards the 9-in-revitalization herb. Just as they plucked the divine herb, the surrounding space fell eerily silent, as though nothing had transpired. The gap vanished, leaving the two in stunned silence as they regarded the ethereal herb in their grasp. An ominous premonition gnawing at their hearts, Su Jiao stowed the herb into his storage pouch, approached the barrier, and reached out to touch it. Indeed, a layer of watery energy formed a barrier at the exit. Zhuge Xian drew forth his celestial sword, channeling his spiritual energy, and thrust it forth. A white point of light appeared upon the barrier, immediately followed by a surge of violent recoil. Zhuge Xian staggered back 2 steps, regaining his balance. The two were trapped within the barrier, exchanging glances filled with concern. Despite numerous attempts, they were unable to breach the barrier. Eventually, they resigned themselves to sitting upon the ground. Zhuge Xian lamented, "If I had known this barrier would be so formidable, I would have diligently practiced these formations." Su Jiao nodded in agreement. "Xuanzi, you are full of clever ideas. Do you have any methods for us to escape?" Zhuge Xian shook his head and replied, "We've tried everything. Are we to remain here as doomed lovebirds?" He added, lightheartedly, "How ridiculous. This guy never takes anything seriously." Su Jiao retorted, "Get lost? Who's your lovebird?" The two settled into a meditative state, striving to restore their spiritual energy. While Su Jiao was deep in meditation, the familiar voice echoed in his mind, "Su Jiao, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. Who are you? Where are you?" Su Jiao inquired. "I am the former master of the Broken Soul. Since the Broken Soul has recognized you as its master, we can now sense each other. Elder, the shopkeeper mentioned you had already hanged yourself. Are you a human or a ghost?" "Haha, I have indeed departed from this world. To be precise, I am but a remnant soul. I have an unfulfilled wish, and I am unwilling to leave. I hope you can assist me in completing this wish." "Elder, I wish to help you fulfill your desire, but we are currently trapped within this barrier and in danger." "Barrier? Child, did you not see the letter I left for you?" It was then that Su Jiao recalled that within the sword box, aside from the sword sheath, there was also a book and a letter. Su Jiao had always believed them to be relics left by the former master of the Broken Soul, and thus he felt he should not open them. He had kept them in the sword box untouched. The book, aside from a few words on the first page, was blank thereafter. Seemingly useless, Su Jiao had nearly discarded it, but ultimately decided to leave it in the sword box, recognizing it as a relic of the former master. Su Jiao retrieved the letter, breaking the wax seal. Inside, he found a green jade token and a letter accompanied by a small note. "To the fated one, I am Fan Sun. a disciple of the demon Cloud Island in the East Sea, trained under the revered demon Cloud ancestor. Having attained great mastery, I ventured forth to hone my skills. Over the decades, I have traveled through various kingdoms and forged bonds with heroes across the land. Wielding the broken soul sword, I roamed the martial world, encountering no rivals. Yet now, I find myself beset by inner demons. My life ends here, a most unfortunate fate. This sword, the broken soul, was bequeathed by my master. It can shatter dimensions and fracture divine souls. I bestow it upon the fated one, along with this precious book. Those fortunate enough to comprehend its teachings may wield this sword to achieve unparalleled accomplishments. I implore the one who receives this sword to assist me in fulfilling my final wish. Deliver this jade token and letter to the hands of the Bishia Fairy on Peach Blossom Island in the East Sea. 1,000 thanks. The small note bore a poetic inscription. In the azure sea and silver sands of carved Flower Valley, with tearful eyes I inquire of the flowers, but they remain silent. The token bearer, with a single glance, can take a fortune away. While the soul is lost among the 1,000 peach blossoms, I in drunken stupor, the path home is obscured, and I misjudge the nightingale's song as fate in this life. In the next, I hope to sever the thorns, sacrificing my very essence to become a pair of lovebirds. Signed, Sun. Sujio carefully tucked away the letter and jade token, drawing forth the broken soul sword and the book. Chapter 41. The True Broken Soul Sword. Sujia's understanding of the broken soul sword was shattered by the contents of the letter. What did it mean to shatter dimensions and fracture divine souls? Elder, are you still there? I am. You are quite the romantic, Elder. If I can overcome this tribulation, I shall certainly journey to the East Sea, to Peach Blossom Island, to fulfill your wish. Excellent, excellent. I have one more item to bestow upon you. Once you break the barrier, come meet me at the stone door. Elder, how can this barrier be breached? That is something you must inquire of the broken soul sword yourself. I cannot assist you further. And the book must be comprehended with sincerity. Elder, could you give me a hint? Elder? Sujio called out loudly. Zhuge, hearing Suji's call, opened his eyes and looked at Sujio, saying, Little Jio, were you dreaming? Calling me Elder? Sujio ignored the man, surveying the surroundings, but alas, there was no further response. He turned his gaze to the broken soul sword and murmured, Inquire of the broken soul sword? How does one ask a sword? Zhuge regarded Sujio as though he were a fool, contemplating. Has this kid been frightened into foolishness by being trapped here? Sujio pondered deeply, then asked, Xuanzi, what do you mean by asking the sword? Zhuge replied, Simply press your lips against the sword's body and give it a kiss. Isn't kissing a girl done with the lips? Why not kiss the sword too? Sujio was left speechless. Earlier, the elder who summoned me indicated that the broken soul sword could break the barrier, but the specific method must be asked of the sword. Zhuge finally realized it meant to inquire of the sword. Not to kiss it, he picked up the broken soul sword, intending to examine it, but as soon as he touched the hilt, the sword emitted a purple glow. Zhuge immediately recoiled, casting a strange glance at Sujio. This sword is formidable. It seems to only acknowledge you. Perhaps you should ask it yourself, Sujio muttered. Only acknowledges me? Only acknowledges me? He then placed the sword box and the book before him, holding the broken soul sword flat in his hands. He closed his eyes, circulating his spiritual energy, and entered into communion with the broken soul sword, allowing his consciousness to traverse the blade. Slowly, he explored the sword that recognized only him. After an hour, beads of sweat dotted Sujio's forehead as he remained with eyes shut. He felt an inkling of understanding, yet no tangible sensation. Sujio sensed his consciousness drifting along the sword's surface, only to find himself unable to detach from the blade. Alarmed, he hastily attempted to retract his consciousness, but it remained stubbornly anchored. Pain etched across Sujio's face, almost contorting it. Zhuge observed in anxious silence, hesitant to intervene. Ultimately, Sujio expelled a mouthful of vital blood, regaining his senses. The blood sprayed upon the broken soul sword, the sword box, and the book before him, with a few drops landing on the sword sheath within the box. Shocked beyond measure, Sujio pondered the situation. Why could he not retract his consciousness? At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The sword sheath, the book, and the grand sword box began to tremble and emit light. Then, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The sword box radiated blinding brilliance, illuminating the cavern as if it were midday. It transformed into a myriad of golden light particles that surged into the broken soul sword. The sword began to tremble and shine, and shortly thereafter, the sword sheath and the book also transformed into light particles, merging with the broken soul sword. At that moment, the broken soul sword appeared to have consumed a potent elixir. Vibrating violently and glowing fiercely, ultimately becoming a dazzling white light that left Sujio momentarily blinded. Hastily, he swept his consciousness around, and the broken soul sword levitated upwards, swirling rapidly around Sujio, who lost count of how many times it circled him. It finally halted before Sujio, a beam of white light shining upon him, as he felt an overwhelming surge of power flowing from the broken soul sword into his very being. Countless strange characters flew from the sword into Sujio's sea of consciousness. Sujio found himself uncontrollably lifted into the air, suspended. His consciousness observed the broken soul sword, his heart racing furiously. Ultimately, the sword shrank to the size of a fingertip and flew into Sujio's chest. Bewildered, anxious, and fearful, Sujio was at a loss as to what had transpired. He felt utterly powerless as he turned his focus inward. The broken soul sword transformed into a beam of light, darting chaotically within him, traversing all areas except for the Dan Sea and the Sea of Consciousness. Finally, it came to rest behind Sujio's right wrist. The light dimmed, returning to its original state. However, the sword box, the broken soul sword, and other items before Sujio had vanished. At that moment, the strange characters from the sword appeared within Sujio's sea of consciousness. Sujio gazed at the characters, unable to decipher any of them. In haste, he circulated his spiritual energy to assess his condition. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Sujio settled back onto the ground, fixating on the enigmatic characters within his sea of consciousness. Uncertain of their origin and how they had manifested, those characters transformed into light particles, merging into the sea of consciousness and disappearing. Shortly thereafter, a cultivation method appeared in Sujio's mind. Broken soul sword technique. Sujio felt compelled to study it earnestly, experiencing and circulating the sword technique. This technique encompassed several components: broken soul sword formation, broken soul sword technique, broken soul dragon god technique, and broken soul sword mastery. As Sujio silently operated the broken soul sword technique, he discovered that his meridians had become more resilient and expansive. Just as he immersed himself in this newfound understanding, the surrounding space suddenly rippled. Sujio alertly rose to his feet, and a figure slowly materialized. It was none other than the elder Fan Sun who had summoned him earlier. Fan Sun shook his head in resignation, saying, "I have possessed this sword for decades, yet I could not uncover the method of fusion. It turns out it was so simple. You have now merged with the broken soul sword. This is your fortune. You now bear the power of the broken soul sword and the broken soul sword technique. But the road ahead remains perilous." Sujio respectfully replied, "Thank you, Elder Fan. For your generous gift, I shall strive diligently. What must I do next?" With a wave of his hand, Fan Sun conjured a map before Sujio's eyes, marking a mysterious location. The location of Peach Blossom Island is marked on this map. "I hope you do not forget your promise to me. Why remains lie behind the stone door, and there is something for you as well. However, you must wait until your consciousness reaches the core formation stage to open it. Otherwise, it will harm your spirit. My time is running short in this lifetime. I have pursued power too fervently, neglecting many truly important matters and failing that person. I hope you do not become overly fixated on cultivation in the future and do not let down those around you. My time is limited. Do you have any questions?" Sujio looked at the elder and asked, "Elder Fan, this sword technique that severs one's consciousness and absorbs one's soul, could it be an evil cultivation method?" Fan Sun laughed heartily. "You are still too young. Cultivators aim for strength. How many righteous individuals, while espousing justice, secretly engage in murderous and thieving deeds? Moreover, some would slaughter millions for a single treasure, spilling blood over vast distances, razing villages and settlements. Child, true righteousness or wickedness is not determined by the technique itself, but by how it is used and against whom. For instance, if you use an evil technique to slay a harmful beast, that is righteous. But if you employ a righteous technique to kill an innocent child, you would be the true wicked one. Many so-called evil cultivators have not committed any heinous acts. Only by looking with an open heart can one discern the truth." As he spoke, Fan Sun's figure began to fade, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Su Jiao bowed deeply into the, saying, "The junior respectfully bids farewell to Elder Fan. I shall fulfill your last wish." Zhuge Xian watched as Su Jiao stood up and rushed over, saying, "You just transformed into a gigantic sword form, radiating light. It scared me to death." "Ah, your cultivation? Foundation establishment stage?" At that moment, Suju realized he had indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 42. Breaking through. Sujio finally understood that the soul-splitting sword technique did not lack a sheath. Rather, it achieved a fusion of sword and self, embodying the unity of man and sword. With the blade concealed within his body, the so-called sheath was a protective barrier capable of defending against attacks, especially those targeting the soul. The sword box served as a prison for the sword formation. Sujio silently practiced the soul-splitting sword. The two were trapped within a barrier, and with no other recourse, they could only attempt to break through using the soul-splitting sword technique. An hour later, Sujio was already proficient in the basic methods of the soul-splitting sword. He turned to Zhuge Xian, saying, "Xuanzi, step back a bit. I will try to control the soul-splitting sword." Hearing this, Zhuge Xian quickly retreated 2 steps and opened his spiritual defense. Sujio silently chanted the technique, flipping his right hand, causing the soul-splitting sword to appear, then flipping again to make it vanish. Zhuge Xian watched in envy. It was indeed impressive. Fully immersed in comprehending the sword technique, Sujio approached the barrier, flipping his right hand once more to summon the soul-splitting sword. He closed his eyes, circulating his energy and infusing it into the blade. The soul-splitting sword blazed with brilliance as Sujio struck it against the barrier. Zhuge Xian gazed intently at the barrier, which began to tremble at the moment the sword struck, fissures appearing and gradually expanding until, with a resounding bang, the barrier shattered and disappeared. Zhuge Xian shouted, "Xiao Jiao, incredible!" A sense of joy blossomed from the depths of despair. Sujio felt as though he had been reborn. He turned and slowly walked toward the depths of the cave, with Zhuge Xian following closely behind. Indeed, there was a stone door. Sujio lightly touched it with one hand, causing the runes on the door to swirl and slowly open. Inside lay a simple stone chamber, featuring a stone table upon which rested a black eternal lamp. Casting a faint yellow glow that illuminated a stone bed not far away, a man clad in brocade lay upon the bed, appearing as though he were merely asleep, yet he had already turned to bone. Beneath his head rested a black box. Upon seeing the remains of Elder Fan, Sujio felt a surge of melancholy. He once more knelt and bowed, then placed Elder Fan's remains into his storage bag. Wishing to give the elder a proper burial, Zhuge Xian searched the stone room thoroughly but found nothing, feeling utterly dejected. Holding the box in his hand, Sujio stored it away, uncertain of its contents, only knowing it could only be opened upon reaching the core formation stage. Arriving at the edge of a cliff, both felt their spirits lift considerably. With Sujio's cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, he was now able to fly with the sword. However, Zhuge Xian was less cheerful, lamenting, "What a loss. We came all this way and found nothing." Sujio casually took out the 9 in life-renewing grass and handed it to Zhuge Xian, saying, "Here, take this. Don't leave empty-handed." Zhuge Xian accepted it, asking, "Do you know how much this grass sells for on the black market? This piece could fetch 1,500 taels of silver. You're giving it to me?" His expression was one of incredulity, prompting an urge to slap him lightly. Sujio smiled gently, "It's nothing. All the gains from this trip are yours. I've already acquired enough." The soul-splitting sword appeared in his hand, floating in the air as Sujio leaped onto its blade. Zhuge Xian, feeling anxious, also jumped onto the sword. After a brief sway, Sujio activated the soul-splitting sword, slowly ascending into the air. Zhuge Xian anxiously remarked, "Xiao Jiao, shouldn't you test how to fly first?" What if before Zhuge Xian could finish, Sujio directed the sword towards the cave across the cliff, swiftly passing through the opening and returning to Mistyuan Cave. The sword turned, flying toward the cave entrance. Watching the towering trees rush past, they could not contain their excitement and shouted joyously, scaring many beasts into fleeing. The two landed at a sunlit hillside, where they dug a large pit to bury Elder Fan's remains. They fashioned a wooden gravestone reading, "Grave of Elder Fan." After paying their respects, they departed. On their way back, they chose not to fly with the sword. As Sujio wanted to test his strength, they found themselves in the territory of an ice spirit wolf. Standing on a tree branch, Sujio unleashed the soul-splitting sword, controlling it with his consciousness as it darted through the woods. Accidentally colliding with a towering tree, it cleaved the trunk in half. 5 ice spirit wolves appeared atop the rocky outcrop. Sujio immediately directed the soul-splitting sword to swiftly strike the wolves. And under his control, the sword executed them one after another without sustaining any counterattacks. Returning to Sujio's hand, the blade was still bloodied but undamaged, much to his satisfaction. Collecting 5 inner cores, he flew back to their dwelling. Zhuge Xin parted ways at the edge of the woods, stating his intention to visit the black market. Upon returning, he found senior brother Mu Chun and Yang Zhengxiu drinking together. Their spirits evidently high. Upon seeing Sujio, they quickly beckoned him. "Junior brother, come, join us for a drink." Yang Zhengxiu scrutinized Sujio, puzzled. "Ninth junior brother, why do you seem a bit different today?" Mu Chun chimed in. "Junior brother, have you advanced to the foundation establishment stage?" It was only then that Yang Zhengxiu realized, exclaiming, "How did you achieve this? You reached the foundation establishment stage in less than a year? That's simply monstrous." Hearing this, Bai Yimo rushed over, astonished. "Junior brother, how did you do it? So incredible. Just luck." Sujio replied with a silly grin. "Senior brother, how did the competition go?" Mu Chun sighed. "Today was the 6th round, and I was eliminated." Senior sister Ling Yin added, "Our alchemy pavilion disciples have done remarkably well." Senior brother made it to the 5th round, placing in the top 60 of the sect. Although he didn't reach the top 30, that's still impressive. "And 9th junior brother, you were also exceptional. I learned a lot from you," she said, playfully blowing a kiss. Sujio hastily fled back to his room, prompting laughter from everyone. Currently, Sujio was unable to cultivate in the chaotic immortal demon tomb due to the lack of medicinal pills. So the best course of action was to practice the soul-splitting sword technique. As he delved deeper into the technique, Sujio concluded that it was terrifying. This method combined sword techniques, formations, and cultivation into one. The control method for the soul-splitting sword was captivating to Sujio. In the later stages of cultivation, it could target soul attacks and even absorb souls as nourishment for his own spirit, truly fearsome. Sujio sat cross-legged, cultivating and circulating his energy to solidify his newly attained foundation establishment stage. After breaking through, his perception sharpened significantly, allowing him to sense everything within a 100-foot radius clearly. After several days of practice, Sujio became quite adept in the soul-splitting sword technique. For his next step, he decided to focus on the soul-splitting sword formation and the soul-splitting sword control. Before dawn, Sujio ventured deep into the back mountain, scanning the surroundings with his consciousness to ensure no one was nearby. He then sat down, controlling the soul-splitting sword as it flew toward a century-old pine tree. The sword zipped around the tree at high speed, resembling a flying blade, leaving a trail of black sword shadows in its wake. The soul-splitting sword maneuvered through the forest, sometimes flying, sometimes spinning, its speed increasing steadily. Sujio guided the sword to skim the tree, ascending directly upward to the treetop, then reversing direction and spiraling down. With a series of cracking sounds, a century-old tree was instantly reduced to a pile of wood shavings. Chapter 43. Outwitting the man in black. Sujio's control over the soul-splitting sword grew increasingly proficient. He opened his eyes, forming seals with his fingers, and channeled his energy, sending the sword soaring toward a boulder 10 feet high. The boulder exploded with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a heap of stones. The soul-splitting sword returned to his hand, its blade utterly unscathed and still exceptionally sharp. Sujio felt unparalleled satisfaction. Forming seals with his fingers, he sent the soul-splitting sword flying again, spinning rapidly before him, creating a black whirlwind that swept up branches, stones, and leaves into a tornado. Sujio directed the soul-shattering sword towards a tree, enveloping it in a whirlwind. After a cacophony of cracking sounds, the bark and leaves of the tree vanished, leaving only a smooth, bare trunk. Extending his consciousness outward, Sujio commanded the soul-shattering sword to continue its rotation, reciting incantations as it emitted a brilliant white light. With a change of gesture, he formed the soul-shattering sword array in a flash of crimson light. The sword divided into 5, its black silhouettes transforming into red. Encircling the tree from 5 directions, they spiraled around the barkless trunk, sometimes connecting end to end, sometimes pointing their tips at the tree, perpetually circling. With a decisive shout from Sujio, the 5 sword shadows surged toward the tree. producing a thunderous explosion that shattered it into fragments. He flicked his fingers to retract the soul-shattering sword, collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained of spiritual energy, gasping for breath. What he had just unleashed was merely a rudimentary array, and he was instantly struck by the overwhelming power it possessed. If he were to employ intermediate or advanced arrays, the spectacle would surely defy imagination. Yet, the consumption of spiritual energy was excessive. Despite his Dan-C being several times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, it had been completely depleted in an instant. Sujio ingested several medicinal pills to replenish his energy when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching his dwelling. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted a shadow in the distance. A mysterious figure clad in black robes stood nearby, cold eyes fixated on Sujio. "You were the one who cast that sword technique?" The mysterious man's voice was low and gravelly. Sujio cautiously rose, gripping the soul-shattering sword. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Humph, you little brat, possessing such formidable techniques. Surrender your methods, and I shall spare your life." Sujio regarded the man, but upon noticing Sujio's hesitation to respond, he declared, "Then you shall die." With that, the figure waved his hands, unleashing several streaks of black light towards Sujio. Swiftly, Sujio sidestepped, simultaneously maneuvering the soul-shattering sword to defend. In a moment, their spiritual energies clashed violently. However, the black-robed man's power far surpassed Sujio's. After just a few exchanges, Sujio found himself struggling. His spiritual energy had already been drained by the technique, and the black-robed man's profound cultivation left him no match. With a desperate slash of his sword, he turned and fled into the forest. "Do you think you can escape?" The black-robed man scoffed. Sujio dared not look back, running for his life. However, the outcome was inevitable. He was soon caught in a cave. Sujio found himself with his meridian sealed, facing the black-robed man. Over a fire, an unknown animal roasted to a crisp. The black-robed man coldly stated, "You stubborn little wretch, if you hand over your techniques now, it may still be time to save yourself." Sujio met his gaze. "This technique was imparted to me by my master. It cannot be divulged. You must become my disciple if you wish to learn it." Infuriated, the black-robed man struck Sujio with a slap. "You insolent brat. Once I extract your soul, let us see how defiant you remain." He pressed his palm against Sujio's forehead, and a wave of terror surged into his mind. The black-robed man grinned malevolently at Sujio. But soon his smile faded, for his soul-searching technique proved ineffective against Sujio, whose spiritual sea was sealed. Furious, the black-robed man realized he could not kill Sujio if he desired the technique. Sujio understood that his life was a bargaining chip for the technique. Just then, a melodious flute sound echoed from outside the cave. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he approached the entrance to investigate. Outside, a woman in a long dress floated mid-air, a jade flute at her lips, playing continuously. The sound seemed to inflict great pain upon the black-robed man. Upon spotting the woman, Sujio noted her formidable cultivation, rivaling that of the black-robed man. "You vile witch, there is no escape for you," the woman declared ominously. "Lawn, do you have any shame? If it weren't for that damned flute, I could have easily incapacitated you." The woman sneered, "You betrayed the sect leader. You deserve to die. Today, I come to cleanse the sect." The black-robed man seethed. "You dare?" A large brown blade appeared in his hand, and he charged at the woman. In a swift motion, she vanished, reappearing behind him, striking with her flute at the back of his head. The black-robed man reacted swiftly, deflecting the blow with his blade. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, each exchanging blows with fervor. Sujio watched anxiously from within the cave, hoping for the woman's victory, for it would grant him an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, wisps of black smoke emanated from the black-robed man, coalescing into miniature skulls that flew toward the woman. She blew gently on her flute, producing sound waves that collided with the skulls, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. A beam of spiritual light shot from her flute, striking the black-robed man, who staggered back, retreating several steps in a hurry. He retrieved a half-foot-long short rod from his waist, surrounded by swirling black smoke, and hurled it at the woman. She raised her flute defensively, barely blocking the rod, then countered with a palm strike that sent it flying back. Seizing the moment, the black-robed man lunged and captured Sujio under his arm, retreating several dozen feet away. The woman remained unfazed, summoning a yellow toad, which she hurled at the black-robed man. A beam of yellow light sped toward him. Startled, the black-robed man sensed danger. Just then, the flute's melody resumed, seemingly binding him. Slowing his movements, the golden toad emitted a puff of black smoke, which entered the black-robed man's mouth, causing him to spit out a viscous liquid that splattered across his face, screaming in agony. The black-robed man hacked the golden toad to pieces. The woman appeared to suffer a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of the chaos, the black-robed man fled. Fujio felt utterly despondent. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope for escape, he was once again captured. The black-robed man ran with Sujio, traversing an unknown distance until they reached a secluded hollow in a deep mountain. Upon entering the cave, the black-robed man spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, unable to rise. "Senior, are you poisoned?" Sujio inquired. The black-robed man ignored him, consuming a medicinal pill and closing his eyes to meditate. Realizing the black-robed man was too deeply poisoned to pay him any mind, Sujio quietly stood and stealthily approached the cave entrance. Just as he neared, the black-robed man warned, "Even if I'm poisoned, killing you remains a trivial task." Sujio chuckled nervously, Misunderstanding. I'll fetch you a wild chicken to eat. Get back here. Stay put, or I will kill you directly." The black-robed man ordered. Sujio reluctantly complied, returning to his seat while secretly plotting his escape. After a long while, the black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, looking somewhat better. "Senior, why does that woman wish to kill you?" Chapter 44. Another escape. Senior, why does that woman wish to kill you? Perhaps due to a growing fondness for Sujio, the black-robed man observed him and replied, "I am the grand protector of the witch god sect. And that wretched girl is the right protector. Recently, the left protector was killed. She absurdly accused me of treachery and betrayal." Sujio asked, "Then why not reveal the truth to your sect leader?" The leader never listens to me, and she even gave that cursed flute to that wretched girl to deal with me. That girl is nothing but a dog. Once I dispel this poison, I shall ensure her annihilation." Sujio mused that with the black-robed man's cultivation, had he not been ambushed, he would have easily subdued that woman. "What is the purpose of the cursed flute?" he asked. "The cursed flute is a tool used by the sect leader to control her subordinates." The black-robed man replied, "Is it a form of Gu technique?" The black-robed man did not answer, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. "Nevertheless, it seems your sect leader desires your death," Sujio coldly remarked. The black-robed man looked as though struck by lightning. "What? Nonsense." After a prolonged silence, he queried, "Why do you say that?" Sujio met his gaze. "You should have your reasons." At that moment, an idea sparked in Sujio's mind. "Senior, I know of a miraculous herb that can cure poison, situated on a nearby cliff." The black-robed man eyed him suspiciously. "You better not be playing tricks." Sujio quickly waved his hands, assuring him. They ventured to the cliff's edge, and after searching for an hour, they indeed discovered a luminous herb growing on the cliff face. Sujio was astonished, thinking, "Truly, heaven has bestowed its favor. There is indeed a miraculous herb. The poison has left me too weak to summon spiritual energy for flight. Release my seal. I will retrieve it for you. If I fall to my death, you will be unable to obtain that herb. And the technique," Sujio insisted. The black-robed man refused, his expression indicating he saw through Sujio's intentions. Reluctantly, Sujio descended to collect the herb, with the black-robed man watching closely. As Sujio approached the herb, he deliberately slipped, plummeting downward. The black-robed man cursed and reached out, but missed completely. Just as Sujio believed he had successfully escaped, a large hand grasped his ankle. It was the black-robed man, who had thrown a vine to ensnare him. Sujio inwardly lamented his misfortune. However, at that moment, a bright light streaked across the sky. The woman in the long dress had returned. Distracted by her presence, the black-robed man loosened his grip on the vine, providing Sujio the chance to break free. He leaped onto a rock below the cliff and began climbing down. The woman, spotting the black-robed man, quickened her pace. Aware of his disadvantage, the black-robed man chose not to engage Sujio further, instead fleeing deeper into the forest. Sujio concealed himself in a crevice between the rocks, remaining silent. After a long wait without any signs of movement, he finally felt at ease. At this moment, he resembled a startled bird, tense at the slightest sound. He waited until nightfall before cautiously peeking out. At this moment, Su Jiao was on the verge of climbing out from the crevice of the stone when Na Dong, groggy and bleary-eyed, emerged from his embrace, exclaiming, "Master, what is going on? How did we end up here?" Su Jiao cast a sidelong glance at the carefree spirit and retorted, "You actually know to come out. Just a moment ago, I was captured by a man in a black robe who sealed my meridians and spiritual power. I nearly met my demise." Initially, Su Jiao expected Na Dong to feel embarrassed and offer an apology. However, Na Dong stared at him as if he were a fool and remarked, "The chaos immortal demon tomb. The 10,000 needles erosion can indeed shift acupoints and rejuvenate meridians. Did Master not attempt to channel it? How can I try when my spiritual power is sealed?" Na Dong gazed at Su Jiao in silence. Feeling awkward, Su Jiao scratched his head and began to circulate the first volume of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb, the 10,000 Needles Erosion. After a surge of excruciating pain, his meridians became unblocked. Su Jiao found himself at a loss for words. It made sense, after all, that the technique from the Immortal Demon Tomb could indeed rejuvenate muscles and meridians. Last time, when poisoned, his entire meridian system had been obstructed, yet he had managed to regrow it. Na Dong chuckled, covering his mouth, fearful of making a sound, and quickly turned his back to Su Jiao, secretly laughing at his foolish master, who was oblivious to the use of such an extraordinary technique. Su Jiao playfully flicked Na Dong's head and exclaimed with mock annoyance, "Scram, what are you laughing at?" Then he too burst into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Su Jiao regained his composure and began to contemplate their current predicament. With the man in the black robe and the woman having vanished without a trace, it was unwise to linger in this place of turmoil. He resolved to depart from this site of misfortune. Employing his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, Su Jiao confirmed that both the black-robed man and the woman had indeed left. However, he detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the stone crevice. To his astonishment, he noticed a formation swirling within. How peculiar that there would be a formation within this stone crevice. Curiosity piqued, Su Jiao cautiously approached the area where the formation was active. Na Dong followed closely behind, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as if sensing that something intriguing was about to transpire. Su Jiao scrutinized the formation, recognizing it from somewhere, as if he had seen it in an ancient text. He strained to recall, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. Could this possibly be the legendary ancient formation that concealed the source power of stone? It was said that this source power contained boundless energy capable of enhancing a cultivator's prowess by several centuries. Su Jia's heart raced as he retrieved the soul-shattering sword and, recalling the method from his memory, attempted to decipher the formation. Na Dong watched anxiously from the sidelines, hardly daring to breathe. As Su Jiao continuously infused spiritual power into the formation, the patterns began to flicker more intensely. Just as Su Jiao felt he could no longer hold out, a resounding boom echoed, and the formation shattered. Unleashing a powerful and pure force that surged toward him, Su Jiao swiftly activated his mental technique to absorb the source power of the stone, and a radiant glow enveloped him, and Na Dong leaped for joy. Exclaiming, "Master, you have become formidable now." As Su Jiao felt the surging power within him, both of his Dan Cs brimmed with spiritual energy, and a smile crept upon his lips. He initially thought he could break through to the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. But it seemed that the larger the Dan C, the greater the energy required as one ascended in cultivation. Su Jiao's cultivation advanced further as he sat cross-legged, refining the immense power. By the next morning, as dawn broke, Su Jiao opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and peered out from the stone crevice to ensure there was no danger before soaring out from the cliff on his sword, heading towards the sect. While Su Jiao was absorbed in his flight, his spiritual sense detected 3 cultivators surrounded by a horde of terrifying beasts on the mountain's rear. Already battered and bruised, one of the beasts. Su Jiao recognized as a third-tier flame tiger, known for its formidable strength. Su Jiao's brows furrowed slightly. Though hesitant, he urged his flying sword toward them. As he drew near, Su Jiao shouted to capture the beast's attention. The flame tiger turned to regard him, its eyes filled with wariness. Su Jiao brandished the soul-shattering sword, its spiritual light shimmering, assuming a combat stance. The 3 cultivators rejoiced at this sight, one of them coughing up blood as he cried, "Brother, save us! We were merely passing through to gather spiritual herbs and never intended to be besieged by these beasts. Sujio nodded slightly, signaling them to remain calm. The flame tiger was the first to attack. Lunging fiercely at Sujio. Swiftly dodging the onslaught, Sujio thrust his sword toward the beast's flank. The flame tiger adeptly twisted its body, its long tail sweeping towards Sujio. Sujio leaped upward, executing the newfound portion of power he had just acquired, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that repelled several ordinary beasts. After a few exchanges, the flame tiger realized Sujio was not to be trifled with. It howled in fury and retreated with its companions. The three cultivators hurriedly approached to express their gratitude. Sujio waved his hand, advising them to exercise caution in the future before resuming his journey back to the sect. Sujio understood that power was paramount. Just months ago, he had been bullied by mere low-tier beasts, yet now he had driven away a third-tier flame tiger. Once again, Sujio's gaze turned towards the higher echelons of cultivation. Chapter 45. The mysterious stone chamber. Sujio soared toward the sect on his sword, slowing his pace as he passed through a circular mountain range. For Na Dong had informed him that he sensed the spiritual energy here was denser than in other mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Sujio landed atop one of the peaks. Observing his surroundings, he noted that 9 towering mountains stood closely together, encircling a lake over 100 feet in diameter, likely formed from the melting snow atop the mountains. Though the lake was not vast, a faint layer of spiritual aura shimmered upon its surface, while the surrounding mountains were dotted with towering trees, some reaching heights of 100 feet, their massive trunks leaning toward the lake, nearly obscuring its surface from view. From the sky, one would hardly notice it. Sujio gazed upon the lake, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. He approached a towering tree, its trunk straight and its leaves lush. The water's surface appeared calm, occasionally rippling, yet it emanated a faint white mist, a gathering of spiritual energy, in the underbrush beneath the tree. Several small insects scurried about. The seemingly ordinary scenery was, in fact, peculiar. Firstly, the trees here were much taller than those in other areas, and the spiritual energy was palpably denser. Even the insects appeared larger than usual. Sujio extended his spiritual sense and, indeed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy here were intense, especially in the middle of the lake, where the thick white mist rendered the water's surface nearly invisible. He leapt into the water. The underwater space was not expansive, yet it was quite deep. Sujio swam downward, and after swimming 200 feet, he had yet to reach the bottom. The water was teeming with fish, all of considerable size. As Sujio's spiritual sense probed deeper, he discovered that he was close to the bottom. At the very bottom, he found a Bagua Taiji diagram constructed from piled stones. Surrounded by several stone towers, each with hollow tops emitting a soft green glow, a gathering formation. Sujio pondered, who would construct a gathering formation here? Observing the central Bagua Taiji diagram, he noticed it was slowly rotating. Sujio lightly touched the edge of the diagram, feeling a slight warmth radiating from it. In stark contrast to the icy water surrounding it, he swam to the 2 eyes of the Taiji diagram. An inexplicable impulse drove him to channel his spiritual energy into them. To his astonishment, an unexpected change occurred. Under the impetus of his spiritual energy, the yin-yang fish in the center of the Taiji diagram began to spin rapidly, creating a gap that generated a powerful suction, pulling Sujio underground. After tumbling a few times, the water flow stabilized, and Sujio found himself in a narrow passageway. The water here was somewhat murky, and he could vaguely see several steps ascending ahead. Hastily, Sujio swam over and climbed the steps. Gradually ascending along the steps, he noticed the walls on either side flickering with strange, radiant symbols. When he reached the end and emerged from the water, he was greeted by an expansive underground palace. The ceiling was adorned with countless gemstones that emitted a blue light, illuminating the entire space. At the center of the palace stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a gigantic stone book radiating immense energy. Surrounding the palace were 8 stone pillars, upon which symbols flowed, occasionally illuminated by light that danced along the inscriptions, resembling droplets of water cascading down. To the north, there was a small pool of water and a jade stone bench. Sujio approached the stone platform, scrutinizing the stone book, and noticed that it was inscribed with numerous tadpole characters, accompanied by a large handprint on the side. Sujio mused aloud, Who constructed this underground palace? What is the script on this stone platform? What purpose does this handprint serve? The stone book depicted several images of two individuals engaged in battle, as if portraying combat scenarios. Just as Su Jiu reached out to touch the stone book, numerous phantoms suddenly surged forth from around him. These phantoms brandished weapons, their icy gazes fixed upon Su Jiu. As Su Jiu raised his hand, the phantoms vanished without a trace, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. And a dong emerged from Su Jiu's embrace, hovering before him and once again transforming into his knowledgeable self. Meticulously studying the inscriptions, "Master, these are ancient tadpole characters from a bygone era. They signify that this is a cultivation chamber built by someone known as the Jade Peak Immortal. There exists a gathering formation here capable of restoring spiritual energy, cultivating techniques, and comprehending the path of enlightenment. The images in this stone book seem to pertain to selecting battle opponents. Placing your hand on the handprint activates it, and the summoned phantoms will appear." Na Dong regarded the underground palace, declaring, "The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, making it an excellent place for cultivation." Su Jiu approached the edge of the pool, and the water within resembled liquid milk. As he dipped his hand into the pool, his eyes widened in astonishment, for he realized it was a spirit pool filled with liquid spiritual energy. He then moved to the jade stone bench, which felt icy to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. Instinctively, Su Jiu contemplated stealing it, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. Returning to the stone platform, he placed his hand upon the large handprint. Attempting to channel his spiritual energy, several phantoms materialized, and the images on the stone book illuminated. Su Jiu pressed down on the first image, and a phantom flew into the book, pulling Su Jiu into its depths. Su Jiu was taken aback. The surroundings were eerily silent. Inside was a circular stone chamber, bright as day, with a large red ring delineating a circular area at its center. Within this circle stood a phantom wielding an ethereal sword. As Su Jiu stepped into the circle, the phantom immediately launched an attack. He swiftly drew his sword to defend himself, executing a fierce swordplay, each strike infused with a chilling sword aura. However, the phantom's assault was relentless, and Su Jiu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It was then that he noticed a perplexing detail. The phantom employed the same techniques as he did. The battle continued, and soon Su Jiu realized that this phantom was a replica of himself. Yet, in terms of strength, speed, and cultivation, it surpassed him. This confrontation was a challenge against a stronger version of himself. After several exchanges, Su Jiu retreated from the red circle, causing the phantom to halt its assault. Moments later, he was expelled from the book. Su Jiu changed the image and re-entered the book, only to encounter a phantom utilizing formation techniques and talismans. Ultimately, a talisman blasted him out of the red circle, singeing his hair in the process. The remaining phantoms varied in their techniques. Some employed martial arts, others footwork, and some practiced illusions, each showcasing distinct abilities. In the end, Su Jiu was left unable to lift his head, exiting the stone book in a disheveled state, only to find Na Dong rolling on the ground. Mocking him, a small hand pounded the earth nearby. Su Jiu shot a disdainful glance at Na Dong before turning to enter the spirit pool, channeling his energy to absorb and cultivate. The abundant spiritual energy within the pool nourished Su Jiu's injuries, and soon he was fully healed. Emerging from the pool, he noticed that the water had transformed from a milky white to a crystal-clear state. Approaching the jade bench, he gazed at it thoughtfully. Sitting cross-legged upon the jade bench, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, igniting a storm of inspiration in his mind. Su Jiu realized that this jade bench was a stone of enlightenment. 8 stone pillars shimmered with radiant light, and spiritual energy continuously flowed down from the pillars into the pool. Observing this, Su Jiu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he dashed back into the pool, exposing only his head above the surface, and fervently began to absorb the energy. Feeling that enough time had passed, Su Jiu emerged from the pool and exited the training stone chamber. He stepped onto the lake surface, quietly vowing to return here daily for cultivation, as he believed it would not be long before he broke through to the second level, a truly efficient endeavor. Just as he returned to his quarters, he was called away by Mu Chun, junior brother Jiu. "Where have you been?" Su Jiu replied. "I was nearly taken away by a man in a black robe." Mu Chun responded. "The competition has concluded. We shall return to the Liangnan sect tomorrow. Rest well tonight." Su Jiu nodded. his heart reluctant to part with the training stone chamber. Chapter 47. Revenge. Sujio sensed that someone had taken an interest in him. Inwardly cursing, am I truly that appealing? I haven't even coveted your wife. Is it necessary to seek my demise? From various signs, it seemed likely to be the work of the refining pavilion. Determined to take the initiative, Sujio resolved to strike first. The next morning, he deliberately exited the dam pavilion, heading to the task pavilion, where he accepted numerous tasks to eliminate demon beasts. He loudly inquired to the elder in charge. Elder, are there any challenging tasks among these demon beast eliminations? The elder replied, with your foundation establishment cultivation, there are many tasks available. Those at the back are of higher difficulty, he said, pointing to the notice board. Sujio clasped his hands in thanks and turned to leave. He discreetly observed the situation behind him. Sure enough, not far behind, 2 disciples were stealthily following him. Arriving at the demon beast forest, Sujio felt no fear. He directly ran deeper into the forest. However, he didn't seek out any beasts, instead leaving opportunities for his pursuers to catch up. The 2 disciples quietly followed him until he deliberately revealed himself for a moment before heading further into the forest. Previously, Na Dong had sensed a 5th-tier black rock python 20 miles away. Sujio intended to lure the 2 disciples there. They exchanged glances and followed him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the black rock python's lair, Sujio revealed his presence and entered the lair's entrance. Both disciples possessed a certain level of cultivation, and upon seeing Sujio enter the lair, their faces turned ashen. They hesitated outside, worried that Sujio would vanish. Ultimately, gritting their teeth, they entered together. Sujio sensed their arrival and knew his plan had succeeded. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a palm strike into the lair. Trees splintered, and rocks collapsed as the 5th-tier black rock python, enraged, burst forth, its towering head reaching 50 feet, sweeping its massive tail towards Sujio. Sujio turned and fled with remarkable speed. The 2 disciples, realizing the danger, attempted to escape as well, but Sujio struck out with his palms, sending them flying toward the python. They collided with a resounding smack, only to be hurled back once more. Sujio had no intention of letting them off easily. With renewed force, he sent them flying again. Akin to 2 ping-pong balls, the python, irate, swung its massive tail at them without hesitation. Without a doubt, they were sent flying again. This time, Sujio did not strike them back as the python charged towards them. He seized both disciples and dashed outward. In just a few flashes, he reached a towering cliff 100 feet high and set them down. Looking at the 2, miserable hardly sufficed to describe their state. Most of their bones were shattered, and blood streamed from their 7 orifices. Even with protective spiritual energy, they were gasping for breath. Sujio declared, "We are 30 miles from the python's lair. No more than a stick of incense. It will pursue us. Tell me the truth, or you shall both become snake dung." One of the taller disciples retorted, "We do not know you. Why would we harm ourselves?" Sujio brandished the broken soul sword and said, "You still fail to grasp the situation." With that, a flash of red light cut through the air, and an arm appeared on the ground. A scream echoed. Sujio turned to the other disciple and asked, "What do you think?" Observing the blood dripping from the sword, the other trembled uncontrollably. Sujio remarked, "He is quite the spirit. I admire him." But soon another scream pierced the air, and another arm fell to the ground. The tall disciple fainted outright. Unfazed, Sujio severed both of his arms, his expression unflinching. Turning to the remaining disciple, he inquired, "Do you possess a similar resolve?" Raising the broken soul sword, he prepared to strike. I'll speak. I'll speak. It was an elder from the refining pavilion who instructed us to follow you. He said that once you left the sect, we should notify him if we helped him capture you. He would give us 2 high-tier ethereal swords. How will you inform them from this distance?" Sujio pressed. The disciple produced a yellow talisman, and Sujio understood, communication talismans specifically designed for one-on-one messages. The disciple revealed several more. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from afar. The 5th-tier black rock python was rapidly approaching. Sujio's gaze turned. "I see why." The python opened its mouth to strike. Sujio hurled the 2 disciples towards it. They could hardly fathom that Sujio would so ruthlessly feed them to the snake. Though Sujio was generally kind-hearted, he would show no mercy to his enemies now. He understood that kindness towards foes would eventually lead to his own demise and that of his loved ones. Sugio had begun to change, becoming decisively ruthless, unwilling to leave any potential threats to himself or his family. The black rock python seemed to have enjoyed a morsel, its mood improving. Perhaps sensing the formidable pressure from Sugio, it turned and retreated. Sugio then retrieved the task tokens and commenced hunting demon beasts. The first token was for 5 third-tier ice crystal wolves. The second was for 1 second-tier fire spirit monkey. The third was for 1 fourth-tier ghostface spider. Sugio traversed the demon beast forest, completing tasks while honing his skills with the broken soul sword. Finally, he pulled out a task token. The 11th token called for the elimination of a 5th-tier ice lizard. Sugio felt he had not previously accepted this task token, but upon seeing the 5,000 points reward written on it, he reconsidered. It was the perfect opportunity to test his recent cultivation progress. For 3 days, Sugio searched the demon beast forest but found no trace of the task target. As night fell, he sought refuge in a cave nestled among the mountains. From his storage bag, he took out a wild boar and began roasting it over a campfire. The aroma soon wafted through the air. Drawing Na Dong, the glutton, who appeared with a glimmering dagger in hand, eagerly awaiting his meal, Sugio sliced off a piece of thigh meat and offered it to the little sprite, Na Dong. Observing this peculiar creature, Sugio found it strange. After returning from the competition, he had researched many ancient texts, which spoke little of the spirit clan, stating they primarily consumed fruits. Yet, Na Dong was a true carnivore, capable of devouring meat larger than its own body. It was a mystery where it all went. Dong hunched over the large chunk of meat, hardly lifting its head as it deftly wielded the dagger, slicing the meat with lightning speed, bits flying into its mouth while murmuring about wanting more chili powder next time. As Sugio enjoyed his meal, he quietly retrieved a bottle of chili powder from his storage bag, slowly unscrewing the lid, and poured it over Na Dong's head. The glutton, who had been savoring the meat, suddenly gasped, "Ah, ah, ah." The ensuing sneeze was so forceful it knocked him to the ground. Sugio erupted in laughter. Just as Na Dong attempted to speak, he was again seized by a fit of sneezing, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Master, you're so wicked, playing tricks on me." Sugio chuckled. "You said to add more chili powder. How am I tricking you?" Just as Na Dong was about to respond, his demeanor shifted to seriousness, prompting Sugio to follow suit, turning to gaze at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 48. The Battle of the Fractured Soul against the 5th Order Ice Lizard. Sugio and Na Dong were roasting wild boar meat in a cave. As Na Dong munched away, he mumbled contentedly, "Delicious, delicious. Next time, let us add more chili powder." Seizing the moment while Na Dong was lost in his meal, Sugio slyly poured chili powder over Na Dong's head. Instantly, Na Dong was sent into a fit of sneezing, tears and snot streaming down his face. Annoyed, he exclaimed, "Master, you're so wicked. How could you play tricks on me?" Sugio laughed heartily. "You were the one who said to add more chili powder. How am I tricking you?" Just as Na Dong was about to respond, he suddenly turned serious, prompting Sugio to do the same as they both glanced toward the cave entrance. Sugio's spiritual sense detected a massive beast lurking outside, and the fractured soul sword materialized in his hand. Na Dong swiftly drew a small dagger, holding it in a defensive stance, both of them wary of the entrance. Suddenly, a slithering sound echoed as a foul-smelling, bifurcated red tongue snaked its way into the cave, probing momentarily before retracting. Sugio recognized it clearly as the tongue of a snake or lizard, and he pondered the size of the beast that possessed such a colossal appendage. The tongue extended into the cave once more, this time snatching the wild boar that Sugio had just roasted. Enraged, Sugio thought, "After spending an entire hour roasting this meat, and before I could even enjoy a few bites, you dare to snatch it away?" With a fierce resolve, he swung his sword towards the grotesque tongue. The fractured soul sword, razor-sharp, sliced through the tongue, severing it in two. The tongue retreated rapidly, followed by a thunderous roar from outside the cave as the beast slammed against the entrance. Sugio quickly gathered Na Dong into his embrace and dashed out of the cave, the fractured soul sword humming ominously in his grip. Before him loomed a gigantic head, continuously battering against the cave opening, a 5th Order ice lizard. As the saying goes, when one seeks, one often finds without effort. After searching for 3 days without success, this creature had presented itself right at his doorstep. Sugio, observing the enormous beast, felt no fear. The ice lizard radiated an aura of frigid cold, its mouth emitting terrifying roars. Its remaining tongue writhed, dripping with blue blood. In a flash, Sujio closed the distance, the fractured soul sword slicing through the air with a glimmer of ice. Aiming straight for the creature's left eye, however, the ice lizard adeptly turned its head, causing the blade to strike its skull instead, creating sparks but leaving its skin unbroken. The ice lizard retaliated with a sweeping tail. Sujio, feeling the wind behind him, leapt back to evade the attack, and Adong shouted, "Master, its skin is tough. We need to find a weak point." Sujio nodded and charged forward once more, launching a series of strikes at the ice lizard. Yet failing to breach its tough exterior, as he fought and dodged, he sensed that the creature's body was completely encased in armor-like scales. At that moment, Nadong communicated telepathically, "Master, I believe its weak points are in the abdomen or the joints." Understanding, Sujio shifted to the right side of the ice lizard and aimed the fractured soul sword at the joint of its hind leg, but still, it proved ineffective. The ice lizard swung its right leg towards Sujio, who jumped upward to evade, marveling at the creature's agility. With a deft maneuver, he landed and focused on its belly. Gathering his energy, he executed a sword technique, the fractured soul sword glowing with blue light as it pierced towards the lizard's abdomen at an acute angle. This time, it successfully penetrated several inches, causing the ice lizard to writhe in agony. Enraged by the audacity of this seemingly insignificant opponent inflicting pain upon it, the ice lizard let out a furious roar. Having discovered its weakness, Sujio smirked, recognizing that this knowledge would allow him to subdue it. Channeling his energy into the fractured soul sword, he dodged another sweeping tail of the ice lizard and moved to its right side, delivering a decisive thrust into the area beneath the root of its right thigh. The ice lizard howled in pain, the sound reverberating painfully in Sujio's ears. The strike indeed breached its defenses, and the sword carved a gaping wound from the lizard's right leg to its abdomen, blue blood spraying onto Sujio's hands. He felt an overwhelming chill seep through his arm towards his shoulder. Astonished by the frigid nature of the ice lizard's blood, quickly, he activated his energy to dispel the dreadful cold. In a moment of distraction, the ice lizard turned, its spines erect and its eyes blazing with fury. Unleashing a blast of icy breath mixed with a nauseating stench towards Sujio, he hastily retreated but was still caught by the chilling blast. His movements sluggish as the ice lizard opened its massive jaws to consume him. Na Dong, witnessing the peril, hurled his dagger, which transformed into a streak of light, piercing into the lizard's gaping mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Sujio concentrated every ounce of his energy at the tip of his sword, shouting as he thrust the fractured soul sword directly into the wound on the lizard's leg. The entire blade was engulfed within it. Sujio released his grip and stepped back, watching as the ice lizard writhed violently on the ground in pain. Standing a short distance away, Sujio formed a sword technique with his hands, channeling energy into the fractured soul sword, which glowed brightly. The sword erupted through the lizard's body, emerging from the left side of its neck, effectively piercing through the creature. The fractured soul sword returned to Sujio's hands, vibrating as it shed the icy blood. With a mournful cry, the colossal form of the ice lizard collapsed. Breathing heavily, Sujio smiled, giving Nadong a thumbs dash up, and Nadong raised an eyebrow and said, "Master, it's moments like these that prove the importance of Nadong." "Haha, I've always been reliable." He tilted his head and tousled his hair with his right hand, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Sujio felt an overwhelming urge to flick Nadong away with a finger. Nadong met Sujio's gaze with a knowing smile, recognizing their growing camaraderie. Sujio worked to dissipate the lingering cold energy. Nadong bounced over excitedly. Sujio collected the ice lizard's demon core and retrieved a large porcelain bottle, filling it with the creature's blue blood, before stowing the ice lizard's corpse in his storage pouch. The two then turned to return to the cave, preparing to roast more delicious meat. Reflecting on the battle with the ice lizard, Sujio considered it a far more rewarding experience than his previous skirmish with the phantom in the stone chamber. He realized he lacked combat experience and needed to enhance his practical skills with the fractured soul sword. Drawing the sword in his hand, Sujio resolved to initiate a grand challenge against the demon beasts. He retrieved a massive fire serpent he had hunted days prior from his storage pouch, sliced it into segments, and placed it over the fire to roast. Thus, the The two companions happily feasted on their barbecue, exchanging stories and boasting while drinking until the late hours of the night. Once sated, Sujio closed his eyes to meditate, cultivating his energy, while Nadong flitted about the cave, his mouth greasy, vigilantly observing their surroundings with his small dagger in hand, in Nadong's heart. Sujio had become more than just his master. He was a cherished friend, a beloved family member. Chapter 49. The Pest of the Demon Beast Forest. The following day, within the Demon Beast Forest, a figure wielding a celestial sword could frequently be seen darting about. Wherever he went, the demon beasts scattered in terror. After an hour, a man emerged from a tree hollow, shouldering a golden two-headed serpent and clutching a red crystal. This man was none other than Sujio. Despite his triumph over the demon beasts, he bore significant injuries. Sujio's relentless pursuit of the beasts was driven by his need to exchange their cores for medicinal pills, to cultivate within the chaos immortal demonic tomb. Surveying the dozens of demon cores in his storage pouch, Sujio felt he had gathered enough. He sought a cave, retrieving several pill bottles, and upon opening them, the fragrant aroma of the pills wafted into the air. Adjusting his energy, Sujio began to consume the pills, initiating his healing process. Just as he neared completion of his recovery, a cacophony erupted outside the cave. Alarmed, Sujio thought, in this perilous demon beast forest, could a powerful beast be seeking revenge? He quickly stifled his presence, gripping his celestial sword with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a group of oddly dressed cultivators burst into the cave. The leader, upon spotting the pill bottles in Sujio's hands, lit up with excitement. "Kid, hand over everything you have, and I'll spare your life," he bellowed in a gruff voice, brandishing a door panel. Yes, a door panel, with a hole cut into one side for grip. This man was exceptionally burly and tall, resembling a bear if one did not focus on his face. This group of cultivators were the native inhabitants of the demon beast forest. Having lived there for generations, they had come to seek retribution against the one who had been slaughtering their demon beasts. While it was generally acceptable to train in the demon beast forest, Sujio was an exception. He had taken everything he encountered, leaving nothing but skins behind. Naturally, they could not tolerate this, prompting them to confront Sujio. Unbeknownst to Sujio, he was about to face their wrath. With a cold snort, he replied, "Do you think you're worthy?" Tension filled the air as both sides prepared for confrontation. Despite his injuries, Sujio was undaunted. He launched the first attack, swinging his celestial sword and sending a wave of sword energy towards the group. Though they were cultivators, their levels were low. Only the bear-like leader was at the first level of foundation establishment, while the others barely reached the 8th level of chi refining. Most wielded only simple sticks and ordinary weapons. With a swift strike from Sujio, the weapons of the surrounding cultivators shattered into fragments. The crowd momentarily froze, their gazes drawn to the formidable figure of the giant bear man. Unfazed, the giant bear wielded a door panel, raising it to strike at Sujio. With a calm demeanor, Sujio sidestepped the impending blow, evading the door panel with ease. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly kicked the door panel into splinters. Sujio discerned that the cultivation levels of this group were rather low, and thus refrained from delivering a lethal blow, instead brandishing the soul-shattering sword directly at their leader. The man, taken aback by Sujio's audacity, failed to evade in time and was grazed on the arm. The other cultivators gasped in shock, rushing to assist, but Sujio pressed the sword against the giant bear's neck, declaring, "Do not move, or I shall take his life." The giant bear, eyes fixed on the peculiar long sword, swallowed hard and replied, "If you wish to kill, then do so. I am indeed inferior, but I beseech you to spare my kin." Sujio retorted coldly, "I shall show no mercy to my foes. You sought to kill me moments ago." The giant bear countered, "We hail from the beast forest, and it is your indiscriminate slaughter of our brethren that compelled us to confront you. You are the pest of the beast forest." Taken aback, Sujio pondered, having never heard of any residents within the beast forest. "Is this truly your justification for wanting to take my life?" The giant bear glanced at his kin and insisted, "It is I who sought your death. My kin have wronged you not. Please, spare them." Sujio found himself favorably inclined towards the giant bear's character. Curious to see if he would indeed sacrifice himself for his family. "Is this how you plead for their lives? Whether I spare them depends on your attitude." The giant bear, filled with anger, looked at Su Jiao and then at his kin, gritting his teeth before kneeling heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath his massive frame. "I beg of you," the giant bear implored. "Very well," Su Jiao replied. "In light of your sincerity, I shall only take your life." The others made apart. To Su Jiao's surprise, none of the others moved to leave. "Are you all intent on facing death together?" he asked, but still, no one budged, their gazes filled with fury directed at Su Jiao. With a dismissive snort, Su Jiao turned to the giant bear and declared, "Then I shall commence with you." The soul-shattering sword materialized in his hand, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before lunging towards the giant bear's EY. Su Jiao felt a surge of glee when he realized the giant bear did not flinch, halting the sword just an inch from his eye. Su Jiao chuckled softly and withdrew the blade. "Do you not fear death?" the giant bear asked. "As long as you spare my kin, I am willing to die," he replied. "You hold your kin in high regard?" Su Jiao queried. The giant bear nodded. "Then if you perish, who shall protect them?" The giant bear blinked, confusion evident in his eyes. Su Jiao continued, "To protect your kin, one must grow strong, not sacrifice oneself, for that is the true essence of safeguarding them." The giant bear seemed to grasp the concept, smiling as he said, "So you mean, you will not kill us? We harbor no enmity." Thus, Su Jiao and the giant bear's group settled on the ground, indulging in roasted delicacies and engaging in conversation. It turned out that the towering figure was indeed named Giant Bear, and he along with his kin had dwelled in the beast forest for generations. Coexisting peacefully with its denizens, as more cultivators ventured into the beast forest, the ancestors of the giant bear gradually transitioned from complete forest dwellers to interacting with cultivators and commencing their own cultivation. However, Su Jia's recent slaughter of numerous beasts compelled them to seek the giant bear's assistance. "Why did those beasts not seek aid from stronger creatures?" Su Jiao inquired. The giant bear responded, "Those powerful beasts are elusive and would not intervene for the weaker ones." Su Jiao perceived that both beasts and cultivators operated under a principle of strength, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Curiously, he asked the giant bear, "What makes you so much stronger than your kin?" With a simple grin, the giant bear explained, "Our kin nurture many from a young age, including great priests, protectors, and holy beings. I was chosen at birth to be a protector. Hence I have consumed spirit herbs since my inception, enhancing my physique." Intrigued by the spirit herbs, Su Jiao nodded. "I did not anticipate you could communicate with the beasts." The giant bear replied, "Having lived alongside them since childhood, it is only natural to understand them." Su Jiao, as if struck with inspiration, asked, "Could you teach me how to converse with the beasts?" The giant bear responded, "It is not something one can learn in a short span. Each species has its own language." As they discussed the sounds and calls of various animals, Su Jiao earnestly absorbed the knowledge, eliciting laughter from the group. He found the members of this clan to be genuine and kind-hearted. When it was time to part ways, Su Jiao presented the giant bear and his kin with numerous weapons, even providing the giant bear with a large wolf tooth club from his storage pouch. In return, the giant bear gifted Su Jiao a bamboo whistle that emitted a sharp, high-pitched sound. He explained that the next time Su Jiao visited the beast forest, he could use the whistle to signal his arrival, and they would know he had come, inviting him to their tribe. Chapter 50. Do you intend to eat the inner cores as if they were meals? Su Jiao and the giant bear's kin enjoyed a lively conversation late into the night before the giant bear reluctantly took his leave. Repeatedly inviting Su Jiao to visit the beast forest again, Su Jiao happily agreed. After spending the night cultivating in a cave, he flew back to his sect. Upon encountering Yu Qinghai, Su Jiao was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yu Qinghai's query. "Little Jiao, where have you been wandering off to? How is your alchemy practice progressing?" Before Su Jiao could respond, Yu Qinghai continued, "You must dedicate yourself to mastering alchemy over the next few days. Perfecting the crafting of third-grade pills. Next month, I shall teach you to forge fourth-grade pills." Taken aback, Su Jiao asked, "Master, you seem quite anxious. Has something happened?" Yu Qinghai insisted, "Do not question why. Simply focus on your alchemy practice and strive to become a fourth-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Currently, you and Mu Chun, Ling Yin, are the most likely candidates to achieve this. You must accelerate your alchemical studies." Although Su Jiao was unaware of the reasons behind his master's urgency, he understood that such concern must stem from significant circumstances. The Pill Pavilion held immense importance within the sect, being one of the most resourceful establishments alongside the Artifact Pavilion. Whatever had caused his master such distress must have been substantial. Heeding his master's words, Sujio promptly made his way to the alchemy chamber, where several senior brothers and sisters, including Su Lei, were diligently practicing their alchemy skills. Upon entering, Sujio exclaimed, "Oh, the atmosphere here feels distinctly off." The others remained silent, prompting Sujio to sidle up to senior sister Bai Yimo and inquire, "Fifth sister, what is going on?" Bai Yimo, abandoning her usual playful demeanor, replied earnestly, "Rumors are circulating from the sect's headquarters that if the Pill Pavilion in the Liangnan branch fails to cultivate a fourth-grade alchemist within 6 months, the sect may remove our master and appoint another alchemist from a different branch to oversee the pavilion, thus establishing a new Pill Pavilion." Furious, Sujio exclaimed, "What nonsense is this?" gritting his teeth. He vowed to himself, such a thing must not transpire. He then retreated to his designated alchemy room. Over the following days, Sujio hardly slept, persistently experimenting with various combinations of herbs and refining his control over the flames. After several days, he had achieved an exceptional mastery of crafting third-grade pills. One day, Yu Qinghai visited the alchemy chamber, his expression grave. "Today, everyone shall attempt to refine their most familiar and highest-grade pills. I wish to assess your results." However, crafting fourth-grade pills proved to be a daunting task, and repeated failures left Sujio feeling disheartened. Standing behind Sujio, Yu Qinghai observed his alchemical endeavors and finally remarked, "Little Jio, the distinction between a high-level alchemist and an ordinary one lies not in the alchemical techniques, but in the cultivation of oneself. Currently, your focus on alchemy is hindering your personal advancement." Confused, Sujio responded, "Master, I do not understand. You have always advised us that diligent cultivation is essential for producing superior pills. Why then do you say my singular focus on alchemy makes it difficult for me to improve?" Yu Qinghai explained, "Alchemy techniques are static. The alchemist is dynamic. The alchemical skills of Yu Tin were all taught by me. Why do your levels of proficiency differ? Is it due to varying understandings of the techniques or differences in your grasp of the alchemy itself? Some matters cannot be rushed with that." Yu Qinghai turned and departed. Sujio, feeling a sense of comprehension, nodded slowly. He then set aside the herbs he had been working with and meandered toward the exit of the alchemy pavilion. Reflecting on his master's words, arriving at the task hall, Sujio submitted the task tokens and the inner cores of the beasts, using his accrued points to exchange for the necessary elixirs. To his astonishment, he found that he still had over 100 inner cores remaining. The elder in charge of the task hall remarked, "Kid, did you wipe out all the beasts in the beast forest? How come there are so many inner cores?" "These inner cores are for me to consume," Sujio replied sheepishly. The elder laughed heartily. "With this many inner cores, do you plan to eat them as if they were meals?" Looking at the surplus inner cores, Sujio finally understood why the giant bear and his kin had been so enraged. His recent actions had indeed been excessively ruthless in order to alleviate his own embarrassment. He exchanged some inner elixirs for a selection of fourth-grade pills. After leaving the mission hall, Sujio returned to his quarters and commenced his practice of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb. Volume 3, focusing on the refinement of his meridians. Throughout his training in the Immortal Demon Tomb, he had been hindered by the effects of the pills. This time, with a new assortment of elixirs, he was determined to complete the training of both the third and fourth volumes. He activated his spiritual energy and recited the incantation. Na Dong watched Sujio with palpable anxiety. Refining the meridians required the complete rupture and regeneration of the channels, and it was crucial to cultivate the magic meridians alongside the third and fourth volumes. This stage of the technique was the most perilous. As the incantation flowed through him, Sujio felt his internal energy surge like a tempestuous tide, crashing violently within. The pain in his meridians was excruciating, akin to being sliced by countless steel blades. Nevertheless, Sujio gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, refusing to yield. One by one, the elixirs were consumed, their powers coursing throughout his body. Na Dong, clenching his fists, was filled with worry, yet dared not interrupt. Just as Sujio felt he might collapse from the strain, he recalled his master's words. "Alchemy is a dead art, but the practitioner is alive." Perhaps cultivation follows the same principle. He ceased his blind struggle and began to guide his spiritual energy along a novel pathway. By simultaneously breaking through the old meridians and channeling spiritual energy, he fostered the growth of new pathways, effectively halving the pain. As this new approach took root, a miracle unfolded. The once tumultuous energy gradually became docile, flowing gently along the new course, while the damaged meridians began to slowly heal and expand. Refining the meridians was manageable, but expanding the magic meridians was an entirely different challenge. This endeavor required the establishment of new channels, and the magic meridians were denser and more resilient than ordinary ones. Initially, Suju had felt conflicted about the magic meridians, even harboring some aversion towards them. However, now he was devoid of any hesitation. Immersed in pain, he persevered through 3 hours, 5 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 5 days. By the 6th evening, his complexion had turned pale, and his internal energy was nearly depleted. At long last, after several days of relentless effort, he successfully overcame this formidable obstacle, completing the training of both the 3rd and 4th volumes. As Sujio opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance ignited within them. This critical juncture has finally been surmounted. Ha ha ha! The most crucial and challenging aspect of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb has been successfully accomplished. Sujio exclaimed joyfully. He attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy, and it surged through his meridians with unprecedented swiftness. With 2 elixir seas and dual sets of meridians, the abundance of energy was exhilarating. Who could surpass his strength now? Sujio mused, his face radiant with boundless anticipation. He understood that after this trial, not only had he made significant strides in his cultivation, but his alchemical skills would surely witness a breakthrough as well. Filled with renewed confidence, he was determined to become a 4th-grade alchemist and secure his master's position as the head of the sect. After consuming a few more elixirs to restore his energy, he resumed his cultivation to stabilize his foundation. Sujio exhaled a long breath, feeling invigorated. In good spirits, he contemplated continuing his training of the 5th volume, only to discover the porcelain vial was entirely empty. With the 5th volume focusing on cultivating the divine sea, possessing a robust divine sea would facilitate the crafting of 4th-grade elixirs with ease. Chapter 51. The man in the black robe dressed in sheep's clothing. At this moment, Sujio was engrossed in the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb within the divine sea. A lingering question plagued him, prompting him to communicate telepathically with Na Dong. Na Dong? It seems there is no discernible difference after completing the 4th volume. Na Dong replied languidly, Master, completing the first 4 volumes is merely a foundational step. The lack of sensation is due to our location within the sect, devoid of demonic energy. Should we venture outside, we would be able to distinctly perceive the dense demonic aura. That feeling is as if it permeates the body, reaching deep into the soul. I see. By the way, this tome of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb is remarkably thick. Why is the latter portion entirely blank? Sujio inquired, his face a mask of curiosity as he gazed at Na Dong. Na Dong smiled slightly, responding at a leisurely pace. Haha, Master, your insight is truly remarkable. The so-called blank sections are not devoid of content. Rather, they are inscribed with text. However, they are protected by formidable restrictions, and only when you have completed the entirety of the technique will you be able to unlock these seals and reveal the hidden contents. Upon hearing this, Sujio's curiosity intensified. What could possibly be written there? He asked eagerly. Do not fret, Master. As the saying goes, when the time is ripe, the truth shall naturally reveal itself. Na Dong replied with a gentle smile. Taking his time. Humph, always so mysteriously cryptic. Sujio grumbled in mild dissatisfaction but chose not to press further, fully aware that some matters cannot be forced. Thus, he turned his attention away from the enigmatic technique and made his way toward the alchemy pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Su Lele sat in a massive armchair, one hand clutching a white porcelain vial while the other rested on her cheek, her expression one of discontent. Sujio approached her with a smile. His steps light, he waved his hand in front of her eyes, but to his surprise, this usually lively girl seemed entirely absorbed in her own world, oblivious to his antics. Well, Sujio chuckled lightly at the sight. Raising his voice, he said, I was thinking of treating you to some delicious candied hawthorns, but it seems someone is not particularly interested. Alas, if that's the case, I shall indulge in this treat alone. He lamented, feigning disappointment as he turned to leave. Just as he pivoted away, Su Lele, who had been staring blankly, suddenly sprang to life as if enchanted, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. I am interested. I am interested. I was merely pondering some important matters, she exclaimed with glee, leaping from her chair. Big brother, let us go right now. All right, Sujio replied. I want to go too. Came a cheerful shout from the entrance of the alchemy room. It was by Yimo, darting over like a rabbit, eagerly grasping Sujio's arm. I want to go too. Looking at the food-loving senior sister, Sujio remarked, by Shiji. How old are you now? Can you not act a bit more mature? By Yimo grinned mischievously. How am I not mature? Look at me. I'm a whole head taller than you. Does that not count as maturity? She straightened her posture, attempting to project an image of maturity and composure. Sujio tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yimo, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he said leisurely, Oh, Shiji, you really have the nerve to say that. Just look at yourself. You're drooling. He pointed at the corners of her mouth. Bai Yimo froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing crimson. She hastily wiped her mouth with her hand, trying to cover her embarrassment. The sisters, Bai Yimo and Bai Yijan, were of similar ages but possessed vastly different temperaments. The elder sister, Bai Yijan, exuded calmness and poise, while the younger, Bai Yimo, was a lively, mischievous sprite, blissfully innocent and unaware of the world's complexities. Even more amusingly, this little girl was a bona fide foodie, utterly incapable of resisting the allure of delectable dishes. One might say she lived for good food. At this moment, the three of them exited the alchemy pavilion, heading toward the bustling marketplace. Along the way, Bai Yimo chirped like a joyful bird, animatedly describing the delicious delicacies that danced in her imagination, while Sujio followed closely behind, a smile gracing his face as he observed the two food enthusiasts. In the market, an array of culinary delights captivated the two young ladies as they clutched massive candied hawthorns, savoring them while chatting away. Soon, they found themselves unable to resist the allure of roasted chicken legs. With a sense of resignation, Sujio purchased two for them. The trio strolled happily, bursts of laughter echoing amidst their cheerful banter, blissfully unaware that two figures clad in sect robes were observing them from a distance. One of these figures was a familiar face to Sujio. The man in the black-robed, at long last. We have found you, the black-robed man thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. As Sujio and the two young women continued onward, the black-robed figure trailed silently behind. Senior brother, are these the three individuals you sought? Indeed, I would never mistake them. Sujio and the two young ladies arrived at a clothing shop, where the girls entered to try on garments, leaving Sujio idly waiting at the entrance. After a considerable amount of time had passed without sight of the two ladies, an unsettling feeling crept over Sujio. He approached the shopkeeper and inquired, Excuse me, have the two young ladies who went in to try on clothes not yet emerged? The shopkeeper replied, I haven't seen anyone come in. Sujio's mind reeled. How could that be? He called out anxiously, Su Lele. By Yimo Shiji, are you still in there? Silence met his call. Approaching the fitting room, he found it empty, devoid of any sign of life, but a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Sujio sensed that something was amiss. Trouble might be brewing. At that moment, a small child dashed into the shop, seeking Sujio. Sujio inquired, Little one, are you looking for me? The child timidly replied, An old man sent me to find you, to deliver a message. He said you would give me a candied hawthorn. As he spoke, he handed over an envelope. Upon opening it, Sujio was stunned. The letter read, To seek two individuals, 1 hour hence, one must arrive at UB Peak. Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpses. The child gazed at Sujio, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sujio retrieved a candied hawthorn from his storage pouch and handed it to the child. Chapter 52. The unfortunate child. Sujio's heart was seething with rage, for the two individuals in question were his closest companions. How dare they abduct his loved ones? This was his Achilles heel. The audacity to snatch away two girls right beneath his nose indicated that the perpetrator was a formidable foe, one he could not confront alone. Taking a deep breath, Sujio resolved to return to his sect for assistance. He employed his sword technique, racing back to his sect with the speed of the wind. Upon encountering his master, Sujio hurriedly recounted the events, inciting great fury in Yu Qinghai. He promptly informed the sect leader and summoned the elders to deliberate on a strategy. However, one elder expressed concern, saying, This individual operates with great cunning. Acting recklessly could lead to peril. With unwavering resolve, Sujio declared, No matter the danger, I must rescue them. Consequently, the sect leader selected several elders to accompany Sujio. Upon arriving near the designated location, They conferred on a plan. Sujio would approach first while the other elders concealed themselves to provide protection, and 2 elders would be tasked with the rescue. When Sujio reached the foot of UB Peak, he announced, "I have arrived." A voice responded, "You have finally come. If you wish to save them, you must trade your life for theirs. I need to see if they are unharmed first." With a rustle, 2 ropes descended from a distant tree, each tethered to a figure, none other than Su Lele and Bai Yimo. Clenching his sword tightly, Sujio bellowed, "What do you intend to do?" "Release them at once." The cloaked figure emerged from behind the tree. Although clad in sect robes, Sujio instantly recognized him as the black-robed man. Enraged, Sujio shouted, "It is you? I once thought you a paragon of virtue. Yet you are not but a despicable coward who preys on women." The black-robed man remained unfazed, retorting, "Child, do not speak so freely. You know what I desire." Sujio understood that the sect elders would undoubtedly intervene to rescue Bai Yimo and Su Lele. He needed to devise a way to distract the black-robed man. Thus, Sujio challenged, "If you are a man, do not resort to such tactics. You disgrace yourself. Do you not boast of being a master? Then let us duel fairly. If you defeat me, you shall have what you seek. Should you lose, you must release them." The black-robed man hesitated, asking, "Are you attempting to play tricks?" Sujio pressed, "Do you lack the courage to face me? If you do not dare to fight, you are a coward, a fool, not a man." Ha! The elders concealed in the shadows could not help but wince at Sujio's taunts. Yet they understood his intent and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Provoked by Sujio's scathing mockery, the black-robed man could no longer restrain himself. Wielding a celestial sword, he charged at Sujio. Seeing the black-robed man advance, Sujio turned to flee, cheekily making a face at him before dashing away. The black-robed man, consumed with fury, unleashed a wave of sword energy from a distance. Sujio swiftly dodged and sprinted far away, only to turn and shake his rear at the black-robed man, even audaciously slapping his backside twice. The black-robed man advanced with incredible speed. Sujio was compelled to raise his sword in defense, and the two engaged in combat, though the black-robed man was vastly superior in strength, leaving Sujio on the defensive. Fortunately, the 2 elders had already proceeded to rescue Bai Yimo and Su Lele. Witnessing the 2 hostages being freed, the black-robed man realized he had fallen for Sujio's ruse and hastily turned to flee. But it was too late. The elders, having revealed themselves, surrounded the black-robed man. Despite the black-robed man's formidable abilities, the 4 elders struggled to subdue him. Ultimately, he seized an opportunity to unleash a talisman, repelling 1 elder and making his escape. Sujio rushed over to find Bai Yimo and Su Lele unharmed, exclaiming, "Senior sister, Lele, are you both all right? It is all my fault. I have put you in danger." "We are fine." It was quite exhilarating. Bai Yimo replied, her carefree demeanor evident. The elders observed the children, their expressions grim, for they had failed to capture the black-robed man. As they made their way back to the sect, Sujio felt a heavy weight in his heart, a longing to grow stronger. If only he were powerful enough, his senior sister and Su Lele would not have been endangered. Upon returning to the sect, Sujio immersed himself in the training chamber. Dedicating himself to arduous practice, he tirelessly studied the soul-shattering sword technique, often exhausting himself before taking brief rests. At that moment, Sujio was filled with discontent, for mastering the 5th volume of the chaotic celestial demon tomb required an abundance of elixirs. As a Dan maker, this was a bitter irony. In moments of despair, one often finds a path forward. He considered seeking his master for elixirs, but how could he ask? How could he explain that he was cultivating a peculiar technique that demanded a vast quantity of elixirs? That would not do. Finally, Sujio devised a potent solution. Borrowing? Yes, borrowing from his enemies. Those from the refiner's pavilion, for instance, or those who had wronged him. In the dead of night, Sujio set his plan into motion. Cloaked in darkness, tools in hand. It is worth noting the tools he carried: fragrant powder, an iron rod, a burlap sack, and a paralyzing powder, among others. Sujio arrived at the bustling red fragrant street, a locale frequented by disciples of the refiner's pavilion, knowing that those who came here were often well off. Many disciples from the sect would frequent this place for leisure. Sujio concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of a refiner's pavilion disciple. Before long, a disciple ambled by, humming a tune. Seizing the opportunity, Sujio threw the fragrant powder. The disciple, taken by surprise, staggered, and fell to the ground, pondering how such a delightful scent could waft through the air before reaching Red Fragrant Street. Sujio rushed forward, dragging the unconscious figure into the shadows, rifling through his belongings until he located a storage pouch. He then sprinkled a dose of the paralyzing powder on him to ensure he would remain asleep for a while. Shortly after, two more disciples from the refiner's pavilion strolled by, chatting about searching for a beautiful woman. Their eyes gleaming with mischief, Sujio recognized them immediately. One was at the 8th level of chi refinement, the other at the 9th. What perfect targets, he thought, a smirk playing on his lips. With fragrant powder in his left hand and an iron rod in his right, he awaited the arrival of these two unsuspecting fools. Suddenly, Sujio emerged, catching both of them off guard. The next moment was a blur. One was knocked senseless by the iron rod, while the other succumbed to the fragrant powder, reeling in confusion. Sujio, ever the opportunist, wasted no time in collecting valuable items, including their storage pouches. Under the cloak of night, with the moon casting shadows, Sujio proceeded cautiously, searching for his next unfortunate target. Chapter 53. Seeking an instructor. Sujio targeted the disciples of the refiner's pavilion because many had harmed him in the past. He held no fondness for them and viewed this as a necessary reprisal. In the early hours, Sujio found himself in a cave on the back mountain, sleepless, having acquired 7 storage pouches. Finding a secluded spot, he sat down and emptied the contents of the pouches before him. Gazing at the mound of diverse items, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There were plenty of riches, gold, silver, spirit stones, elixirs, and particularly an abundance of celestial weapons. Truly, the disciples of the refiner's pavilion were well endowed. Zhuge Xian had once said that good techniques and talismans could only be purchased with spirit stones. Seeing the spirit stones ignited a flicker of hope within Sujio. He picked up a few, attempting to absorb the spiritual energy within as per Zhuge Xian's teachings. Instantly, he felt the flow of spiritual power within him become more fluid. Next, he grasped what appeared to be an ordinary celestial sword. Upon gripping the hilt, he noticed ancient runes faintly glowing on the blade. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Startled, Sujio quickly concealed all the items, keeping a vigilant eye on the cave entrance. A figure cloaked in black slowly entered. "Kid, I didn't expect you to dare rob the disciples of the refiner's pavilion." The mysterious figure's voice was deep and gravelly. Sujio tightened his grip on the celestial sword he had just acquired, retorting coldly, "They have committed numerous wrongs. This is merely a small act of retribution." The mysterious figure chuckled darkly, saying, "Interesting. You dare to employ such despicable tactics. You do possess a bit of my old flair. However, if you wish to remain unscathed, you must engage in a transaction with me." Sujio studied the figure and asked, "A transaction? Who are you? You do not appear to be from the Shanghai sect. How dare you intrude upon our territory? Are you not afraid of being slain by the sect elders?" Sujio invoked the name of the sect, hoping to intimidate the figure into retreating. To his surprise, the mysterious figure was unfazed, replying, "Who I am is of no concern to you. Just know that our transaction will be beneficial for you." Sujio frowned, uncertain of the mysterious figure's intentions, but he realized the need for caution. "What kind of transaction are you proposing?" he asked. A mysterious figure slowly approached, whispering, "I can offer you an unparalleled martial technique, one far superior to any within the Mountain Sea sect, provided you agree to a single request." Sujio felt a stir of intrigue within. Indeed, an extraordinary technique was enticing, yet he knew all too well that nothing in this world came without a cost. "What is it you ask? If it involves any heinous act, do not mention it again." The mysterious figure chuckled heartily, "Clever lad. I like that about you. All I require is your assistance in retrieving a certain item. The specifics will be revealed when the time is ripe." Sujio pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. "Why not retrieve it yourself?" The figure replied, "Because that item is under a restriction. It cannot be approached by anyone below the golden core level." Narrowing his eyes, Sujio retorted, "If it's a matter of risking life without reward, do you truly believe I would undertake it?" The figure reassured him, "Rest easy. The item is mine, stolen from me. I merely wish to reclaim it. Moreover, I have been observing you for some time. Your quick wit, loyalty, and clear sense of right and wrong make you an ideal candidate for my technique." The mysterious figure swayed before Sujio, stating, "I could reluctantly take you on as my disciple. This way, you need not worry about being deceived. Yes? Su Jiu regarded the enigmatic man, concluding inwardly that he was unreliable. Very much so. Ha! To take me as your disciple? No thanks, I have matters to attend to, farewell. His first instinct was to distance himself from this individual. However, just as Su Jiu was about to exit the cave, the man declared, harming fellow sect members and robbing disciples of the sect, according to the sect rules, warrants the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Should this occur with 7 individuals, the sect would likely execute you on the spot. Hearing this, Su Jiu's lips twitched slightly. He turned around with a smile, saying, Senior, you've come to the right person. Retrieving items is my specialty. The figure laughed. Ah, a teachable child. Su Jiu shot him a sidelong glance, yet the allure of the unparalleled technique continued to swirl in his mind. How can you assure me that the technique you claim is genuine? The mysterious figure waved his hand, causing an image to appear in the air, faintly revealing the descriptions of the techniques. Wind God Sword Technique and Absolute Shadow of Heaven and Earth. Upon a mere glance, Su Jiu felt that these techniques would be immensely beneficial to him. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well, I agree. The figure nodded in satisfaction, tossing Su Jiu 2 tattered scrolls. Wind God Sword Technique and Absolute Shadow of Heaven and Earth. Why 2 sets, Senior? Su Jiu inquired. The man replied, You are quite astute. I've changed my mind. If you accept both of my secret techniques, you must become my disciple. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of your teacher. His face bore the expression of a petty triumph. Su Jiu's lips twitched as he thought, This old fellow has far too many tricks. I might end up in peril yet, he said. Senior, I agree to assist you in retrieving the item. But let us not discuss the matter of discipleship. I already have a master. The mysterious figure, taken aback by Su Jiu's refusal, grew angry. I am Xiandao Yi, at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, the sect master of the Liangnan Kingdom branch. Your master is only at the 7th level of the Golden Core. You must refer to me as Shu, Su Jiu exclaimed. You are Xiandao Yi, known as the Wind God Taoist? Noticing Su Jiu's astonishment, Xiandao Yi puffed up with pride. Su Jiu had certainly heard of the Wind God Taoist, reputed to have single-handedly vanquished an entire sect. Su Jiu quipped, Surely, you jest? Xiandao Yi, nearly collapsing, retorted, What? A jest? I have roamed the martial world for over a century. No one has ever dared to claim I am an impostor. He then began rummaging through his storage bag, producing various items, a wooden plaque, an iron plate, a stone tablet, a smoking pipe, and finally, after much searching, a jade token. Here, take a look. What do you see? Su Jiu accepted the token, which was a creamy white, cool to the touch, exuding an air of antiquity. The front bore the inscription Xiandao Yi, while the reverse read Qingfeng Taoist. Su Jiu returned the jade token with both hands, saying, I am Su Jiu, honored to meet Senior Qingfeng. However, I have already taken Master Yu Qinghai of the Pill Pavilion as my teacher, so I hope you can forgive me. To Su Jiu's surprise, rather than becoming angry, Xiandao Yi appeared pleased. Young man, your respect for your teacher is commendable. Fear not. While Yu Qinghai teaches you alchemy, I shall impart to you swordsmanship. There is no conflict. Besides, who says one can only have one master? If Yu Qinghai dares to disagree, I shall break his legs. Su Jiu replied, What you say does hold some merit, but being in the Mountain Sea sect and taking another as my teacher may not be well received by the sect. Xiandao Yi pondered this, biting his lip, and suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Simple. If you don't tell them, I won't either. No one will know you are my disciple. Su Jiu regarded this elder with a mixture of amusement and affection, promptly kneeling and declaring, Master, please accept my bow. Xiandao Yi, genuinely delighted, quickly helped Su Jiu to his feet. Su Jiu unfurled the scrolls and began to delve into the mysterious techniques, their words seemingly imbued with magic. Penetrating his very being, Xiandao Yi patiently explained the 2 techniques to Su Jiu. Chapter 54, Absolute Shadow of Heaven and Earth. In the cave, Su Jiu trained alongside Xiandao Yi, practicing the Qingfeng sword technique. Xiandao Yi emphasized 2 crucial points. First, speed. Continuous practice would enhance one's swiftness, for it is said that no technique can withstand overwhelming speed. Mastering it would allow one to strike first and kill unseen. Second, avoid excessive flamboyance in swordplay. This technique prioritizes practicality, appearing simple yet profoundly effective. With that, he raised a bamboo stick, casually flicking it, sending forth a minuscule white sword light that struck the rock wall. Leaving a deep crater over 2 zhang wide, debris tumbled down. Suzhou gazed at the pit, excitement filling his eyes at the thought of the tiny sword light. Xiandaoyi stated seriously, "This technique requires an understanding of the wind. Something beyond mere words. In future battles, contemplate deeply. With time, you shall achieve mastery. Come." Handing Suzhou a sword, he took a bamboo stick for himself. "Use the Qingfeng sword technique to attack me." Suzhou accepted the sword, inhaled deeply, and recalled the moves he had learned. In an instant, he moved, the sword darting forth like a spirit serpent, trailing indistinct sword energies that brushed lightly like a gentle breeze. Xiandaoyi, wielding the bamboo stick, effortlessly countered each of Suzhou's attacks, responding with perfect timing. Suzhou continuously adjusted his stance and sword strikes, striving to quicken his pace and amplify the wind's force. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, and before long, 200 strikes had passed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy rising from his feet, coursing through his meridians, making the sword in his hand feel more alive. With a loud shout, Suzhou unleashed a gale of sword wind, causing leaves to scatter around him. Xiandaoyi nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. With a light step, he floated gracefully, the bamboo stick carving elegant arcs in the air. Suzhou's eyes brightened, as if he had gained insight. He altered his swordplay, and the previously scattered gusts of wind coalesced into a small tornado that surged toward Xiandaoyi, unfazed. Xiandaoyi swiftly twirled the bamboo stick, dissipating the whirlwind. At this moment, Suzhou sheathed his sword, panting yet exhilarated, knowing he had gained a deeper understanding of the Qingfeng sword technique. Xiandaoyi exclaimed, "I truly did not misjudge you. Your comprehension is remarkable. Come, I shall teach you the absolute shadow of heaven and earth." Thus, Xiandaoyi began to elucidate the technique once more, occasionally tapping Suzhou's head with the bamboo, admonishing him to rethink his approach. It's not just about channeling spiritual energy into your legs. You must set it into motion, accelerating its flow. Now, try again. Attack me. The two resumed their sparring, but no matter how hard Suzhou tried, Xiandaoyi seemed to always be one step ahead, evading his strikes and reappearing behind or beside him. The bamboo stick repeatedly thumped against Suzhou's head until it was swollen. Exhausted, Suzhou sat on the ground, refusing to rise. Xiandaoyi laughed heartily at him. "Do you not feel it? Your sword cannot match my speed." Suzhou nodded, looking at Xiandaoyi with a mixture of resignation and admiration. Xiandaoyi continued, "The absolute shadow of heaven and earth is not merely about footwork. It encompasses body movement and an offensive strategy. Focusing on eluding your opponent's detection. Do not rely solely on conventional methods. Let your spiritual awareness predict your opponent's moves. Be quicker than that awareness. Let your spiritual energy flow, guiding your movements and footwork. Combine it with your understanding of the wind, though not rely on sight. Use your awareness. Do you understand? Close your eyes and come at me again." Indeed, Suzhou closed his eyes, sword in hand, employing his awareness to feel the surroundings, mimicking the movements, and slowly began to advance, launching strikes against Xiandaoyi. As if struck by enlightenment, Suzhou's speed began to escalate, and if anyone had been watching, they would have been astonished. Though his eyes were closed, his form became almost intangible, quick enough to astonish anyone present. Even if he still could not catch Xiandaoyi in the midst of a fierce duel, two figures clashed, their movements accompanied by the cacophony of clashing metal and the sharp whistle of sword energy slicing through the air. Xiandao, while engaged in battle, nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad." 7 days later, Suzhou would have thoroughly absorbed and memorized both techniques. Xiandao remarked, "Suzhou, your comprehension is astonishing. In merely 7 days, you have mastered these two techniques. In the future, you must seek deeper understanding, especially with the sword techniques. Pay attention to the wind. Take the time to feel it." Suzhou respectfully replied, "Yes, master, I shall diligently strive for comprehension and heed your teachings." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiandao abruptly reverted to his previously unreliable demeanor, stating, "All right, my disciple, that will be all for today, and in a few days, I shall come to find you to retrieve an item." "Understood, master." Suzhou observed Xiandao, wishing to say more, but in a flash, Xiandao vanished without a trace. Suzhou could not discern how he had disappeared. Departing the cave, Suzhou made his way directly to the black market outside the sect. For what he had acquired could not be digested within the confines of the sect. Inside the refiner's pavilion, a lecherous old man glared at the 10 or so individuals kneeling before him, banging the table in fury. Useless. All of you are useless. It has been 7 days, and we have yet to uncover the identity of those who dared to rob the disciples of the refiner's pavilion. Tomorrow, if the pavilion master lays blame upon us, you will all be expelled from the sect. Why aren't you rushing to investigate? It was no wonder the old man was enraged. The refiner's pavilion had never faced such humiliation. With 7 disciples robbed and not a single lead in sight, Isuju arrived at the black market, finding a stall in a secluded corner. He produced a storage bag and said, "Take a look at these." The stall owner glanced at the storage bag and raised 4 fingers. Isuju understood. Observing the items on display at the stall, he noted nothing of interest, stating, "I require spirit stones," the stall owner replied. "That can be arranged," and handed Suju another storage bag. Suju turned to leave, while the stall owner grinned, thinking he had struck gold, believing the items to be worth at least 7,000 spirit stones. While the stall owner reveled in his fortune, a commotion erupted as the disciples of the refiner's pavilion began questioning passers-by for suspicious individuals. Suju felt a jolt of alarm and discreetly suppressed his presence. Turning into an alley, however, a sharp-eyed youth spotted Suju, suspecting him and approached to interrogate. Suju remained calm, claiming he was merely resting. Yet the youth was relentless, attempting to search him that moment. The Chinkuan Jueying within Suju stirred on its own. He swiftly evaded the youth's grasp. Seeing this, a crowd began to gather. Aware that it was unwise to linger, Suju lightly tapped his toes and once more executed the Chinkuan Jueying, transforming into a fleeting shadow and swiftly vanishing. The onlookers only perceived a flicker before he disappeared from sight. After running several streets and changing into a different set of clothes, he arrived at a spirit elixir shop. Inside the shop, Suju surveyed the shelves brimming with various elixirs. He approached a 4th-grade soul convergence pill, when a stunning woman donned in a form-fitting dress approached him. Her tall figure was truly captivating. Accentuated by a plunging neckline, Suju gazed at her, grinning foolishly, and exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly beautiful. You are the most stunning here." The woman widened her eyes and chuckled, "Little brother, you are quite the charmer." "Very well, feel free to browse. If you find any elixirs you desire, I shall give you a 20% discount." Suju smiled at the enchanting woman and replied, "Thank you, sister. How much for this soul convergence pill? And what about the essence cultivation pill?" The woman looked at him and said, "My name is Lon Fair. You may call me Sister Fair. The soul convergence pill is 1,200 silver, while the essence cultivation pill is 1,500. Glancing at his storage bag, which contained approximately 13,000 silver, borrowed from the disciples of the refiner's pavilion, along with spirit stones, Suju believed he had enough. He retrieved the storage bag and handed it to Lon Fair, saying, "Sister Fair, please see how many 4th-grade pills I can purchase with this." Lon Fair, surprised, examined the storage bag and responded, "Let me calculate." She produced a golden abacus, clicking it rapidly. "Little brother, do you need any other elixirs?" Suju mentioned, "I also need soul-nourishing pills and jade spirit pills." Lon Fair informed him, "Including your spirit stones? With the discount applied, you can acquire 20 each of the soul convergence, soul-nourishing, and essence cultivation pills, and 50 jade spirit pills. Suju calculated the quantities. It was just enough to complete his training of the 5th volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb. "Deal," he declared. Upon securing the elixirs, Suju quickly stowed them in his storage bag, ensuring the vicinity was clear of any disciples from the refiner's pavilion before hastily departing the black market. Safely returning to his residence, Suju released his divine sense to probe the surrounding area, confirming there were no dangers within 100 miles. Only then did he retrieve the elixirs from his storage bag. Gazing at the nearly all-consuming wealth he had exchanged for them, he let out a long sigh of relief. Once he completed the 5th volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb, his divine sense would advance further, making the refinement of 4th-grade elixirs an effortless task. Not only would this resolve the pressing predicament of the elixir pavilion, but it would also facilitate his own cultivation, freeing him from the constraints imposed by elixirs. Suju adjusted his state slightly, extracting several items. First was the Chiron crystal, followed by the elixirs, and finally, the stone box that had originally contained the elixirs. Though Suju was unaware of the stone box's purpose, he knew that to cultivate the 5th volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb, he must use this stone box. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he infused a stream of spiritual energy into the black Chiron crystal. A radiant light enveloped Sujio, giving him the sensation of countless tiny points of light entering his body. He began to chant the incantation, channeling his spiritual energy to guide these light points gradually towards his divine sea. The divine sea of a cultivator is the most meticulously protected domain. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sujio cautiously began to guide minute quantities of light points into the divine sea, where they mended and blended, creating a sense of clarity within. His perception of the surroundings began to heighten. After a while of careful observation, sensing no immediate danger, he gradually resumed guiding the light points in, merging them once again. After several iterations, Sujio felt it was nearly time, and he began reciting the incantation once more, channeling his spiritual energy, which began to accumulate around the divine sea. Due to the excessive accumulation of spiritual energy around the divine sea, Sujio's body began to flush red, and his breathing grew rapid. Yet at that moment, his perception and mental acuity surged to new heights. Sujio felt as if he could break free from the divine sea and soar through the heavens. At this juncture, Nike Dong spoke, "Master, I am about to activate this stone box to aid your cultivation of the divine Isia. It may be quite painful. You must endure." Sujio nodded, continuing to channel his techniques. Seeing this, Nike Dong lightly touched his fingers, channeling spiritual energy while reciting the incantation. A stream of spiritual energy surged into the ominous stone box. The box radiated a brilliant light, and the heavy stone began to dissolve into a mass, slowly floating towards Sujio's head. Upon reaching Sujio, the light dispersed, transforming into a black haze interspersed with flickering points of light, expanding like dark clouds, enveloping Sujio entirely. At that moment, Nike Dong swiftly retreated, distancing himself by at least 2 zhong. Fully aware of the impending calamity, Sujio gazed at the surrounding dark clouds, bewildered, and transmitted a thought to Nike Dong. "Why are you running so far? Aren't we refining the divine sea? Why does it feel like I'm about to be struck by lightning?" Nike Dong remained silent, leaving Sujio no choice but to persist in channeling his techniques and reciting the incantation. Sure enough, where there are dark clouds, lightning follows. Sujio's divine sense turned towards Nike Dong, who was grinning, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, accompanied by a crackling sound, coursing through Sujio's body, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. He felt the damage to his soul, perplexed as to how the refinement of the divine sea had transformed into a lightning strike. Just as he was about to inquire about Nike Dong's intentions, a second bolt of lightning struck, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Last, Nike Dong spoke, "Master, the lightning is aimed at strengthening your soul. You must endure and replenish with elixirs in a timely manner." Sujio was unsure whether he was more incensed or electrified, smoke rising from his head. After the third bolt of lightning, Sujio lost all sensation, feeling only dizzy and disoriented, as if he were floating amidst chaos. His vision blurred, seeing Nike Dong as 3 figures. While a buzzing and crackling noise filled his ears, Sujio ceased reciting the incantation, and the lightning subsided. Shaking his head, he blinked until Nike Dong finally solidified back into one figure. Nike Dong obediently flew over, offering Sujio a soul-nourishing pill, stating, "Master, congratulations on surviving the first wave of lightning refinement." Sujio swallowed the elixir, regaining his composure, and inquired, "First wave? What does that mean?" Nike Dong replied, "It means there are still more waves of lightning refinement to endure." "How many more must I face?" Sujio queried. When Nike Dong remained silent, he pressed on, 6 times? 10 times? Nike Dong feebly responded, "You'll need to consume 1 elixir after every 3 waves." "All right, that means 20 elixirs to pass." Sujio exclaimed. "What? Does that mean 60 waves?" At this moment, Nike Dong shifted into persuasion mode, declaring, "Master, without enduring the trials, you cannot attain the rewards. Once you surpass this tribulation, you will become a great being. By then, your soul will be unparalleled. Not only will you handle 4th-grade elixirs with ease, but you'll also master 6th-grade elixirs effortlessly." Indeed, Nike Dong's persuasive manner provided a significant boost to Sujio's morale. Taking a deep breath, Sujio gathered himself, preparing to face the next round of lightning refinement. Gritting his teeth, he focused intensely, channeling his spiritual energy and continually reciting the incantation. As the fourth bolt of lightning struck, followed by the fifth and sixth, Su Jiu endured the excruciating pain in his soul, swallowing the elixir at the opportune moment as instructed by Na Dong to replenish his energy. The relentless barrage of lightning continued to assail him, and Su Jiu's body withstood the tremendous impacts time and again, yet his resolve remained unwavering. By the time the 18th bolt descended, Su Jiu was already on the brink of collapse, relying solely on the elixir to maintain a flicker of clarity. After a brief respite, he once again found himself at the mercy of the lightning strikes. With each successive assault, his supply of elixirs dwindled. As he clutched the final elixir, blood streamed from his 7 orifices. At that moment, Na Dong, the master, proclaimed that the lightning would greatly aid the master. The lightning tempered the soul, rendering the master's spirit immensely powerful. Su Jiu refined the elixir's potency, took a moment to recuperate, and immediately began to face the lightning once more. At this juncture, Su Jiu was no longer adversely affected by the lightning's purification. However, his internal spiritual energy was depleted, and his flesh and meridians bore grave injuries. When the final bolt of lightning arrived, it was more formidable than any that had come before. Summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy, Su Jiu roared defiantly and braced himself against the onslaught. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, he collapsed onto the ground, and Na Dong, brimming with excitement, circled around him exclaiming, "Master, you have succeeded. Your spirit is now extraordinarily powerful." Su Jiu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the transformation in his spiritual power, and a look of contentment spread across his face. And Na Dong produced a vial of jade spirit pills, and one by one, Su Jiu consumed the elixirs, replenishing his spiritual energy. He began to circulate his cultivation technique. The 10,000 needles body refinement, repairing his meridians. Su Jiu felt a remarkable change. Not only had the pain diminished, but the rate of recovery had also accelerated. Now, he was one step closer to becoming a master alchemist. Chapter 56. Refining a fourth-rank elixir. The jade spirit pills entered his body, swiftly transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy, replenishing his nearly exhausted reserves. As his spiritual energy surged once more, he commenced his cultivation of the first volume of the chaotic celestial demon tomb, 10,000 needles body refinement. The sound of his shattered bones cracking echoed, only to be mended anew. Flesh ruptured and regenerated. Skin tore and flaked away, only to give rise to fresh skin. Su Jiu sensed an extraordinary change. The pain had lessened, and the speed of his recovery had notably increased. A wave of elation washed over him. The lightning soul tempering indeed possessed remarkable efficacy. The pain endured was not in vain. As his body continued to reshape, he felt his spirit growing ever stronger, as if an invisible force was awakening within him. Once able to sense a presence within 100 zhang radius, he now found his perception extending to nearly 200 zhang. Su Jiu's spirit soared, for this bout of lightning was not endured fruitlessly. Regarding the chaotic celestial demon tomb, Volume 5, Refining the Sea of Spirits, Su Jiu understood that this was merely one hurdle among many. He beckoned Na Dong, who promptly flew over. Su Jiu raised an eyebrow, and Na Dong nodded, stating, "Master, the first part is to temper the soul, enhancing its strength. The second part is to refine the soul, consisting of 20 trials to bolster its endurance, as long as you persevere. This will be much easier than the lightning tempering." Upon hearing this, Su Jiu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He looked at the sprite and inquired, "How does one refine?" Na Dong replied, "Master must adjust his state to its utmost before commencing cultivation. For this soul refinement, should you pause midway, you will have to start anew from the first trial." Observing Na Dong's earnest expression, Su Jiu nodded and began to meditate, striving for his optimal state. Just as Su Jiu was about to embark on his cultivation, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. It was the servant disciple shouting, "Senior Brother Su, the pavilion master urgently requests your presence." "All right, I understand." Su Jiu gathered his belongings and flew toward the alchemy pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance of the pavilion, he encountered Senior Sister Ling Yin. "Senior Sister, what has happened?" he inquired. "I don't know, but it seems to be something significant," she replied. Upon entering, he found Yu Qing Hai engaged in lively conversation with several individuals clad in elder robes. Senior brother Mu Qian and other alchemy disciples stood nearby. Su Jiu exchanged glances with senior sister Ling Yin, both uncertain of the situation. He clasped his hands respectfully, addressing his master, and then saluted the other elders. Yu Qinghai smiled and said, "You have arrived just in time. These esteemed individuals are the elders from the headquarters Alchemy Pavilion. Elder Ouyang Yi, Elder Han Fengyuan, and Elder Chang Jun. Greetings, Elder Ouyang, Elder Han, Elder Chang." They acknowledged with nods. Yu Qinghai continued, "The purpose of the elders' visit to the Liangnan Kingdom branch is primarily to assess our alchemy talents. Today, I have called you here to showcase your alchemical skills to the elders." At this moment, Elder Ouyang interjected, "You are all outstanding disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion. The sect leader has stated that the disciples are the hope of the Alchemy Pavilion. I have come to witness your prowess today. Here are 2 alchemical recipes. Each of you will refine 2 batches and demonstrate who can produce the higher quality." Upon hearing this, the disciples began to murmur among themselves. Yu Qinghai then declared, "All right, Elder Ouyang has made himself clear. Let us begin." Su Jiu, along with several senior brothers and sisters, entered the alchemy chamber to commence their refining process. Just then, Su Lei rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Master, I'm so sorry I'm late." Hearing this, Yu Qinghai chuckled and replied, "Lei, since you are new to alchemy, you need not participate." Immediately, Su Lei's expression soured. "Master, you are biased. My senior brothers and sisters are all participating. I am also a disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion, and I should take part." Elder Ouyang laughed and said, "Well then, if you cannot produce an elixir, you mustn't shed any tears." With hands on her hips, Su Lei retorted, "Who do you look down upon?" "I won't cry," Elder Han inquired. "Can you refine a second-rank elixir?" Su Lei scratched her head nervously and replied, "Well, how about a first-rank elixir?" The elders burst into laughter, saying, "A first-rank elixir will suffice, as long as you can produce something." Su Lei, beaming with joy, asked, "Will there be a reward?" The elders exchanged glances and asked, "What reward do you desire?" With her eyes sparkling, Su Lei exclaimed, "Since you are all esteemed figures, you should offer a generous reward." "I want 10 candied hawthorns." Yu Qinghai remained silent, observing the elders, who unanimously agreed, "Very well, ha." Su Lei cheered, all right," and dashed toward the alchemy chamber while shouting, "No backing out." The elders turned their attention to Yu Qinghai, with Elder Ouyang remarking, "Elder Yu, you have always preferred quality over quantity in selecting disciples. Why have you taken in this little child?" Yu Qinghai shook his head and explained, "This child was found by Su Jiu, the youngest disciple, merely 9 years of age. He discovered her in the monster beast forest, where she had been living alone. She is an abandoned child, raised by a monster beast, which was later hunted by cultivators. Su Jiu brought her back, and seeing her exceptional talent, I decided to take her as a disciple. It is also a chance for her to have a home. An abandoned child raised by a monster beast. Such a tale was unprecedented." The elders nodded and intrigued. As they observed the disciples beginning their alchemical processes, Elder Han exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Ouyang Yi, who then addressed Yu Qinghai. "Qinghai, the sect is taking action regarding the alchemy pavilions in each branch. And it is not solely directed at you. As long as you can produce a 4th-rank alchemist here, the sect will not interfere with you. We will all vouch for you before the sect leader." Yu Qinghai bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, esteemed elders." His eyes reflected a newfound sense of reassurance. In the alchemy chamber, Mu Qian meticulously followed the 4th-rank alchemical recipe, skillfully adding various spiritual herbs and medicines into the cauldron. His gaze was resolute and confident, controlling the flames with precision as he refined each herb. He understood that as the master brother of the Alchemy Pavilion, he needed to exert himself for the sake of the pavilion's crisis. Su Jiu, entirely focused, manipulated the heat with great care. His soul, having been tempered, had become more acute, allowing him to precisely gauge the timing for each ingredient's addition. Although Su Lei was young, she refused to be overshadowed. Her little hands busily working as her eyes remained glued to the cauldron. As time passed, the first to show signs of success was Mu Qian's cauldron, releasing a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, followed by the emergence of a plump and rounded 4th-rank elixir. The crowd cast admiring glances his way. Soon after, Su Jiu's cauldron also emitted a fragrant aroma, and 2 glimmering 4th-rank elixirs slowly floated to the surface. seemingly of even higher quality than Mu Chin's. Meanwhile, Su Leilei's cauldron belched forth black smoke, her little face flushed with anxiety. Just as everyone feared failure, a small first-rank elixir tumbled out. Su Leilei cheered with delight. "I did it!" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Su Leilei immediately dashed to the elders, exclaiming, "Elder, elder! Look, I succeeded." Chapter 57. The mysterious individual in the forbidden garden. The elders looked at the smudged child with amusement. Finding her endearing at the same time, they held Yu Qing high in higher esteem. Elder Ouyang produced a storage bag and presented it to Su Leilei, filled to the brim with 100 candied hawthorns. Su Leilei's eyes sparkled with joy, her excitement palpable. With rapid gestures, she exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder," and swiftly darted away. After the assessment concluded, 2 disciples had successfully refined 4th-rank elixirs, while the others managed to produce 3rd-rank elixirs. With Su Leilei achieving a 1st-rank elixir, Elder Ouyang nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the Liangnan Kingdom branch possesses considerable potential. Why Yu Qing Hai sighed in relief. At that moment, Ling Yin turned to Mu Qian and asked, "Senior brother, how did you achieve this?" Mu Qian replied, "During these days, I have been consuming soul-nourishing pills daily, ensuring my spirit remains at its peak." Finally, the task was accomplished. The elder brother possesses an exceptionally high talent for alchemy, and it is quite normal for him to refine a 4th-grade elixir, Su Jiu stated. Mu Qian gently shook his head, the beads of sweat on his forehead indicating that the refinement of this 4th-grade elixir had been incredibly strenuous for him. The assessment concluded, and the pill pavilion safely weathered the crisis. Except for elder brother Mu Qian, who had to accompany the master and several elders, the other disciples departed. Although Su Jiu had successfully refined a 4th-grade elixir, his heart was heavy. Being so young, he could not comprehend why the sect would take action against the pill pavilion. Having survived this time, would there be a next? Su Jiu wandered aimlessly along the path. As he passed through a bamboo grove, a melodious sound of a qin floated through the air, ethereal and distant, as if it originated from the heavens. The vexation in Su Jiu's heart was unexpectedly alleviated by the enchanting music, compelling him to move toward the source of the sound. Unconsciously, he arrived at a quaint courtyard. The Forbidden Garden, a place shrouded in secrecy within the pill pavilion. Su Jiu furrowed his brow and wondered how he had ended up here. Not daring to intrude, he stood quietly, listening intently. The qin's sound was melodious and graceful, like a gentle breeze caressing the soul, bringing immeasurable comfort. As the performance came to an end, Su Jiu felt an insatiable yearning for more. Yet the next piece did not follow. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke. "Why has the elder ceased to play?" The person in the courtyard, intrigued, inquired, "Who is this?" "I am Su Jiu, a disciple of the pill pavilion." "Su Jiu, I remember you. What brings you here again?" Su Jiu respectfully bowed, stating, "I did not mean to intrude. Upon hearing the elder's exquisite qin music, I followed the sound." The elder observed Su Jiu's gloomy demeanor and asked, "It seems you carry some burdens." After a moment's hesitation, Su Jiu recounted the matters concerning the pill pavilion. The elder smiled gently. "All affairs in the world are bound by cause and effect. There is no need to be overly attached." Su Jiu grasped only a fraction of this wisdom. At that moment, the gates of the Forbidden Garden opened, and the voice beckoned softly, "Would you care to join me inside for a chat?" Su Jiu, momentarily taken aback, stepped forward. This was his first visit within. Inside the courtyard, a few simple flower beds adorned with exotic flora were meticulously arranged, and the tranquil sound of flowing water harmonized beautifully with the serene bamboo grove. Immersed in this enchanting setting, with the gentle breeze, dancing shadows, fragrant blossoms, and flowing water, one could feel the essence of poetry and music intertwining. It was evident that the owner of this place was someone who truly appreciated the art of living. Utterly disconnected from the malevolent figure rumored to practice sinister arts, in a secluded pavilion, an ancient qin rested. As Su Jiu gazed upon it, a sudden mist enveloped the area. When the haze dissipated, an elderly man donned in a Taoist robe and hat, with flowing white hair, appeared within the pavilion. Su Jiu instinctively became wary, for this man was rumored to practice dark arts. The Taoist, seemingly sensing his apprehension, waved his hand gently and said, "Fear not. Rumors should not be taken at face value." Regaining his composure, Su Jiu inquired, "Elder, I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask who you are and why you remain here? The elder looked at Su Jiao and replied, I am not trapped here. Rather, I choose to stay. My name is Wan Jiani, and I am the Grand Elder of the Shanhai sect. The current sect master is my junior brother. Su Jiao was astonished beyond measure. This elder possessed such a lofty status? Elder, why are there rumors that you practice dark arts and are confined here? Wan Jiani chuckled. I have already told you. Rumors should not be wholly believed. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already appeared before Su Jiao. Given Su Jiao's current cultivation level, he had not sensed a thing. Wan Jiani produced a wine jug, took a sip, and said, the door remains open and my cultivation is intact. I could leave at any moment. The excuse of practicing dark arts was merely a ruse to avoid disturbance. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had engaged him in conversation. Or perhaps he simply found Su Jiao agreeable. Wan Jiani gazed skyward and smiled. In our youth, we were both outstanding disciples of the sect. Together we faced life and death, trusting each other with our backs. We pursued a merciless, malevolent cultivator across the wasteland for over 10 days, ultimately succeeding in our mission. However, on our way back, we faced vengeance from the malevolent's accomplices. He spared no effort to save me, enduring grave injuries in the process, and we narrowly escaped the wasteland. We shared drinks, trained together, and enjoyed life to the fullest. Little did I expect that the old sect master's health would decline. We were both candidates for the next sect master. At that time, I harbored no thoughts of usurpation, yet unexpectedly, for the sake of that position, my brother and his backing controlled my people. The night before he ascended to the position of sect master, he brought wine and food to me, and we drank together until dawn. He expressed his reluctance to harm a brother, claiming he had no choice but to act, reminiscing about our days of struggle together. That night, he wept bitterly. He later promised to spare my people, but on the condition that I would never return to the sect's headquarters. That way, we could remain good brothers. Having no desire for power, I readily agreed. Thankfully, my brother kept his word and spared my people. I have lived here ever since. To prevent others from disturbing me, I concocted the story of cultivating dark arts, Su Jiao asked. What then is the cause and effect surrounding the pill pavilion? Wan Jiani smiled enigmatically, remaining silent as he lightly plucked the chain strings, producing a long, resonant note. The current plight of the pill pavilion arises from the struggle for power among factions. Each peak desires to control more resources, and the elixirs of the pill pavilion are highly sought after by these factions. In essence, whoever possesses the resources of the pill pavilion wields greater influence. Su Jiao inquired, what of the sect master? Does he not intervene? Such conflicts over resources inevitably harm the innocent. Wan Jiani replied, there are numerous factions within the sect, and their influence on the sect is substantial. Sometimes, even the sect master requires the support of these factions. Thus, one's autonomy in the world is often compromised, and the same principle applies within the sect. Su Jiao suddenly understood. Was there truly no way to avoid this? The Taoist paused his fingers, gazing deeply into Su Jiao's eyes. Only by becoming powerful can one escape such fates. The weak are subject to the whims of others, lacking even the right to their own lives and deaths. The strong become the objects of contention among the major factions, while the mightiest can stand against them. The strongest can dictate the rules, commanding other factions. Your ability to refine a fourth-grade elixir at such a young age is commendable. Yet it is merely a beginning. Su Jiao clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. I understand, elder. Wan Jiani nodded slightly. If you are determined, seek out the spiritual herbs within the spiritual valley. They may aid you in breaking through your bottleneck. However, the spiritual valley is fraught with peril. Without hesitation, Su Jiao replied, thank you for your guidance, elder. No matter the danger, I shall endeavor to try. With that, Su Jiao bowed respectfully to Wan Jiani and, filled with hope, set forth toward the spiritual valley. He understood that the future of the pill pavilion may very well lie within his own pursuit of strength. His heart felt enlightened, regardless of what lay ahead. As long as he strove to improve himself, he could safeguard the pill pavilion. Chapter 58. The unfettered fairy Su Jiao could not fully comprehend Wan Jiani's words. A mere child could hardly grasp the brutal nature of such conflicts. He sensed that Wan Jiani bore no animosity toward that elder brother. Yet, Su Jiao could feel the helplessness of being caught in a web of so-called martial affairs. He flew toward the spiritual valley. The spiritual valley lay between the beast forest and the sect's rear mountains, a deep chasm seldom traversed by cultivators due to its proximity to two perilous regions, rumored to be home to numerous fifth-grade and above demonic beasts. Wan Jinni's suggestion to venture there left Suju puzzled. He had cultivated within the immortal demonic tomb, establishing 2 elixir seas and even a divine sea. Thus, advancing a level became increasingly arduous compared to ordinary cultivators. His purpose in visiting the spiritual valley was to assess the results of his training and seek potential opportunities. As Sujio descended upon the valley's edge, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy greeted him. He cautiously ventured deeper, remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers. Not far into the valley, he encountered a colossal 5th-grade fire unicorn beast, slumbering peacefully, occasionally exhaling scorching flames. Truly, the might of a 5th-grade beast was evident. Its head towered over 5 zhong, making Sujiu appear as a mere adult playing soccer in its presence. Holding his breath, Sujiu attempted to stealthily bypass the beast. However, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig. Producing a sharp crack, the fire unicorn beast instantly opened its eyes, revealing a fierce glint. Sujiu quickly drew his sword and unleashed the shattered soul sword technique. The fire unicorn beast roared and lunged at him. While Sujiu adeptly evaded its attacks, searching for an opportunity to counterattack in the heat of battle, Sujiu realized that his refined spirit had significantly heightened his perception. The beast's movements appeared sluggish under his scrutiny, while his own speed had increased, allowing him to easily dodge the beast's strikes. After a fierce struggle, Sujiu inadvertently struck a red scale on the fire unicorn beast's abdomen with his sword. Causing it immense pain, he discovered that the beast's weakness lay beneath that red scale. Seizing the moment, he leaped with all his might, plunging his sword into its vulnerable spot. The fire unicorn beast collapsed with a thud, and Sujiu swiftly severed a scale to uncover a fiery inner core. Grasping the inner core, Sujiu felt the immense spiritual power contained within. He stored the massive beast's carcass in his storage pouch and promptly made his exit. Finding a cliff, he carved out a small cave with his sword, intending to refine and absorb the fire unicorn beast's inner core. Sealing the entrance, Sujiu scanned his surroundings with his spirit sense. Confirming the absence of danger in the first instance, Sujiu extracted the inner dan of the fiery beast, feeling the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy that signaled an opportunity to break through to the second layer. Placing the enormous inner dan before him, he activated his cultivation technique, forming hand seals that emitted a radiant light. Enveloping the dan, he began to absorb its spiritual power slowly. Sujiu refrained from consuming the dan whole. His experiences had matured him significantly, and the sheer abundance of spiritual energy within the massive dan posed a risk of rupturing his meridians, potentially hindering his cultivation. Therefore, a gradual absorption was prudent. After 3 days of refining and absorbing, the dan had diminished to half its original size. That moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently towards him, indicating that he had broken through to the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Sujiu quickly seated himself to draw in the spiritual energy. He felt no excitement, continuing to operate his technique to stabilize his newfound cultivation. 3 days later, he had fully absorbed the massive dan. His dantians brimmed with spiritual power, yet he had not advanced to the third layer. Sujiu was suddenly compelled to test the shattered soul sword formation again. The last time he had used it against that colossal tree, it had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Departing the cave, he flew slowly toward the depths of the spirit valley, his consciousness probing continuously until he discovered a 5th-tier ice soul wolf several miles away. Confirming that no other beasts lurked nearby, he descended, wielding the shattered soul sword. As he gazed at the ice soul wolf, Sujiu took a deep breath and unleashed the shattered soul sword technique, sending forth countless sword energies toward the wolf. The ice soul wolf flickered, evading most of the strikes, yet a few still grazed its fur. With a howl, it expelled a chilling blue mist, and Sujiu hastily sidestepped. This ice soul wolf was exceedingly swift, more challenging to contend with than the previous fiery beast. He resolved to alter his strategy, deliberately exposing a weakness to entice the wolf closer. The ice soul wolf, indeed, took the bait and lunged forward. Seizing the moment, Sujiu's sword glimmered with an aura and plunged toward the wolf's throat. Sensing danger, the wolf attempted to pivot, but it was too late. A shallow gash marred its throat. In a fit of rage, it retaliated. Yet Suju advanced rather than retreated, moving like a phantom, continually striking around the Ice Soul Wolf. Realizing Suju's prowess, the wolf leaped back, glaring furiously at him. Its body adorned with numerous wounds, bleeding icy blue blood. Suju remained composed, brandishing the shattered soul sword before him, his left hand forming a sword with 2 fingers, pointing at the 5th-tier Ice Soul Wolf while reciting the incantation. The shattered soul sword blazed with brilliance, launching toward the beast, splitting into 5 swords that encircled the Ice Soul Wolf. As Suju chanted the spell, the 5 swords shifted direction, relentlessly assaulting the wolf. The swords danced and soared, some encircling while others attacked. The Ice Soul Wolf sensed the imminent peril yet found no escape. Then, with a decisive command, Suju ordered the swords to strike simultaneously. And before the blades even reached, the sword energies cleaved the wolf's body into several segments. The Ice Soul Wolf struggled momentarily before collapsing. After collecting the Ice Soul Wolf's inner Dan, Suju noted with delight that he had expended less than half of his internal spiritual energy. He was quite satisfied with the might of the shattered soul sword formation. Just as he prepared to find a place to refine the Dan, an ethereal flute melody wafted through the air. Following the sound, he beheld a woman in white standing atop a distant peak, playing the flute with 3 beasts beside her: a rock tiger, a sky-opening python, and another creature Suju did not recognize. All of which were 6th-tier beasts, docilely lying at her feet like pets. Suju was taken aback, uncertain of the woman's origins, and tightened his grip on the sword. Becoming vigilant, he focused intently on the woman in white. Yet she seemed oblivious, continuing her flute melody. After a moment, the music ceased, and the woman gently raised her hand, prompting the 3 6th-tier beasts to obediently step aside. "Do not be afraid, young friend. I mean you no harm." Her voice was as melodious as a clear spring. Only then did Suju realize the depth of her cultivation, for he could not discern her realm. Though suspicion stirred within him, he remained cautious and inquired. "I am Suju, a junior here to undergo training in the Spirit Valley. May I ask who you are and why you accompany such formidable beasts?" The woman smiled faintly. "I am the guardian of the Spirit Valley. You may call me Wuxi. It is intriguing that you possess such strength at your tender age." She gazed at Suju's abdomen, her delicate brows knitting slightly, and remarked, "Why do you have 2 individuals within your dantian?" Suju was taken aback, astonished by her keen insight. Upon noticing his expression, the woman understood his confusion and continued, "Perhaps once you advance to the core formation stage, you will naturally comprehend," she added. "Seeing your arduous training, I have a spirit crystal that will greatly benefit you." With that, she produced a crystal radiating a soft glow. Suju hesitated over whether to accept it, but the woman smiled. "Consider it a reward for your slaying of beasts to maintain the balance of the Spirit Valley." Only then did Suju accept it, expressing his gratitude before attempting to depart. Yet the woman spoke once more. "Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me here." Suju nodded, asking, "May I inquire why you extend such assistance to me?" The woman smiled mysteriously. "In time, you will understand. This is also my way of cultivating a good connection. By the way, that spirit crystal is rich in spiritual energy but gentle in nature. You can consume it directly. It may assist you in breaking through 2 minor realms." With a heart full of questions, Suju swiftly departed, contemplating the day's encounters as he flew away. Chapter 59. Advancing to the 4th layer of foundation establishment, after bidding farewell to the fairy Wuxi, Suju returned to the cave he had excavated. Sealing the entrance once more, holding the spirit crystal, which was not much larger than a typical spirit stone, he noted that its contained spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary stones. Cautiously, he probed its interior with his consciousness. Finding no abnormalities, remembering Wuxi's words about direct consumption, Suju steeled himself and decided to follow her advice. He placed the spirit crystal in his mouth, and as soon as it touched his tongue, a surge of icy spiritual energy rushed through his meridians. The force was overwhelming, causing Suju's face to flush crimson, his body swaying precariously. Just as he feared he would burst from the crystal's power, the energy suddenly receded significantly, allowing him to exhale in relief. Indeed, it was relatively gentle. He quickly activated his technique to refine and absorb the energy. At that moment, his meridians began to tremble slightly, wrapping around the rampant spiritual energy, like taming a wild beast, guiding it along the meridian pathways. As the energy circulated orderly, Sujio felt his cultivation steadily advancing. The second layer of foundation establishment began to loosen, prompting him to sit cross-legged and draw in more energy. His body flushed with heat, his meridians swelling, and his hair billowed as the spiritual energy surged. With a sudden pop, he broke through to the third layer. And as the energy continued to circulate, another pop resonated. Sujio consecutively broke through 2 minor realms, ascending to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. Operating his technique, he examined his body post-advancement. The 2 vast dantians glowed with a milky white hue, indicating an abundance of spiritual energy. The energy flowed rapidly through his meridians. When the final trace of spiritual energy was absorbed, Sujio slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He had successfully broken through 2 minor realms, feeling immense gratitude toward Wuxi and anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Now, Sujio faced 2 choices: to venture out and continue his training in the Spirit Valley by slaying beasts, or to delve deeper into the 5th volume of the chaotic immortal demon tomb, refining the second part of the divine sea. However, considering the powerful Wuxi, he pondered whether she could sense his changes as the guardian of the Spirit Valley. He worried that if he practiced the immortal demon techniques here, she might misconstrue it as malevolent cultivation. Wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, he ultimately decided to postpone his training in the immortal demon tomb until after leaving the Spirit Valley. Moreover, he had another pressing reason. He had not eaten in 2 days. Straightening his attire, Sujio exited the cave. The sunlight was pleasant. After orienting himself, he flew deeper into the Spirit Valley. Along the way, he encountered several low-tier beasts, which he easily dispatched. Upon reaching a hillside, he noticed trees laden with fruits exuding spiritual energy. Sujio plucked a few and consumed them, feeling his hunger dissipate and his stamina rejuvenate. Just as he prepared to seek out higher-tier beasts for a challenge, he suddenly heard a familiar, melodious flute sound. Following the sound, he saw the white-clad woman playing in a clearing. The surrounding beasts stood frozen as if under a spell. Approaching closer, he confirmed it was indeed the fairy Wuxi. Sujio hastily bowed, and upon halting her performance, Wuxi smiled at him. "Young friend, you appear quite spirited after your breakthrough." Sujio expressed his gratitude for her previous guidance and wished to inquire about how the flute could control beasts. However, Wuxi waved her hand. "We are fated. Should you attain success in the future, do not forget your original intent." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Sujio gazed in the direction of her departure, both wary and yearning for her profound cultivation. Turning, he ventured into the depths of the forest, finding a massive rock where he initiated a barbecuing endeavor. On the fire, he skewered a large piece of crimson serpent meat, occasionally sprinkling it with cumin, chili powder, and salt for flavor. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and as he glanced down at his collar, he noticed a small head poking out. No, more accurately, a nose appearing first. Sniffing eagerly, irresistibly drawn to the delicious scent as I beheld the spicy grilled snake meat, my mouth watered profusely. With a flap of my wings, I materialized beside the barbecue, my tongue flicking in anticipation. Unable to contain the drool cascading down, Sujio, noticing this glutton, sliced off a piece of meat and offered it to Na Dong. True to his reputation as the foremost gourmand, Na Dong flapped his wings and soared over to the chunk of meat. Embracing it with both hands and astonishingly flying away, I was truly baffled by how he managed that. Perhaps this is the latent potential of a foodie. Na Dong plunged a tree branch into the ground, securing the meat upon it, darting around the makeshift skewer with a small dagger in hand, soaring up and down, scattering bits of meat everywhere. His mouth was stuffed full, and he exclaimed to Sujio, "Master, this grilled snake meat is simply delectable." Sujio produced a bottle of chili powder and liberally sprinkled it atop Na Dong's head, prompting an immediate bout of sneezing from him, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Sujio. In Sujio's eyes danced a mischievous glimmer as he remarked, "Oh dear, Na Dong. I apologize for forgetting your request for extra chili powder last time. Let me remedy that." "Ha." Na Dong, taken aback by Sujio's wicked gaze, found himself at a loss for words. "Master, you are exceedingly kind to yourself." Ultimately, Na Dong performed a most unexpected act that left Sujio astounded. He wept. His tears flowed like a raging torrent. His mouth agape in despair, Sujio was utterly bewildered. How could a jest elicit such sorrow? The wailing was heart-wrenching to Sujio. Na Dong had never been merely a servant. Rather, he was akin to a dear friend. Yet, Sujio had never witnessed Na Dong weep so pitifully. "Ine Dong? Little Dong Dong? Little Na Na? I was merely jesting with you. Please don't cry. All right? I shall never tease you again. I promise." Nevertheless, Na Dong continued to sob, his eyes brimming with tears, showing no sign of cessation. "Please, stop crying. All right? No. Master always bullies me." Sob, sob. "I'm not easily consoled." Just as he spoke, he abruptly ceased his crying. Before him appeared a golden roasted chicken leg, swaying enticingly before Na Dong's nose. The aroma swiftly banished any remnants of his earlier grievances. His small head bobbed in rhythm with the chicken leg's movement. "This is for you to eat. You can't cry anymore. All right?" He snatched the roasted chicken leg, pressing his entire face against it as he began to gnaw. "So delicious, so delicious." Sujio, watching this glutton, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, and the spiritual valley was destined for unrest, a realm belonging to the beasts of the wild. Neither Sujio nor Na Dong noticed the dozens of bluish-green eyes glaring at them from the depths of the forest. Chapter 60. The pack's revenge. Sujio was filled with mirth, chuckling heartily at this glutton. It is said that watching others eat can also bring joy. Unbeknownst to them, the night had descended, and the spiritual valley was fated for turmoil, a sanctuary for the beasts. Sujio and Na Dong remained oblivious to the numerous pairs of bluish-green eyes that were fixated upon them from the shadows of the woods. Soon, Sujio and Na Dong had devoured all the delectable morsels. Sujio reclined on a rock, resting his hands behind his head while gazing at the twinkling stars. Na Dong lay beside him, the night breeze carrying the scents of trees and beasts. Suddenly, Na Dong's ears perked up, and he bolted upright, alertly declaring, "Master, danger is near." Instantly, Sujio was on high alert, noticing a pack of ice phantom wolves encircling them. Sujio drew his sword, while Na Dong gripped his dagger tightly, the two standing back to back. The sixth-tier beast stepped forward slowly, emitting a low growl that commanded the pack to attack. Sujio fixated on the sixth-tier ice phantom wolf, recognizing that at this level, beasts had attained sentience. He clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed friend, I am Sujio, a disciple of the Dan Pavilion of the Mountain and Sea Sect, here to train in the spiritual valley. Might I inquire why you seek to assail us?" The sixth-tier ice phantom wolf snorted derisively. "You have slain our grand elder, yet you dare question why we attack?" Sujio, bewildered, exclaimed, "Grand elder? Do wolves have a grand elder too? Ignorance is no excuse. I had no knowledge that it was your pack's grand elder." The sixth-tier ice phantom wolf let out a hearty laugh. "Ignorance is no excuse. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of guilt." With that, it howled ferociously, and the pack followed suit, launching themselves at Sujio and Na Dong. Sujio wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, each thrust claiming the life of an ice phantom wolf, but the sheer number of wolves began to overwhelm him. Na Dong, meanwhile, fought valiantly, his dagger transformed into a long sword, fending off the approaching wolves. However, the ice phantom wolves adapted their tactics, with some feigning attacks on Sujio while others lunged at Na Dong. In a moment of carelessness, Na Dong sustained a scratch on his arm. Observing this, Sujio roared in fury, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy as he executed his ultimate move, a wave of sword energy sweeping through the pack, temporarily repelling them. At that moment, the sixth-tier beast could no longer restrain itself and sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed, causing Sujio and Na Dong to inadvertently separate in their attempts to evade. Sujio understood the necessity for a swift resolution, so he concentrated, channeling all his spiritual energy, preparing to engage the beast in a life-or-death struggle, while Na Dong disregarded his wounds and charged back into the fray. Despite his diminutive size, he moved with incredible speed, his long sword slicing through the ranks of wolves with devastating effect. Sujio's gaze sharpened, and he immediately unleashed the soul-shattering sword technique, landing a blow on the sixth-tier ice phantom wolf's flank. Though the wolf's formidable defenses only resulted in a minor wound, it was a profound humiliation for the beast to have been breached by a mere human cultivator. Enraged, the sixth-tier ice phantom wolf's body erupted in a surge of blue runes, its power surging as it spewed forth a blast of dark energy towards Sujio. Sujio deftly dodged, but the blast grazed him, leaving a charred mark on his clothing. Infuriated, Sujio executed a rapid dash, appearing before the 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf, and swung his soul-shattering sword while simultaneously activating the soul-shattering Dragon God technique. Enveloping the wolf in a powerful pull, sensing the impending threat, the Ice Phantom Wolf attempted to retreat, but found itself ensnared. It roared in fury, emanating a chilling aura to counter the soul-shattering technique. Beads of sweat formed on Sujio's forehead as he gritted his teeth and intensified his energy output. On Na Dong's side, the battle raged fiercely. Though bloodied and battered, he had also dispatched numerous Ice Phantom Wolves. The 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf's spirit began to waver, fully aware that its demise was imminent if this continued. In desperation, it ignited its own essence, dramatically augmenting its strength in a bid to break free. Sujio felt a backlash from the effort, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he pressed on, determined to absorb more soul energy. Just as the Ice Phantom Wolf was on the brink of collapse, a powerful wolf howl echoed from afar. A moment later, a far more formidable presence surged towards them. Sujio's heart raced. Could there be an even stronger ally? But he had no time for contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, he absorbed a significant portion of the 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf's soul energy. The wolf collapsed, its vitality fading. The formidable presence approached swiftly, and Sujio tightened his grip on the sword as Na Dong drew closer. Bracing for the impending threat, a gust of dark wind swept through, and before them appeared a stooped figure, a wolf-headed, human-bodied elder. The elder surveyed the near-lifeless 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf on the ground and shook his head in exasperation. "Young friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Might I ask for your leniency and spare my grandson's life?" Sujio regarded the elder and replied respectfully, "Esteemed elder, we are disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, here in the spiritual valley for training, and bear no intention of causing trouble. If you request mercy, I shall oblige." Sujio recited an incantation, and the soul-shattering sword emitted a radiant glow. Returning to his hand, noting that the sword ceased its absorption of the Ice Phantom Wolf's soul energy, the elder nodded approvingly. He formed seals with his fingers and directed a red light towards the 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf, which penetrated its skull. The ailing wolf gradually rose, transforming into a wolf-headed humanoid, standing docilely behind the elder, its gaze towards Sujio filled with trepidation. The elder scolded the 6th-tier Ice Phantom Wolf. "I have told you countless times not to engage with human cultivators. You shall be grounded for 100 years. No leaving the den." The 6th-tier wolf opened its mouth to protest but quickly fell silent. The elder turned to Sujio, bowing his head in gratitude. "I thank you, young friend, for your mercy. I hope you can forgive this incident." Sujio glanced at the numerous wolf corpses strewn about and returned the gesture. "Since it is a misunderstanding, esteemed elder need not dwell on it further, particularly as we have also slain many wolves." The elder surveyed the fallen wolves, waved his hand, and summoned a gust of wind, causing all the wolf corpses to vanish without a trace. Sujio recognized the elder's profound cultivation and understood that he was far from being a match. Thus he remained courteous out of deference towards the Mountain and Sea sect's reputation. Na Dong, seasoned in the ways of the world, sensed the shifting dynamics and stepped forward to bow. "Esteemed elder, indeed, it is all a misunderstanding." Sujio turned to depart, seizing the cover of night as he and Na Dong made their way towards the exit of the spiritual valley. After flying a considerable distance, Na Dong, still shaken, remarked, "Master, it is fortunate that the elder was reasonable. Otherwise, today could have spelled peril for you." Sujio nodded slightly. "Indeed, but this spiritual valley is fraught with hidden dangers. We must exercise caution in the future." As they conversed, they suddenly caught sight of a river up ahead, and Sujio felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. He descended to the riverbank. Gazing into the flowing water, lost in thought, Na Dong, puzzled, flew to Sujio's side and inquired, "Master, is there something troubling you? Why have we stopped here?" Chapter 61. The secret treasure of the water pool. "I find this place remarkably familiar." As he spoke, Sujio soared above the river, darting back and forth until a memory surfaced. "Ah, I remember now. After being cast off the cliff by the cloaked figures and returning to the sect, I passed through here. It was in this very spot that I discovered a pool emanating a chilling aura. This is indeed the place. In my haste to return to the sect, I neglected to investigate it further. Na Dong, with his eyes sparkling with excitement, gazed at Su Jiao and inquired, Master, could there be treasures here? Xiao Ling sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy beneath the pool. Su Jiao, intrigued, asked Na Dong, can you truly perceive the spiritual energy beneath the pool? Na Dong proudly raised his head and replied, of course, Master. Xiao Ling belongs to the spirit clan and possesses an innate sensitivity to fluctuations of spiritual energy. Within 100 zhang, my perception surpasses even that of golden core cultivators. Suju then inquired, can you discern what lies within that water? Na Dong responded, it appears to be some sort of seal, or perhaps an ancient spiritual artifact. Suju chuckled, saying, very well, I shall take a look to see if your words hold truth. Na Dong nodded, cautioning, Master, please be careful, before burrowing into Sujia's embrace. With a flick of his wrist, the broken soul sword materialized in Sujia's hand. He extended his consciousness to probe the depths of the pool. Upon confirming there was no danger, he submerged himself into the water. The pool was shallow, measuring just over 70 zhang, and soon Suju reached the bottom where the chill intensified. Although it was nighttime, it posed no challenge to a cultivator. With the flow of spiritual energy, he could see through any darkness. Surrounding him were towering stone pillars, each over 2 zhang high, with hundreds of them leaning haphazardly due to the currents. However, Sujiao quickly sensed something amiss. These stones exhibited an uncanny uniformity, each a long cylindrical shape with rounded ends, all of similar size, reminiscent of pillars crafted for a specific purpose. Their arrangement seemed deliberate, occupying positions akin to a formation of Qi Min Dunjia, obscuring one another, suggesting it was either a trapping array or a maze. Sujiao pondered who might have set up such a formation beneath the water and for what purpose. He swam around, navigating the area according to the principles of Qi Min Dunjia, turning at intervals, turning right at 3, moving left at 4, retreating at 5, until he arrived beside a pillar arranged in a hexagonal pattern. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this stone pillar differed from the others, adorned with intricate carvings. Beneath one of the pillars, Sujiao discovered a circular imprint. Channeling his spiritual energy into the mark, the carvings on the pillar gradually illuminated. Na Dong immediately transmitted through thought, Master, this resembles a seal. Who knows what dangerous entity it might contain? If we were to unseal it, could it unleash chaos? Suju nodded. The chill emanating from here suggests no malevolent intent. Moreover, if it were sealing something dangerous, it would not be so easily undone. I suspect there is little risk. At that moment, the entire pillar burst into a myriad of glowing patterns. And then 6 pillars began to rotate, revealing a passageway in the ground that exuded an icy aura. The passage was constructed from massive stones, perfectly interlocked. Sujiao swam directly into it. The passage descended, twisting through several turns until it reached a dead end. Na Dong communicated, Master, the chill here is not as intense as in the earlier passage. Could there be a hidden mechanism? Sujiao replied. Indeed. It seems you, my little glutton, possess some skills. Na Dong responded, indeed. My abilities are quite considerable. Reflecting on his entry, Sujiao suddenly understood. The passage followed a specific Qi Min Dunjia arrangement that he had overlooked initially. He swam back to the entrance and studied it carefully, discovering that what appeared to be a path was merely an illusion. The true entrance had been deliberately concealed. At the 3rd turn, he should have turned right, but only a path leading left was present. As Sujiao felt along the wall, he found a circular mechanism on the bottom right corner of a stone block directly ahead. Cautiously, he turned it to the right, and with a series of creaking sounds, the stone block on the right opened, blocking the left passage. Na Dong exclaimed, Master, you are truly clever. How did you figure this out? Sujiao proceeded, navigating several mechanisms before arriving at an upward passage spanning dozens of zhang, finally emerging above the water's surface, culminating at a stone door. Before the door stood a stone tablet inscribed with words detailing the site's history, indicating that this was the tomb of He Chengzi, who enjoyed a carefree life and fishing, thus opting for burial in this underwater chamber. It expressed the hope that a fated individual would discover this place and unravel the final mechanism to claim his treasures. Without disturbing his eternal slumber, Sujiao observed a square stone plate beside the stone door, featuring 9 slots in both horizontal and vertical arrangements, each with two movable stone pieces. In Dong produced a glowing stone. Illuminating the plate, Sujio, possessing some knowledge of Qi Min Dunjia, found himself perplexed by the purpose of the stone plate. At this moment, Na Dong transformed once more into the learned one, stating, "Master, this appears to be a rather complex 9-palace array. Typically, a 9-palace array consists of 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines with 9 blocks. This one is 9 by 9, dividing the stone plate into 100 sections." It seems He Chengzi was quite the playful old man. "Master, look, each slot holds 2 differently colored stones. There are a total of 36 stones, 18 of which share the same color as yours. You might want to give it a try. The other colored stones should move on their own." Sujio asked, "Which stone should I push?" Nadong explained, "This 9-palace array aims to secure the central position for victory." "Which is the central palace?" "The outer layer corresponds to the 8 trigrams." Sujio, familiar with the 8 trigrams, contemplated briefly and then pushed the lowest white stone upward. Indeed, the black stone responded in kind. After numerous trials, Suju finally grasped the mechanics. Only one stone could be moved at a time, and if the opponent's stones were connected, his own stone would need to retreat. The first to occupy the central points would claim victory. With a calm mind, Sujio considered each move carefully, ultimately triumphing on the 3rd day against this playful old man. The central points were fully occupied by Sujiu. At that moment, the entire stone plate emitted creaking sounds, and the stone door slowly swung open. Dong gazed at Sujio with admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you are simply incredible." Sujio released a deep breath and stepped through the stone door, entering a modest stone chamber. The space was not expansive. Gemstones embedded in the walls illuminated the entire room. To the north stood a stone bed, the material unknown, exuding a frigid aura, upon which lay a figure clad in a Taoist robe. Sujio had anticipated a coffin for He Chengzi, only to find a stone bed instead. In the center of the chamber rested a jade box of ice, emanating wisps of cold air yet seemingly harboring boundless vitality. As Sujio approached, he sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within the jade box. Dong poked his head out from Sujio's embrace, whispering, "Master, this jade box seems extraordinary. It may conceal a tremendous secret." As Sujio reached out to touch it, a burst of silver light erupted, coalescing into the figure of an elderly man in a Taoist robe, with large eyes and a wine gourd in hand, who appeared quite irate. His goatee stood on end as he pointed at Sujio, exclaiming, You are the one who solved my Tian number 9 palace array." Sujio clasped his hands in greeting, smiling, "Senior, please do not be angered. It was merely a stroke of luck that I unraveled the array." To his astonishment, the old man grew even angrier, retorting, "Luck? No one has ever solved my array. How could a mere child like you have done so?" "Impossible, impossible," Sujio, with a glint of cunning in his eye, interjected. "Are you not the illustrious He Chengzi? I have heard tales of your profound mastery of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and lamented my birth too late to witness your splendor, which is why I ventured here to disturb you." Upon hearing this, He Chengzi's eyes scrutinized Sujio. "You know of me? Ha? For 300 years He Chengzi, have wandered this world, lamenting the lack of a disciple. Yet here stands one who remembers me. Very well, before my remnant soul dissipates, I shall impart my lifelong knowledge to you, in hopes it may aid you, my fated one." Saying this without inquiring whether Sujio was willing, he tossed the wine gourd into the air, forming seals with his hands that sent a beam of light towards Sujio, merging with his spiritual essay. Sujio was astonished, realizing that as a 4th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, he had no time to react. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with a myriad of information. Various formations and diagrams, Qi Min Dunjia, astrological knowledge, even feng shui, ghost manipulation techniques, insect control arts, and several cultivation methods. Sujio sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing this knowledge. It took a full hour before he stood and bowed in gratitude to He Chengzi's remains. It turned out that He Chengzi was an extraordinary loose immortal, who cherished a carefree existence and thus never aligned with any sect, choosing instead to seclude himself here, constructing this tomb for himself. The creation of the Tian number 9 palace array was intended for a fated individual skilled in formations to inherit his legacy. Instead, he got a mere child in Sujio. Rising, Suju gently opened the jade box, revealing an ice fire beetle, a flute, and a bagua plate. Sugio was taken aback, never expecting that this seemingly ordinary jade box concealed an ice fire beetle. The ice fire beetle is said to possess the extraordinary ability to manipulate both ice and fire. If one could tame it, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous ally. Sugio attempted to gently infuse spiritual energy into the jade box, aiming to soothe the ice fire beetle within that moment. The temperature around him fluctuated dramatically, with icy chills and searing heat alternating in waves. Inadong anxiously nestled closer into Sugio's embrace, while Sugio gritted his teeth, determined to endure. Suddenly, the jade box emanated a brilliant light, and a petite, exquisite ice fire beetle emerged, radiating a shimmering blend of red and blue as it warily regarded Sugio. Sugio offered a friendly smile, softly saying, "Little one, do not fear. I mean you no harm." The ice fire beetle appeared to comprehend, swirling around Sugio several times before landing on his shoulder. This little creature, adorned with 6 legs and a robust shell, bore an impressive pair of colossal pincers on its mouth. Sugio was overjoyed, recognizing that this signified the beetle's acknowledgement of him. He picked up a flute, a vertical instrument made of cool black jade, which bore the inscription Wu Li Ju He Cheng Zi, suggesting its capability to control insects and spirits. The exquisite 8-trigram disc seemed to radiate quality at a mere glance. Within the jade box lay a green jade tablet, engraved with peculiar patterns but devoid of any words, save for a somewhat strange visage at its center. Sensing the tablet's uniqueness, Sugio placed it into his storage bag. Upon exiting the stone chamber, he carefully sealed the 9 palaces formation and restored the passage and the stone pillars to their original state, hoping to avoid disturbing the venerable presence within. He understood that from this moment forth, he had gained a formidable support in the realm of cultivation, and his journey would surely unfold into wondrous adventures due to this inheritance. As dawn broke, Sugio returned to the sectai in the Pill Pavilion. Yu Qinghai was absent, leaving only Su Lei in the grand hall, reclining on a large master chair while munching on candied hawthorn. Upon seeing Sugio return, she dashed to his side, looking up with a pout. "Brother, where have you been playing? You were gone for several days without taking me along." Sugio gazed at his little sister, ruffling her hair as he replied, "I was away on important business and couldn't bring you with me. I promised to take you next time. By the way, where are Master and Brother?" Su Lei immediately brightened, saying, "Master and senior brother Lingyan went to meet the sect leader. It seems someone from another sect has brought a pill formula for us to refine." Sugio's brow furrowed slightly at the news. Another sect sending us a pill formula for refinement? Could there be a scheme behind this? Which sect would share their formulas with others? Su Lei shook her little head. "I don't know, but I heard it's a small sect trying to curry favor with us." Just then, Yu Qinghai returned and remarked upon seeing Sugio, "You're back. This pill refinement is no simple task. All the materials are for 4th-tier pills, and there's even a 5th-tier pill. The materials sent by the Santa sect are quite rare, and the 5th-tier formula is incomplete, requiring us to supplement it with a few precious herbs to refine it." After a moment of contemplation, Sugio asked, "Did they mention who the finished pills would belong to?" Yu Qinghai snorted. "Naturally, most will go to them. We only get 30%. Sugio felt uneasy about this arrangement. It seemed like a poor deal, and in the event of failure, the loss of materials would be significant. Yu Qinghai sighed. "The sect leader shares your sentiments, but it's difficult to refuse due to the relationship involved. Thankfully, we negotiated that we wouldn't be liable for any losses. Senior brother Mu Qian and second sister Lingyan and I plan to give it our all." With determination in his eyes, Sugio declared, "I will also participate in the refinement." Yu Qinghai beamed. "Excellent. You should head back for now. Mu Qian and Lingyan are preparing the necessary spiritual herbs. Tomorrow, we shall commence in the Pill Pavilion." Bracing ourselves for this risky pill refinement challenge, Su Lei chimed in from behind, eager to help. Chapter 63. 5th Tier Awakening Soul Pill. Upon returning to his quarters, Sugio sat cross-legged on his bed, embarking on his cultivation practice. Soon, he discovered that he had reached an impasse with the Shattered Soul Technique and Shattered Soul Sword Technique. The epiphany he had experienced during the battle against the Wolf Pack in the Spirit Valley days prior eluded him. With his brow furrowed, he realized that the lack of real combat experience hindered his understanding of the techniques. Slowly, he opened his eyes, having made a decision. If he lacked practical experience, he would actively seek out battles. He rose and made his way into the depths of the monster beast forest, where countless powerful beasts would surely provide him with ample opportunities for training. As he entered the forest, Sujio tread cautiously. It wasn't long before he encountered a fifth-tier fire leopard. Drawing his sword, he unleashed the Shattered Soul Sword technique and engaged in an intense battle with the fire leopard. The leopard's speed was astonishing, and Sujio narrowly avoided injuries several times, which in turn awakened his latent potential. During the fierce combat, he gradually regained the sensations he had felt while battling the wolves in the Spirit Valley. Deepening his comprehension of the Shattered Soul technique and Shattered Soul Sword technique, he began experimenting with new combinations of sword moves, maximizing the power of his techniques, by synergizing the Shattered Soul Sword technique with the Wind God Sword technique. He adeptly balanced their strengths and weaknesses. The Shattered Soul technique, combined with the Chinkuan Absolute Shadow, allowed him to evade the fire leopard's attempts to capture him, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, Sujio successfully slew the fire leopard. However, he did not pause to rest. Instead, he pressed deeper into the forest in search of his next opponent, continuously challenging higher-tier magical beasts to completely break through his bottleneck and elevate his prowess. Adjusting his energy and replenishing his spiritual power, he reflected on the recent battle. Sujio's mindset was evolving. From battling magical beasts to confronting himself, he finally understood why the person who constructed the cultivation space amidst the 9 mountains had done so. After a night filled with challenges, Sujio returned to the Pill Pavilion, fatigued yet invigorated, having ascended to a new realm of understanding. Master, I have returned. Shall we begin refining pills today? Indeed, little Jiu, to save time. Let us each study a different pill formula, then exchange insights before we commence the refining process. Understood, Master, Sujio replied. Why Yu Qinghai instructed, Mu Qian, Ling Yan, you two will study this formula. Sujio, you will work alongside Bai Yimo and Bai Yizhan on this formula. Lei Tian, Tu Tan, Yang Zhengxiu, and Mi Donglai will handle this formula. Su Lei rushed over, looking at her master. Master, how could you forget about me? I want to team up with brother Sujio. Yu Qinghai hesitated for a moment, then said, Lei, you shall work with me. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances at Yu Qinghai's decision. He was studying the 5th-tier formula, which was nearly unhelpful for the other disciples, especially considering Su Lei only knew how to refine 1st-tier pills. Yu Qinghai, sensing their confusion, explained, the pills we are refining this time are unfamiliar to everyone. The 4th-tier pills require meticulous study, and we cannot afford distractions. Lei's limited understanding of pills may yield unexpected insights. Following my lead could inspire some new ideas. Everyone nodded and proceeded to their respective refining rooms to study their formulas. Su Lei, unable to join Sujio, felt a mix of emotions and was increasingly nervous about working with her master. Typically kind and gentle, he transformed into a strict taskmaster during pill refinement, and even the slightest mistake could lead to a painful reprimand. However, there was no changing her master's decision, so she reluctantly followed him into the pill room. In another pill room, Mu Qian and senior sister Ling Yan were working together on a 4th-tier pill formula, the bone-scraping pill. What a peculiar pill, Mu Qian remarked, to which Ling Yan agreed. Indeed, most pills are health-oriented and beneficial for cultivation. Why is this formula for the bone-scraping pill, with ingredients that are unfamiliar and potentially hazardous? A slight misstep could have dire consequences. Thankfully, the formula was complete. They ignited the furnace and, once the temperature was suitable, began adding the herbs one by one, constantly reminding each other of the next steps to take. After a day and night of arduous refining, they successfully produced the 4th-tier bone-scraping pill. Meanwhile, Sujio, alongside Bai Yizhan and Bai Yimo, quickly refined a batch of 4th-tier pills with Sujio's expertise. Exiting their pill room, they found senior brother Mu Qian and senior sister Ling Yan waiting in the grand hall. And they all gathered together. Bai Yimo inquired, Senior brother, has master not yet completed that 5th-tier pill? Mu Qian shook his head. The pills we refined, though rare, were based on complete formulas, so it was merely a matter of time. However, master is working on a 5th-tier pill with an incomplete formula. Just then, a loud explosion erupted from Master Yu Qinghai's pill room. The furnace had exploded, and everyone rushed over to investigate. They found Yu Qinghai emerging from the room, cradling Su Lei, shaking his head. This formula indeed has issues. Before they could speak, another loud bang came from a different pill room. Lei Tian and the others had also experienced an explosion. Despite their half-day of study on 4th-tier pills, Their efforts ended in failure. Yu Chen looked at Master Yu Qinghai and asked, "Master, this fifth-tier pill should not be too difficult for you. Even if it was challenging, it shouldn't lead to an explosion. Could the formula truly be flawed?" Mu Chun picked up the alchemical formula, and Ling Yin leaned in to take a look as well. Yu Chen remarked, "Indeed, it is quite perplexing. These few spiritual medicines and this spiritual herb represent yin and yang, respectively. Their mutual repulsion means that refining them together will certainly lead to an explosion." Su Lei immediately interjected, "Master, then why not place them separately? Why must they be combined?" Yu Qinghai glanced at the formula and then at Su Lei, explaining, "This fifth-grade elixir is called the Awakening Soul Vitality Pill. The alchemist from that minor sect assured me that the formula is accurate, but due to certain reasons, several vital spiritual herbs are missing. He mentioned that his master had once successfully refined a fifth-grade elixir. Many of the herbs must be combined to counteract their toxic properties, and the missing herbs are also those that suppress toxicity. I attempted to substitute a few spiritual herbs, but it was unsuccessful." Su Jiu inquired, "Master, which missing herbs correspond to which ones?" Yu Qinghai replied, "They correspond to those 6 primary herbs and should be related to suppressing the soul." Ultimately, Mu Chen proposed that Master Yu Qinghai oversee the process, with Mu Qian, Ling Yin, and Su Jiu assisting him in refining this incomplete fifth-grade elixir. Chapter 64. The Matters of Shindawi. The group looked at Yu Qinghai with hopeful expressions. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us mobilize the entire strength of the Alchemy Pavilion to refine this fifth-grade elixir." At Yu Qinghai's command, Su Jiu, Mu Qian, and Ling Yin followed their master into the alchemy chamber. And the Alchemy Pavilion immediately became a flurry of activity. Various rare medicinal materials were meticulously measured and placed according to strict proportions. Yu Qinghai, responsible for controlling the fire, was entirely focused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he dared not show any sign of negligence. Su Jiu and Ling Yin were tasked with managing the herbs being placed into the alchemical furnace, ensuring that the conflicting herbs were refined separately, awaiting Yu Qinghai's signal to merge the essences they had prepared. Mu Chun was in charge of gradually refining the substitute herbs while also assisting his master in controlling the flames. The group worked together with remarkable synergy. Soon, the elixir was on the verge of completion. However, just as the refining reached a critical stage, an unexpected incident occurred. The furnace suddenly shook violently, and a plume of black smoke erupted. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically, and Yu Qinghai hurried forward to investigate. It turned out that 2 conflicting substances had not fully integrated within the furnace, resulting in a massive reaction. However, abandoning the process at this stage would be too regrettable. Yu Qinghai made a decisive choice, using his own spiritual energy to forcibly suppress the chaos within the furnace. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chun and Su Jiu quickly channeled their own spiritual energy to support Yu Qinghai. Under Yu Qinghai's direction, the group worked together to adjust the proportions of the herbs and redirect the flow of spiritual energy. After a thrilling rescue effort, the furnace finally stabilized, and the refining process resumed smoothly. Ultimately, accompanied by 3 brilliant beams of light, 3 fifth-grade elixirs were successfully produced, exuding an enchanting luster and rich medicinal fragrance. Mu Chan and senior sister Ling Yin nearly collapsed to the ground due to excessive depletion of their spiritual energy, while Su Jiu, feeling invigorated, sat down but remained alert. Observing his master's process of refining the elixir, Su Jiu seemed to gain some insights into the refinement of fifth-grade elixirs. Yu Qinghai held the 3 fifth-grade elixirs in his hands. Looking at Mu Qian and Su Jiu, his eyes appraising the 2 disciples, he retrieved a porcelain vial to securely store the elixirs, then produced a bottle of jade spirit pills from his storage pouch, handing them to Mu Qian to aid in their recovery of spiritual energy. After a period of meditative recovery, the group emerged from the alchemy chamber only to find several individuals awaiting them in the main hall. The Grand Elder Xing Kaishan, the Third Elder Situ Guan, and that lecherous old man from the refining pavilion all approached Yu Qinghai eagerly. Xing Kaishan hurriedly asked, "Qinghai, how did it go?" Yu Qinghai responded. Looking at Xing Kaishan, "It went well. We finally succeeded." At this moment, the lecherous old man bore a look filled with resentment, seemingly plotting something sinister. Situ Guan clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. Indeed, Pavilion Master possesses remarkable abilities. To refine a fifth-grade elixir even with an incomplete formula is truly impressive. "You're too kind," Yu Qinghai remarked, handing the porcelain vial to Xing Kaishan. This elixir was specifically requested by the sect master for the alchemy pavilion, and I naturally did my utmost. Su Jiu observed his senior brother Mu Qian and sighed inwardly, realizing that although he now surpassed Mu Qian in cultivation, he was still far behind in handling matters and composure. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Jiu's mind. "Kid, it's been several days. Do you still remember your master?" The unreliable voice rang out. Su Jiu felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. The elders assumed Su Jiu had exhausted himself from refining the elixir and urged him to rest. In truth, Su Jiu was frightened. This Xiandao was not a member of the sect and had likely infiltrated it. With 3 elder-level experts present, should anything go awry, he would bear the consequences. Su Jiu hastily bid farewell and flew towards his residence. Not far from Su Jiu's dwelling, Xiandao spoke again. "Kid, why are you so nervous? Your master isn't afraid. Look at your pitiful state." Sure enough, an old man in a hat emerged from behind a tree, maintaining that same unreliable demeanor. Seeing that no one was around, Su Jiu clasped his hands and greeted, "Master." Xiandao, filled with joy upon seeing Su Jiu, grinned widely and said, "My good disciple, it has been several days, and your cultivation has indeed grown significantly. Master, is there something you need? We are at the Shanhai sect. What if we're discovered?" Xiandao looked at Su Jiu and replied, "With my abilities, no one can detect me. The matter I spoke of last time must be expedited. I will wait for you at the back mountain tomorrow morning. We shall set off together." Su Jiu quietly asked, "Master, what exactly is this matter? Could you at least give your disciple a hint?" Xiandao replied, "You will know by tomorrow." With that, he vanished without a trace. Su Jiu could only shake his head at the unreliability of his master. Turning around to survey his surroundings and finding no one, he flew back to his residence. Today had been filled with slaying beasts and refining elixirs, leading to an extraordinary depletion of spiritual energy. Even though Su Jiu possessed 2 dances, he felt quite fatigued. After a night of silence and recuperation, he restored himself to his former state. At dawn, Su Jiu arrived at the back mountain as promised. He pondered about what this unreliable Master Xiandao needed him to retrieve. Xiandao had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Su Jiu, he embraced his disciple's shoulders and said, "Good disciple, today is all up to you. Perhaps there is a great opportunity awaiting." He led Su Jiu deeper into the mountains. Throughout the journey, Xiandao maintained an air of mystery, prompting Su Jiu to inquire once more, "Master, are you truly reliable with all this mystery?" Xiandao simply replied, "You will know when we arrive." After flying for 2 hours, they reached a secluded valley. Within the valley lay a small courtyard, faintly shimmering with the glow of a restrictive formation. Xiandao halted, his expression turning serious. "Disciple, beneath the courtyard lies a secret chamber containing an 8-treasure Linglong plate, which is of utmost importance to me. However, the restriction here was set by ancient practitioners, allowing only those below the Golden Core realm to enter. Remember, once you enter, no matter who speaks to you, do not respond. Those are all illusions. Maintain your composure and guard your heart." Xiandao produced a palm-sized black crescent-shaped stone, intricately carved with many strange patterns. "This is the key to unlocking the secret chamber. Take good care of it." Su Jiu was taken aback, not expecting such a significant reason behind it. Xiandao swiftly formed hand seals. Muttering incantations and a faint energy surged into the restriction, opening a small passageway just large enough for one person to enter. "Quickly go inside," Xiandao urged, giving Su Jiu a gentle push. As Su Jiu stumbled inside the restriction, Xiandao stood guard outside. The moment Su Jiu steadied himself, he was met with an ancient and mysterious aura. Before him lay a bizarre scene. In the courtyard, flowers and trees shimmered with a faint light, and at the center stood a spirit pearl radiating multicolored glimmers. Su Jiu approached slowly. Just as he reached out to touch it, a swarm of puppet guardians suddenly surged forth. Startled, Su Jiu drew his sword. Ready to fight, he circulated his spiritual energy, evading the puppet guardians and darting into the interior of the house. Strangely, the puppets did not pursue him, remaining in place and moving about. Inside the house, Su Jiu searched and eventually found a mechanism hidden behind the offering table. He turned the mechanism, causing the table to slowly shift to the right, revealing a downward passage. Cautiously, he entered, and at the end of the passage, he discovered a stone door and a dimly lit oil lamp. Su Jiu examined the crescent-shaped stone in his hand. meticulously searching for the mechanism to open the stone door. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. "Did he send you? Do not be deceived by him. You will regret it." Suju jumped in shock, turning to look beside him. In the darkness, behind a barred door, an old man in a white robe was chained to the wall. Reflecting on the teachings imparted by his master, Suju felt a sense of admiration for him as a commendable individual. However, having only known the master for a few days, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the master might be misleading him for ulterior motives. Moreover, the master had previously instructed him not to converse with others upon entering, indicating that he was aware of the presence of others inside and what they might communicate. Yet, Sujio sensed a dissonance. If the man spoke the truth, why was he bound by iron chains? The master could easily fabricate a tale, claiming these individuals were his enemies. After much contemplation, Sujio resolved to trust his master and resumed his meticulous observation of the stone door. At last, he discerned a crescent-shaped mark at the very top. Placing the crescent-shaped stone into the imprint and pressing it inward, the door creaked ominously before finally unlocking with a definitive click. Sujio did not venture inside immediately. Instead, he peered through the opening, assessing for any threats before stepping across the threshold. The elderly man bound by chains cried out, "Do not enter, do not enter." Yet, Sujio paid him no heed. He called out to Na Dong, inquiring whether he sensed any malevolent entities in the presence of a seal. Dong closed his eyes to attune himself. Replying, "Master, Xiao Ling feels that this does not resemble a seal but rather a curse." "Did you hear the words of the old man at the entrance? Do you think what he said holds any truth?" At that moment, Sujio held considerable faith in Na Dong's perceptiveness. Na Dong continued, "Xiao Ling does not sense a seal, yet there exists a curse upon that wall." Sujio surveyed the interior. On the right side of the door lay an overturned, sizable white porcelain flower pot, while the boxes and cabinets within were empty. There was no sign of the famed 8 treasures exquisite jade plate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered only a circular relief on the wall, devoid of anything extraordinary. Sujio pondered, perplexed, as his master had claimed that the 8 treasures exquisite jade plate resided within this very room. How could it possibly be absent? Outside, the old man continued to shout warnings against moving. Ignoring him, Sujio continued his search, even looking beneath the bed and the base of the flower pot, yet found nothing. Finally, his gaze settled on the relief, which depicted flowers, vines, and several birds, with 2 fish at the bottom. Although unremarkable, it was curious that such a relief typically graced the walls of courtyards or exteriors. Yet this one was situated indoors. Na Dong sensed a curse upon the wall. Sujio gently touched the relief, and Na Dong remarked, "Master, this curse resides here." Sujio could feel a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. Could the 8 treasures exquisite jade plate be concealed within? If so, the curse might also be linked to the jade plate. What should he do? Ultimately, Sujio resolved to investigate further. If the jade plate lay inside, he would retrieve it first. Summoning his spiritual energy to shield himself, he struck the relief with the soul-shattering sword, which shattered upon impact, revealing a verdant jade plate engraved with 8 birds and intricate patterns. Sujio secured the jade plate within his storage pouch. At that moment, he noticed a red box hidden behind the wall where the jade plate had been, pulsating with intense spiritual energy. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take the box as well, carefully sealing it with an enchantment. Exiting the room, Sujio cast a glance at the elderly man bound by chains before swiftly fleeing the courtyard. Xian Daoi awaited him at the barrier, and upon seeing Sujio emerge, he quickly formed a seal with his fingers, creating an opening in the barrier through which Sujio slipped. The two hastily departed. Arriving at a cave, Sujio regarded his unreliable master in silence. Xian Daoi observed Sujio, not immediately requesting the jade plate, but instead sighed deeply and said, "Let me tell you a story. In a small sect, there existed 3 fellow disciples, the eldest brother, the second brother, and the younger sister. Their master was a formidable immortal, having once ranked among the top 10 in the great cultivator competition. Wielding an 8 treasures exquisite jade plate, undefeated across the land. However, when the master was betrayed by a friend, gravely injured and on the brink of death, he summoned his 3 disciples to his bedside. Bequeathing the jade plate to the eldest disciple and arranging a marriage between the younger sister and him. Unbeknownst to the master and the eldest disciple, The younger sister had already pledged her love to the second disciple. After the master's passing, the second disciple stealthily eloped with the younger sister along with the jade plate, retreating to a secluded valley to live a life free from conflict. The eldest brother, determined to fulfill the master's dying wish, searched tirelessly for them, ultimately discovering the pair in the valley in his quest to reclaim the jade plate. The younger sister fiercely resisted, leading to a tragic struggle resulting in her untimely death. The second disciple, devastated, descended into madness, alternating between lucidity and insanity. He blamed the eldest brother entirely for the younger sister's demise, refusing to accept any explanation, harboring a fervent wish for the eldest brother's death. Consequently, he expended all his resources to enlist a powerful figure to imprison the eldest brother's soul within the jade plate and establish a barrier in the courtyard. Anyone above the golden core realm entering would trigger the barrier, resulting in their demise. He sought to ensure the eldest brother would never attain rebirth. In the end, the second disciple, driven mad, chained himself within the courtyard. Yet fate had other plans. The powerful figure could not fully contain the eldest brother's soul within the jade plate, but merely sealed a fragment of his spiritual essence within. The second disciple perceived the eldest brother as a malevolent spirit, cursing him to remain trapped for eternity. Sujio gazed at Xiandaoyi and asked, "Master, could it be that you are the eldest brother? Was that man bound by chains in the room the second disciple?" Xiandaoyi nodded in response. "At that time, I had no intention of stealing the younger sister. I merely sought to reclaim the jade plate. But the younger sister insisted on keeping it for herself. Had I known, I would have let her have it." Sujio produced the jade plate and offered it to Xiandaoyi. Upon seeing the jade plate, tears streamed down Xiandaoyi's face as he realized this was perhaps the greatest regret of his life. Sujio then retrieved the red box, prompting Xiandaoyi to sense something unusual within. Where did this come from? The jade plate was sealed within the relief on the wall, and this box lay just behind it, Sujio explained. Xiandaoyi remarked, "This box belonged to the younger sister. It must be something of value." Hearing this, Sujio felt a surge of excitement and cautiously opened the lid. The lid was lifted. A blinding red light surged forth, illuminating the entire room in a crimson glow. Within the radiance, ethereal entities seemed to dance, accompanied by the faint strains of celestial music. Both Sujio and Xiandaoyi were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, their gazes fixated on the contents of the box. Inside lay a smooth, red orb, its surface adorned with peculiar runes, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Could this be a magical artifact or a core of some sort? Intrigued, Sujio reached out to touch it. Xiandaoyi hastily intervened, cautioning him against acting recklessly. Since this object belonged to the younger sister, it was undoubtedly extraordinary, and any hasty contact might trigger a protective mechanism. At that moment, the orb began to levitate slowly, spinning gracefully in the air before transforming into a streak of light and darting towards the entrance. Xiandaoyi reacted swiftly, attempting to grasp it, but caught only air. Both were taken aback and hurriedly pursued. The streak of light vanished into the distant forest in the blink of an eye. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Sujio and Xiandaoyi resolved to follow the direction in which the light had disappeared, hoping to recover the enigmatic red orb. Utilizing their sword techniques, they soared towards the vanishing light, traversing through layers of mist and dense foliage. Soon, they arrived at a serene valley, shrouded in a delicate haze. With an eerie tranquility enveloping the surroundings, Xiandaoyi sensed the presence of the streak of light within the valley. Cautiously, they ventured deeper, only to find a massive cave ahead. The cave entrance was adorned with shimmering formations of light, encasing the red orb, as if it awaited something. As they approached, they noticed the cave emanated a ripple of barrier energy, parting to create a narrow opening. A chilling feminine voice echoed, "Xiandaoyi, you have managed to find this place. Come inside." Both Xiandaoyi and Sujio exchanged bewildered looks yet hesitated not, stepping through the barrier's gap. The interior of the cave astonished them. There were no damp walls or vermin, only pristine walls, a delicate floral fragrance, and carpets of immaculate fabric covering the ground, with gemstones glimmering overhead, extending into the distance. Upon reaching the end, the chilling voice inquired, "Xiandaoyi, what brings you here? Why pursue my crimson star orb?" Upon hearing that voice, tears welled in Xiandaoyi's eyes. "Younger sister, is that you? You are alive. Come forth." The past was all a misunderstanding. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from behind a grand screen, a woman clad in white. Holding the red orb, Suzhou discerned that this woman possessed cultivation surpassing that of Xian Daoyi, exuding an aura of icy intensity. I am Bai Yuxuan. Bai Yuan is my sister. To their astonishment, this woman was the younger sister they had spoken of, now revealed as the younger sibling of the one they sought. Xian Daoyi explained earnestly, Miss Bai, we harbor no intentions of offense. It is merely that the red pearl flew away on its own accord. And fearing something may be lost, we pursued it. This particular specimen was a gift I bestowed upon my sister. Why does it now rest in your possession? Suzhou glanced at Xian Daoyi, who pondered for a moment before arriving at a resolution. He continued, ever since my junior sister's unfortunate demise, I have been engulfed in profound guilt. Recently, the seal has been loosening, necessitating the 8 treasures Linglong plate for suppression. Hence, I sought to retrieve the jade plate, unaware that my second junior brother had placed the plate alongside this pearl. With the plate removed, the pearl took flight. Thus, we found ourselves here. The woman clad in white retorted coldly, if it were not for you back then, my sister would not have met such a tragic end. Xian Daoyi let out a long sigh and replied, indeed, the events of that time were a misunderstanding. I harbored no covetous thoughts towards my junior sister. My sole desire was to reclaim the jade plate to suppress that malevolent entity. The matter regarding that entity was a secret held by the sect leader, not to be divulged, hence I could not express my intentions to my second junior brother or my junior sister, which led to the misunderstanding. I have long been aware of this. My sister's fate was a result of her naivety. Believing the deceitful words of that second junior brother, Xian Daoyi looked at the woman in astonishment, asking, what do you mean by that? The woman replied, you still do not comprehend. Everything you have experienced is not the truth. You have been deceived. In reality, that second junior brother never cherished my sister. His true aim was to monopolize the 8 treasures Linglong plate, luring my sister with sweet words. After eloping here, he rendered her cultivation useless and took control of her. However, he later discovered that the jade plate possessed sentience and had already recognized you as its master, thus it could no longer acknowledge him. He devised a scheme to lure you here and deliberately allowed my sister to perish by your sword. Intending to shatter your resolve, he sought another opportunity to kill you, but that scoundrel did not realize that while he had crippled my sister's cultivation, he divulged his plans to her, my sister. However, used our by family's unique communication technique to send me a distress signal, revealing the entire truth. By the time I arrived, it was already too late. My sister had fallen beneath your sword, and you had departed, leaving the jade plate behind. My sister became a pawn in his scheme, yet it was you who indirectly caused her demise. The coldness of her voice was chilling. That scoundrel thought his plan would succeed and sought to kill you. He could never have anticipated that at the critical moment, I would render his cultivation useless and bind him with iron chains in that room, demanding he atone for my sister's death, ensuring he would never escape. Xian Daoyi, do you not see? I saved you. As she spoke, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in her eyes, sending a chill down Suzhou's spine. Xian Daoyi, utterly astonished, found himself at a loss for words. For so many years, he had been plagued by guilt, feeling remorse towards that second junior brother and even more so towards that junior sister. Today, he finally understood that all of this was part of the second junior brother's grand scheme, and he had been utterly oblivious. He loathed the second junior brother, but even more so, he loathed himself. Had he discovered the truth sooner, his junior sister might not have met such a fate. The woman in white seemed to perceive Xian Daoyi's turmoil and added, you need not bear further guilt. In those days, your experience was limited, and your heart was pure, without a guard against malice. You could not have discerned that scoundrel's intentions. At last, the truth is revealed. Let go of the past and pursue your own path. Now that the pearl has returned, let today's matters come to a close. You should depart soon. With that, she vanished, leaving the two of them speechless, standing in place. At that moment, tears streamed down Xian Daoyi's face, a mix of years of repression and the joy of finally unburdening his heart, as well as sorrow for his junior sister's unjust demise. Suzhou pulled Xian Daoyi away from the cave, soaring back along the path they had come. Chapter 67. The Melody of 10,000 Swords. As Suzhou led Xian Daoyi away, they arrived in a valley shrouded in mist, where they perched on a massive tree branch, wordlessly facing one another. Xian Daoyi looked at Sujio, alternating between tears and laughter. Sujio, understanding the intricacies of the situation, recognized that otherwise one might suspect this master was somewhat unhinged. For years, the burden of guilt had weighed heavily on this elder, but today he had found relief, and it was indeed a challenge for him to adjust. Observing the elder's demeanor, Sujio felt a pang of sympathy and cleverly devised a plan. Food. He hunted a large wild boar in the woods, found a cave, and began roasting it with Xian Daoyi. As the boar turned over the flames, salt, cumin, and chili powder were sprinkled in generous layers, and the aroma wafted through the air, undoubtedly chasing away Xian Daoyi's worries. A little glutton was also drawn out by the enticing scent. They shared a jar of aged wine, and soon enough, the unreliable elder, cheeks flushed and belching, was arm in arm with Sujio, exclaiming, "Good disciple, I never misjudged you." Then he would declare, "Good brother, I've got your back." They reveled in their merriment. Whether the elder was genuinely intoxicated or merely feigning it, Sujio knew that the seemingly unreliable master had truly unshackled his heart. The two drank late into the night, eventually succumbing to slumber in the cave. The following morning, when Sujio awoke, he found himself alone. He understood that Xian Daoyi, in the previous night's camaraderie, felt a bit awkward facing his disciple. Sujio gathered his belongings and retrieved the ice-fire beetle from his pocket. Still unaware of its abilities, the inheritance of He Qingzi included a method for controlling insects, specifically a blood control technique that utilized one's blood to form a blood talisman, which could be implanted into the insect's brain, thus making it the master. Recalling the blood talisman, Sujio squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip, channeling his spiritual energy to draw a blood symbol in the air, which he then directed towards the ice-fire beetle. Indeed, a flash of light signaled that a connection had been established between Sujio and the beetle. He tentatively issued commands, and to his delight, the ice-fire beetle spread its wings and soared into the air, circling the cave before returning to Sujio's hand. Observing the large pincers, Sujio presented a piece of the leftover wild boar meat to the beetle, with a swift snap of its pincers. The meat was instantly severed in two. Sujio then commanded the beetle to attack a piece of unfinished wood. To his astonishment, the ice-fire beetle emitted a white light sphere that rapidly struck the wood, turning the still smoldering wood into a solid block of ice. When he commanded the beetle to breathe fire, another fireball erupted upon the wood, igniting it into a fierce blaze. Sujio felt a surge of excitement. Such a small beetle possessed such formidable power. Watching the burning wood, a wicked smile crept across his face. He turned and left the cave, wandering into the forest where a small snake basked in the sun. Sujio commanded the beetle to freeze it. The beetle unleashed a white beam of light, encasing the little snake in ice. When he commanded the beetle to thaw it, the beetle released a cloud of white mist, visibly melting the ice. The little snake glanced around before retreating into the grass. Sujio noted the impressive speed of the large beetle while flying, making hardly a sound. He specifically sought out a massive prey, a 2-meter-tall rock monkey, and commanded the beetle to execute a freezing attack. The rock monkey, taken aback by the child's daring move, angrily thumped its chest. The beetle shot 2 beams of white light, striking the monkey's chest. The white light swiftly spread, encasing it entirely in ice. Sujio approached, wielding his soul-shattering sword, cautiously inspecting the frozen figure. When he knocked on the ice, it produced a resonant sound. He had not anticipated such power from the little beetle. Stepping back about 10 paces, he commanded the beetle to thaw the monkey. After a swirl of white mist, the rock monkey gradually regained its form while Sujio had already vanished without a trace. Although he was still unaware of the beetle's other abilities, he felt satisfied with its power. Even a surprise attack on an opponent would undoubtedly yield unexpected results. Perched on the tree branch, Sujio retrieved the jade flute made of ink jade, named Wuli Ju. Such a peculiar name. He wondered what purpose this flute might serve. As he admired the jade flute, which measured less than a foot in length and had a delicate texture distinct from ordinary flutes. He realized this flute was to be played vertically. He attempted to blow into it, producing a sharp, piercing sound that was painful to the ears. Imitating others, he pressed the finger holes, altering the sound. Yet it remained unpleasing. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Wan Jian Yi, the enchanting melodies he played might extend to the flute as well. Resolute, Sujio promptly took flight back to the Dan Pavilion. Once again, He found himself in the bamboo grove, where the melodies remained graceful and resonant. After listening to a piece, Sujio softly remarked, "Senior Wan, you seem in good spirits today." A voice from the courtyard responded, "Sujio, are you not refining pills today? What brings you here to listen to the music?" "I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed senior. I am here specifically to seek guidance on musical rhythms. I have acquired a flute that I am quite fond of and wish to learn from your elegant style." At that moment, the gate to the courtyard swung open. "Haha, splendid. We can engage in a duet of Qin and Shao." Sujio strode confidently inside, shedding the awkwardness he had felt on his first visit. In that same pavilion, Wang Jian gently caressed an ancient guqin, its lingering melodies resonating in the AI art. Sujio clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Senior, I apologize for the intrusion." He continued, "What flute is this? May I have a look?" Sujio extended both hands, offering the flute. Wang Jian took the jade flute in his hand, probing it with his divine sense, his eyes filling with astonishment. "Wu Li Ju, where did you acquire this flute?" Sujio replied, "I found it in a stone chamber." Wang Jian nodded, clearly skeptical of Sujio's words, yet he still imparted, "The owner of this flute is known as He Chengzi, who gained fame over 200 years ago. This individual is a remarkable cultivator, adept at controlling demonic beasts and spirits, possessing extraordinary abilities and profound cultivation. However, for reasons unknown, he mysteriously vanished over a century ago. This Wu Li Ju is his life-bound magical artifact. Do not be deceived by its appearance as a mere flute. It possesses the power to control souls. When refined to perfection, its sound can kill silently." Sujio's face revealed astonishment as he exclaimed, "Kill silently? Is it truly so ethereal?" Wang Jian chuckled, "You possess some talent for music, yet your understanding of it remains superficial." Saying this, he seated himself, placing his fingers upon the ancient guqin. With a deft flick of his index finger, the sound reverberated, and a visible sound wave shot toward the pool, causing a towering column of water to erupt. Sujio gazed at Wang Jian in shock. At that moment, Wang Jian picked up a stone with his left hand, tossed it into the air, and with his right hand, plucked a string. Releasing it, the sound of the guqin resonated, shattering the stone into fragments. Sujio was left awestruck at the sight of the stone disintegrating into dust. Wang Jian smiled and said, "Cultivators, upon reaching a certain level, will comprehend their own Tao. There are myriad paths, 3,000 great paths and 6,000 minor paths. The Tao of a cultivator is diverse. Some uphold the righteous path through swords, others through techniques. Some through emotions and others through ruthlessness, while some follow the path of music. There are all kinds." Suju looked at Wang Jian with curiosity and asked, "Senior, what is the Tao?" Wang Jian replied with a smile, "That question cannot be answered in a single sentence. Simply put, it is your understanding of cultivation. The insight that resonates most with you is your Tao. It is the point that you recognize most deeply. Once you reach that level of cultivation, understanding will naturally arise." Suju nodded thoughtfully. Wang Jian picked up the Wu Li Ju, admiring it repeatedly. A century ago, He Chengzi, a golden core cultivator, had single-handedly controlled dozens of golden core cultivators. He could have easily slain them all, yet he abhorred bloodshed and spared their lives. Thus, many cultivators are grateful to He Chengzi for his mercy. Upon hearing this, Suju developed a fondness for the elderly man with the gourd and large eyes. With such immense powers, the formations he passed on to Sujio must also be extraordinary. Sujio silently resolved to study formations upon returning. However, for now, he needed to learn about music. "Senior, how can this flute be used to possess such tremendous power?" Wang Jian smiled and said, "You have yet to recognize your bond with this flute. I will first teach you how to play it. The rest will come once you establish that bond." Suju eagerly nodded in gratitude. Thus, various cacophonies began to intermittently emanate from the forbidden garden. The sounds were so disruptive that they nearly drove one to madness. It truly validated the saying, "While others might sing for money, Suju played the flute for life." It was indeed more exasperating than any of the ancient 10 tortures. What was worse, this child was incredibly diligent, playing incessantly, embedding the disruptive sounds deeply into the minds of all who heard. Even Wang Jian began to question whether Sujio's musical talent existed only in his ears, with none left in his mouth. Fortunately, after 3 hours of Wang Jian's patient instruction, Sujio finally managed to produce sounds that were no longer torturous to the ears. Wang Jianyi wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. As Sujio immersed himself in playing, he became increasingly adept at coordinating his fingerwork and breath, and the flute began to emit faint ripples of spiritual energy. Wang Jianyi, filled with delight, realized that although Sujio had struggled initially, his potential was extraordinary. At that moment, an unusual disturbance arose in the distance, as if something significant was occurring. Wang Jianyi felt compelled to investigate. He informed Sujio, "I will go check this out. You continue your practice here." Sujio nodded in agreement. After playing alone for some time, Sujio suddenly sensed the surrounding space distorting, prompting him to cease playing in alarm. Before him, a figure gradually materialized. It was the apparition of He Chengzi. He Chengzi smiled as he gazed upon Sujio, saying, "Young friend, having obtained my legacy, you must diligently study. This flute is named Wu Li Ju. It not only has the power to slay enemies and control, but also to communicate with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to aid in cultivation." After speaking, he vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Sujio's spirits soared as he picked up the flute once more to play. The sound was no longer mere notes. It carried a unique rhythm, as if conversing with the surrounding flora. Sujio understood that he had entered a new realm of musical cultivation. When Wang Jianyi returned and heard Sujio's flute, he too was astonished. Not only was the playing considerably more refined, but there was also a hint of spiritual energy within the melody. Wang Jianyi approached and patted Sujio on the shoulder, praising, "Your progress is remarkable. It seems you are fated to this Wu Li Ju." Sujio excitedly remarked, "Senior, He Chengzi just appeared and informed me that this flute possesses many wonders." Wang Jianyi nodded, "Then you must diligently contemplate it. This is your grand opportunity. Practice diligently after returning. Moreover, it is best to keep this flute out of sight to prevent others from coveting it." Sujio took his leave, feeling elated, humming the tune of Leading the Camel, looking at the sister. Now, Sujio was a fourth-grade alchemist, enjoying a much higher status within the alchemy pavilion, second only to the elders. The pavilion had granted him a small residence of his own. Not only did he have a place to live, but he also had his own cultivation chamber, complete with protective and soundproof barriers. Upon returning to his abode, Sujio entered the cultivation chamber. His desire for strength was insatiable. From a year prior, when he worried about his next meal, to now having his own house, it was all the result of his efforts. Each visit to see his mother filled him with joy, especially when he saw the pride in her eyes. In particular, witnessing Wang Jianyi's ability to shatter stone and pierce gold with simple plucks of the guqin left Sujio in awe. Sujio pulled out Na Dong from his pocket. This little glutton was still asleep, half opening his eyes, asking, "Master, is it time to eat?" Sujio gently patted Na Dong's little head, saying, "If you wish to eat, you must first work. Once I finish cultivating the 5th volume of the immortal demonic tomb, I will prepare roasted fish for you." At that moment, a series of soft knocks sounded at the door. Sujio opened it and was startled to find the white fox. However, it had now transformed into a bloodied fox. Stumbling inside, its body covered in wounds, dripping blood, Sujio gasped in shock. "Little white fox, what happened to you? Who has inflicted such injuries upon you?" The little white fox looked at Sujio, suddenly exclaiming, "How is this possible? Sujio, how have you reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment? The last time I saw you, you were still at the 1st layer." Sujio urged, "First, tell me who did this to you? Who has harmed you so grievously?" The white fox replied, "It was that man in black from before. After I severely injured him, he held a grudge and sought out many powerful cultivators to assault me. It was only with great difficulty that I managed to escape. I am gravely injured, having sustained damage to my foundation, losing at least 100 years of cultivation." Sujio hastily produced several medicinal pills and asked, "Little white fox, can you consume human elixirs?" The white fox nodded affirmatively as Sujio treated its wounds, wrapping them up so thoroughly that the little white fox resembled a zongzi, its serious injuries revealing bones in several places. How ruthless! How many of them were there? What levels of cultivation did they possess? The white fox replied, "There were 4 in total. The strongest was at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, one was at the 3rd layer, and the other 2 were at the 4th layer." Sujio declared, "You shall recuperate here for the next few days. Once you have healed, I will accompany you to seek vengeance." Sujio was a person who valued familial bonds, especially towards those close to him, such as his mother, friends, and the little white fox, as well as his senior brothers and sisters. As the saying goes, a person has a reverse scale. Touching it will lead to death. These individuals were Sujio's reverse scale. He arranged for the little white fox to have a secluded room for recovery, administering numerous medicinal pills and some inner cores from demonic beasts, urging it to enter seclusion to heal and restore its cultivation. Coincidentally, Sujio planned to cultivate the second part of the 5th volume of the chaotic immortal demonic seed in the coming days to solidify and enhance his own cultivation. In the cultivation chamber, Sujio took out the Shi-Rang crystal and the stone box, along with the medicinal pills. Infusing spiritual energy into the Shi-Rang crystal caused it to emit a brilliant light, enveloping Sujio entirely, while the stone box lay before him. At this moment, Na Dong had awakened. Regardless of his usual carefree demeanor, he would never slack off while Sujio was cultivating. Upon encountering the radiant glow of the Shi-Rang crystal enveloping Sujio, Na Dong solemnly declared, "Master, I shall commence the seal formation. This time, it shall not be as excruciating as the first, yet you must endure the persistent pain in your head." Sujio nodded in agreement. "No problem, let us begin," and Na Dong gestured with his hands, forming a seal that unleashed a brilliant light upon the stone box, which, as before, transformed into a sphere of luminescence, gradually ascending until it hovered above Sujio's head. 8 circular discs materialized above him, aligned with the cardinal directions. With his eyes shut, Sujio employed his spiritual sense to observe. Miraculously, there was no thunder this time. For reasons unknown, a compelling urge to once again refine his soul with lightning surged within him, perhaps due to the significant enhancement of his spiritual awareness following the previous lightning infusion. This inner desire for strength ignited thoughts of undergoing another thunderous soul refinement. However, Na Dong had mentioned that the resilience of the soul during this cultivation was equally crucial. With determination and confidence, Sujio proclaimed, "Na Dong, commence." Upon hearing this, Na Dong formed seals with his hands, pointed to his own head, and recited incantations, his fingers forming a sword-like gesture towards the 8 discs. Chapter 69. Refining the Sea of Spirits. Enveloped in the glow of the Shi-Rang crystal, Na Dong infused spiritual energy into the mystical stone box. As before, the stone box radiated brilliantly, transforming into a multitude of light points that surged towards Sujio, forming 8 discs above his head. And Na Dong, with a series of hand seals, directed a stream of spiritual energy towards the 8 discs while simultaneously reciting incantations. The discs began to tremble, their brilliance shifting to darkness. A hissing sound accompanied the electrical currents as they relentlessly surged towards Sujio. Then, a resonance echoed, a sound that pierced deeply into his soul, causing his essence to quiver in excruciating agony. The trembling emitted by the 8 discs created a disturbance between them and Sujio's head. Soon, blood began to seep from Sujio's eyes. The continuous torment of his soul forced him to confront it with sheer willpower. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, despite the immense consumption of his spiritual energy. Within a short incense's duration, blood began to trickle from all 7 orifices of Sujio. After half an hour, feeling on the brink of losing consciousness, he gestured to Na Dong to pause momentarily, and Na Dong halted the incantation, and the 8 discs ceased their tremors, hovering around them. And Na Dong offered Sujio several medicinal pills, which he swallowed. The medicinal potency rapidly spread, replenishing Sujio's spiritual energy and nourishing his Sea of Spirits. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his cultivation of the Sea of Spirits. Thus, the cycle continued, each time pushing Sujio closer to the brink of unconsciousness before signaling Na Dong to halt, allowing for brief restoration before resuming. This pattern persisted until the 3rd night, when Sujio finally succumbed to fatigue and fainted. The intense and prolonged cultivation had elevated the strength of his Sea of Spirits by several tiers, surpassing the boundaries of his physical cultivation level and reaching the Sea of Spirits level of the core formation stage. Na Dong utilized spiritual energy to dissolve the medicinal pills, injecting their potency into Sujio's body. Upon awakening, Sujio was promptly presented with 6 pills, which he consumed entirely. The overwhelming medicinal energy swiftly permeated his Sea of Spirits, fervently replenishing its emptiness. After refining all the pills, Sujio continued to adjust his state until he was fully restored. at which point he ceased the cultivation of the Sea of Spirits. Unexpectedly, a sound echoed, followed by APOP. As Sujia's Sea of Spirits level rapidly ascended, his cultivation also progressed to the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment stage. This unforeseen advancement brought him joy amidst the surprise. Upon completing his cultivation, Sujio hastened to the chamber where the little white fox was recuperating. After 3 days of rest and with the aid of various medicinal pills, the little white fox's injuries had substantially healed, returning to its lively white fox form. As Sujio entered, the white fox was about to speak when it suddenly exclaimed, Your cultivation. Just 3 days ago. I recall you were at the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment. How have you now ascended to the 5th layer? Sujio smiled and briefly recounted his recent experiences in cultivating the Sea of Spirits. The little white fox listened, its eyes filled with admiration. Sujio, you truly are remarkable. However, the cultivation of the Sea of Spirits is perilous. Do exercise caution in the future, it advised, blinking its expressive eyes. Sujio nodded, just as he sensed an approaching formidable aura. The two exchanged wary glances. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before them, revealing a spirit deer emanating a ghostly glow. The spirit deer spoke, Young friend, your breakthrough in the Sea of Spirits has caused a disturbance in the heavens and the earth, heralding auspicious signs, yet it has also attracted some covetous gazes. I have come to warn you. Be vigilant of lurking malevolent cultivators in the coming days. Sujio clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the warning. I shall remain cautious. The spirit deer was a rare beast nurtured by the sect, roaming freely within its bounds, safe from harm. It had been many years since anyone had witnessed it speaking. The spirit deer glanced at the little white fox, then back at Sujio. This little fox possesses a unique opportunity. You must protect it well. Should danger arise, seek refuge in the Spirit Valley. With that, it vanished without a trace. The little white fox remarked, This auspicious beast must have sensed something. We must be on guard. Both Sujio and the little white fox felt a weight of seriousness settle upon their hearts. Sujio expanded his spiritual sense, astonished to discover that it now covered over 500 miles. Inadong watched Sujio with pride. Master, with your current cultivation, no cultivator below the core formation stage can harm you. The little white fox gazed at Na Dong with wide eyes. Inadong continued, The cultivation method you practice is unique, and your soul is powerful. You are not far from condensing your primordial spirit. For ordinary cultivators, it is not a challenge to slay enemies of a higher tier. The intricacies of soul cultivation were profound, as most cultivator soul levels were inferior to their physical cultivation. Those who matched their levels were already considered exceptional. Yet, the master stood apart, with a soul level far exceeding his physical cultivation. Such cultivators were typically formidable. The little white fox turned to Sujio. The spirit deer warned of malevolent cultivators seeking to harm you. How could there be such individuals within the sect? They must be your enemies. The first adversaries that came to Sujio's mind were those from the Artifact Refining Pavilion, he coldly declared. If they truly are from the Artifact Refining Pavilion, I shall ensure they all perish. Both Na Dong and the little white fox felt a chill run through them, having never witnessed Sujio's demeanor so icy. Na Dong quickly responded, Master, have you been experiencing an unusual urge to kill lately? Sujio replied, Indeed. I have felt something akin to that. It seems those who harm me and my companions deserve to die. I cannot fathom why. Na Dong continued, In recent days, a faint killing intent has emanated from you. If the little fox's senses are accurate, it should be related to that 6th-tier ice soul wolf. The one you nearly killed in the Spirit Valley. Sujio pondered. Are you suggesting that my absorption of the ice soul wolf's soul energy with the shattered soul dragon technique has impacted me? The little white fox interjected. Sujio, did you forcibly absorb the soul energy of that 6th-tier ice soul wolf? Sujio nodded. The little white fox cautioned. The ice soul wolf possesses an icy constitution and is inherently ferocious. By absorbing its soul energy, you have also taken on its violent and brutal essence, along with its sinister aura. You must resolve this promptly. Na Dong advised, Master, the first 5 volumes of the Immortal Demon Tomb focus on strengthening the physical body, lacking any methods for soul energy absorption. This is due to the ancient demon god emperor's awareness of the drawbacks of such techniques. Thus, the 6th volume introduces methods for resolution, followed by absorption techniques. Fortunately, your absorption of soul energy has been minimal, and the impact is manageable. It would be prudent for you to cultivate the 6th volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb first before seeking vengeance on those individuals. Chapter 70. The Trapped Formation. Na Dong proposed that Su Jiao first cultivate the 6th volume of the chaotic Immortal Demon Tomb to dissipate the killing intent within him before pursuing retribution against his enemies. The little white fox understood Na Dong's intent and added, Su Jiao, your current condition indeed necessitates the resolution of the killing intent within you. Otherwise, it will surely hinder your cultivation. Moreover, having just broken through to the 5th layer, you need to stabilize your cultivation. Those who wish to harm me will not leave until they find me, so there is no need to rush. Though Su Jiao felt a sense of reluctance, he acknowledged the validity of Na Dong and the little white fox's counsel. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, very well. I shall first cultivate the 6th volume of the chaotic Immortal Demon Tomb. However, I imagine the challenges within are considerable. Na Dong smiled slightly, producing a scroll that radiated a ghostly glow, and handed it to Su Jiao. I have studied this scroll for quite some time. I have marked the key points for you. By following this, you can avoid unnecessary detours. Su Jiao accepted the scroll with a nod. Just then, the surrounding space began to tremble slightly. The little white fox perked up its ears. This is not good. It seems an external force is attempting to spy on us. Na Dong's expression hardened. It appears those individuals are still not giving up and wish to track your whereabouts. Without hesitation, Su Jiao expanded his spiritual sense towards the direction of the intrusion. Indeed, he spotted a furtive figure lurking in a tree outside the building. Sensing Su Jiao's probing awareness, the figure appeared flustered and attempted to flee. Su Jiao scoffed coldly, trying to escape. Not so easily. In an instant, he flashed before the figure. The person, wide-eyed with terror, stammered, Why you'd? How did you move so quickly? Su Jiao seized the collar of the individual's clothing, his voice icy as he demanded, Who sent you? The figure clamped their lips shut defiantly, adopting a posture of resolute silence. At this moment, Na Dong and Bai Hu also hurried over. Na Dong glanced at the individual and said nonchalantly, It's of no consequence if you choose not to speak. A soul search will reveal all, and no matter how resolute your will may be, it will prove futile. Upon hearing the term soul search, the man trembled violently, fear evident on his face. Su Jiao tightened his grip. This is your final chance. Speak. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the man shouted, I am affiliated with the Refining Pavilion. A man in black sent me, and I believe he is from the Ghost sect. He claimed that if I could uncover the whereabouts of Bai Hu, I would be richly rewarded. How do you contact that individual? The man retrieved a transmission talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Su Jiao. Su Jiao frowned deeply. The Ghost sect? Humph. With a flick of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy knocked the man unconscious. Na Dong inquired, What shall we do with him, master? Shall we hand him over to the law enforcement hall? Su Jiao shook his head. Even if we deliver him to the law enforcement hall, it won't affect the Refining Pavilion. I have a plan. With a wicked grin, he seized the man and flew towards the depths of the back mountain in a secluded hollow. Su Jiao set up a small confinement array according to the teachings of Hichengzi. While it could not kill, it was simple and practical. Su Jiao had yet to master complex formations. Once the confinement array was established, he used a surge of spiritual energy to awaken the man. Saying, If you wish to live, follow my instructions. He instructed the man to inform the black-clad individual that Bai Hu was there and gravely injured. The man, trembling, complied, taking out the transmission talisman and pretentiously declaring, Big brother, I found Bai Hu. It is in this hollow, severely wounded, but I can't defeat it. Please hurry. Before long, a response came through. All right, where are you? I'm coming right away. The man relayed his location to the figure in black. As the transmission talisman burned out, the man's back was drenched in sweat. Su Jiao, having sealed the man's spiritual energy with a few taps, retrieved several treasures from his storage pouch, including explosives and sedatives prepared for dealing with the Refining Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiao sensed a powerful disturbance approaching from afar. He could feel only two presences, likely due to Bai Hu's severe injuries. Su Jiao transformed a cloth bag into the shape of Bai Hu, lying beneath a tree in the hollow, while he concealed his aura behind a large tree, observing from a distance. The man he had incapacitated was positioned not far from the faux Bai Hu. Soon, the two individuals arrived at the hollow. Spotting the man and the imitation Baihu point, one of the black-clad figures glared at the man. "You scoundrel, well done," and approached the faux Baihu. The second black-clad figure, noticing the man's silence, sensed something was amiss and shouted, "Wait, something's wrong." He attempted to flee, but Su Jiu would not grant him that opportunity. Chanting an incantation, several beams of light manifested around the hollow, transforming it into a confinement array. Although it was merely a simple barrier, it was robust enough. Su Jiu had learned of the ice fire beetle's formidable power from He Chengzi, which inspired him to study formations. But he had only mastered a confinement array and a confusion array, which he was now putting to use. The two were trapped in the array. Realizing they had been deceived, their eyes widened with fury. "You bastard! How dare you trick me?" One of them unleashed a palm strike. The man, whose powers had been sealed, could not defend himself, and a fearful expression crossed his face as he was reduced to mere pulp by the blow. The other black-clad figure cautiously approached the faux Baihu, only to discover it was a ruse. Realizing they had been ensnared, they began frantically slashing at the confinement array with their blades, but the array, powered by spiritual stones, was not so easily breached. Su Jiu remained silent, drawing a celestial sword from his storage pouch, controlling it with his consciousness to attack the two black-clad figures. The black-clad individuals, employing elusive techniques, dodged the sword's assault. Su Jiu recognized that both were at the fourth level of Foundation establishment. Testing the waters, he unleashed explosives and sedatives simultaneously toward the two, believing it to be a hidden weapon. They responded by striking down the explosives, only to be met with a thunderous explosion that sent them reeling, causing them to spit blood. The air became thick with the scent of the explosives and the sedative. The man shouted in fury, who was hiding and lurking about, "Have the courage to face me." Su Jiu retorted with a cold laugh. "You dare to strike from the shadows and still have the audacity to call others cowards?" He leaped from the tree, tossing another explosive and sedative toward the black-clad individuals as they roared in rage. Seeing another shadow approaching, they realized it was yet another explosive and dared not withstand it. With limited space in the confinement array, they hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy to shield themselves. Soon, the explosive landed with a resounding boom. The black-clad figures, filled with wrath, cursed Su Jiu, "You coward! Face us in a duel." Su Jiu mockingly replied, "You four at the Foundation establishment stage are bullying a mere little Baihu, and you dare call others cowards?" Yet, he internally questioned whether the sedative had expired, as the two had not yet succumbed. The black-clad figures, momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly sensed something was amiss as the air in the confinement array became saturated with the scent of the sedative. At that moment, Su Jiu produced two more explosives, elegantly tossing them toward the black-clad figures. While they struggled to resist the effects of the sedative, their movement slowed significantly. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jiu's true intention was to capitalize on this moment. Utilizing the Qian Kuren Juing technique, he dashed into the confinement array at the moment of the explosion. With the soul-shattering sword in his right hand and a beam of white light in his left, he struck at one of the black-clad figures. The figure, thinking it to be a hidden weapon, swiftly dodged to the side, only for the white light to bypass him and suddenly burst forth with two beams of white energy, striking him and freezing him in place. Su Jiu then directed the soul-shattering sword toward the other black-clad figure, who attempted to evade, only to realize that it was merely a feint. Employing the Qian Kuren Juing technique, Su Jiu left behind a shadow that reached the immobilized black-clad figure. With a swift motion, he swung the soul-shattering sword, severing the head of the frozen individual without a trace of hesitation. The other black-clad figure, alarmed, rushed in for a rescue, but alas, it was too late. In a fit of rage, the remaining black-clad figure charged at Su Jiu. At this moment, the black-clad individual was hindered by the effects of the sedative. Making swift movement nearly impossible, Su Jiu stood his ground, witnessing the man's blade swing towards him. Activating the Qian Kuren Juing technique, the black-clad figure saw a shadow flash before him, only to find Su Jiu now behind him. With a swift strike, Su Jiu severed the black-clad figure's right arm. The figure, taken aback, watched in horror as his weapon-bearing hand flew off to the side. Terror gripped him. He was at the fourth level of Foundation establishment. Yet this young boy before him exuded an aura of the uncanny. He felt utterly insignificant in Su Jiu's presence, not only due to the speed and elusive movement, but also because of that mysterious white light. His companion had been frozen in an instant, and the most alarming part was how effortlessly this child dispatched foes as if quenching thirst. The sheer decisiveness of Suju filled him with primal fear. Fear of the unknown heightened his terror. As Suju advanced, he retreated until his back hit the barrier, trembling as he pleaded, "Please spare me. I beg you." Suju's gaze turned icy as he pointed the soul-shattering sword at the black-clad man's head, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you targeting me? We are from the Ghost Sect, truly. We came to gather information, treasures, and the inner cores of demon beasts for the Ghost Sect. It was someone from the refining pavilion who informed us that you have a little white fox with 300 years of cultivation." Suju coldly replied, "If you seek inner cores, why not go to the demon beast forest? Do not speak of 300 years. There are countless beasts of 500 years or more. There are our people in the demon beast forest. We are only responsible for gathering intelligence for our sect, while acquiring treasures and inner cores is merely incidental. How many of you are in the Shanghai sect?" The black-clad figure hesitated, fearful of revealing their significant secret. A scream erupted as Suju severed the man's left arm. The black-clad figure, trembling in terror, looked at Suju, the child who seemed unperturbed by murder, and felt the threat of death looming. Having lost both arms, his combat capability had diminished drastically, and the effects of the sedative rendered him nearly unconscious. With a deep swallow, he timidly revealed, "We are a total of 5 individuals. Besides us two, there are 3 more." Suju paused, recalling that the little white fox had mentioned 4 attackers. It now appeared there were indeed 5. Where are the other 3? What is their cultivation level? They are in the refining pavilion. What connection does the refining pavilion have with your ghost sect? I am unaware of this, truly I am. You, the ghost sect, have always maintained a connection with the refining pavilion. You claim ignorance, but shall I sever one of your calves to jog your memory? The cloaked figure hastily shook his head, pleading, "No, no, please spare me. I am but an ordinary foot soldier. Only our squad leader possesses knowledge of the situation." "What is your squad leader's cultivation level?" "He is at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. The other 2 are at the 6th and 3rd levels of Foundation Establishment, respectively. So you 4 were responsible for the ambush on the Little White Fox? What were their roles?" "Our leader communicates with the individuals from the refining pavilion, assigning tasks to us." "With whom do you liaise in the refining pavilion?" "An old man surnamed Hao, named Hao Yu." "How do you each maintain contact? How do you reach your squad leader? What do you intend to do?" "That is not your concern. Answer my questions." The individual summoned a communication stone from his storage bag, channeling spiritual energy into it to notify his squad leader, while other communications were conducted using sound transmission talismans. At that moment, Suju hesitated. After all, he was alone against 3 yet. He recognized this as an opportunity. Even if he could not succeed, he needed to discover the identities of those 3. Thus, Suju instructed, "Summon the rest of your companions here, and inform them that you captured the little white fox, and that there are 2 more white foxes present. If you cannot handle this, have them come quickly for reinforcements." The individual retrieved a sound transmission talisman, activating it as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, 3rd brother, hurry! We have captured the little white fox, and there are 2 more here. Come quickly, we cannot manage this alone. We need support." A voice responded from the other end. "What? Really? Where?" "We are on our way." The individual disclosed their precise location. Just as he was about to speak to Suju, a gash appeared on his neck. Suju swiftly combined the 2 bodies and placed them beside the counterfeit white fox, then proceeded to tidy up the scene. Feigning a posture of waiting for the others, he restored the confinement array, and indeed, within an hour, Suju sensed 2 presences approaching swiftly. A smirk crept across Suju's face. Only 2 had arrived. And judging by their cultivation, they were likely the other 2 foot soldiers, one at the 6th level and the other at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. This is truly fortuitous. Since only 2 had come, matters would be much simpler. Suju concealed his aura, scattering more hallucinogenic powder around, and retrieved the corpses of 2 ice spirit wolves from his storage bag, sprinkling their blood around the counterfeit little white fox before hiding himself in a large tree. The 2 individuals spotted their companion encircled by the little white fox from a distance, and without a second thought, they landed beside him. Upon landing, they noticed the white fox was gravely injured, blood staining its fur. However, as they approached, they found the 2 companions already lifeless. Instantly, they drew their long knives, warily scanning their surroundings. One of them nudged the bodies on the ground, and the outcome was predictable. The two collapsed immediately. Seeing this, the duo swiftly attempted to flee, but at that moment, a flash of light triggered the confinement array, and several explosive talismans flew into the array. Despite their formidable cultivation, the force of the blasts sent them careening back, blood spewing forth. The one at the third level of Foundation establishment even had a leg blown off. Soon, the effects of the hallucinogenic powder took hold, and both fell to the ground. Observing them sprawled out, Sujio mused, those two at the fourth level of Foundation establishment took quite some time to succumb. Why did these two fall so quickly? A wicked smile spread across Sujio's face as he retrieved the remaining explosive talismans from his storage bag and hurled them all into the confinement array. As expected, the sixth-level cloaked figure immediately leaped back, crashing into the array's barrier. The confinement array was small, and with the simultaneous explosions of the talismans, there was no escaping. The individual was thrown back, blood spilling forth. The cloaked figure on the ground appeared truly incapacitated by the hallucinogenic powder. His arm shattered, face bloodied, and he remained unmoving. Slowly, Sujio approached the confinement array, raising his hand to unleash a beam of white light that froze the cloaked figure on the ground. Then, the beam returned to perch on Sujio's shoulder as he brandished the soul-shattering sword, directing it at the sixth-level individual. "You dare to ambush me?" the man bellowed in fury. Sujio replied with a chuckle, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a friend of this little white fox. You have harmed my friend, yet you accuse me of ambushing you?" Sujio understood that the sounds of the explosion might attract other cultivators, so he needed to resolve this swiftly to avoid complications. These individuals frequently roamed the refining pavilion, and there was a high chance they would collude with its members to slander him and harm his fellow disciples. If that happened, even the most justified of arguments would be futile without evidence, and he could easily find himself unjustly accused. Sujio swiftly dispatched the frozen individual with a single strike and advanced towards the sixth-level man. Enraged, the man shouted, "You dare to kill my brother? You seek death!" He charged at Sujio, swinging his blade with astonishing speed. Sujio dodged, parrying with his sword as the ice-fire beetle took to the air. The cloaked figure disregarded the beetle, aiming his sword directly at Sujio's neck. Sujio activated the Qian Kuan Absolute Shadow, leaving behind an afterimage as the blade whiffed past. Astonished, the man stared at the child before him, unable to fathom how this mere fifth-level Foundation establishment child could possess such an elusive technique. In that moment of distraction, Sujio landed a kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Steadying himself with his sword, the man regarded Sujio with newfound respect. Such agility was not to be underestimated. Sujio pressed forward, yet the man merely retreated 2 steps, coldly stating, "If you are so reluctant to part with him, I shall send you to meet him." Chapter 73. Controlling fire to forge the furnace. Sujio found the teachings of the 6th volume of the Immortal Demon Tomb regarding fire control to be quite nebulous. The text merely suggested guiding fire into the meridians, accompanied by numerous incantations that left him somewhat bewildered. How could one possibly channel fire into the meridians? Shouldn't the meridians be a conduit for spiritual energy? A myriad of questions flooded his mind, rendering this technique exceedingly peculiar. As Sujio rummaged through his belongings, he summoned Na Dong. Dong emerged lazily, rubbing his eyes as he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Master," Sujio responded, "you mentioned previously that the 6th and 7th volumes could be practiced together. Could you clarify how this is to be accomplished?" Upon hearing Sujio's intent to cultivate, Na Dong became animated, exuding enthusiasm as he explained, "Master, you may not be aware, but the chaotic immortal demon seed transforms a cultivator's body into a formidable dual elemental physique, enabling it to withstand the dual impacts of spiritual and demonic energies. Typically, if an ordinary cultivator absorbs demonic energy, they risk losing their sanity, suffering from blocked meridians, and facing severe bodily harm, with consequences ranging from loss of cultivation to death. However, those who cultivate the chaotic immortal demon seed can assimilate demonic energy as seamlessly as spiritual energy, rendering their bodies exceptionally robust and enhancing their power and cultivation significantly. This is because it can absorb spiritual energy, demonic energy, and even ghostly and malevolent energies for one's own use. Yet, This necessitates enduring intense and excruciating training to forge the body. The sixth volume guides the practitioner in directing flames into the body to temper the meridians, internal organs, bones, and even the sea of consciousness with fire, thereby fortifying the meridians, enhancing the strength of the internal organs, and enabling the sea of consciousness to resist the encroachment of demonic energy. It refines the corrosive effects of demonic energy and malevolent forces on both the body and the soul. Thus, the sixth volume is titled Controlling Fire. However, fire cannot remain within the meridians indefinitely. It requires a storage vessel, which is the purpose of the seventh volume, Forging the Furnace. This furnace is to be constructed within the Dan Sea. However, Master, there are two exceptionally powerful predecessors currently residing in your Dan Sea, and you must converse with them. Firstly, you need to request a small portion of the Red Lotus Inferno from the predecessors to aid in your cultivation. Secondly, their consent is necessary for the construction of the furnace. Upon hearing this, Suju felt a headache coming on. What should I do? I have called out to those two flames countless times before. Yet they have ignored me. Now I must ask them for something, and it involves their soul fire. Moreover, I wish to have them reside in the furnace. Wouldn't he that provoke their ire? If they were to become angry, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? Nadong reassured him, Master, there is no need for concern. Those two venerable predecessors have remained in your Dan Sea, likely awaiting your growth. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, they will undoubtedly awaken. Moreover, Little Ling senses that these two predecessors have a significant connection to you. They surely wish to aid you in becoming even stronger. Although Little Ling does not know who they are, it is evident that they are extraordinary beings. With their assistance, your cultivation will undoubtedly advance at an astonishing pace. Sujo scratched his head, pondering, how am I to communicate with these two venerable predecessors? They have never acknowledged me in the past. Na Dong rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a while, it was loudly declared that the master had been communicating simply with the two formidable seniors through divine consciousness. It had not stirred the two immensely powerful predecessors at all. Perhaps the master should attempt to infiltrate the Dan Sea with his divine consciousness to strike at those two seniors. Showcasing the significant advancements in his cultivation point, one could wonder if those seniors would exhibit any reaction. Given the master's current level of cultivation, he should not be able to harm the two venerable figures. Suju regarded Na Dong with an expression of incredulity, maintaining a substantial degree of skepticism regarding Na Dong's suggestion. The little white fox had previously mentioned that even a mere fart from these two super-strong seniors could obliterate him. If he were to wield a sword and attack those seniors, they could extinguish him with just a finger. Was that not tantamount to suicide? However, after contemplating it repeatedly, he recalled how he had called upon these two seniors countless times without receiving any response. Perhaps exploring a different avenue might yield unexpected results. Perhaps those two elder seniors could indeed sense his presence. Sujo inquired. You mentioned that those two venerable seniors are both manifestations of soul fire. One is the Red Lotus Calamity Fire. What type of fire does the other senior possess? Nadong replied. The soul fire of the other senior is purple, and judging by its aura, it should be the Nirvana fire, which is also referred to as the Phoenix fire. Suju responded. I am familiar with this flame. My master once told me that the Phoenix fire can enable a phoenix to be reborn from the ashes. Regardless of how grievous the injuries may be, as long as there is a trace of breath, it can be reborn through the flames, emerging even stronger. Nadong nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is the case. Then I shall give it a try to see if I can converse with the two seniors, Sujo stated, promptly sitting cross-legged and immersing his divine consciousness into the Dan Sea. He called out, Junior Sujo humbly intrudes, it is out of necessity that I seek your assistance. The fireballs remained unresponsive. Suju then gathered his divine consciousness into a fleeting figure resembling himself, leaping between the two Dan Seas. Yet the two fireballs still showed no sign of reaction. Na Dong urged Sujo to strike at the two seniors with his sword, but after much deliberation, he hesitated to take action. He contemplated using his fists to attack, but ultimately decided against it. After all, they were both venerable figures, and it would be inappropriate to engage in combat. Thus, he conjured a sword before the two elder seniors and began to practice swordplay. He executed a sequence of the clear wind sword technique and the shattered soul sword technique with a flourish, increasing in speed, until a vortex of spiritual energy formed within the Dan Sea. The two soul fires were swept up in the whirlwind, producing a resonant sound. Just when Su Jiu thought he had failed, the two soul fires suddenly trembled in unison. Elated, Su Jiu bowed deeply to the fireballs, saying, "Esteemed seniors, I, Junior Su Jiu, am grateful for your protection. I now require your celestial fire to cultivate the 6th and 7th volumes of the chaotic immortal demon seed. I also need to construct a furnace within the Dansi. I humbly ask for your assistance." At that moment, the two elder senior soul fires quivered in agreement, seemingly acknowledging him. Filled with excitement, Su Jiu bowed once more before withdrawing from the Dansi. Su Jiu and Na Dong began preparing for cultivation. Su Jiu once again infused spiritual energy into the Shi Rang crystal, enveloping himself in its radiant glow, and Na Dong formed hand seals, directing a beam of light at the black stone box, which immediately erupted with brilliance, transforming into a swirling mass of black light surrounding Su Jiu, enveloping him entirely. As Su Jiu recited the incantation, the black light and the glow of the Shi Rang crystal began to permeate Su Jiu's skin, entering his meridians, organs, bones, and divine sea. His entire body began to radiate light. Su Jiu continued to chant the incantation, generating a powerful suction force within the Dansi. The red lotus calamity fire quivered gently, separating a small flame that was drawn out of the Dansi, traversing through his meridians under the pull of spiritual energy. The glimmering light from the Shi Rang crystal and the stone box gradually coalesced around that flame, seemingly protecting the meridians. However, the intense heat accompanied by a fierce burning sensation caused Su Jiu immense suffering. Wherever the flame passed, be it the meridians or the organs, they began to contract and roll. Renewing themselves, the meridians scorched by the flames turned red, and at that moment, the Dansi generated suction once more, causing the red lotus calamity fire to tremble slightly and release another small flame, which was then directed towards another meridian. The light from the Shi Rang crystal and the stone box continued to follow this new flame, weaving through his body. Su Jiu endured the excruciating pain until, after an hour, he seemed to acclimate to the scorching sensations from the two flames. At this point, a third flame was extracted, followed closely by the 4th, 5th, and 6th flames. By now, Su Jiu resembled a fiery red figure, akin to a piece of iron freshly pulled from the fire. As time progressed, Su Jiu became capable of withstanding an increasing number of flames, reaching a total of 14 flames. Na Dong, observing from the side, was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "Master, keep going. You are on the verge of success. Only 7 more to go." Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The other soul fire within the Dansi, upon hearing Na Dong's words, inexplicably split off 7 purple flames at the moment the red lotus calamity fire released its 15th flame. These 8 flames were instantly absorbed into Su Jiu's meridians by the suction force, igniting them into a blinding white hue, while the surrounding glow from the Shi Rang crystal and stone box was reduced to ashes by the overwhelming heat. The sudden influx of flames became unbearable for Su Jiu, causing him immense agony. Chapter 74. The sudden change at this moment, Su Jiu gasped for breath, cries of pain escaping his lips, his heart visibly pounding within his chest. The two soul fires in the Dansi quivered incessantly, seemingly engaged in a dialogue, their agitation palpable. Thus, the 22 flames within Su Jiu continued to scorch his meridians, internal organs, and divine sea. Na Dong, too, was rendered frantic by this unforeseen turn of events. Su Jiu panted heavily, exhaling waves of scorching heat. Desperately, he shouted at the 2 elder soul fires, "Esteemed seniors, please lend your aid. I am on the brink of collapse." The 2 flames remained silent, and Su Jiu, exasperated, shouted, "You 2 old geezers. Do you intend to roast me whole? I'm already charred on the inside and tender on the outside. Shall I add some chili powder or cumin? Or do you plan to braise me instead?" The 2 soul fires in the Dansi continued to tremble gently. At this moment, Na Dong seemed to have an epiphany, urgently advising, "Master, do not panic. Direct those 8 flames in different directions to disperse them. Guide the 7 nirvana flames one by one towards the divine sea." With great difficulty, Su Jiu managed to separate the 7 nirvana flames, gradually guiding them toward the divine sea with his spiritual energy. Soon, the 7 nirvana flames, enveloped by the glow of the Shi Rang crystal and stone box, began to move into the divine sea, slowly taking their positions in 7 different directions, swirling and maintaining distance from one another. Indeed, Once the 7 nirvana flames maintained their distance within the divine sea, Sujia's condition began to improve. Na-dong continued, "Master, do not rush. Keep absorbing the new red lotus calamity flames." Suju nodded, persevering as he continued to absorb the new red lotus calamity flames. At that moment, the nirvana flames split off another 7 flames. Sugio was horrified, feeling as if he were on the verge of death. "What have I done to deserve this? I haven't even stolen your wife, so why are you trying to trap me?" Suju roared internally. Yet, the nirvana flames did not harm Sujio's meridians. Instead, they were enveloped by the glow of the Shi-Rang crystal and the stone box, along with additional purple light circulating within his body. Although Sujio's pain intensified, it remained bearable, just as he let out a sigh of relief. The nirvana flames split off another 7 flames. At this point, Sujio felt his heart sink, utterly speechless, surrendering to the purple light that enveloped the 7 nirvana flames. Soon, to Sujio's astonishment, the nirvana flames merged with the red lotus calamity flames. Each red lotus calamity flame was accompanied by a nirvana flame, burning and scorching his skin, internal organs, meridians, bones, and divine sea, while the nirvana flames, in conjunction with the glow from the Shi-Rang crystal and the stone box, continuously repaired his body. The speed of recovery was exponentially faster than Sujio's own healing, making the entire process exceptionally smooth and swift. At that moment, Suju radiated the colors of both the red lotus calamity fire and the purple nirvana fire, resembling a zebra-like figure glowing with red and purple hues. Initially, Sujio thought the nirvana flames were causing chaos, only to realize that they were aiding him in his recovery, significantly alleviating his suffering, for which he felt immense gratitude, albeit still terrified. Na-dong, too, was taken aback but quickly grasped the intention of the nirvana flames. He crushed 7 blue pills with his spiritual energy, transforming them into powder, which he then infused into Sujio's body. Na-dong guided Sujio, saying, "Master, you can now direct the flames within the divine sea into the Dan Sea." Then, the flames of the internal organs and meridians were directed towards the Dan Sea, where the brilliance of the Shi-Rang crystal and the stone box was drawn into the Dan Sea. Simultaneously, the light from the Shi-Rang crystal and the stone box continuously absorbed through the skin into the Dan Sea, gradually gathering to form a shape reminiscent of an alchemical furnace, radiant and fiery red. It was extraordinarily splendid, yet that was not the end. The light from the other Shi-Rang crystals and stone boxes continued to converge towards another Dan Sea, gradually forming a new alchemical furnace shape. Those flames, the 21 blossoms of the red lotus inferno, entered one Dan furnace, while another 21 blossoms of the nirvana flame entered a different furnace. This meant that now, each Dan Sea housed a Dan furnace, each containing 21 flames. Na-dong was perplexed, unsure why this was happening, and even more oblivious to the potential consequences of such a situation. Thus, what originally required 9 days to cultivate the 6th and 7th volumes was completed in merely 7 days with the aid of the nirvana flames. Sujio continued to adjust his cultivation. At this moment, his body was devoid of flames, yet it retained a vibrant crimson hue, exuding an extraordinarily high temperature. The Dan furnaces within the 2 Dan Seas were ablaze with flames. However, to the delight of Sujio and Na-dong, the 6th and 7th volumes had been entirely completed, and with remarkable success. Sujio mobilized the spiritual energy within him to circulate through his entire body in a grand cycle. Miraculously, he felt the velocity of this spiritual energy's flow was unprecedentedly swift and exhilarating, just as he was reveling in this sensation of smoothness brought by the rapid operation of spiritual energy. A series of popping sounds erupted from within his body. Indeed, Sujio had broken through once more, ascending from the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage all the way to the 8th layer. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Sujio in a frenzy, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. At this moment, Sujio could hardly contain his joy and hurriedly operated his cultivation technique to refine and absorb the spiritual energy, sitting down on the ground to stabilize his cultivation until, after 4 hours, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and stood up. It was then that Suju noticed a thick layer of black substance had formed on the surface of his body, exuding a foul odor. That was the impurities refined from within and the waste expelled. At this time, Na-dong hastily flew over, circling around Suju joyfully like a child. Na-dong exclaimed, "Master, Master, How does it feel now that you possess two Dan Seas and Dan Furnaces? Suzhou pondered for a moment and replied, I don't feel anything particularly special, just an overwhelming sense of boundless strength. Chapter 75. The Secret of the Inked Jade Inkstone. Having completed the 6th and 7th volumes of the Immortal Demon Tomb, Suzhou's body was nearly rejuvenated. His meridians were wide and resilient, and within him, spiritual power surged, operating at an astonishing speed. His body was brimming with strength. Just as he had been operating his cultivation technique, Suzhou discovered that the cruel urge to kill emanating from the 6th-tier ice spirit wolf had vanished. It was likely refined away by the Red Lotus Inferno during his cultivation. At this moment, Suzhou's mood had significantly improved, as if all his worries had been chased away. Having consecutively broken through 3 minor realms, he had reached the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment stage. Suzhou had begun his cultivation less than a year ago, and to achieve such a level now made him feel a bit elated. With a smirk, he looked at Na Dong and said, Little spirit, how about it? I've just leaped to the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment stage. Isn't that impressive? He even raised an eyebrow at Na Dong. Na Dong, being an experienced individual, recognized that his master was starting to get a bit carried away. He replied, Congratulations, master. Your progress in cultivation is indeed remarkable. The next step will soon lead you to the core formation stage, then to the nascent soul stage, and afterward to the god transformation stage. And there, stop. Before Na Dong could finish, Suzhou interrupted him, saying, Na Dong, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? I know there are many realms beyond, but as of now, my cultivation is the highest in the Dan Pavilion, and I've achieved it in the shortest time. Isn't that impressive enough? Na Dong clasped his hands in a bow and smiled. What you say is true. Master is indeed a remarkable person. Suzhou looked at Na Dong and chuckled. I know the road of cultivation is still very long. You need not worry about me getting arrogant. Rest assured. I am indeed quite wise, merely indulging in a moment of joy now to celebrate the successful cultivation of the 6th and 7th volumes of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb. I have decided to feast heartily. Let us go. Master, hurry up. Why are you flying so slowly? Suzhou had yet to finish his sentence when Na Dong transformed into a streak of light and darted away, leaving only those words behind. Suzhou shook his head with a smile and hurriedly chased after him. The two of them soared towards the back mountain. This vast range of mountains spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, teeming with countless demonic beasts and abundant spiritual energy, a perfect place for cultivation. After flying for an hour in the back mountain, they arrived at a valley, a spot Suzhou had visited a few times. Devoid of any formidable beasts, Suzhou caught several fish from a stream, along with 2 long-eared deer and a large roe deer. After cleaning them, he skewered them over a campfire to roast. Na Dong diligently flitted back and forth among the roasting racks, constantly turning the skewers. Just as the 2 fish were perfectly roasted and ready to eat, an unreliable voice exclaimed, It smells so good. Kid, you don't even call your master when you're enjoying such delicacies? Upon hearing this voice, Suzhou's first reaction was alarm. He feared that today's feast would be spoiled. Sure enough, Na Dong, still in a daze, found the roasted fish in his hands had vanished. An old man appeared beside Suzhou, clutching the fish that was generously sprinkled with chili powder. Na Dong was ready to explode, his mouth watering, having not even taken a single bite before it was snatched away. However, with just a glance from the old man, Na Dong immediately cowered. He smiled and said, Ah, it's Senior Ching Feng. The junior and my master have just arrived here. Senior's timing is impeccable. After speaking, he flew to the other side of Suzhou and secretly took a bite of Suzhou's fish. Suzhou shot Na Dong a glare. He then smiled at Xiandao and said, Master, you flatter me. I've long wished to enjoy a delightful barbecue with you. The last time we shared meat and wine together. I still crave it to this day. It's just that you, master, are a transcendent being, appearing and vanishing like a shadow, making it impossible to find you. Upon hearing Suzhou's words, Xiandao took out 2 large jars of wine from his storage bag, grinning widely to reveal a set of large yellow teeth, and said, Good disciple, your cultivation has indeed progressed rapidly in just a few days. Suzhou replied modestly, Just a stroke of luck. Xiandao rolled his eyes and said, Kid, you and I are fated that a few days from now, I will embark on a distant journey. Would you be interested in joining me for some fun? Suzhou looked at Xiandao in confusion and asked, Master, Where are you going on this journey? Xin Dao smiled and replied, previously, I was unable to find peace of mind due to matters concerning my junior sister, which delayed many things. Now that my wish has been fulfilled and my master's last wishes are complete, I wish to seek someone. Su Jiao, noticing the mysterious glint in Xin Dao's eyes, laughed and said, Master, this person you seek, is she a woman? Xin Dao, with utmost seriousness, replied, Yes, indeed. It is a woman, a person I met 100 years ago. I have been preoccupied with my cultivation and neglected her. Had it not been for my master's last wishes, I would have united with her long ago. Alas, fate has played its hand. Su Jiao observed Xin Dao's rare serious demeanor and asked, Where is this person you wish to find? Xin Dao smiled and said, On Peach Blossom Island in the Eastern Sea. Peach Blossom Island. Su Jiao was taken aback, thinking to himself, could it be that he and his master are truly fated? He had once promised Senior Fan Sun to deliver a message to Peach Blossom Island, which was a wish of Senior Fan Sun. Now that Xin Dao intended to go to Peach Blossom Island, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to fulfill Senior Fan Sun's wish. However, Su Jiao felt it necessary to inform Yu Qinghai about this matter first, to seek his opinion. After all, the world of martial arts is treacherous. It would be safer to discuss this with Yu Qinghai. Thus, he smiled at Xin Dao and said, Master, I need to consider this matter further. I will give you my answer in a few days. If that is acceptable? Xin Dao looked at Su Jiao, recognizing his contemplation, and said, 3 days. If you wish to accompany me to Peach Blossom Island, return here in 3 days, and we shall set off together. Su Jiao nodded. The master and disciple enjoyed their barbecue, drinking wine, while Na Dong happily gnawed on a leg of roe deer, relishing every bite. As they finished their meal, Su Jiao hesitated for a moment before producing the jade inkstone. Upon seeing the jade inkstone, Xin Dao was immediately astonished, saying, How did this item come to be in your possession? Su Jiao, puzzled, asked, Master, do you recognize what this is? Xin Dao swiftly extended his consciousness to scan the surroundings and stowed the inkstone into a yellow cloth bag, quietly saying, It is said that this is a treasure of the demon sect, stolen months ago by an undercover agent from the ghost sect. The demon sect went to great lengths to reclaim it, resulting in a devastating battle with heavy casualties. Su Jiao exclaimed in surprise, No wonder so many people chased and surrounded me when I returned from the black market. It turns out I inadvertently acquired a secret treasure of the ghost sect. But now, the ghost sect must surely be aware that this item is in my possession. Does that not make me a target for everyone? At this moment, Su Jiao was in a state of panic. He hurriedly explained, This was obtained from a disciple of the ghost sect. Such a treasure should have been escorted by a powerful expert of the ghost sect. Yet that disciple was merely an ordinary one. With average cultivation, the disciple also eliminated one of their minor leaders, who possessed nothing but an unsightly black alchemical furnace. As Su Jiao spoke, he promptly produced the black furnace, and this, he added, is the token of the ghost sect. Xin Dao, upon observing these items, turned to Su Jiao, his eyes revealing a mixture of inquiry and astonishment. With a wry smile, he remarked, You rascal, should I commend your extraordinary fortune or lament your misfortunes? Allow me to enlighten you. This token is known as the Ghost Gate token. Possessing it grants one the freedom to traverse the territory of the Ghost Gate at will. Only the elders of the Ghost Gate are afforded such privilege. This black alchemical furnace likely belongs to the ghost sect, utilized for soul refinement, and that deep green object, is it not a writing slate? Nay, that is the 9 transformation demon origin platform of the demon sect. It is said that cultivating with this item can rapidly elevate a demon cultivator's prowess, surpassing even that of the demon sovereign, second only to the demon emperor. I cannot fathom why these items would be found on a mere disciple of the ghost sect. Chapter 76. The ghost sect's revenge. Upon hearing Xin Daoyi's words, Su Jiao understood that the ghost sect would not let this matter rest. The next visitors would undoubtedly be formidable experts from the ghost sect, perhaps even someone at the nascent soul stage. Should that occur, his demise would be inevitable. Master, what do you suggest I do? Should I discard these items? Xin Daoyi shook his head. Throwing them away would be futile. If they discover that these items are in your possession, you will be left with no choice but death. Even if you attempt to return them, in order to silence you, they would eliminate you. If they cannot find these items on you, they will surely resort to violence against you and those around you. Su Jiao's thoughts immediately turned to his mother and his senior brothers and sisters. What could he possibly do? Just as he pondered this, a green ghostly visage materialized before him, playfully regarding Sujio, its voice cold and mocking. You? Have you taken the 9 transformation demon origin platform? It is futile to flee. I can sense its presence. You might as well obediently deliver it to the ghost sect, lest you wish to suffer a fate worse than death. Sujio retorted. If I hand it over, will you spare my life? Ha! We will grant you a swift death, the ghostly figure scoffed. Enraged, Sujio roared, a swift death, you say? He then struck the ghostly face with his sword, causing it to dissipate immediately. At that moment, an ominous premonition gripped Sujio's heart. Deciding promptly, he took his leave of Xian Dao Yi and returned to his sect. Indeed, upon reaching the entrance of his dwelling, he discovered a sound transmission talisman awaiting him. Tonight at the hour of the rat. Bring the items to the precipice at the back mountain. Remember, come alone, or you shall never see your mother again. Following the voice, the talisman crumbled to ashes. He immediately soared from the sect, heading towards the residence of his mother. The doors stood ajar, yet the house was empty, save for a sewing box overturned on the floor, needles, threads, and scraps scattered everywhere. Fury ignited within Sujio. His mother was his greatest vulnerability. He would not permit anyone to bully her. He realized that this was the work of that lecherous old man. How you, colluding with the ghost sect, Sujio was a person of extreme composure. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to visit the alchemy pavilion. Upon meeting with Yu Qinghai, he refrained from mentioning his mother's abduction, aware that his mentor was currently in a precarious situation. He did not wish to burden his esteemed teacher. Instead, he merely requested some elixirs for a brief excursion, expressing his hopes for his mentor's well-being. Why, Yu Qinghai replied, you are a 4th-tier alchemist. Feel free to collect whatever elixirs you require from the alchemy chamber. With that, he returned to examining a formula. Sujio took his leave, retrieving several elixirs from the alchemy chamber. A glance around the pavilion revealed the absence of his senior brothers and sisters, prompting him to exit swiftly. Arriving at the black market, he sought out Lon Fair, presenting nearly all his spirit stones to procure various items he deemed necessary, including materials for array formations, a battle formation diagram, as well as an assortment of explosive mines, alluring fragrances, soul-capturing incense, weapons, and thunder symbols. Noticing Sujio's extravagant spending, Lon Fair gifted him a binding talisman. As Sujio wandered the black market, he remained vigilant for any signs of pursuit. Once assured he was not being followed, he turned into an alleyway leading to a small courtyard, where he could acquire a necessary item. A dummy? This dummy functioned as a puppet, capable of executing its master's commands. Having heard from Lon Fair that this place crafted puppets using silver rather than spirit stones, Sujio planned to use a dummy to aid in his escape. An instance of the golden cicada shedding its shell, he fashioned a puppet identical to himself, a simple creation that could move upon a drop of blood to recognize its master. The shopkeeper informed him that he could select combat attributes or others, and Sujio opted for one that excelled in speed and could self-destruct. He spent over 30,000 taels of silver. Nearly bankrupting himself, Sujio arrived at the precipice at the back mountain. With time to spare, he set up a killing formation there, closing his eyes to calculate his next moves. He buried explosive mines at specific locations, arranged the alluring fragrances and soul-capturing incense, even placing them among the trees. Right before a pine tree at the cliff's edge, he set up a wind-controlling array, prepared to catch his mother should she fall. Having established all necessary defenses, he concealed himself 100 zhang away, suppressing his aura, and waited. Sujio harbored no concerns about the enemy changing locations. He knew their arrogance made it exceedingly simple to deal with a mere child at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. As the hour of the rat approached, a cloaked figure arrived, surveying the area before departing. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals appeared at the cliff's edge, suspending a person from a pine tree by rope, his mother. A figure cloaked in black stepped forward, declaring loudly, Sujio, come out. I know you've been here all along. Your alluring and soul-capturing fragrances are ineffective against us. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept through, dispelling Sujio's carefully laid traps, along with the explosive mines on the ground. This individual was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage, while the other 3 comprised one at the 8th level of Foundation establishment and 2 at the 6th level. Realizing they were well prepared, Sujio stepped forward with composure. He surveyed the 4 individuals, probing the surroundings with his consciousness, finding no additional threats. Feeling slightly relieved, he noticed his mother, rendered mute by a seal, shaking her head to urge him to flee. Observing that his mother was unharmed, Sujio felt a measure of comfort. Facing the cloaked figure, he addressed him directly. Elder Hao Yu, let us speak plainly. You do not find your actions shameful? A golden core cultivator attacking a mere mortal, even in the ghost sect, would earn you disdain. Hao Yu, taken aback that Sujio recognized him, slowly removed his cloak. Sujio, you are indeed clever, but sometimes intelligence can lead to one's downfall. Some matters are beyond your reach. Hand over the items, or neither you nor your mother will leave here alive. Sujio gazed at the opposing figures, his expression one of grievance. Elder Hao, you are putting me in a difficult position. I do not understand what you seek. Hao Yu replied, Sujio, hand over the 9 transformation demon origin platform, or I cannot guarantee your mother's life. At that moment, one of the men pressed a sword against Sujio's mother's neck. In a panic, Sujio hastily produced the 9 transformation demon origin platform. Is this what you desire? Hao Yu's eyes gleamed with desire upon seeing the platform. Hand it over. Sujio approached Hao Yu, stopping less than a yard away. First release my mother. Otherwise, I shall throw this 9 transformation demon origin platform off the cliff. Hao Yu gestured, and another man lowered Sujio's mother from the tree. Keeping the sword pressed against her neck, now, give me the 9 transformation demon origin platform, or I will behead her. Hao Yu commanded. Sujio, wary of making any rash moves, held the 9 transformation demon origin platform in one hand. Hao Yu insisted, do not move. Sujio stood there, cradling the platform. Hao Yu took the platform, inspecting it, then executed an unexpected maneuver. Chanting a spell, the 9 transformation demon origin platform suddenly radiated dark demonic energy, which Hao Yu slammed against Sujio's chest. Chapter 77. Departing the alchemy pavilion as Sujio surrendered the 9 transformation demon origin platform, he was stunned to find Hao Yu, at the last moment, pressing it against his chest. Instantly, a torrent of black demonic energy surged into Sujio's body. Staring in disbelief at Hao Yu, he exclaimed, You would use demonic energy against me? Are you intent on silencing me? As he spoke, the demonic energy continued to invade his body relentlessly. Sujio immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, bracing himself against the invasion of demonic energy. The 9 transformation demon origin platform hovered at his chest, continuously emanating demonic energy into him. Before long, his complexion darkened, his body stiffening. Hao Yu gestured, and his accomplice callously hurled Sujio's mother off the cliff. Fury ignited within Sujio as he glared at Hao Yu. You scoundrel! You truly deserve to die. Hao Yu bent down, observing Sujio to him. With the demonic energy coursing through Sujio, the boy was now a waste. Leaning in close, he calmly stated, Sujio, do you know why you deserve to die? Because you are too clever, yet you have killed my people, Sujio retorted. You conspired with the ghost sect while in the Shanghai sect. Now you seek to kill me to silence me. By this point, Sujio's complexion, once dark, had begun to shift to a sickly green. Hao Yu, seeing Sujio's pallor, chuckled. A green face signifies the infiltration of demonic energy. How amusing, as the malevolent energy infiltrated his body. The cultivator became rigid, his spirit succumbing to despair. At that moment, Sujio's eyes began to redden. Meanwhile, Hao Yu extended his hand to seize the 9 transformations demon origin platform before Sujio, with both hands gesturing in front of his chest. Sujio grasped Hao Yu by the collar and exclaimed, You shall undoubtedly pay for your actions. Hao Yu retorted with a laugh, perhaps in your next life. Suddenly, a beam of white light struck Hao Yu's chest, prompting him to shout, A binding talisman? At that instant, Sujio brandished the shattered soul sword, which had appeared in his hand. Hao Yu, fully engrossed in combating the binding talisman, failed to notice the swift emergence of Sujio's sword. In such close proximity, the sudden appearance of a long sword was lethal. All of Sujio's techniques were characterized by speed. Sensing the impending danger, Hao Yu lost his head in an instant. A cultivator at the second level of the Golden Core stage was swiftly obliterated, marking what could be deemed the most absurd demise imaginable. Yet, even in death, Hao Yu could not fathom why Sujio remained unaffected by the malicious energy. Unbeknownst to him, the malevolent energy had been absorbed and refined by Sujio's immortal demon tomb, transforming into nourishment for him. Upon witnessing Sujio's execution of Hao Yu, the other 3 individuals immediately brandished their blades and surrounded him. Sujio recited an incantation, and several beams of white light manifested before him, forming a lethal confinement array that ensnared the trio within. Swiftly, Su Jiu darted to the edge of a cliff, gazing ahead to see the wind control array activate, signifying that his mother had been drawn into the formation and was unlikely to be in mortal danger. Turning back, Su Jiu approached the confinement array and intoned the incantation, causing thunder and lightning to roil within, striking the three adversaries and leaving them battered, their hair standing on end, their garments torn. After unleashing the array once more, the tempest of lightning left the three incapacitated on the ground. Su Jiu dismissed the killing array, wielding the shattered soul sword as he entered the array, only to find the three rising to assault him. Despite the opportunity to eliminate them swiftly, Su Jiu required the use of puppets for his escape. Hence he engaged in combat with them. This battle proved to be ferocious. Su Jiu vanquished a 6th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator and severely wounded an 8th-level one, while sustaining injuries that caused him to cough up blood. The 6th-level opponent was also gravely injured. Intentionally drawing nearer to the cliffside woods, where turbulent waters roared below, Su Jiu released puppets to flee towards the cliff while he concealed himself among the trees. The two cultivators from the ghost sect, despite their grievous wounds, pursued him relentlessly in the woods. Su Jiu stealthily unleashed his puppets, commanding them to sprint towards the cliff while he concealed his presence atop a tree. The two adversaries only saw Su Jiu leap off the cliff. Peering down, the 8th-level cultivator declared, "Go call for reinforcements. Su Jiu has jumped off the cliff. They must pursue downstream." Before long, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, the sound of a puppet self-destructing. Su Jiu had ordered it to detonate upon encountering ghost sect members. This was his strategy. He hastened to the base of the cliff and, within the wind control array, he indeed spotted his mother. Though slightly injured, she was not in mortal peril. Overjoyed at Su Jiu's safety, tears streamed down her face. Su Jiu hoisted her onto his back and vanished into the primordial forest. He knew he would not return to the Pill Pavilion for a long time. He would only reappear when he could contend with the ghost sect. Where had Su Jiu gone? He made his way to a secluded cultivation chamber embraced by 9 mountains, intent on breaking through to the golden core stage. Regardless of the time it took, he possessed a few spirit stones and ample silver for sustenance. His storage bag contained enough provisions to last him and his mother 3 years. On the 3rd day, they arrived at the foot of the 9-ringed mountains. Beside a tranquil pool, Su Jiu set down his mother, scanning the surroundings within a 300-mile radius with his spiritual sense. There was no one in sight, not even at the bottom of the pool. Finally, Su Jiu felt a sense of relief. He transformed his spiritual energy into a spherical air bubble, taking his mother with him as they submerged into the depths of the pool. Entering the cultivation chamber, his mother adored this secluded underwater haven for its tranquility, safety, and the fact that she could be with her son every day. Su Jiu summoned Na Dong, a remarkably eloquent spirit. Upon seeing Su Jiu's mother, Na Dong exclaimed, "Mother above, I bow to you, little spirit. You are the Master's mother, thus you are also my mother. From now on, you may call me Na Dong." His cherubic face constantly wore a cheerful smile, eliciting hearty laughter from Su Jiu's mother. After chatting briefly with his mother, Su Jiu resumed his cultivation. She watched him in silence, patiently awaiting his progress, while Na Dong occasionally engaged her in light-hearted conversation, bringing joy to the elder. Now, as Su Jiu practiced the last 3 volumes behind the immortal demon tomb, he no longer required Na Dong's assistance. Na Dong's current task was to help Su Jiu decipher the usage of the 9 transformations demon origin platform. Each day, Su Jiu engaged in intense battles against the phantom warriors, honing his skills in the shattered soul sword technique, the clear wind sword technique, and the Qian Kuan shadowless step, all of which were continuously enhanced through combat. Su Jiu's cultivation sword, with his endurance in battle extending from half an hour to an hour, then to 2 hours, eventually standing toe-to-toe with each phantom warrior. After 2 months, a resounding pop signaled his breakthrough to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. However, peculiarly, upon reaching this level, not only did Su Jiu fail to defeat the phantom warriors, but they too seemed to have enhanced their cultivation, and he found himself outmatched once more. Another 6 months passed, and Su Jiu finally managed to contend evenly with the phantom warriors. One day, while meditating on the stone bench, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the presence of someone entering. Chapter 78. Breaking through to the golden core stage. As Su Jiu meditated on the stone bench, He suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an intruder. He stepped swiftly to the entrance, gripping the shattered soul sword in hand, having discerned that there was only one individual outside. Yet he was formidable, likely at the third level of the Golden Core stage. Sujio tightened his grip on the sword, fixing his gaze at the entrance. A figure clad in black emerged, wielding a long sword. "Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my dwelling?" Sujio demanded. The black-clad figure assessed Sujio and then his mother, feeling a sense of superiority and strength, proclaimed arrogantly, "This place now belongs to me. Hand over your storage bag, and I shall grant you a swift death." As he surveyed the surroundings, he acted as though it were already his domain. "Are you attempting to rob me outright?" Sujio surmised. Discerning that this black-clad figure was no benevolent soul, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword with astonishing speed. Yet the black-clad man, possessing superior cultivation, nimbly retreated while striking at Sujio. The two clashed together, with Sujio only at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, and the black-clad man at the 3rd level of Golden Core. There was a significant disparity in their realms, placing Sujio at a disadvantage. His mother watched anxiously from behind. After more than 30 exchanges, Sujio's shattered soul sword traced arcs in the air, his movements becoming increasingly rapid. Initially, the black-clad man appeared at ease, but soon, he grew alarmed as Sujio's speed and unpredictable swordplay became overwhelming. After 100 exchanges, the clear wind sword technique and the shattered soul sword technique melded seamlessly, forcing the black-clad man into a retreat. Utilizing the Qian Kuan shadowless step, the black-clad man found himself unable to withstand Sujio's relentless assault. Surrounded by Sujio's phantoms, the black-clad man faced attacks from every direction, as though besieged by a multitude of Sujio's. Sujio sensed that he was on the brink of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Using this black-clad man as a stepping stone to find the opportunity for his advancement, with a smirk, Sujio taunted, "I expected you to be a master, but it seems I overestimated you. Unable to best a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. What do you think you are? A Golden Core cultivator? You might as well waste your cultivation and get lost." He sought to provoke the black-clad man into unleashing even greater power, thus igniting his own breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Indeed, the black-clad man, as if fueled by a surge of strength, began to attack Sujio with furious intensity. "Bring it on." The sharp edge of the black-clad man's sword clashed with Sujio's agile blade. Yet Sujio's swordplay remained more adaptable. With blistering speed, he countered every strike from the black-clad man, always one step ahead. As the 300th exchange unfolded, Sujio had firmly established the upper hand. The black-clad man's speed had diminished. Each of his sword strikes was effortlessly thwarted, leading to a breakdown in his composure. "This is impossible," he cried out in disbelief. Sujio regarded him coldly, delivering a strike that severed the black-clad man's arm, sending his sword flying, along with a hand. Just then, a beam of light struck the black-clad man's thigh. Observing the black-clad man's slowing pace, Sujio executed another strike, this time targeting the man's other leg, causing blood to spurt forth amidst anguished screams. With a swift motion, Sujio's sword rested against the black-clad man's neck as two beams of light immobilized him from the waist down. Terror filled the man's eyes as he gazed at Sujio. With a flick of his fingers, Sujio sealed the man's cultivation. The ice fire beetle perched upon Sujio's shoulder. He took the storage bag from the black-clad man and peered inside. Discovering 30,000 spirit stones, over 10,000 taels of silver, a letter, and a shield-shaped stone, Sujio examined the stone and the letter, inquiring, "What is this? Speak honestly, or I shall carve you into mincemeat one sword strike at a time." Feigning calm, the black-clad man declared, "I am Nangong Yuan, the vice-master of the 3rd palace of the demon sect. Release me at once, or you shall all perish today." Sujio scoffed, a vice-master captured by a mere 9th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. "And you still have the audacity to demand your release?" Nangong Yuan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words, yet he boldly asserted, "Our demon sect's techniques are unparalleled, blessed by the demon god's protection. Something feeble beings like you cannot comprehend. If you do not surrender today, you shall experience a torment worse than death." With a flash of the soul-shattering sword in Sujio's hand, yet another arm was severed. "It seems you have failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. I shall reiterate, what is this object?" Nan Gongyuan trembled in pain. Initially, he intended to hold on a little longer, but upon seeing Suju raise the sword once more, he immediately confessed. This is an emblem of the demon sect. It was bestowed upon the royal family of Liangnan by the master of our third hall. That letter was addressed to the right chancellor of Liangnan, Sima Zhaoyuan. Gazing up at Sujio, he continued, a year ago, the secret treasure of the demon sect, the ninefold demon origin platform, was stolen by a traitor and delivered to the ghost sect. Subsequently, the ghost sect sent that treasure to the artifact refining pavilion of the Mountain Sea sect, intending to utilize their methods to transform it into a ghostly artifact. However, to their surprise, it was snatched away by a disciple of the Mountain Sea sect. The ghost sect dispatched countless experts and eventually succeeded in slaying that youth. Yet the ninefold demon origin platform vanished without a trace. Sujio queried, how is this connected to the royal family of Liangnan, and what relation does it bear to the right chancellor? Sima Zhaoyuan, Nan Gongyuan, now intimidated by Sujio's murderous aura, adopted a more subdued tone. Within the royal family of Liangnan, there exists an organization known as the Divine Eagle Hall, consisting of numerous cultivators and spies dedicated to gathering intelligence. This Divine Eagle Hall is under the control of the right chancellor, Sima Zhaoyuan. The master of the third hall sent me here to request the Divine Eagle Hall's assistance in investigating the whereabouts of the ninefold demon origin platform, promising that should it be found, the demon sect would aid him in capturing 100 individuals. Capture individuals? For what purpose? The cultivators of the Divine Eagle Hall are controlled by lethal poisons. Not a single one can leave safely. They are provided with antidotes only on a regular basis and must complete their missions to receive them. Otherwise, how many cultivators would willingly serve the court? Suju exclaimed in anger. So you rely on selling out cultivators in exchange for the opportunity to collaborate with the Divine Eagle Hall. These are the conditions set by the Divine Eagle Hall. We have no choice in the matter, Suju then inquired. What is the significance of the ninefold demon origin platform that warrants such grand schemes from both the demon sect and the ghost sect? Nan Gongyuan replied immediately. It is indeed of great significance. The ninefold demon origin platform can store demonic essence and malevolent energy, absorbing and refining it to serve as a source of power for demon cultivators. Furthermore, what else? Nan Gongyuan hesitated, realizing that this was a secret of the demon sect, one he could not divulge. Sujio slowly raised the soul-shattering sword, performing a flourish with it in his hand. He then wiped it with his sleeve and coldly stared at Nan Gongyuan. Upon seeing the hooked sword in Sujio's grasp, Nan Gongyuan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He then added, it can also suppress magical beasts, nurturing and transforming them into spiritual beasts for demon cultivators. At this revelation, Sujio's heart surged with excitement. He asked, have you used it to suppress magical beasts? The master has done so. And it was terrifying. Does the ninefold demon origin platform require blood to recognize its master, or can it be manipulated without such acknowledgement? Nan Gongyuan, gazing apprehensively at Sujio, questioned. Could it be that the ninefold demon origin platform is in your possession? You possess an insatiable curiosity? Answer my questions. Nan Gongyuan was gripped by a deep-seated fear as he regarded this youth, whose cultivation was profound and whose courage was extraordinary. He wished to retreat. Yet his lower body was frozen and his abilities sealed, leaving him standing there helplessly. Seeing that Nan Gongyuan remained silent, Sujio swiftly thrust his sword into Nan Gongyuan's dantian. With a twist, Nan Gongyuan let out a cry as his dantian was rendered useless. An array of murky energy erupted from his body, and Sujio's storage pouch trembled, as if drawn to the chaotic essence that surged into it. Upon witnessing this, it became clear to Nan Gongyuan that to remain oblivious would be sheer folly. He pointed a trembling finger at Sujio, exclaiming, who are you, and why is the ninefold demon origin platform in your possession? Chapter 79. Breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage 2. Sujio placed his palm on Nan Gongyuan's forehead and invoked the soul-searching technique. Nan Gongyuan wailed in anguish, yet Sujio showed no mercy, and soon silence fell. This technique was typically reserved for those of lesser cultivation, but with Nan Gongyuan's powers rendered null and Sujio's extraordinary soul strength, it posed little challenge. Through Nan Gongyuan's memories, Sujio finally discerned how to activate the ninefold demon origin platform, as well as how to absorb and release demonic energy. To Sujio's astonishment, that yellow cloth bag possessed the ability to sever spiritual awareness. However, Regrettably, Nan Gongyuan lacked knowledge on how to subdue magical beasts. Within Nan Gongyuan's memories lay countless secrets. For instance, the demon sect's conspiracy to absorb the ghost sect. A ghost sect elder acting as a spy for the demon sect, and the presence of an informant within the third hall of another sect, among others. Nan Gongyuan collapsed to the ground, and Sujio harbored a deep hatred for those who exploit the lives of others to fulfill their own ambitions. With a single stroke, he took Nan Gongyuan's life. Sujio returned to his mother's side, concerned that she might harbor discontent towards him. Just then, she spoke. Jior, during my time in the outer court, I have encountered much and witnessed the oppression of the weak by those of higher cultivation. Even being seized by the cultivators of the ghost sect, I now understand that the cultivation world is one where strength reigns supreme. I bear you no ill will. I believe you will make the right choices. All I hope is that, no matter how powerful you become, you do not morph into a ruthless killer of the innocent. Promise me, will you? Sujio understood his mother's concerns. He nodded solemnly and said, Mother, do not worry, I understand. Sujio felt elated to be by his mother's side. Yet he knew that only by becoming powerful could he ensure her continued presence and protect her well. The battle with Nan Gongyuan proved immensely beneficial for Sujio. He could already glimpse the doorway to breaking through to the Golden Core realm. If he could enter, he would ascend to that level. Sujio began to meditate and cultivate, repeatedly pushing against the boundaries of his realm. Finally, on the third day, a surge of spiritual energy began to ripple through his body, culminating in a resounding pop. A violent vortex of spiritual energy surged towards Sujio. He had officially broken through to the Golden Core stage. A tremendous pressure emanated from Sujio, compelling the surroundings to protect his mother. Sujio's hair was whipped about by the spiraling energy, his garments rustling fiercely. In haste, he retrieved several porcelain vials and began to consume elixirs, meditating to stabilize his cultivation. Soon, 7 days passed, and Sujio's cultivation stabilized at the first layer of the Golden Core stage. His spiritual energy circulation speed had more than doubled. His spiritual awareness also grew stronger, with an expanded range of perception. Eagerly, Sujio engaged in combat with the Phantom Warrior, and indeed, he had made a breakthrough. While the Phantom Warrior had also leveled up. Yet now, Sujio, armed with rich battle experience, quickly found himself evenly matched against the Phantom Warrior, no longer at a disadvantage. Delighted by his significant progress, Sujio realized that his understanding of close combat had deepened. Recalling the black box left to him by the esteemed Fan Sun, he felt a surge of anticipation. Now that he had broken through to the Golden Core stage, he could finally open the box left by Fan Sun. With bated breath, Sujio opened it to reveal a letter and 7 small black flying swords, glimmering ominously with a chilling aura. Upon opening the letter, he read, "To meet is to be fated. I bestow upon you the soul-shattering flying sword, the soul-shattering sword control, and the ability to sever souls, impervious to defense. Only those at the Golden Core stage or above may cultivate it. Otherwise, their souls shall be harmed. Remember this." It dawned on Sujio that he had always thought the soul-shattering sword control within the soul-shattering sword technique was of little use. It was, in fact, an instruction for this flying sword. It could sever souls, truly terrifying. Sujio silently recited the sword controlling technique, attempting to manipulate the flying swords with his spiritual awareness, yet after multiple attempts, he found no success. Suddenly, he wondered, could it be that blood is required to refine these artifacts? Sujio let drops of blood fall upon the 7 flying swords. Indeed, the swords shimmered and vibrated. Hovering in the AI art, Sujio sensed the state of several swords. He recited the incantation once more, and the flying swords appeared in an instant around him. Hovering above his head, Sujio took a wooden figure and tossed it into the air. Commanding the flying swords to attack, in a flash, the 7 swords teleported before the wooden figure, smashing it to pieces before it could even touch the ground. Sujio then produced a shield, and the flying swords pierced through it with little resistance, shattering it as well. When calling the flying swords back, Sujio was astonished to find that even with his formidable spiritual awareness, he could not detect how the swords returned. They seemed to teleport back to his side in an instant. The swords sustained no damage and remained as sharp as ever, glimmering ominously, with a flick of his spiritual awareness. The swords drilled into Sujio's left arm, leaving behind the imprints of 7 small flying swords on his skin. Sujio waved his hand, simultaneously channeling the incantation, and the swords appeared instantly 2 zhang away. Hovering in the air, such speed was astounding. Recollecting the flying swords, Sujio felt a rush of joy, his excitement palpable. He thought to himself, I must find an opportunity to test the severing of souls. Nadong approached, observing Sujio, and remarked, Master, these flying swords are indeed a treasure. They perfectly supplement your ranged combat deficiencies. If paired with the treasure within the Shi-Rang crystal, your defense and offense would be flawless. Sujio inquired, Speak quickly, what is the precious item within the Shi-Rang crystal? As he spoke, he placed the Shi-Rang crystal on the ground and gazed at it. Nadong replied, Master, place your hand on the Shi-Rang crystal, circulate your spiritual energy, and give it a try. The Shi-Rang crystal sensed Sujio's cultivation and spiritual energy, gradually brightening and gently trembling. Nadong directed, Master, use your spiritual awareness to control it and slowly feel the Shi-Rang crystal. Sujio sensed the crystal's hardness from the inside out, detecting a slight warmth and gentle vibrations, and felt that within the center of the Shi-Rang crystal, there was a spherical object. Sujio infused his spiritual energy into the Shi-Rang crystal, which emitted a white-green glow, causing it to soften and almost melt away. Sujio used his spiritual awareness to extract the spherical object from the Shi-Rang crystal. It was black, composed of pieces that assembled into a solid, hefty sphere. What could this be? Sujio turned to Nadong. The Nadong Dao is a defensive treasure that can be activated with a drop of blood. Sujio squeezed a few drops of blood onto the orb. The black sphere quivered slightly, and Sujio sensed that, indeed, under his control, the black sphere gradually cracked open, pieces floating apart and expanding. In the center, a mass of white substance emerged, resembling a ball of dough. Sujio manipulated this white dough, making it grow larger and larger until it transformed into a sphere of about 10 feet in diameter. Suspended before him, Sujio glanced sideways at Na Dongdao, saying, Little Dongdong, is this what you call a defensive treasure? Na Dongdao understood that Sujio was unimpressed with this treasure. He flew to the opposite side of the dough and said, Dao Master, try attacking me with your sword energy through the dough. Sujio unleashed a sword energy with 30% of his strength, which vanished without a trace upon entering the dough. What? Sujio increased his power to 70% and struck again. The dough consumed it entirely, leaving no trace. Sujio was quite astonished. He swung down his sword, but the shattered soul sword barely descended a foot before he felt an enveloping, soft and heavy force restrain it, rendering it immovable. Na Dongdao explained that this treasure is called the Chaos Immortal Clay. It is impervious to water and fire, resistant to wind and thunder. It can alter its shape, exhibiting unpredictable transformations. Indeed, under Sujio's control, the Chaos Immortal Clay gradually morphed into a flat surface, then into a semicircle. It could even take on a spherical form, encasing Sujio within. Sujio finally became adept at utilizing the Chaos Immortal Clay and realized that the petals surrounding the black sphere were also intended for defense. He then took out the Misty Jade, acknowledging its ownership with a drop of blood. Sujio had always harbored reservations about this sinister flute, as it was known to control poisonous insects, demonic beasts, ghosts, and other entities in the inheritance of Hichengzi. He felt it was not a proper artifact. However, now he needed to enhance his abilities and arm himself to the teeth. After acknowledging ownership, he sensed a connection with the Misty Jade, followed by a passage of text entering his consciousness, akin to an instruction manual for the artifact. Sujio finally comprehended how the Misty Jade controlled demonic beasts, ghosts, and poisonous insects, truly understanding the essence of control. His cultivation reached the golden core stage, augmenting both his long-range and defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing his strength. Sujio understood that his current stay in Liangnan country posed more danger than opportunity, as the entire ghost sect was on the hunt for him, and it was not impossible that the demon sect was also searching for him, potentially deploying formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Although he now possessed the ability to engage in battles beyond his level, it was limited to those within the 4th level of the golden core stage. He would not be so arrogant as to believe he could contend with a nascent soul powerhouse. His plan was to head to Beiwa country, where there were almost no ghost sect members, and which was relatively close to Liangnan country. The region was characterized by towering mountains and abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal destination for him and his mother. Sujio, a man of decisive action, quickly gathered his belongings and set off. He purchased some essential supplies and provisions at a nearby market, preparing abundantly before embarking on his journey. Though one could fly after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, it was preferable to travel via sword flight with his mother, following the map. They flew for about 4 hours, arriving at a town in the northern part of Liangnan country. Sugio did not bring his mother into the town, but instead found a resting place on a nearby mountain. He foraged for some wild vegetables and fruits, cooking a pot of porridge, and hunted a few small animals for a delightful meal. Just as he was about to eat, a group of individuals flew out from the west towards the town, and for some reason, they landed as they passed overhead. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. He scanned Sugio and his mother, snorting coldly, "I have business here. You must depart swiftly." Sugio felt a surge of anger, but wished to avoid escalating the situation and was about to leave with his mother. At that moment, the misty jade in his arms trembled slightly. As if sensing something, Sugio frowned, discreetly observing the group and noticing that a few of them were surrounded by a faint, ghostly aura. Could they be from the ghost sect? He became secretly wary. His mother tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Son, let's go." Just as Sugio was about to respond, the middle-aged man suddenly struck, a beam of black light shooting towards Sugio. Acting swiftly, Sugio summoned the chaos immortal clay to shield himself. The light struck the clay, sparking a shower of sparks. The boy has some skill. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Sugio retorted coldly, "Why do you harm others without cause?" "We were about to leave." The middle-aged man sneered. "Your suspicious demeanor suggests you are involved with that treasure." Sugio's heart sank. Had he guessed that he possessed numerous treasures? At that moment, the misty jade trembled even more vigorously. Sugio considered that perhaps he could use the misty jade to control the surrounding beasts to counterattack. He quietly channeled his spiritual energy, activating the misty jade. Instantly, wild wolves surged from the surrounding woods, charging at the group. The members of the ghost sect drew their weapons in response. Seeing this, the middle-aged man formed hand seals, chanting incantations, summoning a torrent of ghostly energy that transformed into spectral apparitions rushing towards the wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Sugio summoned the shattered soul sword and thrust it toward the middle-aged man. The man sidestepped, but Sugio had a backup plan, manipulating the misty jade to release a wave of sound energy that disrupted his movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Sugio launched a fierce assault, pointing the sword's tip at the man's throat. "Let today's incident end here. Or do not blame me for being merciless." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. And ultimately, he had no choice but to retreat with his subordinates, leaving in disgrace. Sugio exhaled, relieved, realizing his strength had indeed grown. He reassured his frightened mother, and they resumed their meal at that moment. A rustling sound came from the woods, and Sugio turned to see a snow-white fox approaching. It was the little white fox, and he was astonished to see it here, unsure how it had made its way to this remote location. Sugio hurried over to the little white fox, joyfully exclaiming, "Little white fox, how did you end up here?" It turned out that the last time the ghost sect believed they had killed Sugio but could not find the Nine Turns demon origin platform, they shifted their focus to those close to him, including the little white fox, which had been relentlessly pursued by the ghost sect. The little white fox had no choice but to flee from the Shanghai sect. Intending to return to its ancestral land, Sugio felt a pang of guilt, believing he had brought trouble to the little white fox. Fortunately, although the little white fox had sustained some injuries, it was not severely harmed. The pursuers included 2 at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and 3 at the 8th level, but the little white fox revealed that the ghost sect did not dare to act against the members of the Shanghai sect. Sugio administered numerous elixirs to help the little white fox recover. The little white fox explained, "There is a rare treasure emerging here, attracting many cultivators. No wonder those individuals had attacked him without inquiry." Not wanting to reveal himself, he decided to leave quickly with his mother. Just then, several cultivators were approaching from not far away. Sugio had no choice but to lead his mother and the little white fox into the mountains. They flew slowly through the depths of the forest for several hours, arriving at a place where colossal trees obscured the sky, the ground covered in vines. Feeling they were far enough away, they finally stopped at that moment. Sugio discovered a totem on a giant tree, a peculiar design that seemed familiar. A thought struck him, as if something were about to emerge from the earth. He approached it, examining it closely, gently tracing his fingers along the totem's patterns. Suddenly, he recalled a similar design his father had shown him in his childhood, when his father had solemnly warned him to be cautious if he ever encountered such a totem. As Su Jiao immersed himself in these memories, the surrounding air began to ripple, a mysterious force subtly radiating. Su Jiao stood alert, positioning his mother behind him as the little white fox bristled. Ready for action, the totem began to shimmer with a faint light, gradually coalescing into the shape of a door. Su Jiao hesitated, uncertain whether to approach. However, curiosity ultimately prevailed. He steeled himself and slowly walked toward the door. Upon passing through, he was greeted by an extraordinary sight, resembling an ancient ruin. Various treasures and scriptures were displayed within the center. A gem radiating a powerful aura floated, and an elderly man with a long beard, leaning on a staff, addressed Su Jiao, "Child, if you agree to stay, all the treasures here shall be yours. Come, simply let a drop of your blood fall upon this jade plate." Su Jiao gazed at the treasures and scriptures, closed his eyes and quietly said, "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to." The elderly man before him looked stunned, slowly becoming indistinct before finally vanishing. The surroundings transformed into a corridor at that moment. Su Jiao noticed his mother speaking to a stone, tears streaming down her face. The little white fox was rolling on the ground, filled with joy. Both his mother and the little white fox wore vacant expressions. Realizing they were trapped in an illusion, Su Jiao channeled his spiritual energy, shouting, "Wake up!" His mother and the little white fox jolted simultaneously, regaining their senses and looking at Su Jiao in confusion. As Su Jiao stepped through the portal, he sensed the fluctuations of the array, and with his exceptionally powerful soul, he found himself impervious to ordinary illusions. The group continued forward, and at the end of the long corridor, a luminous gateway emerged. Upon passing through, they were greeted by a fragrant paradise of birdsong and blossoms. To the right stood a towering altar, upon which an elderly man with a long beard leaned on a staff. Gazing at Su Jiao and her mother, he was none other than the figure Su Jiao had encountered in her visions. With a swift motion, the old man appeared before Su Jiao, his eyes wide with astonishment as he inquired, "Child, who are you? How did you break through the illusionary array? After decades, you are the first to accomplish this. Esteemed elder, I am Su Jiao, a disciple of the Shanhai sect from the Xia Kingdom. My cultivation technique allows me to perceive illusions," Su Jiao replied. The old man nodded. "If I am not mistaken, you must be a soul cultivator, possessing an extraordinarily strong spirit to have shattered my illusion." "Indeed, esteemed elder, your insight is remarkable. I have indeed practiced the art of soul cultivation," Su Jiao affirmed. The elder's expression brightened. "Welcome to the West Star tribe. I am Yuan Yi, the high priest of this tribe. Since you have breached this array, it seems you are destined for something greater." You recognize the name Su Xinghe. Upon hearing this name, Su Jiao's mother trembled involuntarily, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Jiao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Esteemed elder, that is my father." Yuan Yi nodded solemnly. "In truth, I have been waiting here for quite some time, seeking one who can fulfill the star's legacy for the West Star tribe and complete a hidden task. Your young age and ability to harness the essence of Earth indicate you possess great potential. It appears that you may indeed be the chosen one." Surprised that Yuan Yi could discern his affinity for the essence of Earth, Su Jiao inquired, "May I ask what this task entails?" Yuan Yi's demeanor turned grave. "Several years ago, the West Star tribe faced a calamity, trapping many of our ancestors, including your father, within a secret realm. We have long sought the truth and recently uncovered clues linking this matter to a hidden force that covets great power. Your father possesses knowledge of certain secrets, making him a target for capture. Just 2 days ago, I observed the celestial signs, which foretold the arrival of the destined one." Su Jia's heart raced, and he clenched his fists. "Elder, do you know where my father currently is?" Yuan Yi shook his head. "He is likely still within the secret realm, and his precise location remains uncertain. However, there is an artifact that may provide guidance." With that, he produced an ancient jade pendant and handed it to Su Jiao. "This pendant is connected to your father. Holding it may awaken a response within you." As Su Jiao took the pendant, he felt a familiar aura envelop him, realizing he was one step closer to finding his father. He glanced at his mother, whose eyes were brimming with tears. "High Priest Yuan Yi, how does one enter the secret realm? May I seek my father within?" Su Jiao asked earnestly. Yuan Yi replied, Whether you may enter depends on your destiny. Follow me. Yuan turned and walked into the distance, with Su Ju hurriedly trailing behind. They arrived before a colossal tree, where Yuan planted his staff into the ground. A sphere of light materialized in his hand, which he held before his chest while tracing a circle in the air. He chanted incantations, and the light sphere soared towards the great tree, revealing a luminous gateway. Yuan stepped through, and Su Ju followed suit. They found themselves in a dark space, where a narrow path led forward, revealing a sea of blue reminiscent of the starry sky, dotted with flickering white starlight. Yuan explained, to enter the secret realm, you must first gain the approval of the power of the starry sky. Su Ju nodded and approached the celestial expanse. However, despite his efforts, he found he could not close the distance, even after walking for an hour. Desperate, he attempted to fly, only to find his spiritual energy suppressed. His heart raced with anxiety. How could he gain the recognition of the starry sky if he remained unable to approach? Suddenly, he recalled an ancient text he had once read, which spoke of sincerity and intention. Perhaps he needed to clear his mind and rely solely on his belief. Taking a deep breath, Su Ju closed his eyes, dispelling all distractions and focusing solely on reaching the starry sky. Remarkably, as he took another step, he felt an unseen force propel him forward. With each stride, as his inner calm and resolve strengthened, he drew nearer to the celestial realm. Surrounding him, radiant starlight began to shimmer, as if welcoming his arrival. Finally, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of stars, surrounded by countless twinkling lights. He sensed a cold yet powerful energy coursing through him. A recognition of the power of the starry sky. As Su Ju embraced the surge of strength, he understood it was the essence of the stars. This newfound energy flowed within him, gathering at his dantian. Suddenly, a colossal vortex appeared in the heavens, emanating a mysterious aura. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Su Ju soared towards the vortex. As he approached, he was abruptly pulled inside by a tremendous force. In an instant, he found himself in a peculiar space filled with radiant runes and crystals, a place seemingly dedicated to the cultivation of starry energy. Before him lay a massive star crystal core, a deep azure orb radiating boundless light. Before he could react, a swarm of guardian beasts, formed from the condensed power of the stars, surged towards him. Remaining calm, Su Ju summoned the star energy within him and unleashed the Qian Kuan step to counter their assault. With the power of the stars fueling him, Su Ju unleashed a thunderous palm strike, sending the guardian beasts reeling. After a fierce battle, he deftly evaded numerous attacks and charged towards the star crystal core. As he made contact with the core, it transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly into his being. Su Ju felt his star energy reach unprecedented heights. He was on the verge of a breakthrough to the second layer of the golden core stage. Just then, he heard Yuan's urgent voice calling out, Su Ju, do not attempt to break through your cultivation here in the realm of the stars. It will provoke a backlash from the starry energy. Seeing that Su Ju seemed oblivious to his warning, Yuan cried out in desperation, the starry energy outside senses the agitation of your inner power and will react, forcefully drawing upon your strength and potentially obliterating you. Su Ju was not ignoring Yuan's words. He was simply entranced by the star energy. When he felt the urge to break through earlier, the external star energy had indeed sensed his internal turbulence. However, instead of a violent pull, it had drawn his consciousness into a mental barrier, transforming into a woman clad in a blue gown, who gazed at him with astonishment. How is it possible that you possess two dantians? Two powerful souls within you? Who exactly are you? Such fortune at such a young age, she exclaimed. Su Ju, taken aback by her presence, respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, esteemed elder, you are truly a remarkable being. I am Su Ju, a disciple of the Shanhai sect. My achievements are but a stroke of luck. I have just absorbed the star energy and did not intend to intrude. I hope you can forgive my unintended offense. The woman nodded. Your ability to gain the star energy's recognition is a sign of your destiny. Greater fortunes await you in the future. Today, I shall bestow upon you the essence of the stars, hoping that one day, you may transcend to divinity and protect this land, ensuring the legacy of the ancient witch clan thrives. The ancient witch clan. What do you mean, esteemed elder? Su Ju inquired. The woman replied, when you ascend to the divine realm, you will understand. All I ask is for your promise. Sujio, in awe of the profound being before him, felt weak in the knees and stammered, "If I truly achieve what you say, I will surely protect this land and promote the legacy of the ancient witch clan. Do you have any news of my father?" he ventured. The woman nodded. "Your father is trapped within the secret realm, and perhaps you alone can rescue him. But beware, the realm is fraught with peril, ferocious beasts, venomous creatures, treacherous traps, and chaotic spatial currents. Exercise utmost caution." Sujio replied earnestly, "I will certainly be careful. May I know your name?" "Esteemed elder," the woman softly replied, "I am Han Xingyue. You may call me Xingyue." Sujio quickly bowed. "I have seen the elder Xingyue. Thank you for your generous gift." Han Xingyue nodded. "Remember your promise." With a wave of her hand, Sujio was returned to the starry space. He hurriedly approached Yuan Yi. Sujio stepped before Yuan Yi and said, "High Priest, I appreciate your warning. I just encountered some unforeseen circumstances." Yuan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that it was good nothing serious had happened, but they should not linger in this place and needed to depart swiftly. Just as the two were about to leave, the surrounding starry sky suddenly began to tremble violently. Sujio sensed something was amiss. Could it be due to my acquisition of the celestial origin? Yuan Yi's expression grew grave, fearing that such a disturbance had indeed triggered fluctuations in the cosmic order. Chains of starlight materialized from thin air, twisting towards them. Sujio cast a spell to defend himself, but soon realized that these chains were remarkably resilient. Yuan Yi formed hand seals, chanting incantations, and a protective barrier momentarily repelled the chain's onslaught. "We must locate the source and sever it," he declared. Sujio scanned the surroundings and noticed an area where the starlight was particularly dense. That might be the key. Ignoring the peril, Sujio dashed forward, deftly evading the chain's attacks. After a strenuous effort, he reached the spot and unleashed a powerful punch infused with celestial energy, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. The chains of starlight gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the sky. Yuan Yi nodded in approval, saying, "Sujio, you truly are extraordinary. Now, let us hasten our departure." Sujio cast one last glance at the starry expanse before following Yuan Yi away. Chapter 83. The Secret Realm of the Western Star. Within the interstellar expanse, Sujio obtained the celestial origin and celestial energy, causing a stir in his cultivation level as he approached a breakthrough into the second layer of the golden core stage. Upon their exit, High Priest Yuan Yi deliberately selected a location abundant in spiritual energy for Sujio to advance his cultivation. Sujio wasted no time. He seated himself on the ground, circulating his techniques. The celestial energy surged rapidly within him, soon being absorbed into his Dan Si, transforming from a blue hue to white as it melded with his spiritual power. At that moment, a fine thread of energy appeared in his spiritual essence, and Sujio felt invigorated. The celestial origin crystal core within the Dan Si continuously emanated the celestial origin, which was being absorbed and refined. The Dan Si brimmed with spiritual power, swirling like a boiling cauldron. Sujio sensed his body's state and began to breach the boundary of his cultivation. Soon, with a soft pop, he effortlessly advanced to the second layer of the golden core stage. Indeed, minor realms are much easier to break through. After adjusting his state, he rose and approached High Priest Yuan Yi, eagerly inquiring about the situation in the secret realm of the Western Star, where his father was located. High Priest Yuan Yi led Sujio to the periphery of a canyon, with Sujio's mother anxiously trailing behind. Sujio had informed her that his father was trapped within the secret realm and needed his assistance. However, High Priest Yuan Yi had warned that the realm was fraught with terrifying dangers, which heightened his concern for Sujio's safety. High Priest Yuan Yi gazed solemnly into the canyon, stating, "The secret realm of the Western Star is laden with numerous restrictions and formations, guarded by many formidable beasts. Your father was ensnared within a perilous illusion formation." Sujio's gaze hardened with determination. "No matter how dangerous, I must venture forth." His mother grasped his hand tightly, urging, "Jioer, please be cautious. I will accompany Sujio into the secret realm," declared the high priest. After reassuring his mother, Sujio followed the high priest into the canyon. They soon arrived at a massive vortex of clouds and mist. Sujio summoned the celestial energy to strike the vortex, resulting in a resounding boom. The vortex halted, revealing a grand luminous gate. Yuan Yi led Sujio through the light gate. Upon entering, the scenery abruptly transformed. As if they were immersed in a maelstrom of stars, with countless points of light flitting about. Countless meteors shot towards them. Suzhou swiftly summoned his treasures to defend, simultaneously channeling the celestial energy to counter the onslaught. Meanwhile, High Priest Yuani executed hand seals, murmuring incantations, as runes surged forth to mitigate some of the meteor strikes. However, as they progressed deeper, the pressure intensified. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed firebird emerged ahead, its entire body ablaze. Emitting a piercing shriek as it dove towards Suzhou's eyes sharpened, gathering celestial power in his palms, preparing to confront this sudden challenge. A fierce battle was imminent as the firebird approached. Seemingly ready to devour Suzhou effortlessly, a powerful gust of wind imbued with celestial energy struck, obliterating one of the firebird's heads into ash. Enraged, the firebird prepared to launch another assault, but Suzhou leapt onto its back. Though the flames scorched him, he swiftly wielded the shattered soul sword to sever another head from the firebird. The firebird, taken aback, extinguished its flames and landed on the ground. Suzhou dismounted and observed the creature as his shattered soul sword vanished. The firebird let out a long cry before taking flight once more. The two then arrived before an immense skeleton, evidently that of a four-legged dragon. They intended to traverse through its center. But as they reached the midpoint, the skeleton quaked violently, and the spirit of the four-legged dragon emerged, blocking their path with a furious roar. The shockwave sent Suzhou staggering back several paces. The ground trembled as the dragon spirit charged towards Suzhou, its massive hooves thundering upon the earth. Suzhou, undeterred, brandished 7 flying swords, launching them into the dragon spirit. He activated the shattered soul sword technique, causing the swords to ignite with purple flames, inflicting agonizing burns upon the dragon spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Suzhou called the swords back to his side. Realizing Suzhou was formidable, the dragon spirit turned to attack Yuan Yi. At that moment, Yuan Yi's staff transformed into a beam of light, piercing the dragon spirit's core and illuminating it with a dazzling glow. All the light penetrated the spirit, leaving it grievously wounded and howling in agony. Terrified, it fled, deciding that these two adversaries were far too challenging to contend with. The duo chose not to pursue, as time was of the essence, and continued onward. Ahead lay a valley where fierce winds howled and sand and stones were swept about. A few stone pillars intermittently emitted faint glimmers of light, the formation. At that moment, the jade pendant in Suzhou's possession vibrated subtly, its glow pulsing rhythmically. Suzhou's heart surged with excitement. He turned to High Priest Yuan Yi, exclaiming, "Elder, has the pendant sensed my father and the others?" High Priest Yuan Yi, equally exhilarated, replied, "Judging by the pendant's response, it seems likely." Suzhou sensed the aura of the formation and pondered for a moment before producing a piece of yellow talisman paper from his robes. This was a formation-probing talisman he had discovered in the teachings of He Chengzi, and it took him several days to master the drawing of such a talisman. Suzhou was a diligent child, eager to absorb any knowledge that could enhance his abilities and cultivation. With 2 fingers, he grasped the probing talisman and infused it with spiritual energy before casting it into the valley. The talisman soared towards the valley, radiating golden light as it flew, revealing intricate formation patterns that glimmered in gold as they converged into several luminous points before extinguishing. Suzhou furrowed his brows, retrieving another probing talisman to cast. This one also emitted golden light as it entered the formation, unveiling another segment of patterns. Seeing the complexity, Suzhou's brows knitted tightly as he sent a third probing talisman forth, declaring, "High Priest, this formation is challenging to breach. If my observations are correct, it is a formation within a formation, with the outer layer being a strange killing formation and the inner layer a 4-phase illusion formation. To dismantle it, at least 7 individuals would be required." Upon hearing this, High Priest Yuani frowned, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "Could a clone technique be employed to break the formation?" Hearing the mention of clones, Suzhou's eyes lit up. He had been searching for such a technique, but had yet to find one. Today, he had the opportunity to learn it. Yuan Yi seemed to perceive Suzhou's thoughts, saying, "I can teach you, but this technique consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Whether you can successfully manifest a clone will depend on your comprehension and the amount of spiritual energy you possess." Suzhou nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "I understand. I shall begin at once." A strand of consciousness surged into Suzhou's mind. He concentrated, absorbing the knowledge and practicing diligently. Before long, a shadowy figure began to materialize beside him, disappearing and reappearing intermittently. Then 2, 3, 4 clones emerged. Yuan looked on in astonishment, marveling at the prodigious talent displayed by Su Jiayu. In mere moments, he had mastered the clone technique and could create 4 identical clones. The clones began to observe one another with amused curiosity. Chapter 84. The formation within a formation. Rescuing several individuals in a short span, Sujio had mastered the clone technique and successfully manifested 4 clones. They exchanged glances, laughing as they surveyed their surroundings. High Priest Yuan, highly impressed, remarked, "What a remarkable talent." Sujio replied, "High Priest, we are still 1 person short. I kindly ask you to create a clone so we can dismantle the formation." Yuan shook his head, stating, "Your clones are energy intensive, and given your current cultivation level, creating so many would deplete your energy too much. Instead, I shall create 3, and you can manage 2, which should suffice to breach the formation." After contemplating, Sujio agreed, realizing that managing 4 clones might be overly ambitious. Thus, 2 of his clones vanished. High Priest Yuan conjured 3 clones, and Sujio distributed 2 talismans to each clone and Yuan, enabling mutual awareness for orchestrated cooperation in breaching the formation. He kept 1 talisman to affix to the formation's core. Yuan also produced several talismans, distributing 1 to each individual. These particular talismans could counter illusions and prevent their influence. Sujio commanded, "As you enter the formation, do not wander aimlessly and refrain from touching anything at random. Trust not what you see." With a compass in hand, he cast a probing talisman once more before stepping into the array. A fierce wind howled, and yellow sand swirled chaotically, obscuring all visibility. Sujio closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to explore, continuously adjusting his direction according to the principles of Chimen Duanjia. After a resonant hum, they arrived at the edge of a gigantic Taiji diagram, which slowly rotated, exuding an extraordinary aura of vitality. Sujio fixed his gaze upon it and said, "Great Priest, we have now entered the illusionary formation. Follow closely and do not stray." Yuan nodded in agreement. Sujio sent a surge of spiritual energy into the Taiji diagram, causing its previously languid rotation to accelerate. He infused it with energy once more, and a void began to form in its center, gradually expanding. After scanning with his consciousness, Sujio was the first to leap into the void, followed closely by the others. Within, the fierce wind and swirling sands were replaced by an eerie tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects. The ground was adorned with unknown vibrant flowers and lush grass, and the air was imbued with a faint ethereal essence and the scent of fresh greenery. Devoid of any hint of danger as they tread along a narrow path, the grass grew increasingly taller, until it transformed into towering blades, surpassing their height. Tension mounted among the group as a few small yellow insects darted forth from the side. Yuan waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that sent the insects flying far away, unnoticed by the others. The insects, once blown away, headed toward a nearby tree. The group pressed onward, with Sujio occasionally pausing to consult his compass. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. Yuan looked up and exclaimed, "Not good, a swarm of poisonous bees." Sujio turned his gaze skyward, where a dark cloud swiftly approached, an ominous mass of hundreds of thousands of bees. Blotting out the sun, Sujio's mind raced for a solution. Fire? With grass all around, a single flame would incinerate them as well. Yuan was also deep in thought, recalling a previous encounter with Misty Jewels. Sujio's thoughts sparked an idea. He raised a flute to his lips, channeling spiritual energy to produce a melodious tune. Indeed, the swarm began to spiral in the air before ultimately dispersing. The group arrived at the edge of a pond, where the compass needle pointed toward a tree in the center. Sujio declared, "Great Priest, beneath this tree lies a focal point of the formation. We must leave 1 person here, and once all 7 focal points are located, we can dismantle it together." Yuan nodded and instructed one of his avatars to ascend the tree, preparing to await the command to break the formation. The others continued their journey until they reached a vast forest, where thousands of trees stood closely together, resembling a colossal brush from afar. Sujio's compass pointed directly toward it. As they approached the forest's edge, the peculiar arrangement of trees raised their suspicions. In a typical forest, ample space exists between trees to allow for growth. Yet here, The trunks were so tightly packed that only a single person could pass sideways. One of Sujia's avatars squeezed into the forest, finding no solid ground beneath, only a tangle of roots. As they ventured deeper, visibility diminished, sunlight waning under the thick canopy, and mist began to envelop them. Through his avatar's eyes, Sujiu observed the roots twisting like serpents at his feet. He quickly retreated, but the roots seemed to possess a will of their own. Encroaching upon him, Sujiu's expression turned grave as he formed a hand sign, sending a beam of spiritual light to suppress the roots' movements temporarily. At that moment, Great Priest Yuan Yi began to chant incantations, unleashing a powerful force toward the forest in an attempt to clear a path. However, the trees exhibited a remarkable self-repair ability, the newly created gap sealing shut almost instantly. Suddenly, Sujia's eyes lit up as he recalled the probing talisman. He retrieved one, infused it with energy, and cast it into the woods. The talisman shimmered with a soft glow, gently drifting deeper into the forest, where the roots parted willingly in its wake. Elated, Sujiu led the group carefully along the path opened by the talisman. At last, they discovered a peculiar stone at the forest's center. Sujia's compass spun wildly, indicating that they had indeed found another focal point. He hastily arranged the runes and prepared to leave an avatar behind to join the one stationed at the pond to break the formation. Just as everything was set, the surrounding trees began to tremble violently, as if enraged by the discovery of the focal point. Sujiu remained silent, and the group continued their search for the next focal point. Ahead, the trees and grass vanished, giving way to a parched landscape, the air thick with heat. Before them loomed a fiery vent, magma churning within, sending waves of scorching air toward them. As Sujiu was about to speak, the jade pendant at his waist began to vibrate violently, emitting brilliant flashes of light. Excitement surged in him. It seemed he was getting closer to his father. Expanding his consciousness to scan the surroundings, he detected faint fluctuations of formation energy near the vent. With the compass in hand, Sujiu approached cautiously, releasing the probing talisman, which soared toward a cluster of stones under his guidance. The formation patterns surged to life, revealing a small 7-stars confinement array, measuring less than 50 zhang, yet boasting 14 focal points and 2 exit gates. Attacking the exit gate simultaneously would dismantle the array. Moreover, the array drew energy from the volcanic activity, complicating their task. Suppressing his racing heart, Sujiu directed the compass toward the small array and began his investigation. Soon, he discovered a red flag atop one of the stones, which he planted into the ground, followed by a green flag at another location. In this manner, he set a total of 14 flags. Before swiftly manipulating the compass, he pointed to a black flag, stating, Yuan Yi, Great Priest, beneath this black flag lies an exit gate. I can sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. I will proceed to the other exit gate. Follow my instructions, and together we shall breach this exit gate, dismantling the 7-stars confinement array. Chapter 85. My name is Shaoji. Sujiu approached the green flag and instructed Yuan Yi. Great Priest, prepare yourselves. On the count of 3, we begin. 1, 2, 3. Following 2 resounding booms, the 2 exit gates were successfully breached, and as the ground trembled, the spiritual energy within the array dissipated, causing the stones to vanish. What remained was a deep black pit. Sujiu peered into the pit, where several people lay haphazardly, bathed in a bright light descending from Yuan Yi's luminous talisman. Seeing the light, the individuals in the pit slowly lifted their heads. One of them exclaimed, "The array has been broken. We are saved." The others, regaining their senses, looked up in astonishment. The pit measured 50 zhang in width and several zhang in depth. Sujiu, filled with urgency, jumped into the pit to check on each person, but disappointment washed over him as he found none of them to be his father. In his heart, he cried out, "Father, where are you?" These individuals had been trapped within the array, their spiritual energy nearly depleted, rendering them unable to fly. Yuan Yi also descended into the pit, and the trapped individuals, recognizing him, were filled with excitement, laughing joyfully. "We have been rescued. We have been rescued." Yuan Yi informed them that it was this child who had saved them, and they expressed their profound gratitude to Sujiu, full of admiration for the young boy. Yet, they revealed to Sujiu that his father was not among them. He was with a group of others. Although the small 7-stars array had been dismantled, they still needed to breach the larger array to escape, indicating that the situation was even more complex than Sujiu had anticipated. Great Priest, Quickly provide these individuals with spiritual stones and elixirs to help them recover, Sujio urged. These individuals had been trapped for years without any replenishment of spiritual energy, and now their energy was nearly exhausted. Had it not been for Sujio's timely intervention, they would surely have perished. Seeing that the individuals, though extremely weak, were not in immediate danger, Sujio felt a glimmer of hope that his father was still alive. After a brief recovery, their strength was somewhat restored, and they joined Sujio in the quest for the next focal point. Ahead, a sheer cliff presented a narrow passage leading to a large platform resembling an altar. Flanked by two massive doors standing in the void, yet lacking walls, Yuani remarked, "We cannot fly here. It seems we must open the massive doors to pass through." The others nodded in agreement. The doors loomed impressively high. One had to look up to see the colossal door rings. Yuani channeled spiritual energy to push the door, but it did not budge an inch. A punch against the door left no mark. Merely producing a deep resonant sound, Sujio placed his hands against the massive door, silently attuning himself to its presence. A chilling sensation coursed through him, followed by a faint aura of formation energy. Indeed, Sujio declared, this must be a Chiman illusionary array. He instructed everyone to step back Tenjong and began to pace back and forth before the massive door with the compass in hand. Standing at the far left side of the door frame, Sujio closed his eyes and extended his hand to explore. After what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, he finally discovered an invisible stone on the left side of the enormous door frame. Feeling it with his hands, though it remained unseen, below lay an endless abyss. Stepping onto the stone, Sujio continued to search, soon finding another nearby eye. In this manner, he pressed forward, and from a distance, it appeared as though he were walking in midair. With the abyss yawning endlessly beneath him, an inescapable dread enveloped the group as they cautiously advanced, ultimately arriving at a platform. At that moment, the colossal gate vanished, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Sujio found himself alone on the platform, the others having mysteriously disappeared. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, clad in nothing but a revealing bodice and short pants, her long, slender legs perfectly straight and fair. Her shoulders were bare, and she wore a radiant smile. It was none other than his fifth senior sister, Bai Yimo. As Sujio gazed at his alluring senior sister, he had yet to utter a word when Bai Yimo exclaimed, "Little junior brother, how did you end up here? It's been so long since we last met. Where have you been?" She stepped closer, her nose almost touching his. Sujio could feel the warmth of her breath. At a loss for words and feeling increasingly anxious, Bai Yimo suddenly leaped into his embrace, whispering in his ear, "Little junior brother, I've missed you so much." She tightened her grip around his neck. Sujio, feeling the strength in Bai Yimo's embrace, instinctively seized her hand, discovering that her delicate, fair fingers clutched a gleaming dagger. Bai Yimo pouted and coldly remarked, "Tesuke, how dull. Why don't you ever show a little affection?" Sujio retorted, "Who are you, and why do you wish to harm me?" In response, Bai Yimo countered, "How do you know I am not Bai Yimo? Though you may resemble her greatly, one's character cannot be altered. My fifth senior sister, while vivacious and spirited, would never dress in such a manner." The figure before him scoffed, her appearance morphing into that of a long-faced beauty, garbed in a tight-fitting black and white outfit. Her hair was styled into two buns at the back of her head, with a long fringe cascading beside her right cheek. Each hand wielded a dagger, clearly an expert in close combat. Sujio, unfazed by her presence, inquired, "What is your name? We bear no grudge. Why must we fight? Defeat me, and I shall reveal my name. Lose, and you shall remain in ignorance," she declared, propelling herself towards Sujio with astonishing speed. Sujio, adept in swiftness, recognized her prowess with daggers and anticipated her rapid approach. He locked onto her with his spirit sense and engaged in combat. To his astonishment, her strikes were lethal from the outset, executed with precision and finesse. Observing her, Sujio teased, "My lady, what is the meaning of this? I have done you no harm. Must you be so ruthless?" The woman, taken aback by his nonchalance amidst her deadly assault, quickened her pace, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet Sujio was faster. He evaded her sweeping strike, and with a flick of his left hand, 7 flying swords materialized in the air, darting towards her like lightning. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the swords, She was struck on her wrist before she could evade, a crimson line appearing as blood spurted forth. Sujio smiled and asked, "My lady, do you wish to continue?" With her eyes wide in fury, the woman charged at Sujio, executing a spin that sent her two daggers slicing through the air in arcs towards him. Sujio retreated, dodging skillfully. With the fragmented soul sword in hand and the 7 flying swords swirling around him, he appeared formidable. He thrust a sword directly at her abdomen, but she deftly retreated. Her brow furrowing in concentration, Sujio pursued relentlessly, the flying swords splitting into various directions, ensnaring her like shadows. In less than a short while, she bore numerous shallow wounds. Disregarding the fragmented soul sword, Sujio observed her, encircled by the 7 flying swords, and softly chuckled. "How about this? Reveal your name, and I shall cease my attack." Never. Uncertain of her identity but certain of her intent to harm him, Sujio resolved to hold nothing back. He conceived a plan to substitute the fragmented soul sword with the flying swords, employing the sword formation instead. Recalling the fragmented soul sword, he chanted an incantation, and the flying swords began to rotate according to the formation. In a brilliant flash, they surged towards her, surpassing the speed of the fragmented soul sword. The woman found herself besieged on all sides by the flying swords. With her daggers darting about, she struggled to fend off the onslaught. Yet the flying swords moved with unparalleled speed and unpredictable trajectories, thwarting her defenses. In the final moments, Sujio commanded the flying swords to halt just an inch from her body. At that instant, blades hovered threateningly near her throat, dantian, heart, and back. With a mere thought, Sujio could obliterate her. Unfazed, the woman swallowed hard. Sujio inquired, "Will you now tell me your name?" "I am Xiaoji." "Why do you want to kill me?" "An order from my organization." "What organization?" "I cannot disclose that." "You shall not escape." "Miss Xiao, you need not concern yourself with that." "We shall see," he replied with a smile. Playfully making a face, Sujio pondered why he refrained from killing her. Perhaps his mother had instilled in him the value of not slaughtering the innocent. Or perhaps it was the memory of this Xiao, she having once taken on the form of his beloved senior sister by Yimo, that made him hesitate. He turned to leave, retracting the flying swords. Xiaoji watched his retreating figure, feeling an unfamiliar sensation. Upon exiting the altar, Priest Yuani awaited him, while the others had yet to emerge. "Priest, you truly are remarkable. You've exited so swiftly. This formation is an illusion, a challenge to one's inner self. I happen to be a person of clear conscience, so I passed through with ease." Sujio nodded in understanding. One by one, the others emerged from the illusion, each bearing various degrees of injury. Priest Yuani noted, those trapped in the formation for years have gained insights into life and death, allowing them to break free. Sujio nodded, seemingly enlightened. The group pressed onward through the formation, encountering formidable beast after beast, all vanquished by Priest Yuan-yi and the few rescued elders. Along the way, they discovered 3 more formation nodes. Leaving behind a doppelganger at each Sujio, there are only 2 nodes left. "Keep it up," Yuan-yi encouraged, and Sujio felt a surge of excitement, as did the rescued elders, all eager to escape the grand formation. As they continued, they traversed a valley where a brook flowed, shrouded in mist, exchanging laughter and conversation. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, prompting the group to investigate their surroundings, unsure of what was amiss. Strangely, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. And they resumed their journey, meandering through the valley for several hours. Yuani frowned. "Something feels off. How can this valley be so vast?" Sujio replied, "Indeed. We've been walking for so long and still remain in the valley." Closing his eyes, he channeled his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. After a moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "We are ensnared in a maze. We've been circling in place." The group gasped in shock, realizing that despite their formidable cultivation, they had unknowingly wandered into a trap set by a master. Just then, Xiaoji appeared unexpectedly. Sujio, on guard, asked, "What do you want?" Xiaoji huffed, "Don't think I came willingly. The maze in this valley was laid by my organization, and I know how to break it." The group was skeptical. Xiaoji produced a glowing blue orb, chanting incantations as the orb levitated, enveloping them in light. With a flicker, the surrounding scenery transformed, and the seemingly endless valley vanished. Priest Yuani bowed in gratitude, but Xiaoji turned to Sujio, saying, "Consider this as repayment for sparing my life. However, should we meet again, I want to show mercy." With that, she prepared to leave as Sujio called out, "Do you truly intend to remain loyal to that organization?" Xiaoji paused, silent for a moment, before soaring away. Sujio contemplated her departing figure, while the others gathered around, urging him to continue searching for the formation nodes. Shaking off his thoughts, he resumed focus. The path ahead grew increasingly treacherous, eventually leading to a towering mountain that obstructed their way. Sujio's compass spun wildly before finally settling in the direction of the mountain. He guided the group as they climbed, the mountain reaching 300 zhong. However, under the formation's suppression, they could not fly and were forced to ascend slowly. Upon reaching a mountain pass, Sujio sensed a distinct fluctuation of formation energy. Just as they were about to advance, he halted them, warning, "There's a faint formation fluctuation here. Entering directly may be dangerous." The elders, having witnessed Sujio's abilities, trusted his judgment completely, drawing their weapons and remaining vigilant. Sujio produced a formation detection talisman and cast it at the mountain pass, revealing swirling formation patterns. The elders, having been trapped in formations for years, recognized the danger and expressed their concern. At that moment, Sujio's jade pendant began to tremble violently, radiating brilliant light. Sujio glanced at the pendant. While Yuani remarked, "This must be the formation where your father is trapped." Once, a venerable elder conveyed through arcane means that they were ensnared in a perplexing formation at a mountain pass, unable to escape. Surely, this must be the place. Sujio cast another probing talisman, and indeed, the formation appeared exceedingly intricate. However, Sujio could not discern the nature of this array. He steadied his restless spirit, seated himself on the ground, and contemplated the formation. Several elders encircled him, inquiring incessantly. When Yuani remarked, "Everyone, Sujio is also devising a solution. Let us refrain from disturbing him." As Sujio recalled all the teachings from Hichengzi, he found no corresponding formation. The similar arrays he encountered were distinctly different. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, he found himself at a loss. Just then, while lost in contemplation, his hand inadvertently brushed against the storage bag at his waist, and he suddenly recalled that within it lay an ancient tome he had fortuitously acquired from a relic site. He had merely skimmed it before, lacking the time to study it thoroughly. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He remembered that it contained some records about formations. Hastily, he retrieved the ancient book and began to peruse its contents. The onlookers watched anxiously as Sujio's expression shifted from confusion to elation. It turned out that the tome detailed a rare composite formation, remarkably akin to the one ensnaring his father. Following the instructions within the tome, Sujio commenced his attempt to decipher it. He extracted talisman paper and began inscribing various runes. The others, anxious and restless, could do nothing but pace in circles around him. With both hands forming seals, he infused the formation with streams of spiritual energy. The intricate patterns trembled violently under the influx of power. Beads of sweat formed on Sujio's brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. One by one, he cast talismans into the formation, probing talismans, shattering talismans, constantly forming seals and embedding them within. To replenish his energy, Sujio consumed medicinal pills. After considerable effort, he finally heard the faint sound of cracking. He instructed everyone to attack the formation at its weakest point. With a synchronized effort, they unleashed their power, though their stamina was waning. They exerted every last ounce of strength in their assault. The fissure appeared in the formation, gradually widening. The sight filled them with joy, and as they intensified their spiritual energy, the formation ultimately collapsed. As the mist dissipated, several figures gradually emerged, supporting one another as they stepped out. Among them was none other than Sujio's father. The two embraced, weeping tears of joy, while the others rushed forward to congratulate them. Yuan Yi and the other elders were equally overwhelmed, embracing the recently rescued individuals and shedding tears of relief. Sujio sighed inwardly, recognizing that this experience not only reunited him with his father, but also elevated his comprehension of formations to new heights. "There are still 2 formation nodes," Yuani interjected. "Let us not linger in nostalgia. It is not the time for that. We must locate the remaining nodes and can converse further once we are outside." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sujio held the compass, searching for the formation nodes. Suddenly, The needle pointed toward the rear of the recently shattered formation. He approached and halted before a massive pile of stones. The compass needle fixed itself in place. Yuan-Yi struck the stone pile with his palm, causing the stones to vanish, revealing a swirling crimson pit beneath. "This is the formation node," Sujio declared. "Elder Yuan-Yi, you stay here while I locate the final node. When I signal, we shall break the formation together." Yuan-Yi nodded. "Sujio, you must hasten. With several nodes located, I fear that the mysterious organization may act against our avatars." Sujio reassured him. "Rest easy, High Priest. The nodes have been found. Even if they eliminate the avatars, we can deploy more. As long as both you and I remain safe, no issues will arise," Yuan-Yi agreed. Indeed, that is the case. After deliberation, they resolved to leave 5 individuals to protect the High Priest while the others accompanied Sujio to find the last formation node. Chapter 87. A family reunion. Sujio set off immediately, joined by 6 elders, including his father. They traversed the formation for quite some time, slaying several formidable beasts of unknown names and successfully dismantling 2 smaller formations along the way. They eventually reached the shores of a vast lake. The compass needle pointed into the water, but after searching for an extended period, Sujio could not pinpoint the formation node. It seemed to shift erratically, appearing and disappearing. Perplexed, Sujio contemplated the nature of the formation node, which was meant to gather energy at a specific point to sustain the flow of energy throughout the entire array. If the node were to shift, it would inevitably disrupt the energy gathering process, severely disadvantaging the grand formation. Sujio reaffirmed that the node must be located here, and thus, he decided to rest momentarily. Standing at the lake's edge, he expanded his consciousness, meticulously probing the vast expanse of water. Strangely, he sensed the fluctuations of a formation surrounding the lake, confining it entirely. Yet, he discovered no additional clues. Frustrated, he lowered his head in contemplation. Just as he was about to concede, an enormous silhouette appeared within the range of his consciousness. Sujio could scarcely believe it. The formation node was situated atop that moving colossal form. He finally understood why Shaoji had said the formation could not be breached. He had clearly discerned that the massive figure was an invincible python, 100 feet long, residing within the lake. He comprehended that the one who set the formation had trapped the python in the lake and placed the formation node upon it, effectively transforming the entire lake into a fixed node. However, to dismantle the formation, they must confront this dragon. The mastermind behind this formation was undoubtedly an extraordinary practitioner. Sujio found himself at a loss for how to proceed and sought counsel from the elders regarding the next steps. Everyone shook their heads, lacking any viable solutions. In terms of strength, even collectively, they could not match the prowess of this python. Sujio sat cross-legged at the lake's edge, remaining in that position for an entire day. Eventually, he resolved that he could not sit idly and allow a mere serpent to thwart him. He consumed several medicinal pills, optimizing his condition, and stepped into the formation. Drawing forth the misty jade, he requested the elders to provide him with protective spells. Channeling his spiritual energy, he played the misty jade, and the melodic notes resonated across the lake. Reaching its surface, Sujio attuned his consciousness to the massive silhouette. The notes were pure and soothing, penetrating the very soul. The giant python began to glide towards Sujio from the depths of the lake. In no time, a head towering 3 meters emerged from the water. A hexagonal crystal was affixed behind its 2 eyes. As the python beheld Sujio seated on the ground, it drew nearer, now less than a meter away, yet the melody remained serene and untroubled. Sujio felt a flutter of anxiety, silently praying that this creature would not act unpredictably and swallow him whole. Yet, he maintained his composure, continuing to play. The python's colossal head lowered to the ground. Towering 2 meters high, it was immense. Sujio's head was positioned just before the python's nostrils, as its forked tongue flicked in and out before him. The enormous eyes gazed intently at Sujio. Sujio persisted in his performance as the python suddenly raised its head high, reaching a height of 60 to 70 meters. The wave of relief washed over Sujio. He remained attuned to the python's reactions to the melody, endeavoring to control it through the music. Fortunately, the python seemed to be quite fond of the tune, neither fleeing nor attacking him. As Sujio continued to sense the python's feelings and emotions, the creature reciprocated with various reactions to the melody. Ultimately, Sujio discerned that while the giant python could not be controlled, it could be captivated. While the enchanting notes held the python's attention, Sujio summoned a clone, wielding the shattered soul sword in one hand and a breaking talisman in the other. He simultaneously signaled the other 6 individuals at the formation nodes, preparing to breach the array. The clone stealthily approached the giant python and gently leaped onto its head. Thankfully, the python remained entranced by the melody and did not resist. Following their plan, Sujio communicated with the 6 others. Counting down, 3, 2, 1, action. All 7 activated their breaking talismans, directing them toward the formation nodes. Sujio's clone simultaneously activated the talisman, embedding it within the formation node atop the python's head. Sujio promptly rose. Channeling his spiritual energy fervently as he retreated in an instant, the python seemed to sense something amiss. Its massive head shot up, unleashing a deafening roar. The lake's surface erupted, sending waves soaring 2 meters high. The hexagonal crystal atop the python's head exploded with a thunderous sound, disintegrating into ashes. The ground trembled violently, and the booming noise reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Sujio quickly retracted his clones and communicated with High Priest Yuan Yi. Inquiring, "High Priest, the formation has been breached. What is our next step?" Yuan Yi, suppressing his excitement, replied, "Do not worry. Once the formation is dismantled, it will soon return to its original state." Indeed, within mere moments, the tremors diminished and gradually subsided. The aura of the formation slowly faded away. Sujio, his father, and several elders gathered, their hearts racing with exhilaration as they surveyed the secret realm. Suddenly, they sensed the oppressive force lifting, and they could now fly freely. However, just then, a wave of chilling malevolence surged from behind them. When they turned, their hair stood on end. The colossal python had somehow closed the distance to within a meter. Its massive maw was wide open, releasing a foul stench that filled the air. None dared to move a muscle. This 100-foot python possessed at least a millennium's worth of cultivation. Its blood-red eyes, larger than basins, blinked as they fixed upon the group. Suddenly, the python raised its head and erupted in laughter, then turned its gaze toward Sujio, speaking in human tongue. "Thank you, young friend. 500 years ago, I was ensnared in this secret realm due to my own folly. And for the past 50 years, I was controlled by a malevolent cultivator, sealed within this lake to suppress this formation node. Now that you have dismantled the array, I am free to leave this wretched lake and this secret realm. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. I owe you a great favor, and I shall repay you when the opportunity arises." "Ha ha, pray tell, what is your name?" "Junior Sujio, disciple of the Shanhai sect." Sujio hurriedly replied, "Sujio, well met. Until we cross paths again." With that, the python vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing the colossal python's departure, several individuals exhaled a collective sigh of relief. That moment, a few figures appeared in the distance, revealing themselves to be the esteemed priest Yuan Yi and his companions. Gathering together, they turned their gaze towards Sujio, instinctively raising their thumbs in admiration. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliments, Sujio addressed the group. "Let us hasten our departure from this secret realm." Everyone concurred with Sujio's sentiment, and together they made their way back to the West Star tribe. Upon their return, Sujio's mother had been anxiously awaiting at the exit of the secret realm for both Sujio and his father. The reunion was one of tears, devoid of any affectionate words. As they embraced, sobbing heartily, years of grievances and sorrow erupted in that moment, and Sujio's tears flowed unabated. The West Star tribe held an unprecedentedly grand celebration, commemorating the safe return of numerous elder masters, who, from that day forth, would no longer have to fear threats from other tribes and organizations. The tribe's members emerged from their hiding places to partake in the festivities. Sujio was hoisted aloft by the crowd, tossed into the air, and never once touched the ground. Cheers erupted all around, as countless grateful gazes were cast upon Sujio. Days later, as the tribe began to return to their normal routines, Sujio finally had the opportunity to converse with his father. It turned out that Sujio's father, Su Xinghe, had gone missing several years ago while delivering goods, having encountered a fierce sandstorm in the vast desert. During the night, he became separated from his companions and discovered a cave exposed by the storm, seeking shelter from the tempest. Unfortunately, the entrance was subsequently blocked by sand, trapping him within an underground cavern. Initially resigned to his fate, He later survived by consuming wild grasses that grew within the cave. For reasons unknown, he suddenly awakened a terrifying power and some fragments of memory within him. Eventually, he found a luminous portal that led him to the West Star tribe, only to find himself ensnared in a formation upon entering the secret realm. Trapped for years, Sujio recounted his own experiences, detailing how he had encountered the immortal cat in the desert and commenced his cultivation journey. He shared various tales, including his inadvertent arrival in this place to escape retaliation from the ghost sect, which led him to break the formation and save everyone. His father, upon hearing this, felt it was all the work of fate, while his mother believed it to be divine providence. Sujio remained non-committal to their assertions. A month flew by in the blink of an eye, and Sujio resolved to leave this place to seek further trials. However, his father still had a mission to fulfill and could not depart, and his mother chose to stay with him. The parting was bittersweet, especially for his parents, who had only just reunited. Priest Yuan Yi was also reluctant to see Sujio go, for he had saved the tribe and brought them fortune. Yet, Sujio was steadfast in his decision to leave, knowing that he needed to venture forth to grow and hone his skills. The priest assured him that he would always be welcomed back, and the West Star tribe would ensure the safety of his parents. He presented Sujio with numerous spiritual herbs and medicines, some of which had long since vanished from the outside world. Grateful, Sujio thanked Priest Yuan Yi and, after embracing his parents for a heartfelt farewell, turned to pursue his destiny. Accompanying him was the little white fox. Chapter 88. Journey to Peach Blossom Island. Though Sujio felt immense reluctance, he understood that he had many tasks ahead of him. Thus, he resolutely chose to depart from the West Star tribe. Initially, he had planned to head to Beiwe, where the disciples of the ghost sect were fewer in number. But now that his parents were in the West Star tribe, he felt free to leave. He decided instead to journey to the Peach Blossom Island in the Eastern Sea. One reason was to fulfill his promise to Elder Fan Sun and deliver a message. Another was that Xiandao had invited him to Peach Blossom Island for a shared adventure, which would broaden his experiences. Lastly, Peach Blossom Island was relatively far from the ghost sect, offering greater safety. Sujio unfurled the map given to him by Fan Sun and spread it on the ground. That moment, Nadong awoke from his slumber, emerging from Sujio's embrace to examine the map. The little white fox also came over to take a look. Nadong inquired, "Master, where is this? Are we heading to Peach Blossom Island?" The white fox chimed in, "That's quite far, about 7,000 to 8,000 miles. I reckon." Sujio shook his head. "According to the map, it appears to be around 18,000 miles. We can first reach the stone city of Beiwe, then proceed to the cold capital of Beiyu Kingdom." Before heading east, Sujio stated, folding the map away and setting off towards the stone city of Beiyu. He traveled. He opted for sword flight, choosing to soar through the skies with the little white fox in tow. Soon, he arrived at a small town. Inquiring around, he learned that there were hardly any cultivators in this place, only mortals. It seemed that cultivators were indeed scarce in Beiwe. Using silver from his storage pouch, he purchased some essential food supplies. Nowadays, transactions were more commonly conducted with spiritual stones, and silver was becoming increasingly obsolete. Today, however, he had spent some. Exiting the northern gate of the town, Sujio ascended on his sword. Just after soaring over a valley, he sensed something amiss. A singular tree stood there, distinctly different from the others. Sujio flew past the tree's apex, then circled back, feeling a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. It was a concealed barrier. Despite its subtlety, Sujio's formidable spiritual sense detected the anomaly. Moreover, this tree was significantly sturdier than the rest, standing out amidst the forest like a crane among chickens. Noticing Sujio's halt, the little white fox scampered over. Perplexed by his intentions, Sujio circled the grand tree twice. It was 3 to 4 zhang in diameter and 8 to 9 zhang in height, while the other trees barely reached 50 zhang. Gripping the fragmented soul sword, he began to explore the trunk, moving his hands up and down. Nadong, not understanding, asked, "Master, what are you doing? Are you planning to chop down this tree for a barbecue?" Ignoring Nadong, the glutton, Sujio continued his search. Eventually, he found a branch 3 zhang off the ground and settled down on it, brandishing the fragmented soul sword. With a powerful thrust, he struck, yet the sword failed to pierce the tree. The bark remained intact. For an ordinary tree, such a strike would surely have split it in half. Nadong stared at the tree in astonishment. Curiosity piqued. He produced a dagger and struck down upon the trunk, causing the bark to emit radiant patterns from the barrier. Na Dong exclaimed, "Master, there's a barrier here." Suju nodded. He realized that this tree was indeed an ancient one, and the branch he had struck was sealed by a barrier, likely hiding a tree hollow within. He retrieved a formation-breaking talisman and affixed it to the trunk. The talisman radiated light, and the barrier's shimmering waves began to ripple. Soon, the talisman ignited, disintegrating into nothingness. Sujio was taken aback by its strength. "I refuse to believe it." With determination, he performed a hand gesture, conjuring a white light orb at his fingertip. He flicked his finger, sending the light orb soaring towards the trunk. It slowly merged into the tree, causing the barrier's patterns to oscillate. The orb moved swiftly across the barrier, inducing chaos in its luminous patterns. Sujio affixed another formation-breaking talisman. This time, a circular opening appeared in the barrier, gradually expanding until the barrier vanished completely, revealing a vast tree hollow. Upon investigation, Sujio discovered a green stone nestled within the hollow, sealed against the trunk, intermittently releasing a faint green glow. It appeared to be absorbing the tree's spiritual essence. The little white fox remarked, "This must be a wood spirit crystal, sealed here by someone to absorb the essence of this ancient tree. It would greatly benefit cultivators of wood attributes, significantly enhancing their cultivation." Upon hearing this, Suju chuckled. "It seems someone has prepared a gift for me. I must express my gratitude." He flipped his palm, grasping the wood spirit crystal, feeling a surge of wood energy coursing through him. Sujio produced a jade box, carefully storing the crystal before placing it into his storage pouch. He swiftly departed. In less than 2 hours, Suju arrived at the largest city in Beiwei, Stone City. He sought out a weapons shop, where he sold off some of his surplus weapons and treasures in exchange for talismans, spiritual herbs, and medicines. With 3,000 spiritual stones, he purchased a spirit beast pouch, allowing the little white fox to rest comfortably within it. The two of them settled into a guest house for the night. As night fell, Sujio focused on studying talismans in his room. He had become proficient with the 8th volume of the Chaos Immortal Demon Tomb spells and the 9th volume Spirit spells, despite never having used them. There were no issues. Now, he began to delve into talismans. Particularly, the talismans had aided him in navigating numerous crises within the Westar tribe, sparking a growing interest. The 10th volume contained many types of talismans, requiring meticulous study. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Sujio opened the window to investigate, witnessing several streaks of light soaring across the sky, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Inadong curiously asked, "Master, could there be some treasure emerging?" Sujio felt a stirring in his heart. Sensing that this matter might not be trivial, he decided to investigate further, bringing Na Dong and the little white fox along discreetly. Upon exiting the city, they followed the streaks of light to a valley. The valley was shrouded in thick mist imbued with spiritual energy, where an ancient formation lay partially visible. A considerable number of cultivators had already gathered, eyeing one another warily, as the crowd hesitated to enter the formation. A shadow suddenly dashed forth. It was a massive demon wolf. Its crimson eyes glowed with malevolence. The cultivators promptly summoned their treasures, preparing for battle, and Sujio readied himself. The demon wolf lunged at the nearest cultivator, blood splattering in an instant. Seeing this, Sujio swiftly retreated while forming a spell with his hands. After slaying one cultivator, the demon wolf did not pause but turned its attention to another. Seizing the opportunity, Sujio launched his spell, manifesting a stream of spiritual light aimed at the demon wolf. The beast sensed the threat, dodging just in time. But this only served to incite its fury. It abandoned its current target and charged towards Sujio. Remaining calm, Sujio unveiled the fragmented soul sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. The demon wolf leaped high, bearing its fangs towards Sujio. In a swift motion, Sujio teleported behind the wolf and swung his sword with ferocity. The wolf howled in pain, its long tail sweeping towards him. Sujio swiftly evaded, and the surrounding cultivators saw the unfolding battle as an opportunity to assist, unleashing a flurry of spells and treasures, overwhelming the demon wolf. Taking advantage of the moment, Sujio concentrated all his spiritual energy at the tip of his sword and shouted fiercely as he lunged with all his might towards the demon wolf. This strike found its mark, hitting the demon wolf's vital spot, causing it to crash to the ground and dissipate into a cloud of black smoke. At that moment, the ancient formation suddenly flickered with intense light, revealing an entrance after the brilliance faded. The assembled cultivators were eager to enter, but Suju sensed an ominous magical aura emanating from within the formation. Frowning deeply, he was acutely aware that the emergence of such dark energy would inevitably bring calamity. Chapter 89. The two white foxes. Sujio hurriedly called out, "Everyone, there seems to be a manifestation of demonic energy within the formation. It would be wise not to enter." Upon hearing about the demonic energy, the cultivators present exhibited expressions of alarm. They began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, an elderly cultivator remarked, "What harm can a mere trace of demonic energy cause us? Fortune favors the bold. There must be treasures within this formation that we must investigate." With that, he leaped into the formation, and seeing him enter, the other cultivators followed suit, as if the treasures were destined to be his alone. "Everyone, please do not enter. This demonic energy surely harbors ill intentions," Sujio warned loudly. A stout cultivator retorted angrily, "What is your game, young one, preventing us from entering? Do you have some scheme in mind? Or do you wish to hoard the treasures for yourself?" With that, he turned and flew into the formation. The other cultivators cast menacing glances at Sujio and followed suit. Realizing he could not deter them, Sujio could only shake his head and step into the formation as well. Indeed, within the formation, a faint demonic energy swirled ominously. Suddenly, a horde of demonic shadow puppets surged forward, clawing and snapping at the cultivators. Forced to fend off the encroaching demonic energy while battling the puppets, the cultivators fought valiantly. Suju wielded the shattered soul sword, dispersing several demonic puppets with each strike, yet they seemed endless. Na Dong also cast spells to assist, while the little white fox employed its agility to disrupt the movements of the puppets. Just as the cultivators were becoming exhausted from the onslaught, Sujio quietly retrieved an item from his storage bag, holding it close while chanting an incantation. The surrounding demonic energy was drawn towards him. Concerned that the other cultivators might notice the energy being absorbed, he feigned weakness, retreating while continuing to fend off the attacks. The demonic energy flowed continuously into his grasp, and he observed the nine-turned demon origin platform with his spiritual sense as the energy was drawn directly into it. Like an insatiable hunger, while others feared the demonic energy's assault, Sujio found it insufficient. Cultivators around him were increasingly injured by the demonic puppets. A few of the weaker cultivators, their eyes reddening from the demonic influence, began attacking their fellow cultivators. Sujio knew he could not expose the nine-turned demon origin platform for too long. Seeing that enough energy had been absorbed, he returned it to the yellow cloth bag and placed it back in his storage bag. At that moment, two cultivators, their eyes ablaze from demonic corruption, attacked a thin cultivator, their pain seemingly numbed as they lashed out, inflicting several wounds upon him. Sujio rushed forward, knocking one of the corrupted cultivators to the ground and sealing his energy pathways. The thin cultivator immediately felt relief and quickly subdued the other afflicted cultivator. As Sujio scanned the formation, battling and searching for the formation's core, he finally spotted it in a dark corner. Ignoring the danger, he charged towards the core, while the other cultivators summoned their courage to follow. Sujio channeled his internal spiritual energy, pointing the shattered soul sword at the formation's core, and recited a powerful spell. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, striking the core directly. The other cultivators also began their assault. With a violent tremor, the demonic energy gradually dissipated, and the shadow puppets vanished as well. The cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, and those who had been afflicted by the demonic energy returned to normal, looking at Sujio with admiration. The thin cultivator clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely assistance. My name is Yuan Gang." Sujio returned the gesture, stating, "I am Sujio. There is no need for such formality, just a casual act of assistance." Yuan Gang replied, "Your noble deed shall not be forgotten. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Yuan Gang. With that, he turned and departed. Sujio had successfully averted a disaster and absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy. Marking a small victory, he understood that greater challenges awaited him ahead, so he quietly left with Na Dong and the little white fox, returning to the inn. The next morning, Sujio strolled through the streets. Having recently been preoccupied with cultivation, it was a rare opportunity to leisurely explore the market. This stone city was a mortal settlement, Yet it was frequented by many cultivators, with a few shops run by cultivators selling low-tier weapons, artifacts, and medicinal pills, mostly of the first and second rank. Lacking interest, he decided to enter a tavern, securing a private room where he ordered several signature dishes, generously tipping the waiter, who beamed with gratitude. Sujiu inquired, "Why are there shops run by cultivators in this stone city?" The waiter, recognizing Sujiu's high level of cultivation and generous demeanor, eagerly replied, "O esteemed immortal, you may not be aware, but to the northeast of this stone city lies a mountain known as Stone Tablet Mountain. 100 years ago, an immortal named Huayangzi established a sect there called the Huixian sect. Though it has fewer than 100 disciples, the immortals there are quite benevolent. Whenever the common folk face difficulties, they are always willing to help. 3 years ago, during a severe drought that left the region barren, the Huixian sect even provided porridge for the needy. The townsfolk hold the immortals in high regard, leading to the establishment of these shops, allowing the locals to seek help without traveling to the sect." Curious, Sujiu asked, "What services do these immortals provide?" The waiter responded, "Well, if a common family has an ailment that no physician can cure, or if a child is possessed by an evil spirit, they can seek help. Just the other day, old Wang next door lost a sheep, and it was the immortal who helped retrieve it." Sujiu inquired, "What do the immortals expect in return?" The waiter explained, "Typically, they ask for something the locals can afford to give. If nothing is available, they may work at the sect for a month as compensation." Sujiu nodded, feeling a sense of fondness for this small sect. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the gluttonous Na Dong and the little white fox eagerly emerged. Sujiu picked up a chicken leg while Na Dong tackled a pork knuckle, and the little white fox devoured a large fish. Na Dong, with grease smeared across his face, was happily munching when there was a knock at the door of the private room. Sujiu had instructed the waiter not to disturb him. Who could it be? With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered a young girl standing at the door, around 11 or 12 years old, and surprisingly, she was a cultivator at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Sujiu dismissed the gluttonous Na Dong and the little white fox and opened the door, inquiring, "What brings you here, fellow cultivator?" Without answering, the young girl stepped directly into the room, sniffing around before finally turning her attention to Sujiu, saying, "Do you have a fox spirit?" Sujiu frowned and replied, "What do you mean, fellow cultivator?" The girl rubbed her hands together and said, "I sense a fox spirit here. Is it your spirit companion? Show it to me." Her tone resembled a command, which irked Sujiu. Coldly, he replied, "Has your master not taught you to be polite?" Yet, he was astonished that, despite him and the little white fox and Na Dong suppressing their auras,